Chapter 1 Core Gundam, Heliopo. September 25, 70 CE. A black-haired man in a driving suit fell from the open cockpit, looking up at the surprisingly thin humanoid machine in front of him, with a V-shaped antenna in front of him. Next to this humanoid machine, there is a row of different colors, quietly. The fighter components standing next to it. Laike. What's the matter, Abby? The sudden voice interrupted Laike's thinking. Advertisement. Laike turned his head and looked at the pet bird resting on his shoulder. The word pet bird can only be said in his heart. The bird is called Abi, or Aphrodite. According to her personal explanation, its size is a high-dimensional life form. Of course, Abi is also his most important partner now, and he also provides assistance. Cooperating person. Help him arrange for him to have a convenient identity in different worlds, and act as a system administrator. After he earns money, use the money in this world to extract drawings and technologies related to MS and warships in many worlds, and arrange with the system he trained against opponents, analyzed and perfected the techniques he collected, and finally served as the actual captain of the battleship called the transport base where he was staying. Heliopo is coming soon. Simulation training can help you improve your training skills, but don't get too addicted. I know. This work is very important to you, you should not have forgotten it. Abi said, his eyes turned back and forth between Laike and Core Gundam, as if he was worried that Laike was too obsessed with simulation training. It's 10 minutes before we arrive at Heliopo. I'm not a kid, Abi. I know how important this matter is. Laike said with a smile, this job requires him to serve as a test driver to help test Ob. It is now CE70, and the war between the Earth and the plant is becoming more and more fierce now. The importance of this job is self-evident to help test the MS developed by Orb himself, so that it can be put into use as soon as possible. He turned his attention to the ship Naku they were in, a group of bouncing around, with chubby bodies and very intelligent eyes, was manipulating various machines to move around, and contracted most of the ships. Working circular machine, hello. Speaking of which, Abi, hellos are really convenient. Since they were built, they have saved a lot of money previously used to hire mobile suit maintenance personnel and ship-related personnel. I want to change the subject again. Although there was a slight dissatisfaction in Abi's blue eyes, he still followed Laike's words. The cost of personnel has saved a lot of money. Advertisement. But not all of the large sum saved was spent on MS. Abi glanced at Gurner Curry's Core Gundam and its pile of fighter components. The huge amount of money saved at the beginning was spent on MS by Laike. Among them, the most expensive one is the Core Gundam, because they can't manufacture a mobile suit on their own battleships, so they found the Shugwang Society in this world, and asked the Shugwang Society to help make it after providing some technology and Gundamium alloy and other materials. Core Gundam. Providing technology for the Shugwang Club saved them a lot of money, but it still cost a lot of money to build the Core Gundam and its supporting core fighters. Looking away, when Abi looked away, Laike's attention was as expected, and he focused on the Core Gundam again. I really don't understand why he likes to stare at MS whenever he has nothing to do. Abizo, who was troubled by his partner's incomprehensible hobby, didn't think about it at all, and flew to the bridge with his wings. It's about to enter the port. I'll contact the port to prepare for the entry. Well, I'll leave it to you, Abi. Laike turned around and said. 20 minutes later, after Abi completed the port entry procedures, a ship registered as a civilian ship, called a transport base, secretly entered the port at the port of Heliopo. Take Abi to meet at the port with the prepared staff belonging to the Orb Aurora Society. These people are not as Laike expected and are surprised by Abina's special appearance. After talking with these Aurora Society personnel, these people invited Laike to take their car to the Shugwang Club. There's no need to be so anxious. I'm going to stop at Heliopo before going to the Dawn Club. Turn around. The staff looked at each other in blank dismay. Advertisement. What? Project G is united, so anxious that the heresy test will be carried out immediately, so there is no time for me to wander around. Laike looked at these people. No, Mr. Laike, you can do whatever you want. The test is not so urgent. We will just give you the address. These staff members shook their heads in a panic, and offered to lend Laike a car. They have known about Laike's deeds for a long time. A mercenary of a natural person started the MS that only the adjusters can drive at present, and proved his own strength with battles. At the moment when most of the excellent drivers who have experience in driving MS are concentrated in ZAFT, it is hard to find such an excellent MS driver with a lantern, not to mention that Laike is Sahak who is in charge of leading the project. Even if they feel dissatisfied with what the family introduced, they dare not speak out. As the cosmic colony that Orb built in the universe, Heliopo, in addition to the University of Technology, and the location of several G-series MSS that are currently being jointly manufactured with the Earth, is also the branch of the Dawn Society where he is going. Since he came to Heliopo because of Orb, Laike came to Dawn Society to help as a test driver. Of course it is impossible for these G-series The real entrustment is for the few heretics that Obe's own family is currently secretly stealing from the United's heresy project, which are about to be completed and are waiting for testing under the factory of the Dawn Society. The red car was driving on the street, and Abby, who was staying in the back seat, looked out the window. At a glance, the colonial satellite and the United and ZAFT that are currently at war are at odds with each other from top to bottom. The atmosphere is like a world away. People's laughter can be seen everywhere the car passes by. Compared to Earth and ZAFT, Heliopo seems like nothing happened. ABI still looked out the window when he spoke. Persia was not at all affected by the war between the two behemoths Earth United and Plant. Oh, those two are about to blow their brains out, Heliopo, no, Orb's good days are not long. Laike laughed, and then lived for this cosmic colony and hear people sighed at the fate that will usher in the near future. Orb thinks that he and the joint G plan are secret enough, but the information about the G series will eventually float as oft because of the intelligence dealers, and then the colonial satellite will be destroyed because of what happened here. Fight to meet its end. Obe's current so-called neutral position will soon be unable to be maintained there as perfectly as before due to the exposure of this matter and many other reasons. Chapter 2 Cafe, Childhood Kira. Today is September 25, 70 CE. To be precise, there are only 4 months left until the collapse of Heliopo and 1 CE 71 in the history of the world. Abby said calmly. After 4 months, everything in this colonial satellite will cease to exist. Well, in these 4 months, apart from being a test driver in the Dawn Society, the rest of the time can also be regarded as a rest. Laike's tone was relaxed. On Bloody Valentine's Day, an event that resulted in the death of more than 20 people after the incident, ZAFT and the United officially went to war, and the war between the two sides naturally made him, a mercenary for a living, very busy for a few months before and after. The commissions came one after another, and as the things that happened in the commissions he completed were spread, Laike's reputation became bigger and bigger, and the commissions he received became more and more. Advertisement. This has also allowed him to travel back and forth between the universe and the Earth for more than half a year, accepting commissions from some forces such as the Atlantic United, the Eurasian United, and so on, until he participated in the G plan of Orb and the United and Orb himself. Many people sent him commissions before he made the heresy plan. Rest? It's really not bad for you to take a break once in a while. Abby thought of Laike's almost obsessive love for MS, and letting him rest and relax in this satellite might also help alleviate this problem. Laike, who knew what Abby meant, was non-committal, and continued to drive for about 10 minutes. Laike found a coffee shop on the street before saying again, "There is a coffee shop in front, Abby, do you want to have a cup of coffee together?" "Coffee? Of course I want to drink it." ABI's eyes were full of curiosity. Although there was nothing ABI didn't know about the human world, ABI always liked drinks, desserts and the like. Just like a child. Laike thought. Parked the car on the side of the road. In order not to attract attention, Abby in the car turned into the appearance of a little human girl in the car in advance, with long golden hair and red eyes, matched with her white eyes. Jez's skin, in a sense, is even more eye-catching. But drinking coffee with a cute little girl should not be more attractive to people than drinking coffee with a strange-looking bird. Laike, you seem to be thinking about something strange. Abby frowned slightly, her intuition and understanding of Laike made her feel that her partner was. No, Abby, we are partners, how could I think of such a thing? Laike shook his head, and he denied it flatly. After watching Abby order 2 cups of coffee in the cafe, he sat down. Advertisement. The guests around and the waiters couldn't help casting their eyes frequently because of Abby's appearance. Everyone is looking at you, Abby, this is really a world of faces. Laike said while sipping his coffee. He looks pretty, but compared to a girl with a rather cute appearance, what's the difference? Someone will notice him. If I don't appear in this form, these people will be looking at you. ABI shook her head, and she was already used to the gaze of these people, so sometimes she was more used to appearing in another form of hers. I don't look at you as much as I do. Laike joked. Apart from the problem of appearance, Abby's costume is also quite rare, which makes it attract more people's attention. Is there a lot? I don't think there is any difference. ABI thought for a while, and then asked, are you going to go shopping in the city after drinking coffee? Let's go shopping for a while. It hasn't been an hour since we came out. It's okay to go back a little longer. He came here as a test pilot, not as a coolie, anyway, it wasn't too late to test the airframe. Having said that, based on the OS products developed by this group of people, whether it is the Orb Heretics or the Joint G series, the feel is evaluated by the core Laike. It can only be said to be pulpy. Of course, these mechs can be driven, and it won't affect his performance too much, but the mechs that are a bit uncomfortable can only be regarded as work. So, touch it for a while before going. If you still want to walk around the city, then Laike, you will go to the Shugwang Society after you go shopping alone, and I will go back to the battleship first. Why did you suddenly return to the battleship? The lightsaber used by the core Gundam has not been remanufactured after being damaged by you throwing it out in the battle 2 days ago. Anyway, I have nothing to do with you at the Dawn Club, so I will go back and use the manufacturing equipment on the battleship. Building 1. Abby lowered his voice and exposed Laike's shorts, which made Laike look embarrassed. Advertisement. He didn't do it on purpose. When he was fighting those genes, because he got on the head for a while, his body reacted subconsciously the moment he sensed the hostility, and threw out the lightsaber in his hand, letting the lightsaber the sword was destroyed in the explosion along with his own. The manufacturing equipment on the battleship that Abby mentioned is precisely called the Age Printer. The printer is connected to the system to quickly produce MS equipment, as well as those weapons that are damaged in battle, such as Core Gundam, except for the first set of Earth warframes manufactured by Dawn Society, the next few sets of armors are all made by battleships. This set of printers is produced. The printer doesn't need to bring materials by itself, the corresponding funds need to be consumed when remanufacturing MS's weapons, and the system will help to deal with it by itself. Fortunately, the cost of a lightsaber is not too much, but this matter was brought up again by Abby, which made Laike feel a little embarrassed after all. Be careful in the next battle. If you keep being so careless and damage the weapons too much, you will have no money to draw new mobile suit designs. Yes. Laike, who was wronged, had to whisper that he would not do it again next time, and the door of Talking Sword Cafe was pushed open again. 2 men and 1 woman, a cheerful-looking girl and 2 shoulder-to-shoulder teenagers walked in. Coffee shop. The perfect adjuster of the CE century, the strongest driver, Kira Yamato. Abby looked over and saw the shy boy who sat down at the invitation of his 2 friends. The boy had brown hair and was handsome enough to be mistaken for a girl. I ran into Kira just after I came here. Could it be that my luck is good today? Laike said, and he could see it as soon as he came to Heliopo. This place is so big. When he was here, Laike thought he would have to wait until a few months later. You can only meet Orbos when it collapses. Speaking of which, Kira, you should hand in this homework earlier. If you delay handing it in again, the professor will reprimand you again. Kira's friend Thor said helplessly in the chat. When becoming friends with Kira, Kira likes to delay handing in homework until the last moment like a lazy cancer. Although the homework handed in by Kira is fine, she often delays handing in until the end, which makes the professor often feel uncomfortable. Kira was angry and helpless. I really don't know who is used to such lazy late-stage hair. Chapter 3 Zoft won't find out. Homework? Isn't there still time? I will definitely hand it in this time. Kira, you're going to wait till the end again. Thor said helplessly. He was very familiar with Kira's speaking skills, and he was probably stuck in death by then. Handed in homework online. Thor, Kira's procrastinating personality can't be changed. Anyway, he can hand in his homework every time, so let's talk less. Thor's girlfriend Mirialia advised. As for Kira, who is lazy and late-stage cancer, it's not that he can't even move his temper when his butt is burned. How can he say that he can play a role? If it really works, Kira will change it soon. How can it be used to urge him as often as Thor? It's not that Kira can't turn in homework, it's just that every homework can be done at the last minute, the correct questions can be done correctly, and there have been no major problems in the grades. Rather than worrying about this headache, it's better to let it go. Advertisement. That's what I said. Sorry, Thor. Kira smiled apologetically, seeing that it was all like this, Thor had no choice but to stop entangled in this issue. There is really nothing to do with this lazy friend with advanced cancer. US Kira Yamato in the CE world is a late-stage lazy cancer in daily life. Abby watched the relationship between the 3 of Kira very curiously. I said, Abby, don't you have their information? Don't you know this? ABI's surprised appearance made Laike ask a question. Because of his special status, ABI, like Kira, knows something about it, and it can even be said that he knows the bottom line. The information I keep is not so detailed. ABI gave Laike a blank look. Before she partnered with Laike, she was an administrator responsible for managing the information of many dimensional worlds. With her ability, she can know about the historical process of these worlds, as well as most things about the people in these worlds, but it is impossible for her to preserve all such private matters. When she is an omniscient god. Is that so? Laike looked very surprised. It was the first time he knew about this. Before that, he really regarded Abby as a robot cat. No, he regarded it as a very powerful partner. Abby didn't speak, and turned blank again. Laike shook his head after looking at him. Hey, Kira, look over there, those 2 people should be brothers and sisters, but the girl is so cute, why is her hair golden? Thor, who heard the conversation between Laike and Abby, paid attention. People, a black-haired young man with a girl who looks to be about 12 years old. Advertisement. This is big brother and sister? Is the hair color too far off? Could it be that one of them has undergone genetic adjustment? Maybe the younger sister is the adjuster. Kira guessed, if the hair color difference is so far, and the relationship is so close, this is the only possibility left, so it can also explain why the girl looks so good looking. Thor, Kira, it's not good to talk about others like that. Miriasia reminded the two of them. No, Millie, we don't speak ill of anyone. Thor said. Just as he said this, Laike and Abby, who had already finished their coffee, walked up to the three of them. Three young girls, you can ask. Sir, what can I do for you? Thor asked. It was embarrassing for Thor to come face to face with the owner who was being talked about just after saying nothing, and Kira, who had also participated in this topic just now, was also a little embarrassed. The two looked at each other, and decided to accept Thor's answer to Laike's words. We just came to this satellite, can I ask you how to get to Heliopolis University of Technology? Want to go to our university? Kira, Thor, and Mirialia looked at each other, and after a while, Thor told Laike the direction to the University of Technology. Going that way, thank you for your help, see you next time, let's go, Abby. Abby took Laike's hand like a sister, and the two left the cafe. That person just said that he will see you next time? Heliopo is so big, so it is unlikely that we will see you again. Kira wondered. The whole satellite is so big and has a lot of people, so it is not a small town. How could it be so easy to see villages and towns? Somewhat strange person. Thor commented. Advertisement. Laike, why did you suddenly go up and ask them for directions just now? Abby, who walked out of the coffee shop, asked Laike, where is the Industrial University going? The people from the Shugwang Club have already told them the relevant address, what about the Industrial University? Yes, they also knew where it was early in the morning. Isn't it good to say hello to them in advance? Anyway, I will meet them in the future. Laike shrugged. I don't know the meaning. Abby glanced at Laike and said, then it's the same as what I just said, I'll go back to the battleship first, and you go to the Dawn Society first. Okay, you go first. In order to return to the battleship quickly, Abby changed back into the form of a bird, flapped his wings, and flew towards the port. Seeing Abby leave, Laike also got into the car and drove towards the Shugwang Club. 10 minutes later, Laike, who drove to the Shugwang Club, showed the relevant documents to the security guard at the gate. Accompanied by the staff who were in charge of receiving him at the previous port, Laike entered the interior of the factory and watched these dark machines all the way. After the Iron Giant, these staff gave Laike a brief introduction to the current progress of Orb and the joint production of the G series. The 5 mobile suits developed for Project G have been basically completed at this time, but the OS for these mobile phones has not been completed, and the most important weapons developed for them have not yet been fully tested. The pilot candidates for the other 4 tests of the G series should all be selected by the joint side. Laike asked. The unfinished OS developed by the Joint and Orb at present is intended to be used by ordinary natural human drivers. It is a fantasy, and the Atlantic, which has always adhered to anti-regulatoryism and the sentiment among the people has intensified after the bloody Valentine's Day incident, cannot send regulators to participate in this plan. In addition, the OS is mainly developed for natural persons, so the test drivers selected for the remaining 4G series airframes can only be those natural persons carefully selected by the United Orb was able to insert him as the pilot to be in charge of the attack. To some extent, he had exchanged interests with the Atlantic Federation and obtained the other party's tacit approval. That's right, except for you, Mr. Laike, the other drivers are all natural persons. The person in charge named Laike said, in order to prevent Zoft from noticing, they and the other Atlantic United faction here are all natural persons. All the people who came here came to Heliopo secretly from the Earth. Hearing you say that, it's as if this plan is safe from ZAFT's attention at all. Laike smiled playfully. Of course it's safe. I'm not saying it. The level of secrecy of Project G is unprecedented. There's no way Zoft will know about it. The person in charge who didn't understand Laike's implication vowed. Chapter 4 Driving the current assault seems to be in jail. Safe. Out of politeness, Laike only smiled in his heart at the person in charge's self-confidence, and did not laugh at his face. In fact, what he said was not a problem in a sense. The G-series plan was indeed kept secret enough, but it's a pity that there are too many means for intelligence dealers in the world to obtain information, and the day defense and night defense eventually led to the information of these aircrafts running into Zoft's hands. Pressing this matter for now, Laike was taken to a room in the factory by the person in charge and asked the person in charge, when will the test of these GDX units start? Advertisement. Actually, we are going to test in the factory later, Mr. Laike, if you are ready, you will test with those drivers later. The person in charge said. If the G-series test is today, then when do you plan to conduct the heresy test that Orb stole data from United Steel? The person in charge immediately turned black, although what Laike said was true, Orb's heresy plan secretly carried out in Heliopoa's underground factory without the knowledge of the Alliance did use a large number of slaves and alliances together to create the data in Project G to create their MS heresy. But if it hadn't been for taking advantage of this opportunity to cooperate with the United to steal their technology from the United, it would have been impossible for Orb to simply agree to cooperate with the United to carry out this plan just for the reason of angering the Atlantic Federation too much. However, it's a bit too ugly to say about stealing technology in person. It seems that all the technologies used are combined. In the technology used to create heresy, they still have their own. Although technology does not account for much, it is only about 10 to 20%. Ahem, Mr. Laike, the current progress of the heresy we are manufacturing is a little later than the progress of the United, and there are still quite a few parts that have not been manufactured. If calculated according to the current progress, the first 3 manufactured, it is estimated that it will take another 2 months to complete the ongoing testing. 2 months? This slow progress is not part of the night. Laike laughed. There is nothing we can do with so many nights, Mr. Laike, think about it, some of the staff in the factory are responsible for the G plan that is carried out with the joint, and we must pay attention not to be noticed by the joint people, so the plan is carried out. The progress has slowed down so much. The person in charge explained. Advertisement. The most inconvenient thing about carrying out this plan quietly is that the transfer of personnel and materials will be greatly restricted. In addition, there are still a bunch of joint people in the factory, so it is impossible to do this in front of them. Don't be so anxious to explain to me. I'm just a test pilot. When the machine body is completed, please notify me as soon as possible to test it. Of course. The person in charge responded, and ignored the first part of Laike's words. He was just a test driver. Who would believe this? The Sahak family was uncharacteristically, and did not choose the driver of the faction of Auburn. Instead of a mercenary as a driver, they don't see him as just a test driver. No matter how powerful the technology is, I have been in contact with the Shugwang Society many times before, but it is impossible for Laike, as a mercenary, to participate in such an important plan. Being able to be designated by the Sahak family means that he is not with this family has a deep relationship, that is, the other 4 major families that are juxtaposed with the Sahak family have an indescribable relationship. It's better to treat people like this kind of person sent by the big men with respect, because he doesn't want to live a life of being put on little shoes for nothing before retirement. 2 hours later, in the underground site of the Aurora Society factory in Heliopo for testing. The steel giants who stood there not long ago seemed to be born recently, moving slowly one by one, and at the same time making various actions at the request of the surrounding experimenters. In the cockpit, the test pilots of Duel, Storm, Thunder, and Divine Shield are all showing embarrassment. The OS has not yet been completed, and the biggest consequence of a half-finished OS is that even if these pilots are all natural persons, even the best pilots in the field can't drive these airframes smoothly. After all, they had never opened MS before. Fortunately, the currently developed OS is enough to test the most basic sports performance of the airframe. The person in charge of the project in the factory also told Laike repeatedly before boarding the plane that as the OS continues to improve, the driving will also be improved. It's getting smoother. Advertisement. I have to say that Orb and United made the OS really bad enough. Because it was equipped with a backpack to change clothes, Laike, who was sent to drive the assault, had the worst OS and the most difficult to drive among several mechs. The other OSs are actually used for natural people to be more complete than Strike. Before boarding this machine, Laike expected that the OS of Strike would be extremely bad, but the actual situation is still beyond his imagination. If he had to describe the current raid, even driving a tractor is better than driving the current raid. The most difficult thing for him is that the OS on the 5 mechs was not really completed until they were snatched away, and the OS of the raid was not completed. If I remember correctly, the professor in charge of the OS of this machine threw it directly to Kira to write. Kira, who was purely coping with homework, did not modify the OS until Heliopo was attacked and was forced to board the assault. Of course, the consequence of this is that the assault is completely uncontrollable for ordinary people except for adjusters like him. It will take about 3 months to test the size of this machine. During this period, it is estimated that it will always be arranged to drive the worst attack of this OS. Tisk, I always feel cheated. Laike was a little uncomfortable, but fortunately, the Heresy project is definitely better than the garbage OS on Assault, and it will be more comfortable to operate. Although the operation of the Heretic OS is much worse than using the OS he got and installed on the core Gundam himself, but anyway, the OS on the Heretic will not be inconvenient for him to operate, and the most insufficient place is only the performance of the machine could not meet his request. It's better than driving and following an assault that is roughly equivalent to a bulletproof iron coffin. Thinking about it, Laike stepped on the pedal, followed the advice of the experimenter who collected the movement data again, let the striker make a new movement, and the experiment continued. Chapter 5 How about betting on heresy? Laike, who assisted in testing the assault for 2 months, finally received the news from the person in charge here that the first 3 heretics were completed and ready for testing. Laike, who had been tortured by the raid for 2 months, came to the factory where 3 assaults were stored with Abby to test the assault Gundam, and the assault that he was asked to test was the MBF that was first assembled by the factory P01, Heresy Golden Machine. Because it is responsible for the development of the G-Series OS and the Heresy Series OS, all of them are the Shugwang Society on Orb's side. The OS on this Heresy is currently jointly developed by Orb and the other 4 except for the attack. The degree of perfection of the G-Series is basically the same. Advertisement. It is said that as soon as there is a breakthrough over there, it is no problem to use it directly here. After moving to use, the OS is only optimized for the situation of the Heresy series itself. It's much more comfortable to drive than to attack. Laike, who was testing the Golden Machine, felt the difference between the two most clearly. As he thought, the Heresy was much faster to manipulate than the unfinished assault of the OS, although Laike still felt inferior to Zaf. The OS over there is special, but this thing is for ordinary natural person drivers to use, and it is almost enough to be able to do this at present. One day later, Laike, who had basically completed the Heresy test, opened the hatch, and just got off the Golden Heresy. A flash of displeasure flashed by, and Laike frowned slightly. Without changing his face, he walked into the room where the developers in charge of developing Heresy were. As he had felt in advance, one of the 2 current talkers of Sahak, who bore him very much in Oberon, was also a heretic. Lungina, one of the main planners, Sahak is staying here. Abby, who stayed here with the experimenters because he had nothing to do, gave Laike a look, indicating that Laike could do whatever he wanted, as long as he didn't do anything casually. Thank you, Laike, the technique is very good. I didn't expect you to be able to pilot the Heresy developed by us so smoothly. It seems that the people recommended by Uzmai to enter the project are not waste. Gina's tone was full of disdain and a touch of displeasure. It was obvious what such admiration meant. Gina was most annoyed by the referrer of Laike into this project. Advertisement. Who is wrong, but it is the Ashar family who is the prime minister among the current 5 major families of Orb. The one who throws all the dirty work to them, enjoys the prestige of everyone on the brightest surface stage, and leads the Orb family. The Ashar family who moved forward. Originally, because the Ashar family was the prime minister, it had a great say in the army, Orb's various industries, and even the Shugwang Society, which he and his sister were in charge of a lot of affairs. Now even the Heresy plan entrusted to him and his sister has to insert a mercenary. Even though this mercenary has had several happy cooperation with the Shugwang Society before, he is now working with the Shugwang Society. Gina was still quite displeased with the cooperation. A member of the faction of the Ashar family ran into their Sahak family's territory openly. Mr. Gina, you are welcome. With my skills, it is not a problem to drive a mere heretic. Laike's words also had a hint of gunpowder. Heresy? As the leader of the Heresy project, Gina's face immediately sank when he heard this. The words said in front of him meant that he looked down on the Heresy they developed. Although in terms of performance, Orb did not steal the United PS armor technology from United, and he chose to use foam metal with poor protection performance due to his comprehensive consideration of cost and other aspects. The G-series with PS armor is the same. But Orb carefully crafted it, relying on the Heresy of the technology from the United. Except for the fatal weakness of the protective armor, the rest of the performance will not be weaker than ZAFT's current main production machine Jin N. As long as the quantity once spawned, Heresy can greatly enhance Orb's defenses. In Gina's view, the Heresy developed by him has such excellent performance, but in Laike's mouth, it seems to be something that can be seen everywhere. It is really unbearable for his short-sightedness. Is that so? Hey, I think maybe Laike's skills are not up to standard, and you can't play the performance of Heresy. The gloomy look on Gina's face turned into a sarcasm smile. If I can't perform well, I won't be assigned to be a test driver. Or is there a better driver than me in Auberts? Laike's words directly poked at the thing Gina was most reluctant to mention. With Obe's background, how can he bring out any excellent drivers? It is completely incomparable with the general drivers of United and ZAFT. This level of background is completely unable to meet the daily needs of the Shugwang Society. Because of this, the Shugwang Society also has a lot of private contacts with some civilian mercenaries except him. Advertisement. Why not? I think my skills are much better than yours, Laike. Why don't you compare Laike with me? We both use Heresy, and see whose skills are better. Gina provocatively said. Gambling for no reason, it's boring. I'm too lazy to agree, Mr. Gina. If you think your skills are better, then you are better. Laike said lightly, not accepting Gina's words at all, which made Gina's self-esteem extremely tall. People felt like he had punched cotton. Then what conditions do you want to agree to? It's simple, why don't you give me one from the heretic in the factory? Laike said with a smile. Mr. Laike, this is not allowed. Okay, I agree. Gina's voice suddenly rose, interrupting the developers who wanted to dissuade him. Mr. Jenner, the Heresy is our Orb. I'm the top talker here, and it's up to me to hand over the heresy. Gina's eyes were cold. The heresy is a MS developed by their orb in secret, and it can't be handed over just to keep it secret. An outsider other than orb, but if the current relationship between Laike and orb is really handed over, it is enough to keep him from leaking things about heresy. The heresy delivered to it will only be a prototype, without orb's follow-up upgrade plan to upgrade, the performance of the prototype will be the same. If they ask the Shugwang Society to do the upgrade, then they can still get some technology from Laike. Secondly, Gina is confident that with his talents, he will never lose to a mere civilian mercenary outside the Sahak family to give out heresy. The probability of this happening is infinitely close to zero. Seeing that Gina insisted on this, the developer who still wanted to persuade a few words immediately kept silent, and continued to persuade them. Based on their understanding of the two people involved in the Sahak family, they had to consider their burial. Where is it? Chapter 6 Confronting the Golden Heresy defeating Gina. Has it turned into this situation? It's beyond my expectation. Abi Gujing was speechless. Laike's response to Gina's provocation was not beyond his expectations, but Gina was able to agree so simply. He competed with Laike and promised to give one of the heretics to Laike if he lost. Is it self-esteem? I'm flying P01, so you can choose one between P02 and P03. Gina said. P01 was originally intended for the Sahak family who were in charge of them in battle, so he naturally wanted to drive yourself. Then I'll fly the P02. Laike quickly made a choice between the red machine and the blue machine. Anyway, the choice of the two airframes is the same, just choose one. Advertisement. After choosing the airframes, the two people who boarded their respective heretics entered the practice field inside the factory. In order to prevent damage to the airframes, the weapons on the two heretics were replaced with practice swords early in the simulated battle, and due to issues such as the venue, this simulated battle was limited to the use of melee weapons and guns equipped with dye bombs. Let me tell you what will happen if you are blindly arrogant. Gina stepped on the pedal, and the golden machine kept firing while rushing forward. While forcing the red machine to move, he held a practice sword in one hand, and when he got close to the body of the red machine, he struck with the sword. Arrogance, are you talking about yourself? Just as the sword of the golden machine was slashing, Laike manipulated the red machine to swing a sword. The moment the two practice swords intersected, the red machine suddenly raised its right foot and kicked towards the golden machine without warning. What are you kidding? You use your feet. Gina, who had never thought that there was such a manipulation method, was shocked, and his golden machine was kicked out by this kick. Such a huge loophole turned the tide of the battle in an instant. As if imitating the operation of the golden machine just now, the red machine took advantage of this time and did not chase the golden machine recklessly and wanted to start a fight with it again. Aim at the standing golden machine and shoot dye bombs non-stop. Damn it, how can this guy shoot so accurately? Advertisement. In the cockpit, Gina cursed in a low voice while driving the golden machine and made another urgent evasive action, narrowly dodging the dye bombs fired at him, and then raised his gun to shoot back at the red machine, and the red machine began to attack. Move to the right, perfectly avoiding all the bullets fired by the golden machine. Compared with the fact that he was dodged by the red machine with ease just now, he could only buy time for him to get close. The red machine's shots missed him every time and eliminated him. Wait a minute, right? Gina faintly sensed something. It was enough to miss it once or twice, it has been several times, and every time the bullets were fired, they almost hit the cockpit of the golden machine. The shooting skills are so good, how could it be possible to shoot so many shots without hitting a single one, and every time it gave him a feeling that as long as he slowed down for a second, his MS would be hit. It was as if he had calculated his action path and predicted in advance how each bullet would be avoided by him by only a short distance. Could it be that Laike was able to hit it early tomorrow, but deliberately chose not to hit it? This is what he wanted? Are you playing with him? Anger welled up. Since Gina was born, he could be said to be under one person and above 10,000 people, and being in a high position made him extremely arrogant. This strong humiliation made Gina detain his shooting gun again. It was discovered by Gina. Sensing the anger of Gina as the driver in the golden machine, Laike smiled. Just as Gina thought, he could have hit Gina a long time ago. Looking at it from the outside, it is full of loopholes. As long as you easily seize an opportunity, it can be broken on the spot. But if you do this kind of thing, it will be too disrespectful to Gina. Even if Gina is making him unhappy, it will not be easy for Gina to let others solve the matter within a minute from the beginning. Well, when he is having a hard time, with this person's small heart, he has to stare at him every day looking for trouble. Spend some time properly, defeating Gina at 1 o'clock in the evening. It can be regarded as giving Gina some face. Unlike him, Gina, although relying on the relationship of the Abnerdon Society, has also been in contact with MS, and often conducts simulation training. What's more, simulation training is only simulation training after all, and it cannot be compared with actual combat. Gina, who has never experienced battles to increase his experience, is there even if his talent is at the highest limit. Fighting Gina is not as easy as when he ran on his own ship in the port for simulation training when he was free. Because of this, Laike was able to calmly avoid the Golden Machine's attack, which was much more aggressive than before, while driving the Red Machine. Advertisement. If you can't hit the shooting battle, then the fighting battle will be the winner. Gina, who was completely at a disadvantage in the shooting, had no choice but to give up the gun in his hand and choose to pick up the training lightsaber and charge quickly. In order to avoid the shooting that might reach him, he kept making evasive moves when rushing. Action. If you want to win or lose in a fighting battle, I will satisfy you. The Red Machine fired a few more shots at the Golden Machine in a decent manner, and drew its sword. The Golden Machine, which narrowed the distance to the Red Machine again, was merciless. After the training lightsaber was dodged twice, Gina, who was driving the Golden Machine, simply swung his sword across and swept towards the Red Machine. In Gina's eyes, the Red Machine once again, as if it had planned to play with him before, the thrusters suddenly lit up, and the whole machine body soared into the sky, avoiding the blow at the last moment. Before the Golden Machine made its next attack, the Red Machine drew out its rifle before it was about to land, and aimed the gun at the Golden Machine's chest cockpit and fired 2 shots. A large amount of dye exploded continuously in front of the cockpit, dyeing the chest of this Golden Machine with other colors in an instant. I will lose. Gina clenched his fists and stared at the Red Machine on the screen. His eyes full of anger and hatred seemed to be able to directly penetrate the machine, and he saw Laike sitting inside. A smug look. Damn it. Master Gina lost. Several developers looked at each other silently. The mock battle ended too soon. In just a few minutes, Gina lost completely. Is this to ask them to really give away the heresy of development? Lund, Gina, Sahak, you lost. Abby said indifferently, the expression on his face still didn't change, and now it's no surprise that they will have another machine in their hangar. Chapter 7 Obeying the Agreement and Successfully Obtaining Heresy. Although Gina's acting style is fierce and decisive, he has an agreement with Laike, and Laike's coming to Heliopo this time is a request made by Uzmai and the Sahak family in person. There are many options such as Gina's Black Hand and Repentance, etc. There is no choice, and the only option left is to hand over the heresy developed by the Shuguang Society to Laike. On the other side, Gina, who had finished the mock battle, stepped off the plane with a gloomy expression, suppressed the anger in his heart, and spoke in his usual haughty tone as if nothing had happened. You won. If you do what you say, the heresy developed in this factory will be handed over to you as promised. Advertisement. Oh? Give it now. Hearing this, Laike shifted his gaze to the red heretic. Don't think too beautifully, you can only pick those 2 heretics that are just parts and have not been assembled. It is impossible for the 3 heretics P01, P02, and P03 to be handed over to you. Gina said coldly. Among the 5 prototype heretics developed by Heliopo, these 3 were the first to be developed. How could he hand over these 3 machines at this juncture? The 3 heretics can't be given to me? It's okay, Mr. Jenner, you can do whatever you want, I can do any of them. Laike said with a smile. The heresy series is not bad, the configuration is the same for any machine, it really doesn't make any difference to Laike if you get it earlier or later. Did he commit the original performance and wanted to come here specifically? Laike's chuckle made Gina snort immediately. Laike was so indifferent to the extreme, he didn't care about him at all, and felt tired of seeing his face. Then, from today onwards, your test work will be it's all over. Laike, please leave here if there is nothing else to do. Are you in a hurry to drive people away now? Well, since you have said so, Mr. Jenner, it would be too shameless for me to keep it. Abby, let's go. Laike greeted ABI. As soon as he took ABI's hand, ABI glanced at Gina imperceptibly, and said in a low voice. You should have left a long time ago. It's pointless to provoke this kind of person all the time. ABI's voice sounded a little dissatisfied. From ABI's point of view, Gina Sahak didn't need to use this method to provoke anger. Besides, there is a long time to come, and the choice to PS off the Sahak family's spokesperson at this time is of no benefit to them. No. Is his sister still there? His sister is so sensible, she won't openly fight with us because of this matter, or they believe that the Asha family standing behind us. Abby, you have to know that fighting with others is a lot of fun. Advertisement. Laike replied with the same volume, and he raised his voice to explain the reason after the 2 of them walked a little farther. And I really don't like that person. Every time I see Gina, I always want to say something about Abby, so I can't control this, sorry. Really, there's nothing I can do about you. Abby said in a volume that only she could hear. Master Gina, which is better to choose for Mr. Laike's heresy? After Laike and Abby left the observation room for observing the simulated battle, one of them asked Gina. P04 and P05, you just choose one and assemble it and give it to him. Gina said, these 2 heresies are in the state of parts, and to put it bluntly, these 2 heresies are almost like a whiteboard. Unlike the first 3 heretics, which were manufactured for various experiments in the mass production of heresies. These 2 heresies are purely prepared in advance for future experiments that may be carried out, and because of this, they have been stuck in part state without having assembled it. Sending it out now is equivalent to sending out a bunch of heretic parts, which will have no effect on the heretic plan. Laike, when we meet next time, I will definitely beat you. Gina thought angrily, he has been winning all the way since he was a child, and he can't let go of the humiliation he has suffered now. He wondered how he would treat this person when he knew that this person was introduced by the antique Uzumai at the beginning. The attitude is still quite disdainful. He even came to Heliopo to see for himself whether the driving skills of this well-known mercenary introduced by Uzumai and touted by a group of developers were not good enough to serve as a heretical test driver. In the end, he actually lost at the hands of this person whom he believed to be inferior to him. He couldn't bear it, and he, Lungina Sahak, would definitely avenge this revenge. Choose one at random, we know. The developers responded, and then they seemed to remember something, and then continued after a pause. Master Gina, there is something we almost forgot to tell you. When you first arrived in Heliopo this morning, Master Mina sent a message, saying that the intelligence dealer had received the news that 2 warships of ZAFT were on the way to Heliobas. Zoft sent 2 warships over. Gina's expression changed. Others might not believe him, but since his sister Mina chose to tell him the information, it means the news is highly credible. Orb has declared itself a neutral country since the beginning of the war between the Earth United and the plants, and will not participate in or intervene in the war between the United Earth and the plants. Advertisement. It stands to reason that Zoft has no reason to send 2 warships to Heliobas at this point in time. Why did he suddenly send people over? Could it be? No, probably not. Gina is a little reluctant to think about the worst possibility. At present, whether it is the Joint G plan or Orb's Heresy plan, it is about to reach the most important juncture. The 5G series airframes and their related components, and the warship manufactured by the United has been completed, and it is just waiting for the people from the United to receive it. The 3 most important prototypes of the Heretic series have also been assembled and are being optimized. If something goes wrong at this time, start assembling the Heresy for Laike now, ready to be delivered to his ship tomorrow. Assemble now, ship tomorrow? The developers said in their hearts that they are good guys, blood-sucking. The big leaders of the big family are different. They are going to be off work and they are so tossing them. At this point, assembling MS, is this asking them to collectively cultivate immortality? In addition, the development of the other 3 heretics is almost the same. From tomorrow, the experiments on these 3 units will be temporarily suspended. In 2 days, the 3 mobile suits may be transferred. Master Gina, you are going to. One of the personnel reacted quickly, and vaguely guessed something. Don't ask more about things you shouldn't ask, and follow my instructions. Gina turned around, his eyes glowing coldly. There are too many new employees in the branch of the Shugwang Society in Heliopo, and there are not many newcomers. Do you know what he usually says? One by one, even their own positions are not right. There are some things that a subordinate does not need to know, as long as he unconditionally obeys his orders. Yes. Chapter 8 Heresy Transformation, Rejecting Gina's Commission. Next day. It was named P05 by the Aurora Society, that is, in the original history, because of the collapse of Heliopo, it was lying in the ruins of Heliopo in a state of parts and eating ashes. Even the waste dealers Loosier and Konjayun failed to find out, and the P05, the Heretic Gundam purple machine, which was not reborn until it was recycled by the library organization, was secretly transported to the transportation base by the Shugwang Society. Just 2 beam sabers and nothing else, isn't that a little too much? Laike looked up at the Heretic purple machine that was sent to the base and parked next to the core Gundam. This tall one short, in a sense can be regarded as a very eye-catching landscape. Advertisement. This is the factory configuration. Isn't it reasonable to only be equipped with 2 beam sabers and a beam rifle? Abby, who had turned back into a bird form early in the morning, stopped on Laike's shoulder. Didn't I say, Abby, haven't you noticed that this Gundam is missing one of the most critical weapons? Laike twitched his mouth, reminding Abby. What part? Abby tilted his head, not all that should be given. Laike shook his head, and said loudly, shield. Of course it is a shield. How can a heretic not have a shield? Abi was silent for a while, and said without any ups and downs, shield, isn't it the same with or without that thing? You have thrown that thing out several times, right? Cough. Laike, who was choked by Abi, retorted without words, and argued, that was also an accident. No matter what the shield is, it is armed. Without a shield, it is less armed. Heretic Gundam has its own protective performance. It's not good, how can I do without a shield? This kind of thing is not important, anyway, Laike, the chances of you being hit are not high. Abi still completely ignored Laike's words, having a shield doesn't add much to the heretic's defense, it's better to consider adding some detachable armor made of Gundamium alloy on it to increase his defense. You can change the rifle as well. The weapons used by the heretics are not good enough now. Laike said, the heresy itself is a battery machine, and its stored energy itself is not particularly large. The beam sabers and rifles used by these two will also consume the body's own electricity. In order to prolong the combat time of the heretics as much as possible, except for the beam saber that is temporarily unavailable and not necessary to be specially replaced, the beam rifle at hand of the heretics intuitively uses the beam rifle of the UC world that is directly powered by energy magazines. It's a good idea to replace the beam rifle. Then I will help you add some other armaments without affecting the mobility. Advertisement. Thanks, Abby. You're welcome. Don't forget to contact Lungina Sahak at the Shugwang Society later. Why do you want me to contact that guy? Laike paused, showing displeasure after a brief moment of ignorance. Didn't the group of people from the Shugwang Society just say that when they came to send you heretics, that person from Jinan wanted to contact you and entrust you with a new job? Did they say that? Laike looked thoughtful, and it seemed that this group of people said this in his memory, and it seemed that this group of people didn't say anything. They have said it twice, and in the end I agreed for you. ABI gave Laike a habitual look. There is a great probability that you will be completely addicted to the new MS. Embarrassed, a few minutes later, when Abby flew to the manufacturing machine to print equipment, Laike suddenly said, "Thank you, Abby. You have a conscience." Leaving from Gonaku, Laike went to his room on the battleship, turned on the communicator, and called Heliopo Dawn Agency. A minute later, Gina's annoying face appeared on the screen. "Mr. Gina, is there any special commission to use the communicator to contact me instead of asking me to go to the Shugwang Club to talk face to face?" Laike stared at Gina and asked. "It's the same in person or with a communicator. Don't get me wrong. I'm the employer. Do you have to choose the method?" Gina asked Laike. "It is of course Mr. Gina's freedom to use whatever method you like. If you have any entrustment, please tell me directly. I don't have much time." "You don't have much time? Almost half of the testing work is done, can I still have something to do?" Gina sneered secretly, and continued. "Zoft's army has 2 warships coming towards Heliopo. According to the information I have received, they will arrive tomorrow at the most." Advertisement. OP is promoting himself as a neutral country. How could Zoft risk being attacked by the world's public opinion to attack Heliopo? Laike laughed. For some reason, Gina always feels that Laike is trying to annoy him on purpose. Neutral country, what is the real situation Laike doesn't know? Don't pretend to be an idiot, Laike. If the information about the G-Series MS manufactured together with the United is leaked, then ZAFT will have enough motivation to attack Heliopo. A neutral country claims to be neutral but goes to create MS together with United, and if this incident breaks out, you won't have anything to say when someone beats you. January 24th, count the time and ZAFT's ship should come this way. Laike glanced at the time and whispered. In a day, ZAFT's ship will arrive at Heliopo, it's time to attack. Across the screen, Gina, who couldn't hear what Laike was saying at all, took Laike's appearance as if he was talking to himself, and continued to talk about his commission. If Heliopo is attacked at that time, the factory that produces heresy will explode itself, so as to hide it and prevent it from being discovered. I will take P01 away and entrust you to help recover P02 and P03. It is impossible to take away the 3 heretics in advance. The heresy plan is led by him and his sister, but there are also personnel sent by several other big families to supervise. They will not regard all this as invisible, and even if they really tell this group of people, Gina also believes that the choice made by those old antiques will be to destroy all the achievements of the heresy plan to prevent it from being discovered. He thought hard, how could the heresy created by stealing technology from the United be destroyed so easily? Absolutely not. Help take away the remaining 2 heretics? I refuse this entrustment. Laike said after thinking for a while, helping to take away the 2 heretics is not necessary for him. He already has one of the heretics, and he helps to bring goods to others, especially to Gina. He doesn't want to do it. The red and blue heresies are in the hands of Gina, who has no one in his eyes. Laike thinks about it, both are disgusting. Let these 2 heresies fall into the waste dealer Laike and Kanjai Yunyu, just like the original works. Compared with Gina, who made him feel deeply disgusted when he came into contact with it, Kanjayun and Laike met them several times in Laike because of commissions, and they became good friends after exchanging relationships many times. Friend. So, have something nice not to keep for a friend? Give Gina the BD. Is he sick? Chapter 9 New Commission and Arrival of Zoft Warship at Heliopo. Do you think my reward will be less? If you really think that the reward will not be enough, please provide a figure. The reward will satisfy you. Laike's refusal was expected by Gina. Mercenaries, all of them are lucrative and out-of-the-box goods, and they don't specify how much they will pay, so they will come first to retreat and make progress. It's okay to ask for a lot of money. expected. No, it has nothing to do with the money. I don't want to accept this commission. If it really happens, Mr. Jenner can wait until the matter is over before entrusting other people to transport the heresy. Laike spread his hands and said. In short, I can't accept this commission due to personal reasons. Please be smart, Mr. Gina. If there are other commissions, I can accept them. After all, Laike cut off the communication before Gina could react. Advertisement. The rude person, dare to refuse me. Gina said this with gritted teeth. If it weren't for the sudden change of the situation, how could there be only one shuttle for him to stay in the port of Heliopo? There is not a ship that Ob can mobilize now. In this situation, he decided to find a mercenary to help transport the two heretics. For this reason, they first asked their subordinates to assemble the P-05 in advance and send it to Laike as a gift, and now they are also told that the price can be opened at will. None of this could impress him and let Laike take over the commission. That man, obviously just a mercenary, just wanted to make things difficult for him and not fight against money. Now that Laike does not accept this commission, the other two heretics can only be kept in the factory for the time being. In this way, if the situation develops as Gina thinks, they can choose to recover it after the situation subsides. Gina, who was full of anger and confusion, got up and walked to the window of the office used by him in the Shugwang Society. Through the window, he looked through the window until he reached the MS factory for the joint manufacturing of 5G series. The joint production of MS with the United was initially formulated by the two speakers outside the Sahak Zongjia, he and his sister, with the purpose of allowing Orb to steal the MS technology from the United so that he could develop his own MS. However, PS armor is the most advanced in the joint G-series plan, and the most coveted technology of Gina is strictly guarded against it. So much so that Abu obviously participated in this plan very highly, but he failed to steal the PS armor technology from the United from the beginning to the end. If Zoft really plans to attack Heliobas tomorrow, then the G-series there is a high probability that they will be targeted, and if these mechs are all in the hands of Zoft, then if these mechs are captured or destroyed. A certain idea quietly formed in Gina's heart, making the corners of Gina's mouth unstoppably raised, and a gloomy laugh came out of it. Advertisement. As long as it is not a commission to transport heresy, can it be accepted? Well, just right, judging from what the mercenary had done before, he would definitely accept this commission. An hour later, the transportation base, the restaurant. Laike, Gina wants to entrust us to find a way to obtain the relevant data of these machines if the G-series MS of Heliopo is taken away by Zoft after the ZAFT Army's battleship arrives tomorrow. Give it to Ob. Abby thoughtfully relayed to Laike, who was having dinner, the new commission sent by Gina 10 minutes ago. Don't be discouraged after being rejected before. Laike swallowed a mouthful of flesh and laughed. This brain is not bad, but I can't help sending heretics, so I came up with the idea of the G-series. What about obtaining the relevant data? 4 of these airframes will fall into ZAFT's hands at that time. ZAFT will obediently hand over the data of the airframes he has snatched. The easiest and most direct way is not to fight with it to obtain relevant data. Of course, there is another way to obtain data is to directly capture the aircraft and obtain it directly from the aircraft's onboard computer. In this way, the value of the obtained data corresponds to will be higher. However, Gina seems to be still clear-headed at the moment, knowing that the probability of doing so is not high, so the request for Laike is to obtain the relevant data of these machines. Rejected before? You're talking about the time he approached you an hour ago. Yeah, the thing is like this. Laike, you refused to help Gina transport the heresy. Abby heard the expression, and after a slight delay, he thought of the reason. Is it because of Luo and Kanjayun? Leaving those two heretics to them is better than leaving that Gina thing. Laike chuckled, the two had dealt with each other so many times, and their previous friendship was not bad. As for Gina, Laike felt disgusted at the first sight of this person, and Laike would not do such things as beating someone face to face, but he still had to do something to find an opportunity to add trouble to Gina. That's fine. Abby has no problem with putting Gina in the way. That man is indeed somewhat arrogant and defiant, so it's good to add trouble to him. Advertisement. Abby, let our battleship leave Heliopo tomorrow first. Zoft's battleship should have almost arrived here, and it will be more troublesome to withdraw the battleship by then. When they came to this world, the basic warship transportation bases issued by the system were registered as civilian ships. In fact, the appearance and armament standards were all manufactured according to the standards of military warships. The camouflage, coupled with the relationship with Orb and other parties, has long been treated as a warship. His reputation is also a problem, and among the many commissions executed, there are also those who are against Zoft. No matter how clean the processing is, at most it can only cover up the part of the MS data. ZAFT's database already has his battleship data. Tomorrow ZAFT will attack, and when he comes out of the port, the transport base will be destroyed. If it was captured by the other side, it is estimated that the hatred value would have to be filled up in one breath. It's not good to fill up the hatred value so early, it's better to wait. Since we are going to fight Zoft and Heliopo, we are equivalent to standing on the side of the Archangel, which is the United, in advance. If this is the case, do you want me to help you contact Admiral Hal Barton in advance? Admiral Hal Barton of the 8th Fleet? I haven't seen him for more than half a year. Hearing this, Laike suddenly sighed. During local skirmishes, he was repeatedly approached by the Admiral to hire him to participate in these commissions. And 2 months before he participated in the entrustment of Project G, Hal Barton, who proposed Project G at the beginning, had no time to contact him due to the war with Zoft and the factional struggle in the Earth Federation. At this juncture, it is just right to contact Hal Barton. The Admiral is not a fool and will believe their words. Then I'll trouble you again, Abby. Good thing to eat at both ends. Laike has no reason to say no. The airframe for tomorrow's attack, which one do you plan to use? Well. Laike's eyes began to wander between the heretical purple machine and the core that were about to be remodeled, and he made a decision after a while. Use the core Gundam first. I haven't used it in actual combat for a few months. It won't work if I don't open it tomorrow. The new purple machine will wait until the core is opened. Chapter 10. Working hard for most of the day to pick peaches for others. 8th Fleet, flagship USS Mon Laos. Zoft's troops are going to attack Heliopo? Is the target the G series? Then the troops who are going to receive it now are in danger. Well, if the 4 G series mechs are really at risk of being taken away by the enemy, then I entrust you to escort the rest. Hal Barton, who communicated with Abby in the transportation base through a private channel, guessed that something bad would happen when he first heard his subordinates report that Laike had contacted him. This has been the case since the first time I chose to contact this mercenary with the help of mercenary forces due to the constraints of the upper echelon. Advertisement. At first they issued a commission to Laike, but later Laike took the initiative to come to the door. It is as accurate as if he could predict the future. Find out the fights and troubles they will encounter. He also said that he could be entrusted to help solve the problem. At first, he and the other officers in the fleet took it as a joke. No matter how powerful the intelligence channel of a mercenary is, it is impossible to say such a thing. This level of detail is no longer explained by the so-called information received from where, it is simply predicting the future. How could human beings do such a thing? This must be the young man's joke. Hal Barton thought so at the time. However, after 2 consecutive battles in which he accurately described the enemy's weapon configuration, personnel, location, and time, Hal Barton also had to believe that Laike might really have some kind of predictive ability. That's why Hal Barton and Laike have established a private communication channel. G-Series will be taken away in one go, and most of the people responsible for accepting the Archangel and G-Series will die because of it. Alas, where did the information leak from? Hal Barton sighed in his heart. The timing of the incident was too terrible, and the 8th Fleet could not help in time. According to what Laike said, they could only wait for the Archangel to send a follow-up contact, and send an advance team to help up. It's almost time to call it a day, but the opponent snatched 4 of them in one go. Can we only keep one? If it wasn't for the battleship and one of the GS that could still be kept, Hal Barton really felt like he had worked so hard for a long time to make a wedding dress for Zoft. Advertisement. After another dozen hours, the transport base left the port before Zoft's warship came to Heliopo. As soon as it left the port of Heliopo, the transport base activated the warship technology obtained from the system before. Optical camouflage hides itself. After an hour. Just now the radar detected Zoft's battleship. Be careful when you go out. Laike, you know that the situation in the future will be different from before. You can't be as casual as before. Abby's serious little face appeared on the screen in the cockpit. She is on the bridge at the moment, and the one who is in charge of the fire control of the battleship next to her is naturally Hero, who used to work with auxiliary machines in Gonaku before. This time is different from the previous situation, I know the size. Laike said. When he first came to this world and initially stabilized, most of the battles he experienced while driving the MS were small-scale conflicts. Even if he received the entrustment of the Atlantic United Forces on the Earth, the scale of the battles he experienced was not large. However, after today's Heliopo incident, with the collapse of this satellite as one of the triggers, the war between the Earth United and ZAFT will become increasingly intense. The battles he will face in the future cannot be compared with the small-scale battles he experienced most of the time. Time to strike. Laike took a deep breath. He was ready when he came to this world, put away his distracting thoughts. The core Gundam moved to the ejection deck, and flew out of the battleship. After drawing a distance from the transportation base, Laike's core Gundam hid its figure under the effect of optical camouflage and entered Heliopo. The original core Gundam was not equipped with this function, but this function was a modification of the core Gundam on the battleship alone after ABI obtained the optical camouflage technology from the current transportation base. After hiding, the core Gundam sneaked into Heliopo, and the core Gundam that entered Heliopo again went straight to the factory that manufactured the G-Series MS, and drove the core Gundam to stop nearby. And just when Laike parked the core Gundam near the factory, the personnel in the factory also started to speed up and prepare to send the G-Series MS away in advance because of the attack of ZAFT's ship. At the same time, on the Visas, one of the two ZAFT warships wandering outside Heliopo. Captain, Heliopo is a colonial satellite made by the neutral country Orb. We should report to our superiors before attacking. Addis, the captain of the Visas, made the soldiers next to him ignore the port of Heliopo again. Incoming communications. Advertisement. Then he looked at his chief, ZAFT's captain in white, Cruz. As an adjutant, he had deep hesitation about Cruz's plan to snatch the MS of the G-Series. Even if Orb and United jointly produced the G-Series Project MS, it is equivalent to declaring which side they are on, but the colonial satellites attacking neutral countries have not yet reported to their superiors. This is too bold. Because it's too late, Artis. Cruz smiled confidently, and threw out the photos of several MSS in the G-Series. The current situation can't allow us to report to the military and wait for them to reply slowly. You also know that the Earth Alliance has sent people over. If the Alliance is allowed to take away these new machines, maybe it will be our adjustment in the future. Will you accept the threat of the killer, if something like Bloody Valentine's Day happens again? Artis' eyes trembled. The Bloody Valentine's Day is a pain in the hearts of everyone in plant. If such a tragedy happens, start action now and snatch these machines, so that we can defend our motherland and prevent such things from happening again. Seeing the painful look on Osti's face, Cruz smiled. He knew that his adjutant would not be able to raise any objections since he heard that the Bloody Valentine's Day tragedy might happen again. Don't worry, I gave the order. If the military really wants to be held accountable, I will be responsible. Captain, in this case I'll be fine. After all, the cause of the incident is that the neutral country Orb and United have created a new weapon that threatens our plant. Cruz waved his back to Osti, with a dark smile on his face fleeting. In order to complete his plan to exterminate all human beings, the things here are also an important part. For this reason, it is necessary to let the fire grow bigger and bigger, let Heliopo collapse, and the joint G plan is exposed. What the neutral country Orb has done behind the scenes is known by the world as the first link of his plan. Afterwards, everything will be linked together, and when the alliance is constantly intensified and the hatred between the two parties reaches its peak, the script of human demise written by him will begin. Start combat operations. The MS team is going out, let Jean take cover, and notify the MS of the plan to let Aslan and the others hurry up and snatch the G-Series. Chapter 11 Encountering the Magic Bullet of Dusk. Zoft has spread electronic interference, controller. What should we do? The port staff hurriedly looked at his boss. After the ZAFT warships called repeatedly to ask the other party to stop fighting, he looked at his superior to the staff member. The act of walking and interfering means that ZAFT is going to start a war against Heliopo. Here, ZAFT is really going to attack Heliobas. Zhang, who didn't know the G-Series plan, was stunned. Why did ZAFT attack Heliobas? Are they going to attack a neutral country? After walking through the electromagnetic interference, ZAFT's MS Jean flew up from the battleship one after another, and in the cargo ship with the G-Series scheduled driver, the captain of the Earth United. Advertisement. Joint Ace Pilot Mura Flag, nicknamed the Eagle of Endymion, drove the Mobius Zero to attack with two companions. The two pilots were shot down by Zoft's Jean shortly after the attack, leaving only Mu alone. This feeling, what is it? The special feeling that flashed in his mind made Mu's Mobius Zero movement stop. Fortunately, his driving skills were excellent, so that he was not caught by Jean. In the channel of Heliopo, the time bomb installed by Aslan and others in the port was detonated after the time expired. All the staff staying in the command room of the port were engulfed by the flames, and the explosion directly affected the Archangel hidden in the secret factory in the mountain of Heliopo. Going back a few minutes, the captain and crew of the Archangel were supervising the refueling of the battleship when they received news of Zoft's invasion of Heliopo. The captain ordered 2nd Lieutenant Natal Bakilulu to go to the Archangel to supervise the work of the rotary shaft without much thought, and notified the Archangel's deputy captain, Captain Marie Ramirez. After the order was issued, shortly after Natal left, the captain had no time to do anything, and died in the explosion together with the crew around him. At this time, inside Heliopo, after the explosion, the entire satellite sounded alarms, and the residents were notified to go to the nearest shelter. After the explosion, ZAFT's MS Jean directly invaded the satellite from the port, and several Jeans flying over the satellite caused people's fear, and the residents of Heliopo were aware of it. Advertisement. The peaceful colonial satellites they are proud of are no longer peaceful. Jean, who had invaded into the satellite, contacted ZAFT's red-clothed team Aslan and others who had invaded from the ventilation channel first, and went to the confirmed G after receiving the communication from the red-clothed team. The factory where the series MS is located. At this time, Maru led the convoy to bring out the 3 MSS of the G series, and several Genes roared in, and the roar of the engines resounded in everyone's ears. The drivers of Zen pressed the fire button, and the detonated vehicles and fuel wiped out a group of people. After killing a large number of people from the United Earth, the two Zen stopped for a while. Seeing that Aslan and the others had already approached from the side, they continued to fire and attack the soldiers of the Earth Alliance to buy time for Aslan and the others. Jin has 2 channels in total, which means that Zoft's snatching operation has already started. Laike stared at the MS captured by the radar on the screen, and he counted the time. Counting from the moment Zoft's snatching operation started at the moment the alarm came, the 3G series airframes should have been snatched by now. In order to obtain the data related to those 3 aircrafts, it is necessary to let those 3 aircrafts fall into the hands of ZAFT, and this will not violate the commission of Admiral Halbarton negotiated by Abbey. Now the time has come, and it is time for him to act. Core Gundam's eyes lit up, he lifted the body's optical camouflage, and flew towards the factory. A few minutes later, Laike flew Core Gundam outside the factory. The white-haired Isaac, the golden-haired Diego, and the green-haired Nigel have already taken away the Duel, Storm, and Thunder mechs that were transported earlier, and the 3 immediately evacuated Helios after taking the mechs. Persia returned to the battleship Vesalius. That's why I didn't collide with Laike, who was driving the core. Only 2 Genes were left in the sky above the factory to guard Aslan and others who entered the factory to snatch the remaining G-series airframes. Is this aircraft also a G-series aircraft? The pilot of one of the Genes looked at the Core Gundam in the picture suspiciously, and said, this V-shaped antenna, and this face, could it be that this aircraft was also jointly developed by the Earth? MS? Why not in the factory here? No. That machine is that white ghost. Misty, the pilot of the other Zen, immediately denied it and said angrily. Advertisement. This body is that body, absolutely right. The color and appearance of the armor have changed a bit, but Michelle will never forget that before she became known as the Dusk Magic Bullet, the entire Zen was smashed by this machine like chopping vegetables. Afterwards, the machine's computer was also destroyed in that big break. If he hadn't been lucky and the adjuster's body was much better than the natural person's, he would have died in that battle. It's the MS you mentioned many times? Then hit it. The pilot immediately echoed Michelle after hearing that it was the MS that Zoft later called the White Ghost according to Michelle's description. Decide. Every time that machine appeared, none of the ZAFT soldiers who saw it would survive. If this kind of MS appeared here, no matter how you think about it, they would not be their allies, and if they were not allies, they could only be enemies. One of the Genes, does this have hatred for me? Is it some kind of acquaintance of mine? Sensing the strong hatred exuded by the Gene driving Misty, Laike looked puzzled. Did he provoke the pilot of this Zen? Where did the anger of wanting to put his skin on the ground come from? The 2 Zens raised their rifles and fired at the Core Gundam, and the tongues of flame flying in the air drew a long line. With this level of shooting, don't even think about hitting the Core Gundam. Laike drove the Core Gundam to avoid the bullets fired by the 2 Zens, then raised the gun and fired beams continuously from the muzzle. Michelle and the pilot of another Zen hurriedly avoided, and Michelle avoided it early, while the pilot of the other Zen was not so lucky, and one arm was directly scrapped under the beam. Is it a beam weapon? The 2 people who avoided it realized that their current ZAFT beam weapons could not be miniaturized. It was too bulky and consumed too much energy, so their Gene could only carry live ammunition machine guns in normal combat. To fight. But this machine body has a miniaturized beam weapon, and the source of the beam weapon on it is self-evident. Tisk. This pilot is indeed a lackey of the United. Chapter 12 Killing the Twilight Bullet and Meeting Maru. In the factory, only the Strike Gundam and the Holy Shield remained in the entire G-series. Maru led his companions to resist hard here, and ZAFT's personnel easily suppressed Maru and the others. However, the counterattack by Maliu and others had little effect. The large gap between the natural person and the adjuster gave the Zoft side, which was clearly on the side with fewer people, the upper hand. The only result they achieved was that one of Aslan's companions, Osti, who was also one of the Red Clothes, died unluckily under the bullets of Mario and the others. Aslan looked at the corpse of his companion, and shot back at Marius and the others with anger. Marius' companions continued to reduce their numbers, and under the constant attrition, there were only 2 remaining members of the United Earth Army besides Marius. Can only enter the MS inside. Advertisement. Maru's eyes moved to the place where the Strike and other MS were parked. In the process, she noticed Kira Yamato above her. That boy, why are you still here? Maru was both angry and confused. She had warned the young man and his companions to leave here when they were fighting the invading ZAFT army just now. This factory is very dangerous, so why not stay here? Are you courting death? The shelter over there is full. Kira explained to Marius. Stay there and you'll die in no time, come with me. As a human conscience, there is no way for Maru to watch a young boy die. I see. Kira immediately fell off the railing, and just as Kira came over to Marius, Aslan, who had dealt with the remaining Earth army, also shot at Marius. Maru, who was hit by the bullet on the shoulder, gritted his teeth and fought back, and came to the side of the attacker, but Aslan saw that his shot hadn't finished the enemy, so he took out his dagger and rushed forward. However, just as he was about to deal with Maru, Aslan was stunned by Kira's face. You are Kira. Aslan. Mario's bullet interrupted the time that seemed to be stagnant, forcing Aslan to back up. Not knowing what happened between the two of them, Mario first let Kira enter the cockpit, and then went in himself, and started the cockpit. Assault. Advertisement. I can only activate another machine. The intended target was taken away, so Aslan could only choose to activate the holy shield parked at the side. Aslan has snatched the unit, you continue to attack this unit, be careful that the unit is not easy to deal with, don't get too close to that mercenary. Michelle, who had suffered a lot in melee combat before, was quite be cautious, the performance of that airframe cannot allow them to be careless. The two made a division of labor. Michelle was going to cover the evacuation of the Holy Shield who had just been driven out of the factory and deal with the attack driven by Mario and others, while this companion was left by him to deal with the core Gundam. It is good. Jean, who was flying, continued to chase the core. At this time, the core beam rifle, which was simply avoiding the attack, was raised again, and fired 2 consecutive shots at the two of them. With the experience just now, the two Jeans quickly avoided. At this time, the core suddenly adjusted the angle, and without hesitation pulled the trigger at the empty place in the screen. The pink beam fired from the beam rifle of the core Gundam. Shoot out! In the next second, Michelle's companion, the pilot of another Jean, drove the Jean without vigilance and rushed to the place that should have been empty, as if it happened to hit the beam. The beam of light that hit the cockpit of one of the Zens impartially penetrated, took the pilot's life and caused the entire Zen to explode over the factory. Gel. Michelle, who was about to continue using the physical sword just now because the live ammunition machine gun didn't work against the attacking PS armor, looked at the flames of the explosion of his companion's body and was shocked and angry. The blow just now obviously shouldn't have been hit. That pilot is. Although Maru, who was staying in the assault, was driving the assault as slowly as a baby, she also captured the scene of the core shooting down Jean in midair through the assault camera. Maru of the 8th Fleet recognized the core Gundam who had been in contact with them several times. It's the mercenary, why is he here? UBD, damn it. New enmity added to old enmity, the hatred of his comrades and being killed made Michelle, who had just covered Aslan's evacuation and was about to deal with the strike Gundam, drive Jean to the core Gundam. Here it is again, where are you a mad dog, you hate me so much. Laike, who had no impression of Michelle at all, manipulated the core to pull out the beam saber, and rushed towards him. When Jean pulled out the physical sword and prepared to confront the core, the beam Vulcan cannon mounted on the core's head suddenly fired a series of tiny beams of light. Advertisement. Michelle, who had never seen the core Gundam cast a beam Vulcan, naturally couldn't use a Jean to deal with it in close proximity, so the beam shot from the monitor facing the head of Jean suddenly beat Jen's head to pieces. The suddenly blurred screen made Michelle's expression stagnate. Before he could react, the core Gundam swung the beam saber and cut him in half. The scorching light beam instantly destroyed Michelle, the pilot, and his body. The process of being solved too quickly made Kira, who adjusted the assault OS and was ready to meet the enemy together, was full of embarrassment. Well, is this all over? Kira looked at Maru. On the screen, core and assault were looking at each other after taking care of the enemy. Thinking of just now, Kira didn't know how to feel. He was beaten to the ground by the enemy's unadjusted OS attack, drove Maru aside, and immediately adjusted his OS, ready to fight back. As a result, with just this effort, the Jean that attacked them just now was cut in half, and he didn't even take out the 2 knives on the assault. Captain Ramias, all the enemies here have been dealt with, are you all right? Laike's voice sounded in the public channel. Passed by. However, those few times the other party didn't notice him at all. The voice was indeed that Mr. Laike. Maru immediately recognized Laike, and Kira on the other side also felt that the voice seemed familiar, whether he had heard it somewhere before. Young man, step aside. Maru asked Kira to step back, and responded by using the communication system above. It's me, Mr. Laike, why are you on this colony? Although Laike has cooperated with the 8th Fleet several times, ZAFT's people don't know how many people have been beaten by him. In addition, they also attacked the 2 Jeans just now. No matter what you think, it cannot be ZAFT's side. People. But there are some things that need to be asked. Because of some entrustment, I stayed in Heliopo for a while, and your teacher, Admiral Halbarden, entrusted me to escort you. Ugh. Chapter 13. Let Kira drive the assault. Well, to be specific, my escort work will end when you drive the Assault and Archangel escort to merge with the 8th Fleet. I see. First of all, thank you for helping us just now. Maru thanked. Like Halbaton, Maru, who knew what was special about Laike, listened to what Laike said about the commission, and after a little weighing, she chose to believe the ins and outs of what Laike said. As for the reason why Laike didn't tell this matter a few days ago, Maru would not ask. Since the other party is not the United Earth Army, it's not his duty to say whether or not to talk about it. The Heliopo 4GS were taken away, leaving only the Archangel and the Assault Gundam situation. No matter how they think about it, it will be difficult for them to evacuate from this colonial satellite. Advertisement. It would be nice to have an extra helper in this dire situation. Since Maru's gunshot wounds are not limited to manipulating MS, under Laike's kind suggestion, Maru's right to control the assault is temporarily transferred to Kira, who has modified the OS. When Kira drove the assault to help move to a nearby park, Thor and Mirialia, who had met Laike before, added Kira's friends Sai and Kaz. The four stayed out because the nearby shelters were full. After noticing the three of them, Kira decided to go down to ask for help from the three of them because of the gunshot wound on Mario's body. Mario, who had her own gunshot wound to be treated urgently, had no choice but to agree after hearing that Kira's classmates could help her with the wound. Down. Kira took Maru down and attacked, and Laike on the side also left the core Gundam under the shocked eyes of the three. Thor, that person, did you see that person in the coffee shop before? Have you seen it? I don't remember much. It's been several months, and Thor doesn't have much memory of it. Did you forget? Didn't you and Kira still say that the younger sister is good looking? Hey! Thor's face froze, as if he remembered something, but he chose to pretend to be stupid, driven by instinct. Advertisement. Sai, look at these two mobile suits, they are so handsome. Are these mobile suits from the United Earth Army? Kaz said and couldn't help walking to the side of the striker and the core, as if he wanted to touch them with his hands. Touch the strike Gundam. Young man. For the safety of your life, it is best not to touch these two machines. Laike kindly persuaded. Maru, who was still resting on the bench after receiving the bandage, had already pulled out the gun at this time, and a warning shot was fired. I see. Laike's look that didn't look like he was joking at all, and Maru's sharp gaze made Kaz tremble all over, and he chose to back away wisely. Seeing that Kaz was no longer yelling for the assault, and that he didn't have to shoot to threaten the young man himself, Maru let go, but then remembered that Kira and his companions, these civilians, had seen the military secret of the assault in person. If the three of them were allowed to leave, it would be tantamount to leaking military secrets, so Mario's face sank again, and she told them in a serious tone that she was a member of the United Earth Army. After asking the names of Kira and the others, Malayu told them that they would ensure everyone's safety, but only if they were not allowed to leave. Then, these people were asked to help transport the assault equipment that had not been shipped out of the factory first. Kira and his party were naturally quite reluctant when they heard Maru say this. They didn't want to see it on purpose, and with the help of Marius or Kira, Mirialia helped to deal with the injury, but the people of the United Earth Army threatened them like this. I suggest that you should listen to Miss Maru first, she is also considering your safety. Laike looked at Maru, then at Kira and the group, thinking what to say received the commission from the employer. It's better to explain what should be explained to Kira and his group first, so that a group of teenagers and girls will not be filled with resentment. What are you talking about for our consideration, obviously? This is already the best way to deal with it. You are not so naive as to think that people who read the latest military secrets can really just leave like a normal person, right? But I want to say it was not intentional. Are you intentional or not? Is it useful? Let me ask a question first. Since the Earth Alliance is developing MS in Heliopo, where the Dawn Society branch is established, do you think your motherland orb will not be at all, don't you know? The faces of Kira and the others darkened. Having said that, they also realized that orb must have participated in the development of the new mobile suit of the Earth Army. A neutral country participated in the development of weapons. If they, civilians who know the secrets, leave on their own. Advertisement. Boys, let you follow now. In a sense, it is also to protect yourself. You all said that you are civilians. According to your words, the nearby shelters are full. Now that Zoft is attacking Heliopo, if you leave without authorization and wander around, maybe the bullets will not have eyes, and you will die in their attack. Several people remained silent, among them Thor and Mirialia looked at each other, while Kira was struggling. After talking about the disadvantages, Laike gestured to Maru with his eyes, telling him that he should make a promise with Kira and his party, so that these people can feel relieved. Marius understood, and made a promise to Kira and the others, saying that once they leave Heliopo safely, they will arrange to send Kira and his party off the ship after rendezvous with the 8th Fleet stationed near the lunar orbit. If they see military secrets, they will not be held accountable, and they will be allowed to return to their homeland. One sang the red face, the other sang the bad face. A few teenagers and girls were persuaded, and Maru took Sai to drive back the truck equipped with assault artillery equipment, intending to replenish energy for the assault and let it be loaded. When the artillery combat equipment increased its strength, it encountered difficulties again. She didn't know how to drive MS in the first place, let alone modified the OS in order to protect Kira in the battle just now, and now it's even more impossible for her to drive as a natural person. In a difficult situation, Maru originally wanted to seek Laike's help. After all, Kira Yamato is an adjuster, and the current war between the natural person and the adjuster has reached such a level that even the kind-hearted Maru cannot completely let go of his guard against him. That's why he approached Laike. Laike pointed to the core Gundam beside him and said, "I have core Gundam, I can't drive that machine, and, Miss Maru, you know, now we have to think about the battle later, those ZAFTs will not let it go, even if our current situation is I am here, the more combat power the better." All right. Now Maru also knew what Laike meant. Indeed, now that the ZAFT army will attack again with a high probability, and they can't contact the Archangel due to electromagnetic interference, the more MS they can fight, the better. Kira, I want to ask you to drive the assault. Chapter 14 Unexpectedly, Cruz. Refuse, I'm just a civilian, the situation just now was just an accident, I don't want to fight. Kira chose to refuse without hesitation. He didn't want to fight. The first battle to take advantage of the assault and modify the OS was a pure accident. He doesn't want to fight anymore. I don't want to be like this either, but I hope you understand that the more we can fight in the current situation, the better. This is also to protect the lives of you and your companions. Maru said with some embarrassment. She knew that her behavior was despicable, forcibly forcing a boy who was unwilling to fight to write on a mobile phone to fight and kill people. Partner, I. Kira subconsciously looked at his friends Thor and Arimalaya, Sai, and his classmate Carl. Advertisement. He doesn't want to fight, he doesn't want to fight anyway, he just wants to live a peaceful life, fighting or something is too difficult for him. Hey, it's despicable to force Kira to fight. Is this what adults should do? Kira's friend Thor said angrily, and was the first to complain for Kira. Yet, Kira is obviously just a commoner. If possible, I don't want a civilian to contact the military's MS, but there are ZAFT troops outside. The rest of the words have already been heard by the boys and girls just now, so there is no need for Maru to repeat them. Kira looked at his companions with deep reluctance, and finally agreed to Maru's request. He couldn't see his friends and die like this. It was agreed that he would drive the strike Gundam to deal with the next battle. Under Kira's control, the process of replacing the artillery equipment for the assault was quickly completed. In the channel of Heliopo, Mew, whose ships and companions were all wiped out in the battle just now, is being chased by Cruz who sensed it. The attack fired from the Mebius Zero is quite effective against other people, but it is useless against Cruz, who is in White Zoft and also has abilities similar to Mew. The attacks fired by its wire-controlled barrel from all angles were dodged by Cluzer. Cluzer, who easily dodged Mew's attack, easily defeated the Mobius Zero that Mew was driving in several confrontations. The linear barrels on the top are destroyed one by one. Sure enough, you can't do it, Mew. After all, you will never win me. Cruz's proud voice was transmitted to Mew's Mebius Zero through the public channel. Advertisement. Damn it, Cruz. Undoubtedly at a disadvantage, Mew, who played the role of the prey in the position of the hunter and the prey, cursed, and still did not give up, shooting Zico with the wire-controlled barrel. It's useless, Mew, as I said, you can't beat me. Are you chasing me like this, trying to hinder my actions again? This operation was indeed directed by UBD. Ha ha ha, it doesn't matter if I direct, my plan has almost succeeded. Cruz laughed, and Mew's anger was the sweetest wine to him. At this time, the information sent from the Wesalis reached Cruz's Zigu. All 4 G-Series units have been snatched up, are there only 2 G-Series MS left? Michelle and the others sacrificed. A moment of doubt flashed across Cruz's face. There should only be 5 G-Series units. Where did the extra unit in the information come from? It seems that the strength of the enemy should not be underestimated. Well, if there are 1 or 2 units left, he can solve them. The gun in Zigu's hand directly destroyed the inner wall of the passage, and Mobius Zero, who was still fighting with him just behind him, rushed into Heliopo regardless. Boom! The loud noise resounded in everyone's ears, and Zigu and Mebius, one after the other, rushed into the interior of Heliopo from the smoke and dust splashed by the explosion. The distance is so close, Zigu in the air can see the attack and the core on the ground at once. Oh, those 2 mobile suits! Zigu, who flew into Heliopo, quickly locked onto the core and strike Gundam staying in the park. It doesn't match the information he received from the human body, but the looks of the 2 airframes look so long that there is no doubt that the 2 airframes are products of the G-Series. Then destroy them. Cluzer changed direction, Zigu accelerated and left Mebius behind him far behind. Before Zigu started sprinting, Laike, who was staying on the ground, pulled the trigger before Zigu started to sprint. Shoots a pink beam. Tisk. Advertisement. Zigu was forced to stop the momentum of the dive, and Cruiser, forced by the continuous beams of the Zigu he was driving, had to change his plan and evaded the shooting of the core Gundam first. Then change the clothes, I will go up and fight that body. Ah, yes. Kira complied, and he had almost finished changing sheets, he could only stay on the ground and watch. The core rushed up first, and continued to shoot at Zigu. In the air, Cruz avoided the core's shooting, and he cursed for the first time. Unlike when he was fighting against Mu, the pilot of the unknown machine in front of him brought him a lot of pressure. Inexplicably, Cruz always had the feeling that his every move was seen through by the pilot of the opposite machine. If his skills were not good enough, he would always be able to avoid the attack that was about to hit him at the last moment. He was shot down in just a few hits. Cruz is really not easy. Compared with his previous opponents, he is quite difficult to deal with. Unlike those guys I met before, a driver of Cruz's level can't solve it so easily with a few strokes. But you feel worse than me. Laike pulled the trigger continuously, and a few more pink beams flew out from the muzzle of the gun. Cruz, who was predicted to move his own position, avoided these shots by relying on his own experience and his genetic talent. Before Cruz could heave a sigh of relief, Mu, who was thrown away by him not long after, chased after him in the Mebius Zero, and shot Zigu in the back as if beating a dog in the water. Didn't expect that, Cruz. The corners of Mu's lips rose. He couldn't hit Cruz's body, but according to his observations on the way over just now, the pilot of the G-series body was quite powerful and could suppress Cruz. Then he will be in charge of containment. If you can't beat you, forget it, and I can't disgust you? Mu. Cruz was so angry that he almost cursed, but he didn't have the time to scold him. The core Gundam kept shooting at him, and the beams shot at him with precision, and there was a Mu behind him who kept stopping him follow his actions. Chapter 15 Cruz retreats, Archangel appears. When Laike and Mu pushed Cruiser to the point of nowhere in the air, Kira on the ground also changed into the assault artillery equipment. When two people were shooting at themselves, Zigu's movement range was also reduced, so Kira immediately pulled the trigger after locking on to Zigu. The 320mm pulse gun in the hands of the assault gushed out a crimson beam, and Cruz, who was being entangled by Laike and Mu, quickly pulled up the body before the alarm sounded. But even so, the Zigu driven by Cruiser failed to fully fire the beam of the pulse cannon. Zigu who was wiped by the pulse cannon, the part that was wiped off, that is, a hand of the whole machine direct destruction. The light beam passing by Zigu didn't stop there, it went on a rampage all the way, and didn't stop until it destroyed the outer wall of the satellite and made a hole. Advertisement. It's so powerful. Cruz was a little terrified, and he obviously dodged it, and he could directly destroy Zigu's right hand just by wiping the side. If it was a direct hit, he might already be the dust of the universe at this time. Cruz swept the situation on the field, 2 G-series, 1 Mobius Zero driven by Mu, 3 against 1, no matter how you look at him, he is at an absolute disadvantage. Boom. Just behind the battle of several mobile suits, an explosion and smoke came at the same time. It was specially made for the G-series. In the future, the long-legged Archangel, which Zoft would call, arrived in the smoke and dust brought by the explosion. Hit a hammer and go. Cruz didn't hesitate at all, amidst the bullets pouring towards him from Laike and Mu, he pushed the push rod, and Cruz evacuated Heliopo at the fastest speed through the gap that Kira had just made. A battleship, plus 2 mobile suits that are enough to kill him, and a Ma driven by his old enemy, he has a sick mind to stay here and fight with this group of people. Staying here, even for a minute, he felt that he would risk his life. The enemy is gone. Hey, this G-series driver, your skills are not bad. My body is not of the G-series, Captain Mu of the Earth United. Advertisement. Ah, you are. After the appearance of the Archangel, apart from Laike and Mu, the rest including Ma Liu and his party were attacked and boarded the battleship by carrying them by hand. As soon as they arrived on the Archangel, Kira and others enjoyed the treatment of army soldiers pointing guns at them, and then Mu Deo revealed that Kira was the adjuster, which made a group of soldiers vigilant. At this time, Maru explained the matter of Kira and others to everyone on the ship, and then let the soldiers put down their guns, and Maru asked the soldiers to send Kira and others to the rest area for a rest. Have the current soldiers of the Earth Alliance been on guard against the adjusters to this extent? Laike, who watched the small commotion from the sidelines, pulled the halyard down from the core Gundam. You are the pilot of this machine, if you can activate MS, are you also the adjuster? Bucky Lulu, who had never seen Laike before, suddenly became vigilant again, and Maru and Mu hurriedly explained the reason to him. Captain Marius Ramias, Colonel Mu La Flata, can you two really guarantee that this mercenary can be trusted? Bucky Lulu asked. With a body so similar to the G-series, and it appeared in Heliopo with appropriate benefits. No matter how you think about it, Bucky Lulu finds it suspicious. I would like to trust Mr. Laike. He has helped us through the crisis twice, and he has cooperated with the 8th Fleet before. Admiral Halbarton also trusts him. The Brigadier General. As a soldier of the Atlantic Union, Bucky Lulu has naturally heard of the Brigadier General's name, since the Brigadier General is willing to trust him. Then, just trust this mercenary. However, the necessary precautions are still necessary. Bucky Lulu conveyed this meaning with his eyes. Trust means that he can trust this person, no matter how they say it, they can't be as wary as a soldier should be. Knowing what Bucky Lulu meant, Maru and Mew nodded slightly. Advertisement. How are you going to leave next, Captain Mario? Oh no, it should be Captain Mario now. Laike joked. The reason why it is called so is that when Bucky Lulu met Maru, he told Maru that most of the crew below the original captain of the Archangel had died in battle. Among the remaining personnel, Maru and Mew's military rank is the largest among them. Although Mew served as the captain before Mario, it was his first time on the Archangel, and Mario was the second in command of the original battleship of the Archangel, so both Mew and Bucky Lulu agreed that Mario would become the Archangel new captain. Please don't make fun of me, Mr. Laike, there are still ZAFT troops outside now, we want to set off after resupplying first. Maru said, and then remembered that since Laike could reach Heliopo, he would use the machines he must have come with the boat. By the way, Mr. Laike, since you came here with the machine, your ship should still be in Heliopo, can you? Unfortunately, it's not available at the moment. The armed forces on my ship Locke are nothing compared to the Archangel. Compared to ordinary civilian ships, although my ship was converted from a civilian ship due to a commission and added additional weapons on it, but it is not enough to use it alone to counter those MS and ships of ZAFT. It's very possible, and the impact of fighting in the colony is not very good. Laike tactfully rejected Maru and explained the reason. The naval guns on his transport base are not as powerful, but they are still Heliopo. Heliopo will only collapse faster, and God knows if the narrow-minded Gina, who should be in the factory at this moment, preparing to take away the Golden Heresy, will come to trouble him for this matter afterwards. Now that the satellite has been damaged enough, they still want to fight here. Bucky Lulu immediately realized what Laike meant when he heard Laike's words. Still fighting on the colonial satellite, Zoft wants to tear it down. They have all helped the United to manufacture weapons, and they have enough reasons to attack. Because of this, it is better not to enter Heliopo with my ship. I let my ship stop at Heliopo. It's gone, I'll contact my ship when I leave Heliopo. That's right, in Heliopo now, if a ship comes, it really can't stand it. Mew nodded next to him. Just the cannon shot by the young man named Kira with a strong attack caused a lot of damage to Heliopo. Zoft's side was directed by that BD cruise, that guy must be damaged to Heliopo will not be considered. If they follow ZAFT's example, the damage to Heliopo, the colonial satellite, will be unimaginable. ZAFT can attack unscrupulously, but they can't. Chapter 16 Aslan's Hesitation, the countdown to the collapse of the satellite. Mr. Laike, Captain Mew, I didn't think it through. Just now, Maliu was too busy thinking about how to increase her own combat strength, and tried her best to resist the next offensive that Zoft might launch against them, so she even forgot about this. The ZAFT army outside has taken away 4 G-series units, and these 4 units may be put into battle at any time. The pressure on their side is not small. How is the supply going? Maliu asked. If possible, she still wanted to leave Heliopo early, so as not to let Heliopo be involved in the battle between them and Zoft. Judging by the current staff, it will probably take a while. Advertisement. That guy Cruz can't wait that long, he will definitely attack. Mew said, that person will definitely not wait that long. Captain, based on our current situation, it is best to let that boy drive the assault battle. Captain Mew, they are civilians, how can we let them have access to military secrets? That boy has already been in contact with it. Mutan spread his hands, and now Kira and the others led them to the rest area, except that all the shelters were closed because of the rising alert level of Heliopo. Another reason is that Kira and the others knew the military secrets, so they couldn't let these people leave. I also agree that Kira will continue to drive the assault. Maru said that the OS of assault has been modified, and Kira's smooth driving assault made Maru agree to continue to let Kira drive assault. Then let Captain Mew go. I can't drive that machine. Mew said frankly, the current assault OS can't be driven with his ability, oh, even if the OS is changed back, it's the same. Mew is also very clear about the effect of the OS currently used by the G-series. The scheduled drivers who were sent all drove like disabled people during the simulation training. I really don't know what the army is thinking. Only this level allowed them to accept it, and now this kind of thing happened. This can only be handed over to that boy. Bucky Lulu glanced at Laike, thinking that he already had his own exclusive body and could not drive the assault, so he could only agree. Mr. Laike, can you help convince them again? Maru wants Laike to help convince Kira next time, one more person can do more. Laike had dispelled the grievances of Kira and others in the park before, and he persuaded those boys and girls well, let they agree to act with themselves. Advertisement. I want me to help you convince Kira again. Hey, it's not good for me to be a bad guy with you, Captain Maru. Laike shrugged. Sorry, if you don't want to. Maru doesn't have to let Laike go, but it's fine for the 3 current leaders on the Archangel to go and explain it. Okay, but you should pay more attention to the state of this boy in the future. Even if he and his friends have seen the military secrets, they are still civilians after all. Forcing him to fight, I don't need to tell you how much pressure it brings to a boy of this age. The 3 adults present couldn't help but lower their heads. They were soldiers and they knew very well how cruel it was to forcefully pull in a civilian who didn't want to step into the battlefield. But now they have no choice. In order for the Archangel to survive the next battle smoothly, the more combat power the better, so they can only persuade Kira to agree to fight with them. Outside Heliopo, aboard the Vesalius. Let the MS team change to attack with D equipment. Captain? This is the equipment for attacking the fortress. Doesn't using the fortress attack equipment in Heliopo mean? If the fortress attack equipment is used, the satellite will likely be destroyed. Cruz's tone was calm, and he couldn't feel the slightest hesitation and confusion from his words. There are so many more in that moon. Most of the people have gone to the refuge to take refuge, and now even if the satellite is destroyed, there will be no casualties. Cruz comforted in a calm tone. There won't be many people who died. Compared with those who died in Blood Valentine's Day, what is in this satellite? Compared with these people who will die, it is more important to put that battleship and the above MS shot down inside this satellite. As long as they are shot down, the military side will definitely have no objections. Even if there are any opinions, it is the same as I said before. I will deal with the military side. Addis, there is nothing to worry about. You just need to carry out the orders I give, and the responsibility rests with me. Cruz said that keywords were impeccable and blocked all the places where Addis could refute. Yes. There was a trace of unbearable flash in Addis' eyes. Cruz, who is dressed in white, is the actual supreme controller of this warship, and he can only follow the other party's orders. It's just that what they are doing can also be compared with that of Blood Valentine's Day, because the other party has done this kind of thing, so I can do it without any scruples. Advertisement. Is this really okay? Kira, if the person you met in the satellite just now is you, Inside the Gonakune of the Vesalius, that very familiar face appeared in Aslan's mind. That is undoubtedly his friend, Kira Yamato, but why is Kira on this satellite? He had to check it out. Ignoring the words of the maintenance team who was standing aside, Aslan activated the Holy Shield and decided to attack Heliopo again with Jean equipped with equipment for attacking the fortress. Captain Cruz, Aslan. Don't worry about him. In the case of losing Michelle and the others, one more person to help can also increase the probability of success of the operation. Cruz waved his hand, indicating that this is nothing. But, Aslan, he acted without authorization. Just wait for Aslan to come back and let Aslan be questioned. Then, that's fine. Addis has nothing to say at all, just like the mask that Cruz wears makes people unable to see what he looks like. Captain Addis has been unable to see his captain clearly since he became Cruz's adjutant. Who is it? He was able to order Heliobas to attack mercilessly, and he ignored Aslan's unauthorized actions. Really, the more I look at it, the more I feel unclear. Neither Addis nor anyone on the bridge could notice that the corners of Kreutzer's mouth raised slightly when he heard that Aslan had acted without authorization. Aslan Serra, the son of Patrick Serra, the chairman of the National Defense Committee, is the red-clothed one who has been earnestly fulfilling the mission on weekdays. Why did he choose to attack without authorization in violation of the order? Just thinking about it makes people feel interesting. In order to complete the human demise script he wrote, the more interesting episodes like this, the better. Chapter 17 Convincing Kira, the battle is coming. Archangel. I don't want it. I have already fought in a raid as agreed. I am not a soldier, but a civilian. Why do you want me to fight? Kira roared out his own doubts angrily. After driving MS once, I was forced to board the Archangel with my partner. I thought the matter was over, but now I have to fight by myself. Does this mean that I have to fight until they disembark? Because the enemy will continue to attack, the only combat power on this ship besides me is Mu, Kira. Now with the Archangel, unlike before, you can choose to fight or not to fight, but, if the Archangel is sunk too. Despicable. Thor said dissatisfiedly. Advertisement. My lord is just so despicable, Mu said, and he took the lead, letting Laike continue to be a bad guy, and his conscience was overwhelmed. It's good that you are civilians, but you have been exposed to military secrets. Even if we let you go, all the shelters in Heliopo will be sealed off, and you have nowhere to go. Thor, Sai, and the others looked at each other. Mew's words made them at a loss. Before Mew said this, they might have had a way out, which was to go to the refuge, and now the only way out is gone. Of course, you can choose not to go, but when the Archangel is really sunk, don't regret it. Now there are only me and Laike protecting the ship. No matter how hard we two work, there is no way to guarantee that the ship will be safe. It's so despicable, and forced me to drive MS again. We don't want to do this. The current situation is special. The more people who help, the better. Different from the usual casual and even a little loose, Mew forced to put on a tough look. If I go to fight, will I really abide by the previous agreement and let us go on in peace? Kira saw his friend stand up for him when he hesitated. No matter how unwilling, he couldn't refuse. He was very timid and didn't want to kill people, but his friend stood up twice. If he really looked at his friend, his classmate would die like that. Kira can't do it. Yes, as long as the Archangel reaches a safe place and rendezvous with friendly forces, we will let you leave safely, and we will not hold you accountable for seeing military secrets. Maru reassured Kira and the others with a sincere expression that made it difficult to feel that what he said was a lie to perfuse them. Advertisement. As long as we meet with friendly troops, with the help of the troops, we don't need to force you, a civilian, to go to MS. Mew said next to him. Beiki Lulu on the side wanted to say something else, but seeing the attitudes of Maru and Mewdu, she had no choice but to refrain from expressing her personal opinion on it. The matter was decided just like that. Kira, as the pilot of the attack, helped the Archangel to deal with the next battle, but his companion Thor and others did not want to let Kira fight alone, so several people will help as a supplement to the manpower that the Archangel lacked due to the previous loss of personnel. Although the manpower of the Archangel is still not enough, it is better than nothing. About 20 minutes later, when the Archangel was almost replenished with supplies and was about to sail immediately to avoid burning the war to Heliopo, the many red dots detected on the radar told everyone that Zoft did not intend to let them get what they want. The enemy is detected approaching, the number is 3, the model has been confirmed, 2 of them are Gene, and the remaining one is the G series. That guy Cruz is such a complete BD. Mew, who was staying on the bridge, couldn't help scolding his old enemy again. The time to attack was so tight that his Mobius Type 0, which had been severely damaged in the battle just now, could not play any role in this battle at all. There was no way to attack, and Mew, who could only stay in the battleship and watch, could only stay on the bridge and assist in the work of the gunner. You must pay more attention. If you are destroying Heliopo, Heliopo will probably. The enemy must give us this opportunity, Captain. Mew smiled helplessly. He had an intuition that he couldn't even explain clearly, that is, Cruz's purpose was not only to kill them here, but also to kill them. Most of them are for the complete destruction of Heliopo. The enemy is a total of 2,000. Laike looked at the number of enemies on the radar, and the camera of the body clearly generated the image of the enemy on the screen in the cockpit. Because he killed the relationship between Mikhail and his companions first, the 3,000 sent by the ZAFT army are probably the last miscellaneous soldiers in the team. No, you can't be careless. After all, these 3 genes are not a threat at all, and the 4 G series that were taken away have not yet been put into battle, and the battle now is just the beginning. Advertisement. Are you ready, Kira? On the screen of Strike, Kira at this moment has just adjusted the Strike Gundam equipped with sword fighting equipment. Okay, ready. Kira responded nervously. Even though Kira, who drove the ducks to the shelves, persuaded himself with the reason of protecting his friends, he still couldn't accept it. That doesn't sound like it's going to be ready. Seeing Kira so nervous, Laike never looked ready. I'm a mercenary. I can't give you much advice for a civilian who has never fought. All I can say is to take good care of yourself. Thinking blindly on the battlefield will kill you. First try to do what you can and protect yourself. Friends should think about how to protect their friends first. Do what you can do? Laike's words made Kira feel a little calmer. Yes, he is going to protect his friends, if not to fight. Well, thank you, Mr. Laike. Kira calmed down and was no longer as nervous as before. It seems to be a little starting point. The Core Gundam and Strike Gundam flew out of the Archangel from the ejection port, and Aslan, who was driving the Holy Shield opposite, charged straight at Kira who was driving the Strike. In Aslan's eyes, it is impossible for a natural person to drive MS, so apart from the G-series body that is not in the information, the person in the remaining assault is likely to be Kira. He thought anxiously to confirm why Kira was in Heliopo, and why he launched a raid to be hostile to them. Ming Kira is also an adjuster, so he should be on their ZAFT side. Why do they have to drive MS to be hostile to them? P.S. The support from you these 2 days is quite surprising. I didn't expect so many people to read it, but I still want a wave of flower collections, evaluation votes, and other data. The author's motivation is also sufficient. Chapter 18: The End of the Battle and the Destruction of Satellites. Aslan. Kira, who watched Aslan board the Holy Shield with his own eyes, knew that the driver on the other side was his friend. Like Aslan, he also had many problems. But now, Kira, you deal with the holy shield first, and I'll help you after I finish those 3 genes, Laike said. The heavy firepower equipment carried by these 3 Zens is not a small threat. 2 of them are equipped with missiles for attacking fortresses, and the remaining one is undoubtedly equipped with a large beam cannon. G-Series. Advertisement. Let me, okay. Before Kira could reply, Laike had already driven the core Gundam towards the 3 Zens. There was no way, Kira could only control assault to fight the holy shield. Coincidentally, the core Gundam rushed towards Jean, and the pilots of the 3 Genes who were about to attack could of course see that the missiles and beams roared at the same time. After firing the missile with the beam rifle, the core of the missile suddenly dropped, lowering his distance to avoid the emerald green beam shooting at him. The light beams that failed to hit the MS directly hit the central axis of Heliopo, causing another wave of explosions. The 3 Zen pilots who received the order before the attack had no scruples about the damage to Heliopo, while the Archangel was careful not to let the damage of Heliobas expand. Fight back. Therefore, the role of the core in assault in the aspect of support is much weaker. Let's deal with the missiles first. The last wave of small missiles that could not catch up with the core Gundam continuously bombarded the center axis of Heliopo. When the opponent finished shooting a wave of small missiles and paused for a short while, the core Gundam turned over in the air and dodged the missiles. The muzzle of the gun suddenly took aim, aiming at Jean, who was using a missile, and shot. Boom! Without any suspense, Jean, who was equipped with heavy equipment, was shattered by this blow, and the fragments of the explosion fell towards the ground. Affected by this, another Zen equipped with missiles, and other fortress attack equipment, and the only remaining Zen with a heavy fire particle cannon had to outflank. In order to force the core Gundam to show its flaws to the maximum extent, and to give the teammates' bulky heavy fire particle cannon a chance to be able to hit it, the fortress attacker installed Jin, and fired all the small missiles all over his body in one go. After raising the core, the large missiles in both hands were also shot out, and the beam Vulcan cannon mounted on the head of the core fired continuously, while dodging, and shot down the batch of small missiles chasing him one by one. Advertisement. The heavy fire particle cannon outflanked from the rear. Jean picked up the huge particle cannon, pulled the trigger, and fired another beam towards the core. Want to sneak attack? Too bad it's not going to work. The hostility in his mind made Laike aware of the intentions of the 2 Zens. The control core avoided and used the beam rifle to deal with the incoming missiles. Under the cover of the explosion, the beam penetrated the last one equipped with missiles. Jean. The driver of the heavy fire particle cannon Jean called his comrade in arms by name. The continuous defeat and the death of his comrade in arms caused him to be filled with grief and indignation. Jean, who believed that other weapons except the beam cannon on his body were useless, had to shoot the last one bullet. The emerald green light beam bombarded the central axis again. The central axis screamed again. Judging from the attack on the central axis just now, the central axis may have reached its limit at this time, and the ground of Heliopo was constantly shaking, and the fragments of the central axis fell one after another. If it goes on like this, it won't be long before the whole Heliopo will be destroyed. Precisely calculating the position, the core ramped up to the right, and rushed in front of the heavy fire particle cannon Jean while avoiding the last bullet. The beam rifle against the cockpit didn't feel any confusion, the beam gushed out from it, and when it ended the life of this Jean in an instant, it was shocked back a distance by the explosion. On the other side, Kira and Aslan, who met again, manipulated assault and the holy shield, and the battle in the air was also a close match. With Kira's outstanding reflexes, the beam saber attacked by the holy shield counterattacked and controlled the attack to avoid it in advance. Tisk, Kira. Aslan's voice was filled with anger. During the battle between the 2 of them just now, holy shield and assault were in contact with each other through short-distance communication. This made Aslan completely confirm that it was his good friend Kira Yamato who was riding on the attack at the moment. Follow me to plant, Kira, you are an adjuster, there is no need to fight us. Aslan, I'm sorry, I can't go with you. I have a partner on that ship that I want to protect. That's the Earth Army, do you know what you're doing? Are you going to fight your companions? Sorry, Aslan, I absolutely can't go with you. Advertisement. Kira. Thinking back to reality, Aslan read his friend's name again, and the light blade of the holy shield swung towards the assault again. If Kira stayed there, then they must be hostile. I don't want to fight with you, why just refuse to come over? With such anger, holy shield's slash became much sharper for a while. When holy shield was about to slash towards the strong attack, the core that had solved Jin rushed over not far away. 2 galloping beams forced the holy shield to retreat, distanced itself from the attack. The data of the 4GS must be collected from now on, otherwise the commission will not be easy to complete. Hateful. The interrupted Aslan became even more angry, and returned 2 shots to the flying core Gundam, while still focusing on Kira who was attacking. Kira, The anomaly mutated, and amidst loud noises, the entire colonial satellite finally reached its limit due to the constant attacks on Heliopo. The ground then split open, and all 3 mobile suits present were thrown out of the universe by the air that continuously flowed out during the disintegration. Tisk, is it too late to return to the Archangel? Laike, who was about to be blown out, calculated the distance, and found that the distance between the core and the Archangel would not be able to return to the battleship smoothly under such circumstances. Under such circumstances, Laike simply contacted Abby, who was still at the transportation base, in advance, and asked the aircraft to send its location to the battleship, so that Abby would come over later to locate it. Instead of stepping on the pedal to the bottom, it slowed down the speed of the body, so that the body would no longer resist the airflow and waste propellant meaninglessly. And in Heliopo, in the sound of the forced evacuation in the refuge, when Heliopo was torn apart, the refuge where the refugees were located became a rescue force and was evacuated from Heliopo. The discharged rescue poles will be recovered later by the personnel sent by Orb. Chapter 19, Bringing Refugees and Preparing for the Archangel. The ground cracked, and the disintegrated Heliopo had become a ruin that no longer had life, and the large number of debris heat sources caused by the disintegration of Heliopo hindered radar detection. As a result, the battle between Zoft and the Archangel was able to draw a temporary end. Laike, who was thrown out of the universe, was fine and regained consciousness not long after. The body continued to send its location to the transportation base, so that ABI could find Laike after he woke up. Driving the core back to the transportation base, when Laike got off the core Gundam, Abby also flew over from the bridge, and the Hellos who were manipulating the auxiliary robot began to replenish and prepare the core as soon as Laike left the body. Have you encountered any trouble in the battle in the satellite? Abby asked. Advertisement. How could there be any trouble? The G-series that Zoft snatched did not go into battle. My skills are not enough to cause trouble even if I fight a few genes. If I insist, the only trouble is that the energy of the core is not enough. Laike said. Core Gundam is the original MS blueprint presented by the system not long after he first came to this world. It seems that it was given by the system rather than money. This machine should have been built by the UC world from the armor to the energy source, but it turned out to be a pure battery machine that needs to be recharged within a few minutes after a good time. At that time, Laike also thought about using MS blueprints from other worlds to replace the energy source, but he didn't have many other blueprints on hand, so Laike could only make a battery machine core with Shugwang Society. The energy limitation is the same as the purple heresy he just got, using the other mass-produced MS that he drew to save energy for the body. But a battery machine built in the early days of the Seed world, even if it didn't use PS armor, the restrictions it received were not small after all. Insufficient energy? This problem can not only be solved by building a new body. ABI shook her head and said, she did not intend to use MS blueprints related to this world except for the short sword made by Jean and the follow-up Federation. Haven't gotten a new one. We can only wait for the escort of the Archangel to go down to the Earth, and go back to Orb, and ask the Shugwang Society to help build a new body made by other world technologies. Speaking of airflow, why can the bodies in this world only draw miscellaneous soldiers? It's as strange as if it was cursed maliciously by someone. Let's go to the Archangel first, and we have accepted their escort commission. The Archangel detected it before it came to you, but you didn't come at that time, so I didn't contact them. It's fine to drive the ship over now. According to history, at this time, the Archangel still has to recover the attack, so it can't go very far. If you catch up with the previous Archangel's route at this time, you will definitely be able to catch up. Advertisement. Archangel. The Archangel didn't take advantage of the fact that ZAFT hadn't detected them, and chose to stay nearby to communicate with the storm. Bucky Lulu stayed by the messenger's side. As long as he could contact Kiangzi early and join the mercenary, they would be able to leave here. Captain, an approaching ship has been detected ahead. Is it an enemy? No, the movement of the ZAFT army cannot be so fast. Mew shook his head and said, how long has it been since Heliopo collapsed, and a large number of debris and heat sources hindered the ZAFT army's radar? Find the Archangel so quickly. Send the image, it might be Mr. Laike's ship. Maru looked at Mew and Bucky Lulu and said. The image transmitted the image of the transport base in front of the Archangel to the screen on the bridge. Oh, Laike's ship is beautiful. But if it's an enemy ship? Second Lieutenant Nadal, I said that it is impossible to go so fast. Mew said helplessly, the character of this young second lieutenant is really different from their young captain. Except for the ZAFT army in Heliopo, the only thing that can be confirmed is Laike's ship parked outside the satellite. If so. Well, there is a communication from the other party. Look, it's coming soon. Mew laughed. Captain Malu, let's get straight to the point. When is your ship going to set sail? There are still ZAFT troops in this place. If we meet them, we will fight again. Well, we want to leave earlier. Maru wondered. But Kiangzi was separated from the Archangel in the battle just now, and has not yet contacted him. Captain, we have contacted Kiangzi, and the communicator who kept calling Kiangzi in the communication channel said with a look of surprise. It seems that we can set off later. Advertisement. Yes. Maru's expression relaxed, and the big rock hanging in her heart finally fell to the ground. At this time, the communication from the rear immediately made Maru's head twitch again. When Kira was about to return to the ship, he saw a lifeboat with a power system failure, and proposed to take the ship back to the Archangel. Bucky Lulu immediately vetoed it. They are now preparing to flee, not an outing. The supplies on the Archangel are limited. Isn't it okay to bring people back to the ship? Kira was very dissatisfied with this merciless and direct veto reply. Not to mention the collapse of the satellite, the lifeboat is drifting here, God knows if the people who came to recover from Orb can find them. If you can't find it, won't the people on this whole ship die in the universe? No way. Bring the lifeboat back. As I said, people from Orb will recover the lifeboat afterward. We don't have the time to bring so many people now. But the propulsion system of that lifeboat is broken, how can we leave it alone? Here we go. Maru, who was a little tired, felt a little tired when she heard the two quarreled 3 or 4 times. How could she have time to give them a quarrel now? I say yes, Kira, and bring the lifeboat back. Captain. The captain is right, Second Lieutenant Bucky Lulu, our priority is to get out of here, don't waste time. Mew persuaded from the side. From his personal point of view, it is understandable for Kira to want to bring the ship back. It is natural for civilians to be unable to save the life in front of them. The two captains with the highest military ranks on a ship both agreed to this matter, but Bucky Lulu was unwilling, so she had to agree to let Kira help the lifeboat bring it back. The communication was not disconnected, and Laike could hear the conversation between the three of them. After talking with ABI in a low voice, Laike turned back and continued. Captain Malu, since you have brought refugees, is there enough supplies for the Archangel? Chapter 20 will help you. The time in Heliopo was not enough for the Archangel to be resupplied. It sailed hastily, and now there is a whole lifeboat on top of it. Needless to say, there is a shortage of supplies. On Laike's side, in order for the battleship to be able to operate outside for a long time, and to prevent some accidents, it generally reserves a lot of materials for MS and living materials, which can be distributed to the Archangel to relieve the pressure on their materials. Give us supplies? Thank you very much, Mr. Laike. Maru looked at Mew and Bucky Lulu, and both of them immediately agreed to the matter. No one knows more about the material pressure on the Archangel than they and Mario, the 3 Archangel decision-makers. It is naturally best to have more supplies at this time. In order to save time, I will use MS to carry it here now. Laike said. Advertisement. We will arrange personnel to receive it. Ah, there is one more thing I would like to ask everyone on the Archangel. One more thing. Maru and the 3 looked at each other, and they all saw the doubt in each other's eyes. 20 minutes later, the Core Gundam and the Purple Heresy sent the materials distributed to the Archangel one by one, and on the Archangel, apart from the maintenance squad, even Millie who was staying in the ship Thor and others were also arranged to receive these supplies. Mr. Laike, is that really just a mercenary? Thor, who was carrying a large amount of supplies in the Gonaku, wiped the sweat from his head, and when he looked up, he saw the purple man who had stopped there after delivering the supplies to the Archangel. Heresy and Core Gundam. Recalling the delivery of supplies a few minutes ago, when he saw Laike and Abby getting off the 2 mobile phones, the corners of Thor's mouth couldn't help but twitched again. Mr. Laike, why did you bring a new mobile phone when you came back after a while? Besides, this is your sister, who knows how to drive mobile phone at such a young age. My ship is right next to the Archangel, and of course the new MS was brought from there. Laike replied that he came to the Archangel not only to deliver supplies, but also to temporarily move with Abby. Go aboard the Archangel. He and Abby's warship transportation base has long been stored in the database of ZAFT. It would not be a good thing if their warships were escorted by the Archangel. Most of those who saw the Core Gundam he was driving in Zoft died in his hands, and the few lucky ones who survived saw it, but they couldn't figure out what the relationship between this machine body and the transport base was with Laike. Advertisement. And when he took on the mission of the Eurasian Federation, he also paid attention to concealment, and did not let the news leak out. The only one who knew about the Core Gundam and its relationship was the 8th Fleet of the Atlantic Union. Admiral Hal Barton of the 8th Fleet never reported Laike's incident to the Atlantic United Military. Even if Zoft reported it, it would be impossible to investigate and learn about it. And if Laike took these 2 bases to make a special assault from the transport base, then Zoft would know directly who the 2 mechs belonged to. It's okay for a mercenary to disrupt ZAFT's actions on other battlefields, but face-to-face escort of the new warships and G-series products created by the United makes it a threat to ZAFT's army? The military chairman Patrick Sala, who was full of thoughts of destroying natural persons after his wife died, would definitely use ZAFT's people to trouble him without even thinking about it. And unnecessary troubles can be avoided if they can be avoided, so after discussing with Abby, they decided to let their warships submerge in the state of optical camouflage, follow the vicinity of the Archangel, and ask the transport base to evade when there is a battle open. And the two of them stayed on the Archangel temporarily, so that Zoft could think that both the core Gundam and the Purple Heresy were driven by the joint people. Is there any difficulty in driving MS? Abby on the side didn't understand, so he questioned Thor's question just now. It didn't contain a trace of falsehood. It was just a puzzled look that left Thor speechless. Even if Mr. Lake's younger sister is an adjuster, it's too outrageous. She looks like she is only in her teens, so someone with such a tall head can drive MS? People, it's really annoying to compare people to people. Thor has always been easygoing. He was born in Orb and made friends with Kira, the adjuster. It can be seen that Thor has no discrimination against adjusters or jealousy like his classmate Kaz. However, a little girl who looked barely the age of Lolita still made Thor feel a little sour. Such a young girl can drive a mobile MS, and the adjuster doesn't have to carry such an excessive one, right? Mr. Maddock, the weapons and spare parts for our mobile suits are here. I will trouble you with the maintenance of these two mobile suits. Laike is in charge of Kojiro Maddock, who is in charge of MS preparation work on the Archangel. Maddock was a little excited and a little headache. What makes him excited is whether it is the core Gundam or the Purple Heresy, these two mobile suits are good mobile suits at a glance. What makes him resentful is that the work of the maintenance team is now outside of the strike and the Mobius Zero. It is time to add a new MS. Advertisement. The rhythm of their work is going to increase again. Laike obviously has his own ship, why did he come to the Archangel and do more work for them? Don't make such an expression, Uncle Maddock. Laike glanced at ABI vaguely, and saw that ABI had gone to the bridge of the Archangel, and was discussing with Captain Marius and others on the Archangel. After the action, he pointed Maddock to a container that he had stayed in. I'm such a kind-hearted person, why would I add anything to you for no reason? I brought you Hello, and they will help you with repairs. Hello? Help with repairs. Maddock slowly made a few question marks, and Laike simply asked other members of the maintenance team around to help open the container. The scene where the round arrows came out of the concentration box on a precision robot made the jaws of Gurner Curry almost drop to the ground. Hello, hello. Laike, Mr. Laike, this is what I'm talking about. Hello, they can help you with the maintenance of MS, and you can ask them for anything you need. Please us, please us. This kind of scene, why do I always feel like vomiting so much? Maddock scratched his head, always feeling that his brain cells were almost running out. However, this is also a good thing, it sounds like these robots called Hello can help them share a lot of work. Then I'm counting on you, Uncle Maddock. Laike patted Maddock on the shoulder, and went to the bridge with Abby. Chapter 21 The Birth of the Garbage-Picking King Kira. Advertisement. Those robots named Hello are too capable. Where did Mr. Laike get such a powerful thing? Thinking back to reality, Thor couldn't help being surprised when he saw these heroes, and the voices of appreciation from the members of the maintenance team in his ears never stopped. And the heroes are very distinctive, and their oral habit of repeating some words also caused several civilians, including Thor and Millie, who escaped from the collapsed Heliopo and were forced to work on the Archangel. It eased the inner boredom a little. After looking at Hero, Thor, and Sai, the three boys' cats couldn't help turning their eyes to the two mobile suits driven by Laike and Abby parked in the Gonaku. Core Gundam, and Purple Heresy, although Thor doesn't even know their names, and it's not clear who developed them, but just looking at the appearance of these two mechs, they don't feel like folks. I can get it. Don't worry about it so much, Thor, let's finish moving things first. Millie complained, is it time to care about this kind of thing, they haven't finished moving their things yet. Millie is so strict. You two, stop throwing dog food. Kaz, who was walking in front of the two, turned around and said in a sour tone, and Sai, who was beside Thor and Millie, had a similar expression. Hey, why hasn't Kira come back yet? Didn't I hear from Captain Mew that I got in touch? Thor asked, and that Captain Mew clearly said that Kira had picked up the rescue capsule. Maybe I'll be back in a while? It will take time for Kira to drive the MS back. Said. Stop talking, let's talk about it after we finish moving things. Kaz glanced at the supplies piled up in the corner that were scheduled to be carried by them. After being fed dog food, he felt a big blow to the whole person. Why did he get into such an unlucky situation? Obviously, he just wanted to live a peaceful life on Heliopo. MS, warships, and things that had nothing to do with his life broke into his life one by one. Advertisement. Just a few minutes after the four of them left, the raider carrying a life-saving capsule with a power system failure finally returned to the Archangel, and the first thing Kira did after returning to the Archangel was to hold the raider in his arms. The rescue capsule was lowered. The people in the rescue capsule waited until the arrival of the three decision-makers, Captain Maliu, Mew, and Bucky Lulu on the Archangel, before preparing to open the rescue capsule. Laike, who was still on the bridge talking with the three about the Archangel's next action plan, also joined in the fun, and led ABI to watch on the side of Ganaku. As soon as the lifeboat carrying a bunch of refugees was opened, a woman with wine-red long hair rushed out, and the first one jumped on her face, still in a daze, purely to save the people in the lifeboat. So in the arms of Kira next to Maru and others. Sure enough, it's Fleur Alstad who is on top of it. Laike narrowed his eyes slightly. The daughter of the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Atlantic Federation, in the original history, because of the death of her father, she changed from a discriminatory adjuster affected by propaganda to hatred and chose to use Kira to make a series of wrong things. Kira Yamato, it looks like she likes this girl very much. Abby said, only from the traces of joy that were not easily noticeable except for the astonishment on Kira's face when Fleur threw herself into his arms it can be seen that Kira really likes this girl. However, the juvenile's joy disappeared not long after, when Fleur found out that Sai Yi, her fiancé whom she had promised verbally, also came to Naku's figure, and immediately turned into Sai Yi's arms. Look, it's just a pure crush. Kira hasn't even confessed his love so far. Laike joked from the side, anyway, the two are not so close to Kira. Due to the influx of refugees, and the fact that Archangel Marius and others informed these refugees of the situation, the current Ganaku was extremely noisy. Even a perfect tuner wouldn't be able to hear anything in such a noisy and disorderly environment. Are you qualified to talk about others? ABI was speechless at the moment. Kira Dehi still has a girl he likes, not counting her ability to be superior to ordinary people in all aspects. Kira is really a normal person who can't in normal teenagers too. As for Laike, after working with him for so long, she really doesn't know whether this person is more interested in the opposite S**X, or is more interested in MS. Outside of entrustment, most of the daily life revolves around MS. Those who don't know think MS is his wife. Ah, that's not true. If you say that, if his body expands in the future, won't it be? Well, once again confirmed that his partner is absolutely abnormal in some aspects. Advertisement. Most of the people on the lifeboat were brought back by Kira, and most of them did not have relevant professional knowledge like Kira and others, so it was impossible to expect them to help. Therefore, most of the civilians are arranged to live in residential areas by the decision of Maru and others, and those who can help, such as Fleur, are the same as Tormali and others before. Bridge. So, Captain Mario, you still decide to go to that broken umbrella. It's not the broken umbrella, it's the Artemis Fortress. Bucky Lulu corrected seriously. Okay, Artemis Fortress, that fortress is the site of the Eurasian Federation, the Archangel really plans to go there under the current circumstances. It's really the best choice for us to go to that fortress now. Maluta said, she knew another meaning of Laike's words. Even if the Archangel doesn't have a friendly identification fort, the other party and we belong to the regional coalition army. As long as we reach that fortress, we can contact the moon with supplies. Mr. Laike, we have just discussed this, and this is the best course of action at the moment. The road to the moon is too dangerous now, and Mario and the others are always worried that Zoft will send other troops on the way to shoot them down. Now with the help of Laike and others, they have relieved a lot of pressure, but along the way, there is only one battleship, the Archangel, and if Laike's ship cannot participate in the battle because of its needs, they only have 3 mobile suits at hand. Enema. If the number of troops sent by the ZAFT army is too large, a battleship still carrying the inevitable Archangel will inevitably suffer losses, and another aspect of going to Artemis is also for the first level because of the moon. Troops coming over. They will be able to send the civilians like Kira off the ship in advance. Chapter 22 Fleur and Choice. The route is pretty good. The question is, have you ever thought about it? The Archangel has no friendly army identification code and is a black household from the beginning to the end. It just gives the fortress the Archangel and the G-series you are carrying a reason to eat them all. It's also the United Earth Army. The fortress of the Eurasian Federation should not do this. Maliu hesitated for a while and said, yes, no, and she was not sure whether the other party would do this. No, the possibility of swallowing us is indeed greater than doing nothing, Mew said. After what Laike said, he is also aware of this possibility. The Eurasian Federation seems to be basically at the same pace as the Atlantic Federation. However, this is all based on the fact that Zoft, a country composed of adjusters, acts as a foreign enemy. Advertisement. The United Earth Army makes it sound good, but in fact, the major forces inside have their own ulterior motives and have their own ideas. The Archangel has no military identification code. If the Eurasian Federation really swallows them, there is no need to worry about being found by the Atlantic Federation. Trouble. In other words, even if there is trouble, the trouble is not as great as the benefits brought by the Atlantic Federation's MS technology and the latest warships. As long as the Eurasian Federation gets the MS data, they can get the latest MS technology from the Atlantic Federation. How many would not want to do such a profitable business? Of course, this can also ensure that the Eurasian Federation will definitely accept the Archangel to enter their fortress because they want to obtain the G-series technology. The problem is that the Eurasian Federation may not let them leave so easily before they get the data. Captain Mew, the Eurasian Federation and we belong to the United Earth Army. If you do this, then... Bucky Lulu didn't want to admit this possibility, although from the actual situation, this is the most likely to happen. Moreover, the ship is currently carrying civilians. It would be too risky to go to the moon to join the 8th Fleet alone via other routes. Captain Bucky Lulu, do you think the risk of going to the Artemis Fortress is less than that of the Archangel communicating with the 8th Fleet on the way and going to the moon? Yes. It is a certainty that Zoft's warship will continue to pursue them. A warship with civilians cannot guarantee the safety of these civilians. Advertisement. The material pressure brought by the civilians to the Archangel is not small, and the material provided by Laike relieves their pressure, but they have to go all the way to the moon. There will be a gap in the calculation of the materials that need to be consumed along the way, and there is no better plan if you don't go to the Artemis Fortress. It is impossible to replenish the gravel belt near Junius 7, the place where more than 200,000 people were buried after being destroyed by the nuclear bombs used by the Earth's military. If you really go to add it, let's not talk about what Kira on the ship will think about this matter. The journey alone will not only be longer than the road to the fortress, but also more dangerous. In comparison, the overall risk of going to the Artemis Fortress is much lower than that of acting alone, and the risk of communicating with the moon on the road is much smaller. It seems that I can't be persuaded. Laike thought. One is the gravel belt, and the other is the Artemis Fortress. No matter how much I persuade them, I can't change the route on the other side of the fortress to make it safer. I can only do my best to prepare the three of them in advance. Then I, a mercenary, also agree to go there, but the three of you should be careful when you get there and be prepared. I have met Garcia, the current commander of that fortress. He is not a good person. When we get there soon, let's discuss how to prevent being swallowed. The three nodded. They were not surprised that Laike knew the commander of that fortress. Now that the Earth Alliance is in a tense relationship with the war between the planets, various forces have hired mercenaries in private a lot. Especially troops stationed in space like the 8th Fleet of the Atlantic Federation and the Artemis Fortress of the Eurasian Federation have been facing attacks from the ZAFT army for a long time. The number of mercenaries hired is much more than those of the combat troops on the ground. For a fortress like Artemis Fortress, which is said to be absolutely defensive and cannot be attacked, it is not incomprehensible to occasionally hire mercenaries for their own needs. After deciding to go to the Artemis Fortress, Yamu and Laike also told Kira and others about it, as long as they reached the fortress. You can contact the headquarters of the moon and let the 8th Fleet stationed nearby come to help. At that time, Kira and others can disembark immediately, and the troops from the moon will send them back to Orb on Earth. And Kira and others don't have to be forced to stay on the Archangel because they came into contact with military secrets, they can freely return to their own country and live the peaceful life before. Advertisement. The boys and girls who thought that they would not have to stay on the Archangel after arriving at the fortress were quite happy when they learned about it. The Archangel continued to sail towards the Artemis Fortress. On the way, even though the Archangel had concealed its whereabouts as much as possible, but the troops on the opposite side that Zoft was in charge of chasing them were led by Cruz. After Cruz deduced their tracks, the Vasalis, a high-speed battleship, easily caught up. Sirens echoed throughout the battleship. The three of Laike and Mukura changed into their pilot suits in the locker room after hearing the siren. Relax, Kira, you don't have to fight anymore after this battle is over. Laike, who watched Kira's movements a little eagerly, comforted. That's right, after you've helped out this time, the rest of the battle will be carried out by us adults. By the way, if the lunar troops come over, Laike, will you continue to work on your commission? If the moon troops come over, I will continue to do it. The content of the commission is to escort the Archangel until it joins the 8th Fleet. Well, Mr. Laike, can I ask you a question? Kira on the side suddenly wanted to ask a question. If you have any questions, just ask them directly. Mr. Laike, why do you want to be a mercenary? It is hard for Kira to understand that a person who is only in his early 20s, who is not a few years older than himself and others, would choose the profession of mercenary. A mercenary is such a dangerous profession. Why do you want to be a mercenary? How should you answer this question? Kira, you should find it difficult to understand. I chose to be a mercenary because I can earn money quickly. I didn't expect you to choose to be a mercenary because of money. Mew looked surprised. He thought Laike would have some other reason, but he didn't expect it to be purely because the money came quickly. Chapter 23: The Battle Before Arrival. It's not because of money, what else can it be, and being a mercenary can be for ideals? Laike laughed. In order to extract more mechs, the fastest way to get money for him is naturally to be a mercenary. That's right. Mew scratched his head. Everyone has their own aspirations, and everyone wants different things. It is normal to choose to be a mercenary for money. Living in this world, how can there be no money? For money. Kira on the side was a little stunned. This answer always felt a bit inconsistent with Laike, and the other party gave him the impression that he was not this kind of person. Yes, it's just for money. Stop chatting and focus on the upcoming battle. Advertisement. Kira nodded, and the three of them entered their own cockpits. ABI, who had no interest in driving MS to fight, stayed in the residential area, so the Purple Heresy could only stop at Gonaku in this battle. I'll sneak attack their battleship while the Archangel launches the positron cannon and force them to retreat. The frontal battlefield will be handed over to you two, no problem. Yes, leave it to me. What's wrong with that? Laike replied, standing by in his position with the core Gundam Jupiter armor. The mobility of the Earth armor in the universe is much worse than that of Jupiter, so once the battlefield is changed from the ground to the universe, it is better for him to use this armor to fight. The cruise team, which was chasing the Archangel, put all the 4G series mobile phones that they had taken away into battle this time. As soon as Chiang Xi left the Archangel, he was immediately stared at him, and the holy shield that had targeted him from the beginning was entangled. Kira, no matter what this time, I will bring you to our side. Aslan. Kira clenched the assault joystick tightly. He didn't want to fight his friend Aslan, but now was the last battle. As long as Aslan and the others are pushed back and the Archangel reaches the Artemis fortress, everything will be fine, and he will never have to fight his friends again. Advertisement. Damn it, this guy, why is he running around everywhere? Yitzhak, the driver of the dual Gundam, was incompetently furious, and even the hand holding the trigger couldn't help speeding up. A green light beam came out coherently, but at the same time as this green light beam appeared, a series of pink particle beams that seemed to be condensed into one piece also came out at the same time. Another alarm sounded in the cockpit, making Yitzhak feel like his blood vessels were about to burst. The core Gundam with 2 additional thrusters on its back was so fast that Yitzhak couldn't help wondering if the driver on the other side was an adjuster. How could that kind of speed be able to bear by natural people? Don't run if you have the ability. Seeing that he couldn't catch up, Yitzhak simply stepped on the pedal, and the beam rifle in his hand kept firing, which was contrary to his impulsive attack. The beam Karin gun in core Gundam's hand fired another wave of fire at Yitzhak, and put the gun away after being dodged by him. Humph, is it running out of energy? In connection with the power consumption of the G-series they opened, Yitzhak took it for granted that the core Gundam's action of stopping shooting was caused by insufficient energy. That gun with a rate of fire far exceeding that of the beam rifle in the duel's hand, how could it consume less energy? It's quite reasonable that it would run out of energy after a while. Wait, Yitzhak, don't be so impulsive. Nigel, who was driving the Thunder and was also shooting the core Gundam, persuaded him. Nigel, who would die if he didn't rush, originally wanted to steal a gun. The Wave people's ideas can only be forced to give up. If Yitzhak hadn't used Thunderbolt to support and shoot at the side, restraining the action of the core Gundam, he would have rushed immediately. Even the people are gone. The Storm is in charge of attacking the Archangel, and the Holy Shield is going to deal with the assault. Now that their firepower is a little weak, can't Yitzhak continue to use shooting to contain the opponent's action of not firing? Speak up, I'll take care of this guy. 1. The faint blue trajectory slid across the universe, and Duel came slashing with a beam saber in his hand. Seeing the menacing approach, core Gundam pulled out the beam saber on his back, and rushed forward to face Duel. Aren't you running away? It's just right, let me tell you the gap between us. Advertisement. Yitzhak is very confident in his own strength. He dared to play with him because of the speed of the machine before. Now he is facing a joint pilot who doesn't know where he came from. How can he be his opponent? The distance between the two mobile suits was the closest, and the dueling saber struck first, and the core Gundam flashed to the right, using its own high mobility to avoid the blow. It's not over yet. Duel continued to rush forward, the saber slashed out, but this time the core slammed backwards, and after dodging the blow, it suddenly increased the speed of the body, allowing the core Gundam to crash into Duel's arms. Duel was hit directly and lost his balance, and Yitzhak, who was hit straight on the cockpit, hadn't recovered yet. Core Gundam raised the beam saber in his hand, and chopped Duel's right arm with one blow. Halfway down. Seeing that the core Gundam was about to swing the next knife, Sun Li would not just sit and watch the core Gundam settle the Duel just like that. The beam rifle fired again and again. The core Gundam withdrew backwards. At this time, the Storm Gundam that was going to attack the Archangel also turned back and retreated because the firepower of the Storm Gundam could not break through the Archangel's anti-aircraft firepower net at all. It suddenly became a 3-on-1. Mu's side should be fine. Dodging the missiles of the Storm Gundam, driving the core Laike to calculate the time. Counting from the first wave of positive electron cannon fire from the Archangel, Mu should be driving the Mobius Zero at this time to give a greeting gift to his old enemy crews. Something happened to Raider, I'll go to Raider to help. Suddenly, Millie on the Archangel sent a communication. Laike fired a few shots at the 3 mobile suits and did not stop at the core. After learning the location from Millie, who served as the CIC correspondent, he flew to rescue the assault that was about to be packed and taken back by the Holy Shield. Don't try to escape. It's an order to return, Yitzhak, stop chasing, it's time to go back. Diego persuaded, if they were catching up, they would be violating the order. Tisk. Kira, I'll take you back if I say anything this time. The Holy Shield transformed into a Ma form to catch the assault that was running out of energy. Kira desperately pushed the joystick, but couldn't bear it, yet broke free from the shackles of the Holy Shield. Aslan, let me go, I can't go back to Zoft with you. Kira shouted through the communication circuit where the strike and the shield were in close contact. Chapter 24 Arriving at Artemis Fortress. Even if you come by force, you must come with us. You are the adjuster, if you are on the side of the Earth Army, I can only treat you as an enemy and shoot you down. Are you whispering? Looking at the scene of Striker and Divine Shield being in close contact, Laike can roughly guess what the two are talking about, but they can't let them continue talking. After talking about it, it would be really fun to pack the Holy Shield and bring it back to Zoft. Advertisement. Just let me interrupt you too. The gauntlet bit carried by the core Gundam between the 2 wrists separated from him, and 2 pink particle beams attacked from both sides to the Holy Shield that was holding us all to bring it back to Zoft. Is it the 6th G-Series MS? It just happens to be in the way at this time. Aslan was very angry, just a little bit, he could bring Kira back by himself, but it happened to hinder him at this time. The Mobius Zero, who had returned from attacking the Vasalis in the distance, also saw the Holy Shield, so the artillery fire from the linear barrel from all directions hit the Holy Shield. After dodging this wave of attacks, Aslan, who received the return order, also knew that he would not be able to take Kira with him when the battleship asked him to return, so he had to return to the Vasalis. On the way back to the Archangel, Mew asked about the battle between Laike and Kira just now, and Laike teased Mew. The action is quite fast, Uncle Mew, I never imagined that you could complete the task so quickly when you are old. What uncle, I'm not yet 30. Laike's taunting business made Mew's anger almost peaked, he was still young. If, next time I see Aslan. In the cockpit of the assault, Kira was thinking about what Aslan said to him in the battle just now, and what Mew said was also forgotten by him. Aslan didn't want to fight him in the war, and Kira could understand the feeling of killing him, and Kira also didn't want to fight Aslan and kill his good friend. If, next time, he meets Aslan in battle, no, there will be no next time. Kira denied the idea that came out of nowhere in his mind, how could there be a next time? Yes, there will be absolutely no next time. Aslan and the others were repelled by them, and it was impossible to catch up in a short time. Advertisement. The Archangel is also about to arrive at the Artemis Fortress. After arriving at this fortress, he and his companions can disembark. This war between the Confidence and ZAFT is against him and his friends and classmates. Nothing to do. And it is impossible for him and Aslan to fight again. Weselis. Oh, the order to return from the headquarters. Cruz held the document issued by the Supreme Council in his hand. The matter was so big that he was summoned back now. It should be that the result of the quarrel in the parliament has almost come to an end. Captain, since our country wants us to go back, then chase long legs. Addis looked at Cruz. Let Diaka, Yitzhak, Nigel and their MS transfer to the Gameoff to continue the pursuit. Aslan and I return to our home country first. Cruz quickly made an arrangement after a short thought. In order to let the people in the council know the threat of the joint G-Plan MS to Zoft, a G-Series MS driver and a G-Series MS were needed to follow him first. Return home. And Aslan is the best candidate, he is the only son of Patrick Serra, chairman of the military committee, presumably the members of the council are the easiest to believe in the performance of the G-Series MS he described. Get through the communication with the Gameoff, and tell them to let Yitzhak and the 3 of them go to the Gameoff. Addis said to the correspondent who owed the fee. Yes. Cruz turned and left the bridge. Don't get shot down before he comes back, Longlegs. Fortress of Artemis. After the Archangel came here and revealed his identity in the communication, Garcinia, the commander of the fortress, laughed wildly on the spot. The Eurasian Federation has also heard about the fact that the Atlantic United is developing advanced mobile phones on its own, and the Eurasian Federation, which has not yet put into production its own mobile phones, of course wants to obtain the mobile phone manufacturing technology of the Atlantic United. At this time, the battleship and mobile phones came here. Really, if you are sleepy, someone will send you a pillow. Fortress Artemis has agreed to let us enter. Millie, who was staying at the position of the messenger, said happily. Go in. Maru made an arrangement, and then looked at Laike, Bucky Lulu and Mew beside her. Then we will do as we discussed just now, Laike, if it really becomes like that, the safety of all of us will be entrusted to you. Mew's tone changed instead of lightly picking like before. Gotta get serious. Advertisement. Just when they were about to arrive at the fortress, the few of them discussed in the captain's room the plan to deal with the Eurasian Federation later. The possibility of the Eurasian Federation swallowing battleships and mobile suits is extremely high, but considering the existence of the Atlantic Federation, it will not want to forcibly seize the airframes and battleships. Instead, take away the data of the airframe and battleship. Therefore, it is necessary to lock all three MSS including Strike, Core Gundam, and Purple Heretic to prevent people from the Eurasian Federation from deciphering them. And in order to obtain the data inside, the Eurasian Federation will naturally find the pilot of the airframe. If the Eurasian Federation is willing to negotiate with them, then it is cost-effective to give out the data of the airframe in exchange for the safety guarantee of a boatload of people. After all, if you can't take the airframe and people back, it's useless to keep the data. But if the Eurasian Federation does not plan to negotiate and seize it and directly wants to take it by force, then I just need enough time here, so I'll ask you three to play well with that bald man later. Laike laughed. Malu, Mew, and Bakilulu know each other. Inside the fortress. As soon as the Archangel docked in the Artemis fortress, the people of the Eurasian Federation asked three senior officers on the Archangel to go to talk with them. The rest of the crew on the battleship, except Mario, were left on the Archangel, guarded by the soldiers in the fortress, and they were not allowed to leave without authorization. The matter has come to this point, and when they disembarked, Maru and the others fully understood that the commander of this fortress wanted to detain them forcibly, just as they had thought before, so that they could obtain relevant data of MS. Mr. Laike, why are you also on this battleship? Gadazia's expression froze when he saw Laike, who appeared with the Mariox and was still wearing a joint military uniform. A civilian mercenary, even wearing the military uniform of the United Earth, came with the officers of the Archangel. Is the world changing too fast? Well, it's because I joined the United Earth Army. As he said that, Laike gave Gadishia a look, indicating that he would send the three of Maru away later. The corners of Gadazia's mouth rose slightly, and when Mew asked how Laike met him, he decided that the three leaders of the Archangel had not known Laike for a long time. Gadazia, who still didn't know the inside story, couldn't help but feel happy. The pie that fell from the sky this time will definitely fall into his mouth. Chapter 25. You are so enthusiastic. While concealing his inner thoughts, Gadazia pretended to be businesslike and greeted the three of them with courtesy, and then Gadazia, who was eager to dismiss the three of them, showed his true face. 3. You must be tired from the long journey, so please go to the room we arranged for you to take a good rest first, and I will arrange someone to help you contact the moon base immediately. They really wanted to put us under house arrest. As soon as these words came out, the three of Malu didn't feel any turmoil in their hearts. They revealed their true faces in just a few words. Really, people don't know what to say about this fortress commander. Gadazia waved his hand, signaling for his subordinates to take the three of them away and lock them up temporarily, and then said to Laike with a smile on his face. Advertisement. Mr. Laike, long time no see, please sit down first. Commander Gadazia is so enthusiastic, I don't want to be disrespectful. Laike sat down, and Gadazia coughed twice, and asked what he wanted to ask most now. Mr. Laike, if it's convenient, can you tell me why you are on that ship? Well, it's a long story. Laike smiled wryly, as if he didn't really want to bring it up. It's okay, I have plenty of time today. The battleship and MS are both in this fortress, and no one can escape. It's the same if you take it a little slower and take it for a while. I have already confirmed the importance of the machine that will run into my hands, but I don't know why Laike, the mercenary, does it. Important on the Archangel. His intuition made Gadishia realize that the cause of this is very likely to be related to the Atlantic's G plan. If he asks out, he may be able to get more benefits that make the above attractive. Hey, it's okay if I have to say it. The wry smile on Laike's face turned into a look of embarrassment again. Seeing this expression, Gadazia rolled his eyes and sensed the meaning behind Laike. Mr. Laike, if you can tell the truth, then the Eurasian Federation will guarantee your safety. Gadazia said proudly. Of course, even he himself didn't believe it when he said this. Now that the Atlantic Ocean has a great career on Earth, few forces dare to speak against the Atlantic Ocean in person. Advertisement. Even the East Asian side avoids its edge and tries not to join forces with the Atlantic Ocean to confront it head-on. As for their Eurasian Federation, they are trying to get closer to the Atlantic Federation on the stage, if Laike is really involved too deeply with the G plan. If the Atlantic Federation came to ask for someone later, the Eurasian Federation would have no choice but to sell the person in the face of embarrassment. After all, everything must be within the scope of human ability. Commander Gadishia's words are serious. If I say so, Commander, can the Eurasian Federation really guarantee my personal safety? Laike still looked very worried. Mr. Laike's worries are a little unnecessary. Although the power of the Eurasian Federation is far less than that of the Atlantic Federation, it is not enough to even protect individuals. If Mr. Laike is willing to speak out, then the Eurasian Federation can help Mr. Laike arrange other identities, and it is easy to avoid the search of the Atlantic Ocean. Then, well, since Commander Gadazia has made a promise, then I will say it. Laike hesitated for a while, and said. A few months ago, I was invited by the country that cooperated with the Atlantic Ocean to serve as a test pilot of Project G and went to Heliopo. Oh, Ob. Apart from the fact that Laike was the test pilot of the Archangel, which made Gadishia a little surprised, it was Orb, a neutral country that cooperated with the Atlantic Federation to manufacture MS, who chose him to participate in the G plan. On the contrary, Gadishia was expected. Orb, a neutral country, can cooperate with the Atlantic Federation to manufacture MS. Is it difficult to understand that it is difficult to install a driver of its own while the Atlantic Federation is busy promoting the G plan? It is nothing more than to take advantage of the opportunity that a test driver is from his own side so that he can arrange for people to steal relevant data from the Atlantic Federation so as to develop his own industry Shugwang society. The choice of Laike as a mercenary is also for concealment, and in case of accidents, so that Ob can be picked clean, and all the blame can be blamed on the so-called classic temporary workers who take the blame. I was entrusted by the family there, as the pilot of Project G in Abner, and was responsible for testing one of the MS core Gundams of the G series that is currently staying on the Archangel. After the attack on Heliopo, because the details of the ZAFT Army mobile phone, I boarded that mobile phone, and fought as the driver of one of the mobile phones until now. Laike started to make up random things from here. The core Gundam, which was manufactured by a few MS earlier than Project G, has nothing to do with Project G anyway. Advertisement. Not even the standard PS armor of Plan G. However, Gadishia didn't know the inside story about this, and didn't know that the core Gundam and the purple heresy that was staying on the Archangel at the moment were all made by Orb's Aurora Society. No matter how powerful the intelligence department of the Eurasian Federation is, at most they can only investigate the location of the new warships and mobile suits developed by the Atlantic Federation. And the twists and turns between it and Orb, even if Orb, who made MS together with the Union, and arranged for his own hands to steal data, couldn't get the related technology of PS armor from the Union. How could an outsider, the Eurasian Federation, know the specific number of MS in Project G? At this time, two soldiers came over and whispered something in Gadazia's ear, which made Gadazia's face darken, and then asked eagerly. Mr. Laike should know who the pilots of the other two mechs are. Just before inviting the three senior officers of the Archangel to meet, he had already sent people aboard the battleship, and confirmed that there were 3 mobile suits and a Mobius Zero on the battleship. These 3 MSS are all products of Project G, and they are of value to the Eurasian Federation. Originally, they wanted to temporarily detain all the senior personnel on the 3 Archangel, and gather the rest of the personnel in one place, so that they can finish extracting the data of the body. Unexpectedly, these 3 mechatronics were all locked in advance, so the most important thing to know now is the secret of these 3 mechatronics. My hunch just now was indeed correct. Laike was related to Project G, and was also the driver of one of the MS in Project G. Then, he must know the password of the mobile phone he is driving, and who the drivers of the other 2 mobile phones are, and he only needs to ask it out of his mouth. The pilots of the other 2 mobile phones, actually. Speaking of this, Laike suddenly looked to the left and right, and when Gadazia wondered what his actions meant, Laike added flatly. One was driven by Captain Mew who was just imprisoned, and the other one, in a sense, was also driven by me. Chapter 26 The fortress commander who was bluffed by Laike's mustache asked for flowers for collection. Gadazia and the soldiers in the room all paused, but it wasn't the first half of the sentence that made them stunned. There are not many soldiers of the Earth United who have never heard of Mew La Flag's name. In the front of the moon, he drove the Mobius Zero and successfully shot down 5 Zens. He was called the Eagle of Endymion by the Earth Federation. His driving skills were indeed enough to be selected by the Atlantic Federation as one of the MS drivers of the G series. In a way, the latter half of the sentence was also the reason why Gadazia and several soldiers were stunned by what I was driving. In a sense? Advertisement. What kind of meaning? How could one person drive 2 MS? It is impossible for a freak like an adjuster to drive 2 MS at the same time. Oh, don't get me wrong, I mean the other MS is driven by a growing AI that collected my data. Laike remembered the technology in another Gundam world he had seen before, so he casually talked about this third driver. Growing AI. The term made Gadishia's eyes glow with excitement. Just by listening to the name, you can feel the meaning, an AI that can grow, learn, and drive MS by itself. The Atlantic Federation actually developed such a good thing? This news made Gadishia feel a little unreal. According to the information he received, the Eurasian Federation, the Atlantic Federation and other forces with relevant foundations on Earth except for the development of mobile phones. Technologies such as AI that can be used to assist drivers and help bridge the gap between them and regulators are actually being secretly researched by various forces, including the Eurasian Federation. However, the purpose of the AI developed by each company is to allow the AI to be used as an auxiliary driver to drive more conveniently so that it can be developed with the adjuster driver, and the AI is directly used as the main driver, and the human driver is removed. Hiss. Thinking of this, Gadazia took a deep breath. The background of the Atlantic Federation is still deep. The intelligence department of the Eurasian Federation did not expect to obtain information about the G-Series project, but they did not find this. The growth-type AI developed with excellent drivers like Laike as nourishment should be enough to fight against the monsters of the adjusters, right? Advertisement. Even if it is not enough, the light can be turned on, and the Earth Union can come through huge resources and population. Horror, or the Atlantic Federation will play. If I can get this, then my promotion will definitely be stable. Looks like you're totally hooked, Gadazia. There was a faint smile on the corner of Laike's mouth, watching the heartbeat of the bald commander, without concealing his greedy character. He knew that this man was bluffed by his words. Based on the driving skills that Jean showed in front of this person who had driven ZAFT before, Gadishia would not doubt his skills. And the Atlantic Federation itself has a solid enough background, so that these Eurasian Federation people will not doubt that the Atlantic Federation has developed such a fantastic AI capability. Then another purpose of what Laike said about going to Heliopo as a test pilot. That's right, another purpose is to help the Atlantic Federation cultivate their AI for them as guinea pigs. Alas, if I knew they were like this, I would have asked for more money before I went. Hehe, Mr. Laike, don't have to regret it. The Atlantic Federation is stingy. Our Eurasian Federation is not like this. As long as Mr. Laike is willing to help, we will give you what should be given to you afterwards. Gadazia said with a cheerful smile. Laike's attitude made him feel completely at ease. As a mercenary, as long as the price is high enough, there will be no moral bottom line. Then please hurry up, take people there now, I will unlock the body, help you extract the data, and then you release them quickly. Have you contacted the Atlantic Federation and Mr. Laike in advance? Gadazia asked. Why does Laike feel more anxious than him about extracting the data? Laike nodded. The one who contacted me was the 8th Fleet stationed on the moon. The 8th Fleet, this is really a troublesome guy. Gadazia felt his blood pressure was high. As the Earth United Fleet stationed there, the 8th Fleet was involved, which meant that the Atlantic United might come to visit VIPs at any time. They originally planned to use strong means to force them to obey if the people on the battleship did not obey. After obtaining the data of the aircraft, they had to pay close attention to the plan of letting these people leave. Once you get the data you should take, send this group of people away quickly. Who knows if there is any relevant support force from the 8th Fleet who will come directly to the door to question the crime after a long delay. Commander Gadishia, are you still suspicious? If it's fake, why didn't I run away immediately after the accident in Heliopo, but stayed on that ship? Advertisement. No, I'm not skeptical, I'm just thinking about something, Gadazia denied. Since Mr. Laike, you and the 8th Fleet still have entrustments, we will help arrange your identity after you have assisted in the escort mission of the 8th Fleet. It is impossible for the Eurasian Federation to protect people under the pressure of the 8th Fleet, so they have to temporarily sell them. If I'm blamed by them, put the responsibility on our side, and Mr. Laike will be fine if you are looking for us afterwards. Gadishia put forward a seemingly seamless proposal, throwing the blame away. As long as Laike pushes the responsibility for the data leak to the Eurasian Federation, then the Atlantic Federation will not be too blamed. It sounds feasible. Commander Gadazia has considered it comprehensively. Then I have no other questions. Very well, both of you go find that captain, Mr. Laike, let's go and extract the data first. Gadishia asked his men to find Mew who was locked in the fortress, and then asked Laike to go to the Archangel with him and 2 soldiers. This bald head has fooled so much, and he is stupid in other places, but he still has a brain in this regard, and he still doesn't trust me. Laike saw the meaning of Gadishia's actions. In the end, he still had a heart for the mercenary Gadishia. He was worried that he would play some tricks when his subordinates were watching. Is the most reassuring. But this is exactly where the bald commander is stupid. Just when he was about to walk out of this room, a faint smile appeared on the corner of Laike's mouth. Game of. Diego, Yitzhak, and Nigel, who were in the bridge war room, stayed here and looked at the relevant materials of Artemis Fortress. Is it a fortress that claims to be absolutely defensive? The Earth Alliance really built a troublesome thing. Chapter 27 The Counting Fortress Commander asks for flowers for collection. Don't build up the ambition of the enemy and destroy your prestige, Diego. Yitzhak said displeased. Diego's sarcastic remarks always made him clench his fists, wanting to punch that stinky face hard. Then what do you say, great Mr. Yitzhak, you won't let us just wait here for the long-legged ones to come out? Really waiting for people to come out, I am afraid that they can only wait for the reinforcements of the Earth United. Yitzhak's face darkened, and he always felt that Diego was targeting him. Oh, are you in a hurry? Diego raised his eyebrows. Advertisement. Diego, UBD. Yitzhak's eyes seemed to ignite with anger. It's not good to be so hot-tempered, Yitzhak, you were so impulsive last time that your hand was cut off by that G-series Ms. The two have known each other since they were young, and they are best friends who entered the military academy together. Because of this, when it was time for Diego to ridicule Yitzhak, a good brother, he never hesitated. You too. Nigel's head was covered with black lines. At this moment, he was not helpless, but full of joy. The quarrel between Diego and Yitzhak is at most just lip service, but the relationship between Diego and Aslan is really powerful. There are often competitions at every turn, and occasionally, Yitzhak will simply fight with him. This is the bridge, we have to carry out the mission. The two red-clothed ZAFT elites who were about to strike just now stopped immediately when they heard the words, and their incompatible appearance seemed to be an illusion. The captain on the side pretended that he couldn't see anything, and ignored the little fight between the young red-clothed elite. It is the prerogative of young people. After a few minutes. Yitzhak, Diego, have you two thought of a way to break through this fortress? Sorry, the storm can't do it. How could that level of defense be broken by a MS like Baofeng? Not even a duel. Advertisement. Then rely on my thunder. Nigel smiled gently. Thunder's mirage is perfect for breaking through this fortress. The light wave defense of the fortress will only be activated when it sees an enemy attack and is attacked by enemy artillery fire. Therefore, as long as the fortress can only be detected, it can sneak into it smoothly. Sun Li, that's really suitable for this task. Yitzhak said. Nigel, don't mess it up later, whether you can break through the fortress or not depends on you. Yes, I will work hard. Nigel couldn't help smiling at Yitzhak's arrogant tone, but Yitzhak became anxious again as expected. Start with this machine, I hope you can cooperate well with us, Mr. Laike. Gadazia smiled and stared at Laike as he unlocked the machine. No problem. Laike entered the cockpit of the assault, and pretended to manipulate the body to unlock it. He didn't know the password set by Kira, so he was just fooling Gadazia at the moment. Commander Gadazia, it's too slow to unlock by one person, I have to find a helper. Get some help, no problem. Gadazia said after staring at Laike for a while. It doesn't matter what the hell they want to do, they have guns here, and finding someone to affect nothing. Then come and help, hellos. Hello, hello. Blue, purple, green, black, red, one after another colorful arrows came from the corner of the Gonaku on the working robot. This is. Gadishia was at a loss, this is the helper? Isn't this a bunch of little robots? What's the use? Do it. Seeing that the faces of the two soldiers flashed a look of facing the enemy, they did not want to greet Laike who had many nights and dreams. As soon as the words fell, the arms of all the hellos transformed into mechanical claws that shone with electric current. Advertisement. Laike, you calculated. The soldiers pointed their guns at these hellos, and Gadazia finally understood what Laike was thinking at this time, and glared at Laike angrily. After saying a word, the electric shock claws of the hellos greeted him. Ah! This is the end of being too unkind, Gadazia. Laike stomped on Gadazia's fat face that deserved a beating, trying to sell him. Originally, he wanted to use a slightly softer method, such as overturning the soldiers around him, and taking Gadazia as a hostage at gunpoint to let his subordinates release them. Alas, who would have thought that this bald head was full of thoughts of selling him out when he was fooling people? Then he could only reluctantly ask Gadazia to eat Professor Yang's treatment package. Go get the rest of the Archangel out, hello. Understood, understood. 2 minutes later, with two wailings from the direction of the Archangel restaurant, Kira and the others were rescued. Under the guidance of Harrow, the group brought the two soldiers who were in charge of guarding them, and threw them away. Beside Gadazia and two of their men. Mr. Laike, what do you think we should do now? Newman, the helmsman of the Archangel, looked at the fallen fortress commander and several soldiers and asked, just now the Harrows beat up the two unlucky soldiers. Let Newman can't help but bring the honorific title. Go save Captain Maliu and the others, Newman, do you still need to ask? The corner of Laike's mouth twitched, not understanding why Newman asked nonsense. Laike, Newman is asking you what to do with the bald commander and his subordinates. Seeing that Laike didn't understand what Newman meant, Abby helped to add. Newman and everyone around looked at ABI with a little surprise. This little girl, the big guys can tell that she has matured like an adult during this short period of time on the ship. The current tone it gave him the feeling that this little girl was actually an adult. Take away the gun first, and then, are there handcuffs or ropes on the Archangel? Use it for this person, otherwise we can't go so smoothly. It's hard to find the rope, but there are handcuffs on the Archangel. Newman asked a crew member to help find the handcuffs. Laike took the handcuffs and asked everyone to help put them on for the rest of the soldiers, and then put them on for Gundam himself. I'm running out of time. Choose a few people to come with me, take this commander as a hostage, rescue Captain Maliu and the others, and then these soldiers have to be thrown overboard. Chapter 28 Take away the light wave defense shield technique before leaving. Taking people from Artemis Fortress as hostages? Kira, Thor, and a group of civilians looked at each other in blank dismay. They didn't have any sympathy for the bald head. When the two soldiers were rushed to the cafeteria and ordered them not to move around, Kira and his party didn't like the fortress very much. Kira, who thought he could end his battle here, was faintly angry at the commander who gave this order, no matter how kind-hearted he was. They were purely amazed that Laike had directly taken the commander of a fortress as a hostage. Wasn't this a bit too much? Advertisement. Don't waste time, the situation is urgent now, and ZAFT outside may call at any time, we must hurry up and get ready to leave here. Hey? Mr. Laike, isn't this fortress impossible to attack? It was Thor who asked the question, and he had heard from Marius and others how safe the fortress was before entering. After entering, the two soldiers who were driven to the cafeteria also secretly told themselves and others that this fortress was impenetrable and would never be attacked. If you can't get in, how could there be such a thing? Laike snorted. The G-series has a MS called Sun Li, which cannot be observed by radar and naked eyes, and this MS is now in the hands of Zoft. For a moment, everyone was dumbfounded. The United Earth Army actually built this kind of mobile phone. What's even more ironic is that this mobile phone will now be used to attack the fortress of the Eurasian Federation, which is also a member of the United Earth Federation. Now you also understand how unsafe it is here. Kira, you also come with me, I need your help. Need me? Kira pointed at herself, slightly taken aback. Yes, I need your help. Okay. Kira agreed in a daze, and Laike's action to save a boatload of people in danger deepened Kira's trust in him. Now that Laike specifically asked him to go there must be something important that needs his help. Laike, these people and I will go there with you. Newman pointed to the few remaining crew members who were with him after the explosion in Heliopo. Advertisement. These people were originally soldiers, and it would be best to let them come along. Students like Thor, Millie, and Fresse should never be allowed to save people. Several people left the Archangel, and Laike asked Newman and the others to take Gundam, a hostage, to rescue Captain Mario and others who were trapped in the room. With this bald commander around, the soldiers guarding Malu and the others dare not let them go. And Laike himself took Kira and a Hero who was driving a working robot and went straight to the command room of the fortress. Well, Mr. Laike, we just don't carry guns. Is it really okay for the two of us to go there with Hero? Kira had a look of worry and doubt on his face. When Hero dealt with everyone just now, he really let everyone see another face of this cute and harmless creature. But with just one Hero, he had to deal with the group of soldiers in the command room of the fortress. Is this too difficult? In Kira's imagination, when he arrived at the command room later, it was designated that a few soldiers with guns pointed at them. This would be dealt with by Hero. Kira believed that Hero would be able to electrocute them one by one. Correct. The question is whether he and Laike will be turned into a hornet's nest first. No problem, Kira, look at the unlucky guys who met us on the road just now, they were all beaten by Hello, and Hello's ability to deal with these guys is a piece of cake. The Hero made by Abby is not just good looking. If it is not for that kind of evildoer, one Hero is enough. Well, there were only a few soldiers we met along the way. Kira said hesitantly. Because of the division of labor and cooperation, and the commotion caused by Newman and the others, a large part of the staff in the fortress was transferred to the other side, so Laike and the others were fishing in troubled waters. There must be more people in the command room along the way. One Hero is enough. Hero is not only good at electrocuting people. When the two came to the command room, Laike let Hero in first, and Kira clicked his tongue. He actually had a question to ask, although Laike said that he had accepted the commission when he just came here. I have been here 2 or 3 times, but this, is it too familiar with the waypoints? How can such a large fortress be familiar with the way? It depends on Kira himself. Kira felt that he couldn't find it without getting lost in the road for half an hour. Advertisement. What is this, a robot? What is it spraying out, quickly? Mr. Laike, the group of people inside. Kira's heart trembled inexplicably when he heard the voice inside suddenly stopped. Probably all the people inside must have gone down. Not dead, just fell asleep, go in. Laike patted Kira's shoulder. If they were all killed, how could this movement end so quickly? He hasn't planned to kill people in this fortress yet. If he really wants to kill all the people inside, he won't be hated by the Eurasian Federation. The two walked into the command room, and a group of people fell crookedly on the ground, soundly asleep. Kira, please take the relevant information about the light wave defense umbrella of this fortress. Mr. Laike, is it too? Kira took the USB flash drive thrown by Laike and let him do what the thief did, always feeling a little bit of conscience. It's just for you to make a copy, and it's not stealing. Don't worry, just do a good job and don't let them find out that we stole it. Laike spread his hands, and the dead bald man didn't hate him after this shit happened. It's good to be crazy, and the Eurasian Federation will definitely not have his share in the future. How about stealing information about the light wave defense umbrella of the Eurasian Federation to find a way to cash in and stop losses? Isn't that still stealing? Kira said speechlessly, but the movements of his hands didn't stop. Anyway, the soldiers of the Eurasian Federation were so over the top. When they were in the restaurant just now, those two soldiers pointed guns at them and forced them to tell who the driver was. The person the gun was aimed at was Millie, one of his best friends. It was the actions of these two people that Kira had no resistance, and just agreed to help Laike with a little conscience. The super adjuster is amazing. Seeing that Kira quickly found the relevant information about the light wave defense umbrella stored in the main computer of the command room, quickly read it, and quickly transferred it to the USB disk after confirming that there were no omissions, Laike could only sigh with emotion. It would take a long time for him to find out Curry one by one from the huge data on the main computer. Chapter 29 Leaving the fortress and asking for flowers for collection. Thank you, Kira. Laike puts the USB flash drive containing information about the light wave defense umbrella in his pocket. This good thing will be sold to the Dawn Society when it arrives on Earth. Mr. Laike, will these people from the Eurasian Federation trouble you when they wake up? Kira looked at Laike worriedly. One is Laike. After this matter, they will trouble me when they have time. Laike chuckled lightly. The Artemis fortress was attacked by the ZAFT army, causing the light wave defense umbrella device of the entire fortress to be almost paralyzed. Afterwards, ZAFT, space pirates, and others all focused on the fortress. Advertisement. He came to attack at every turn, forcing the bald commander Gadazia to hire Serpent's Tail to help him work. And why did Laike choose to sell the technology to the Dawn Society? Isn't it countries like the Atlantic Federation? The East Asian Federation and the Atlantic Federation, the two Central Atlantic Federations, as countries that apparently wear the same trousers with the Eurasian Federation, have penetrated more into the Eurasian Federation than the Eurasian Federation has penetrated them. The technology of the light wave defense umbrella has been obtained by the Atlantic Federation a long time ago. The reason why it has not been applied to MS is purely due to cost and practical considerations. I've got the things I need to take, so I should leave quickly. Laike frowned slightly, and the feeling became more and more intense. Is Soft going to attack this fortress? Laike quickly left the command room with Kira and Harrow, and headed straight for where the Archangel was moored. The act of sneaking into the fortress and destroying Al's power supply while walking halfway caused explosions to be heard one after another. This is it. Kira was confused. It was just like what Laike said. It was attacked. What happened to this fortress? Speed up, let's go back to the boat, it's the ZAFT army that's coming in. Yes. The two speeded up and returned to the Archangel. At this time, Mario and the others on the ship had already been rescued by Newman and the others. The chaos in the fortress brought a lot of convenience to the group. The bald commander who was stunned by the electric shock had no time to get angry at Maliu and the others when he woke up, when he heard the explosion resounding in the fortress. Gadishia, who was in a hurry to go back, must have been overwhelmed by the fact that his fortress was paralyzed at this time. When Laike walked to the bridge, Maru and the others were already in their positions, and Mew also stayed on the bridge to help prepare for the voyage. Advertisement. How about it? I warned you of the possibility back then. No way, who would have thought that the commander here would be such an idiot? Mew said helplessly. They were prepared to leak the data of the 2G series airframes, and they thought it would be more beneficial to get supplies and friendly assistance from a comprehensive perspective. The mention of locking the machine body is only for negotiating conditions with the commander of the fortress, and they are so well prepared. Everything is for the commander of the fortress to ensure that they can contact the moon base as soon as possible without making any extraordinary moves. However, the three officers of the Atlantic Union, who are all normal people in three views, still didn't expect that the commander of this fortress was really the kind of insane, arrogant and unreasonable person that Laike said, and immediately detained the three of them temporarily. He didn't care at all that the two sides were friendly troops, but acted like a bandit robbing. What's more, just after they were rescued, ZAFT's people came in, which made their last solution, which was to wait for Laike to take the opportunity to hold the commander hostage. The plan to use him as a hostage to threaten the conditions that the people here agreed to them also fell through. In the end, it turned out that the bamboo basket was empty, the supplies were not obtained, and the civilians on the ship could not be put down. Hey, Laike, your battleship is near here now, can you help us when you escape later? Mew said that the batch of supplies provided by Laike earlier relieved the Archangel's shortage of supplies, and also gave them the confidence to last until the fortress was safely on the road during the supply wave. Then when Bozoft attacked the fortress, they couldn't get the supplies, so they couldn't just go on the road without replenishing supplies. If the supplies are in short supply on the way, if the civilians down there make a fuss, some of them will have a big head, and the civilians whose treatment suddenly deteriorates will not be calm and reasonable. In order to reduce friction. Uncle Mew, don't think I'm a treasure bag, how can I put so many things in it? Laike said helplessly, the amount that could be allocated before was the limit. Let alone the remaining points, he still needs to use it himself, even if he really gave the Archangel so many mouths, it wouldn't last long. No more? What a waste of my feelings. How much are your feelings worth, uncle? Don't call me uncle. Advertisement. Archangel, set sail. Maru waved her hand and ordered. She pretended not to hear the conversation between Laike and Mew, and now that Zoft was nearby, it was time to discuss what to do next. After leaving the fortress, several people were discussing it carefully. The enemy is coming soon, I will go to Gonaku and stay on the machine to wait. Hey, kid, what are you talking about all of a sudden? Mew is a little inexplicable about Laike's halfway operation, if Maru hadn't told him and Bucky Lulu about Laike's past cooperation with the 8th Fleet. He could also think that Laike couldn't talk to him, and gave in. The Archangel's engine spewed out a dazzling tail flame, and took advantage of the time when thunder was destroying Heliopo. It started instantly, and under the long tail flame, the Archangel flew towards the exit of the fortress in an instant. Long legs? Don't try to run. Sun Li, who had destroyed the launcher of the light wave defense umbrella, continued to wreak havoc in the fortress, and because of this, he saw the Archangel who was about to take the opportunity to escape. There is a MS approaching ahead, it's Sun Li. I'm going to intercept. Kira, who was already on the assault and ready to attack, said that if they were blocked in the fortress now, the situation of the Archangel would be in danger. Don't go, now it's time to stay away from the Archangel's strike and you may not be able to catch up. Core Gundam put his hand on the shoulder of the strike, and Laike's voice came from the communication circuit. I'll just stay in this position and snipe directly. Sniper. Kira saw that the armor and weapons on the Core Gundam had changed again. This time it was a black armor. Compared with the previous two armor components called Earth Fighter and Jupiter Fighter by Laike, the styles were also different. The black makes Uranus's armor more thick than the previous two sets of equipment. The parts on the back that seem to be used as sensors and cameras are specially used for sniper warfare. What? Chapter 30. Leaving successfully, the headless Sun Li asks for flowers, collects, and evaluates tickets. Wait, now they are in the fortress, such a small place. Mr. Laike wants to use the sniper mode, what is Mr. Laike thinking? Kira immediately realized, did Sun Li touch this position in a short while? Mr. Laike, it's very. Don't worry, I'll stay in the front and start sniping, and I'll go back when I'm done. He didn't intend to waste time playing melee combat with the trio of Yitzhak in this place, it was a waste of time. Advertisement. The Core Gundam raised its beam sniper rifle at the front of the ejection position, aimed at the thunder that was rushing towards this side, and then fired a shot. A cherry red light beam shot out from the Archangel. Sun Li, who was approaching while firing at the Archangel, quickly descended the fuselage, but his action slowed down a step when he couldn't catch it. Even if the quality of the adjuster is far superior to that of a natural person in all aspects, the descending Sun Li was accurately hit on the head by the cherry red beam. The head of Sun Li, which was penetrated by the light beam, was almost completely blown away, and the screen inside the Sun Li cockpit, whose main monitor was directly scrapped, turned into a snowflake because of the scrapping of the body camera. Nigel didn't realize what happened to the blow just now, and shot his thunder directly from the inside of the battleship. Sun Li, who was still some distance away, didn't even see that he was staying in the ship and shot him to the core. The distance is unlikely to be able to be achieved by the striker on the long legs. The three sets of equipment of the striker have already appeared in front of them. None of them matched the attack just now. The color of the light beam was more like the G-series body that cut off an arm in Yitzhak's duel before, and did not have any relevant data in their body computer. To be able to hit him in the battleship. Nigel could only complain that he was too careless. Seeing that the opponent did not attack from the battleship, he believed that there was still a chance for him to get closer. He never thought that the opponent had calculated the timing to hit him. Sun Li, whose main camera was scrapped, had to stop for a moment to let the system automatically switch to the auxiliary camera. Nigel drove Sun Li but didn't intend to go straight to catch up. When Sun Li's head was killed and he could only rely on the auxiliary camera to provide vision, if he acted indiscriminately, it would only add trouble to his teammates out of thin air. Yazak, Diego, Sun Li's main monitor has been hit, I can't move any further, be careful. Advertisement. Nigel used the communication channel to contact Yitzhak and Diego, and informed them of the information. Tisk, what is Nigel doing? Why was it solved so quickly? Yitzhak said angrily during the duel. It was agreed that he and Diego would destroy it outside, and Nigel would destroy it inside. When they found Long Legs, the three of them would besiege Long Legs. The long legs were rescued before Captain Cruz and Aslan came back, and now Nigel was dealt with before seeing the long legs? This exit is too fast, what is Nigel doing? Don't be so angry, Yitzhak, maybe Nigel encountered the G-series body that is not in our data just like you. Diego said casually, pulling the trigger and constantly destroying the surface of the fortress. Tisk, shut up, Diego, why are you bringing this up again? Long legs are here, stop talking nonsense to me. Yitzhak, who was about to continue to tease Diego, saw the Archangel departing from the fortress. My heart relaxes. At last, Diego, the BD who only heard him all day long, can be quiet for a while. Yes, start to act, start to act. Diego's tone was perfunctory, making one wonder if he came here to paddle. The two mobile suits, Stormwind and Duel, were not attacking the fort that had already been demolished by most of them, and turned around to chase after the escaped Archangel. Duel, Storm, is approaching our ship. The missile tubes are loaded with anti-air missiles, and Baryant is ready to launch, pin them down, and then proceed at maximum speed. The loaded missiles in the missile tubes at the rear fired towards Duel and Storm at the same time. Although the two mechs had PS armor, they didn't dare to directly resist the missiles, so as not to affect the actions of the mechs. After the two airframes made evasive actions and turned the main gun equipped on the front of the Archangel when the missiles were destroyed, they aimed at the two and fired. Damn long legs! 4 green light beams aimed at Baofeng and Duel. If the power of the battleship's main gun hits, Baofeng and Duel will be destroyed on the spot. The two mechs had to make evasive actions to avoid the beam again. And this time caused the Archangel to speed up to the maximum speed and sail far away from the fortress. With the speed of the Storm and Duel, they could only watch the Archangel just like that. Advertisement. And behind the Archangel, more than half of it has been destroyed by ZAFT. Longlegs ran away again. Yitzhak roared. Yale Yale, I heard that white hair screaming again. Diego sighed, his expression full of helplessness. Yitzhak's voice was really loud, and he would yell whenever he got angry. The whole thing is a sustainable mobile self-exploding bomber. If it were a natural person, his body would probably have been yelled at by his loud voice for a long time. Diego, what did you just say? Yitzhak's ears caught the white hair very keenly, and he barked 4 characters, his face darkened. Diego this. Haha, I didn't say anything. Diego refused to admit his death. If Yitzhak heard him publicly call him by Mao, Yitzhak would probably fight him in a duel on the spot. Yitzhak, long-legged, let's destroy the Artemis fortress first, so we can't let it threatens off in a short time. Storm turned around, fly towards the direction of the fortress. The pod on the right shoulder and the weapons held in the left and right arms are firing. Humph, if you say that next time, I will definitely beat you hard. By Mao, screaming, this is the friendship channel, and Diego still said yes in his usual volume, only the deaf can't hear it. Yitzhak, who knows Diego's thick skin, can only let him go temporarily. If he comes again, Yitzhak promises that if he can't take care of himself if he doesn't beat Diego, his name Yitzhak Joel write it upside down. In order to vent his anger, Yitzhak fired more aggressively. Under the continuous attack of 3G series MSS, most of the Artemis fortress, which was blown up and blooming everywhere, were all destroyed in this attack. Damaged. Even the command room was directly damaged by the explosion, and the Artemis fortress fell on the spot under 3G series MS. Afterwards, because Zoft had no relevant strategy to occupy this place, he let it go. As for the bald commander Gadazia, he was lucky to survive the attack, and he used his connections behind him to prevent the higher authorities from being held accountable. His responsibility. Chapter 31 Diversion to Junius 7 asking for flowers for collection. February 2, 71 CE. 3 or 4 days after the Archangel escaped from the Artemis fortress. Unable to obtain supplies and failed to contact friendly forces, the Archangel could only contact the 8th Fleet while sending the battleship to the gravel belt. The wreckage of the Junius 7 destroyed by the nuclear bombs used by the Earth's military in the gravel belt, battleships, and MS, there are a lot of materials in these wreckages. Go there and the Archangel will be able to collect all the supplies you need. Advertisement. Archangel, Captain's cabin. In the end, I still have to go to the gravel belt to disturb the dead. Mew said with some self-mockery. After all, he, Maru, and Bucky Lulu could rationally accept that the Archangel had to go to the gravel Stone Belt Supplies decision. Emotionally, after all, he still feels guilty about the land that was destroyed by the nuclear bomb of the United Earth Army and buried more than 200,000 dead souls. Uncle Mew, the 3 of you feel emotional here, why don't you think about how to explain it to Kira and the others later? Laike leaned against the door and shook his head, the 3 of them could accept this. Hey, what Uncle, Laike, why are you so bad-hearted all day long? Mew, who heard Uncle, became a little upset again. Since returning from that attack, Laike often said Uncle Mew to him at every turn. He also occasionally said something during the meal, which caused Thor and Kira to shout together, and he almost thought he was an uncle. Damn, I've said it several times and he hasn't even made it to 3 yet. Maliu glanced at Mew from the corner of her eye, hiding the smile on her lips, and then said, let Captain Mew and I explain things to Kira and the others. If Kira and the others can't accept it, I'll trouble you, Laike. I'm helping to tell them what's going on. If you want to convince Kira and the others, it is better to speak softly. Second Lieutenant Bucky Lulu is not suitable for this job. Her character is too straightforward. If Bucky Lulu is responsible for explaining, then Kira and the others will agree to help. Ghost. If Kira really can't accept it, I'll talk to them. Laike said, it's no trouble to help Kira and the others with psychological counseling. It will not affect the simulated training system that I have to install in the core cockpit every day for simulated training. This exclusive system is now installed on the Purple Heresy with the help of Abby. Double happiness a day. Advertisement. Laike glanced at Bucky Lulu at the side, but he still chose to remain silent. Presumably Bucky Lulu himself knew that there was something wrong with her character, but she still couldn't change it. At lunch, after everyone had finished eating, Captain Mario gathered all the personnel on the ship who were going to go out to work at that time, and told them that they would go to Junius 7 in the gravel belt to resupply. At Junius 7. Supply. Why do you have to resupply in that kind of place? We don't want to disturb those people, but the supplies on the Archangel are starting to run out. If this continues, the level of life security for ordinary civilians will have to be lowered, or even. In other words, if we don't collect supplies, we may not be able to sustain the moon, nor will we be able to disembark you. Mew deliberately said that the consequences were serious. For the time being, this is the only way to alleviate the teenager's conscience. It seems that most people don't need to talk about it, except. Laike looked at Kira's head down, and thought that he would have to give him some psychological counseling later, and after Maru and the others left, it was time to rest. When the students on the Archangel who were forced to board the ship also went to do their own things, Laike found Kira in a corner of the ship for the first time. He still lowered his head, and he could tell at a glance that he was still worried about going to Junius 7. Don't put on a sullen face, you will easily overwhelm yourself, Kira, Yamato. Mr. Laike. Kira looked up suspiciously. At this point in time, shouldn't Mr. Laike be doing the simulated training at the Niku? I heard Mr. Cao from the maintenance team said that Mr. Laike squatted in GNA curry all day long. In addition to eating, drinking and sleeping, almost half of the time is spent in it for simulated training. Why did you suddenly come to him? I see that you have a sullen face, and you are worried about what will happen to you in the battle if you continue like this, so I come to ask you what is bothering you so much. If you don't mind, you can talk to me. Mr. Laike, I know it's necessary to go to Junius 7, but I still can't pass the test in my heart. I think it's wrong to disturb the dead. Advertisement. N. Kira nodded, a little surprised that Laike took his thoughts verbatim. You're a kind-hearted young man, it's normal that you can't agree. In fact, Captain Mario and the others feel the same way as you. We don't want this to happen. Captain Maru and the others, too. We are all normal people, how could we not resist this kind of thing? Laike laughed. You act according to the instructions of the captain and the others, and the captain and the others have to formulate the next actions. Therefore, even if they resist by themselves and know that they can't disturb the dead, they have to do it for the sake of the whole crew, just like you do it for yourself. It's the same as choosing to fight if your classmates are safe. Laike speaks earnestly, everyone thinks differently depending on where they stand and from different angles. After listening to his words, Kira bowed his head in thought for a while, then nodded to Laike. Thank you, Mr. Laike, I think I understand. Kira thanked, Laike's words made him feel a lot better. You can open it up if you want, at least it proves that my call is not in vain. Laike looked at Kira. If he didn't say anything, with Kira's temperament, he would be carrying it alone, and then with this pressure, he would go to collect the supplies in the universe for the crew. It would be better if Kira could relax earlier. After escaping from the fortress, Kira would have to face the possibility of the next battle between him and Aslan. But now Kira just doesn't want to think about this possibility, and his nerves have been so tense. If you count the series of bad things that happened to Fla's father later, all of which fell on Kira, Kira's whole body will be broken sooner or later. Collapse. Oh, Kira, there is one more thing. Laike called out to Kira who was about to turn around and leave. Don't call me Mr. next time. It always feels like calling me old. I'm only 22 years old, and I'm not the age to be a Mr. Mr. Laike. Is Laike so young? Kira was shocked. Seeing Laike's mature look, he kept wondering if he was about the same age as Captain Mew, and he was only 22. Chapter 32. Just pull the trigger. Don't I look like 22 years old? Laike wondered, isn't he pretty young? Kira hurriedly explained, I didn't mean that, I just think that you usually take care of us like a big brother, and you should be much older than us, so. Okay, take it easy, Kira, I scared you into playing. Laike couldn't help laughing. Kira still seemed very confused, obviously didn't realize what Laike meant. Advertisement. I'm not Mew, who is nearly 30 and acts like a menopausal woman all day long. I don't care about age and other issues. Then Laike, you just now. Oh, seeing how innocent you are, I think it's interesting to tease you, so I just teased you for fun. Laike spread his hands and said, revealing his purpose of being very concerned about his age just now. The corner of Kira's mouth twitched, inexplicably, he felt very angry. Laike. Is it too much to do this, to play with him like this? Is this something a qualified adult should do? Next time, don't be so simple. Be careful that you are still counting money for others after being sold. I am actually thinking about your future growth. Are you also lying to me? Kira was dumbfounded, and his mood was very complicated. Just now, his impression of a good senior, like a big brother, shattered. Laike didn't wait for Kira's reply, and asked Kira to take a good rest and prepare for the collection work when he arrived near Junius China tomorrow. It's not good to bully a teenager like that, Laike. When there was no one around Laike, Abi jumped out of nowhere and appeared beside Laike. Hey, Abi, black me is too much, how can I bully people? Laike said with sideways eyes. Is he going too far? No, not a bit too much, that point is purely for his little fun, the main reason why he teases Kira is for Kira's growth. Advertisement. Your nonsense is really getting more and more proficient. If you really want Kira to grow up, why don't you take him to a simulation training? Abi feels more and more that being a mercenary has brought Laike a lot of experience in this area, and now he is so proficient in bullying a young man when he has a bad taste. Installing that system on Kira's assault? What about when we're leaving? This simulated training system is a function attached to Abi, the system administrator. If this thing is revealed, it will not be easy to handle, right? Laike, don't tell me you've been playing dumb lately. Abi looked at Laike again with disdainful eyes. I installed the simulation training on the machine. Do you think that since it is something I am responsible for managing, my administrator can't uninstall it remotely? Can you do it? Laike asked. In his impression, this kind of administrator was taken away because of careless management. In the end, he could only be reduced to a poor pet. He asked someone to help him. It seems that he has seen somewhere about taking over authority again. Admin, isn't it a disgrace? Oh, except for Abi, Abi is not that embarrassing, at most there is a little bit of embarrassment. Laike, you're thinking something rude to me again. Cough, I won't do it next time. Laike's face was embarrassed, and Abi saw through his thoughts one after another, even if he was so thick-skinned, he couldn't deny it even if he died. What? Then the simulated training system should be installed as a strike now. Temporary postponement, Kira's current technology is no problem to deal with the battle. Laike scratched his head, why was he so eager to install a simulation training system for assault, and let Kira go into practice with him? It's not like there are no pilots of similar level or better than the AI he usually plays. It's useless to find Kira to practice with, and it's useless to let Kira use this thing by himself. It's not in a hurry. Kira's talent as a perfect adjuster is not the same as that of ordinary people. His driving skills will quickly grow during the battle with Yitzhak and others in the red-clothed proofreading. With Kira's talent, even without this simulation training, it will not have much effect on him. February 3, CE71. The Archangel arrived at the gravel zone. After arriving at the gravel zone, Mario declared to everyone that this operation is voluntary registration, and those who really don't want to participate do not need to participate. Advertisement. As a result, not many people came, and Laike and Kira had to drive the aircraft to guard the vicinity to prevent the small boats transporting resources from being attacked by people who might come suddenly. Among the participants this time, except for Miss Fleur, who refused to participate because she was enough to help on the ship and did not want to come to the actual operation, the rest of the students who knew Kira participated in this operation of collecting supplies. Millie sprinkled the paper flowers she made with her classmates in this space, and when the paper flowers were sprinkled, Stryker and Core stayed nearby to serve as guards for the homework dinghies. Why, these people want to do this? Kira couldn't help asking this question in the raid, he knew what happened here when he came here, and he and the rest of the students still couldn't accept the tragedy that happened before them. On the way, they could even see the remains of people and scattered items in the ruins. These are all living beings. Because you only need to give an order, and then when the nuclear bomb is launched, a lot of lives will disappear. It doesn't feel real, and you don't have to look at those corpses with your own eyes. For those blue cosmos with brain problems said that the dead are just a series of cold and unfeeling numbers, and it's only normal for them to do this. Laike answered Kira's question in a calm tone, and everyone on the Archangel and the people in the working boat were silent. After a few minutes of silence. Alarm. Suddenly, the radars of the two MS sounded sirens, and the source of this was a long-distance reconnaissance Jin-En acting alone. It's the long-distance reconnaissance Jin-En. The Corps took the assault and hid behind the building. The comparison of the computer database showed the model information of this MS. This long-distance reconnaissance Jin-En seemed to be looking for what? Laike, who knew what the Jin was looking for, said to Kira. Kira, we too. We don't shoot Laike if he's gone. Kira didn't want to add unnecessary casualties out of thin air. What are you thinking? I asked you to cooperate with me to help capture it and bring it back. Laike stretched out his hand to his forehead. This Jin-En is a thing that can supplement the Archangel's combat power. Why did he blow it up out of thin air? Is there a prize? Chapter 33 Kira is the king of picking up trash and asking for flowers for collection. Just knocked out with the monitor? Kira's pupils shrank slightly. He really never thought that there is such a solution to the problem. In the previous battles, he always fought according to the body of the cockpit, so as to deal with the enemy's style of play in one breath. So there is such a fighting method? Kira, don't think too much, this fighting method is not suitable for you to use in the next battle. Laike broke Kira's illusion. He knew what Kira was thinking, nothing more than thinking that this way he would not be able to take other people's lives in the next battle. Advertisement. However, if Kira really dared to do this in the next battle, then Kira would die. First of all, Kira is driving a G-series battery machine attack at the moment, and his driving experience is not as hidden as in the later part of the original book. In the later part of the original book, Kira is driving ZAFT's technology master freedom that is enough to reach the pinnacle in this era. As for the enemies in the later period, apart from Cruz's Divine Will in the decisive battle, and the second phase G-series machine driven by the three little strongs, Kira can fight against each other, and even make him fight hard. The rest of the miscellaneous soldiers are all mass-produced short swords, Jin-En, these airframes, whether it is the performance of the airframe or the skill of the pilots, there is a gap between them. This gave Kira the confidence not to attack the cockpit of these people during the battle. Now Kira is driving a strike, and the opposite is Diego, Yitzhak, Nigel, and Aslan. All four of them are ZAFT's red-clothed elites, so there is no need to say much about their driving skills. The airframes of several people on the airframe are all G-series airframes. Apart from the differences caused by the specialization of some weapons, the performance gap between the several airframes cannot be widened too much. Several people also appeared in multiplayer teams. In one-on-one battles, except for a purely long-range storm, Kira still couldn't guarantee a complete advantage over other people's battles. At this time, Kira dared to play the human stick tactics in the later stage when fighting these people, so think about when Kira should burn the paper money next year. Those people are all red-clothed soft soldiers. Except for your friend Aslan, who will probably put some water in the battle, the rest will not show mercy. Let the water go. Hey, it means showing mercy. In short, don't expect to be able to play this trick in the battle with them. If you don't go all out, they will really sink us and the Archangel. Advertisement. Do it, Kira, Laike yelled. In the video, the long-distance reconnaissance Jin aimed his gun at the operation boat that appeared in front of it. Locked on the long-distance reconnaissance Jin, Kira immediately pulled the trigger, and a beam of light sent the long-range reconnaissance boat ready to fire. Detective Jin's head was knocked off. However, the main head monitor of the long-distance reconnaissance Jin-En was knocked out, and the driver lost his vision only when he heard the siren sound. Because it was a modification of ZAFT's early mass-produced models, the long-distance reconnaissance Jin-En did not have a backup camera installed on it. In other words, the driver could only stare helplessly at the snowy screen. I'm making up for you twice to prevent trouble. The fist of the Corps hit the front of Jin-En's cockpit, punching 3 or 4 times in a row, making sure that the driver inside was stunned and passed out before Laike stopped. Laike, do you hit so many people inside? Kira looked at the Corps with a bit of shame and just punched so many people inside. If I didn't hit so many times, who knows if he will resist. Laike took it for granted that the reason for hitting so many times was to ensure that the driver inside would pass out. The physical fitness of the adjuster is crushing natural people, so I am cautious. Makes sense. Kira, who is an adjuster himself, thought of the physical gap between a natural person and an adjuster. The driver inside should have fainted at most. Storm turned around. Thor in the working boat thanked Kira, then a white boat appeared on the screen in the cockpit. Lifeboat? Why is it in this kind of place? Laike, there's a lifeboat over here, Kira said. Why do you contact the Archangel? I'm afraid this long-distance reconnaissance Jin-En is here to carry out the task of searching for this lifeboat. Laike guessed. Specialized in searching for this lifeboat? Kira froze when he heard the words. If he said this, the identity of the person in it should not be that kind of commoner, but an important figure in Zoft. Advertisement. I'll leave it to you here, Kira, I have to take this long-distance scout Jin back to the battleship first. The lifeboat. Kira hesitated to speak. Of course you took it back, Kira, you can't take back what you found. Anyway, it's not the first time you've picked up a lifeboat. Captain Mario and the others won't say anything. After silence Kira, Laike took Jin-en back to the battleship one step ahead. If he brought Jin-en back at this juncture, the three of them would undoubtedly complain about his behavior of bringing people back at this juncture. So it's better to let Kira take people back. Again? Baiki Lulu, Mew, and Maliu looked at each other. Isn't it, sir? It's fine if you picked up a lifeboat filled with refugees once, and now you pick it up again. Where are you, a scrap dealer? You can pick up things anywhere. And why did Laike come back after picking up things this time? Even though he picked up Tai Jinan, no matter how big or small he was, it was better than Kira Guang picking up people. Speechless, the three of them discussed and asked Kira to bring the lifeboat back to the Archangel. It is a question of whether someone will come to recover the lifeboat drifting in the gravel belt in time. Gonakone of the Archangel, the Corps threw the headless long-distance detective Jin-en to the ground, and the members of the maintenance team let out a surprised cry. Go out to replenish supplies, and you can pick up Jin-en to come back. There is still a driver in this body, be careful. Maddock reminded the restless surroundings with his loud voice, ready to move forward to observe the maintenance squad members of ZAFTMS. Although it was heard from the captain that Jin-en's pilot passed out, it was true that he didn't move much when he actually saw it. But the adjuster's physical fitness, who knows if he will wake up immediately. Chapter 34 Lux asks for flowers for collection. It's okay. I hit Jin-en's cockpit several times. How could the pilot wake up so easily? Hiss, indeed. Maddock gasped. He didn't notice it until he looked carefully. The front of Jin-en's cockpit was slightly dented, so it would be strange to wake up so quickly after hitting it. Wait a minute, so the core is as high as this body? Looking at the core Gundam standing next to him without a trace, Maddock was a little puzzled for a while, but he only had a guess in his heart. Advertisement. The origin of that airframe is definitely not ordinary. When several guards pointed their guns at the cockpit, members of the maintenance team also deciphered the password of the aircraft, but when the cockpit was opened, the large number of people were still confused. The driver of this Jin-en is not wearing the green clothes that represent ordinary drivers in ZAFT, but the red clothes that represent elites. Most importantly, the driver is a woman. What can they do with this big man? Shahi Anifas, why did I bring back a big fish? Laike, who started from Core Gundam, was also stunned. If he remembered correctly, the person who searched for Lux on TV should be an ordinary green-clothed person. Why did it turn into a red dress? Have you seen this face before? Shahi Hanifs, the red-clothed pilot of the Zoft army. After hearing the news, Abby followed Dagonako and whispered the driver's name beside Laike. Thank you for the explanation, Abby, but this person should not be here right now. The corner of Laike's mouth twitched. Logically, why did the task of searching for Laike send a special poem in a red dress? Isn't it the beam experimental type Zigu? How could it be so downcast that it was driven by Jin? Don't forget, Laike, the ZAFT Army's beam weapon hasn't been developed yet. ABI reminded that the speed at which the G-series information was sent back to the plant's homeland couldn't be faster than that. Experiment with ancient times. I know this, but the problem is that even if ZAFT is using this machine for scouting and searching, the problem is that the red-clothed elite should not be in charge. Zoft is not the Zin of UC, this time has not yet reached the point where Zoft has no soldiers to use. Well, that's not what I know. Abby shook her head. She couldn't be everything. While the two were talking, Maliu, Mew, and Baiki Lolo had already arrived at Gonaku. After hearing that the pilot was a woman in red, the three of them were astonished. Captain Maliu asked several female crew members to help put the red clothes of the ZAFT army were sent back. At this time, Kira also drove the assault to bring the rescue capsule back, and the maintenance team finally unlocked Jean's cockpit, and were busy unlocking the rescue boat. Advertisement. Mr. Laike, please report to us before you act next time, we will be very troubled if you act without authorization. Bucky Lulu warned. Suddenly brought a Jin-en back, without explaining, mercenaries can't be so unruly. Didn't I bring something good back here? There's no need to be so angry, Captain Bucky Lulu. Good thing? Jin-en is currently unmanned on this ship. It is of no use to add a prisoner after picking it up. Simple, let Captain Mew drive. Mew was stunned. Hey, Laike, I'm not that good at asking Kim. No matter how powerful he is still a natural person. The OS used by the adjuster's Jin-en is specially tailored for the adjuster. Let him drive it. Do you want him to commit suicide? I'll ask Harrow to help copy the OS of the Heresy Purple machine and use it on this Jin-en, so that you, Captain Mew, can also drive it. Is the Purple machine the MS that has been parked at Gurner Curry? The OS on that machine can be used by natural people. Mew responded with doubts. That machine also looked very similar to the G-series, asked Laike, and the answer was very straightforward. This Heresy was developed by Orb based on the data obtained from the Atlantic Union. As for the body, In a sense it is. Mew smiled, if this is true, then why don't you lend me that machine called Heresy? If you give the data of this machine too. Don't think about it, the OS of that mecha is not perfect yet. Laike shook his head and said, letting Jean use that mecha OS, Captain Mew will have to train to drive it well. Do you want to train? Will there be time now? Mew shook his head and laughed, the enemy pursued so closely, he really couldn't believe that this little time would be enough for him to activate the MS. And it's not without reason for Laike to say this. Mew's talent in driving MS is considered top level in the Earth Alliance, although it's not as good as Cruiser who can drive the adjuster OS and configure MS as a natural person. But if you have this talent, according to Laike's estimate, you can equip Mew with this OS, and Mew will be able to drive MS in a short time. Uncle, you have to believe. Opened. Advertisement. Maddox shouted, several people stopped talking and walked to the rescue cabin, most of the rest of the people finished their work at hand and kept their guns on guard. A pink Harrow suddenly flew out, the slender hands caught Harrow amidst a cry of astonishment. Is it hello? Everyone noticed this round little pet first, and it was difficult for everyone to remember the figure of Harrow, the Archangel Narkuri, who was running around every day. This round little pet only attracted everyone's attention for a moment, and then everyone's eyes were attracted by the figure catching Harrow. It's a girl. The pink-haired girl had a dreamlike beauty, and her exquisite face made all the men present feel good. Hello everyone. The girl didn't seem to understand where she was at all, and waved hello to everyone. And the lethality of this move is very useful, the melodious voice made people put down their guard, and when the girl greeted here, she also observed the surrounding situation. When she saw Laike and Abi who was standing behind Laike, who was a transparent person, the girl's eyes moved slightly, and no one noticed this small expression change. Got noticed. Laike couldn't help laughing, still so sharp. After saying hello, the girl looked suspiciously at the military uniforms of the people around her and asked, hey? Isn't this Zoft's ship? Zoft. Everyone now knew where the girl came from. Miss, can you come with us? Captain, take her with you when the pilot wakes up. Bucky Lulu said, the scout type Jin-en, and the boat carrying the people from Zoft. There must be a connection between the two. Kira, you really picked up something incredible. Mew said to Kira speechlessly before leaving. As soon as these words came out, it was clear that she was from Pound. During the war, a warship picked up civilians from a hostile country. It is a big headache to think about this period. Sorry. Kira, who knew that he had caused trouble to Mew and others, had no choice but to apologize to Mew at this moment. Right behind Kira, Laike couldn't help but smirk. Chapter 35 Ask Laikus. Captain's room. Shahi who regained consciousness. Hanifs and Laikus were questioned by several people here. After the three of them knew their name Hong, they first asked Shahi about the information about this active soldier of the ZAFT army. Then asked about the purpose of the pink girl. I came here with Junius 7's morning group to pay tribute to those who died on Blood Valentine's Day. After coming here, I ran into people from the Earth Army, and the people on board let the Earth Army board the ship check, and later they got into a fight with the people on the boat. I was stuffed into the rescue pod. Advertisement. There is no one on that ship anymore. When I went to search, the whole ship turned into a wreck. Shahi said angrily. Her words caused the three of them to shake their heads slightly. Now the war between the Earth and the plant has become so crazy that their colleagues can attack civilians without hesitation. Although the three of them have different inner thoughts, they can't accept this kind of thing. Is it true? There are civilians on that ship, and we didn't carry any weapons. Why do those people? Maybe those people are elements of Cosmos, or people who have been brainwashed by Cosmos propaganda. Laike replied from the side. Mr. Laike, please don't say that in front of the ZAFT army. It doesn't matter what you say, anyway, I'm not a member of the United Earth Army. Laike laughed. Also, this is an undeniable fact, Captain Bucky Lulu. Mew said. The Blue Cosmosists in the United Earth Union occupy a large part, and it is an established fact that after the bloody Valentine's Day, ZAFT dropped anti-neutron jammers on the Earth and caused an energy crisis. Then it's your turn, Ms. Shi and Hanifs, why did you drive the detective Jin-en here? Mew looked at Shahi. Shahi lowered his head, hesitated for a while, and then explained the ins and outs for Laike's safety. After the accident on Miss Laikus's ship, I received relevant orders from the military during my mission, and turned to search here halfway. What mission did you want to perform? Mew continued to ask. Join with other troops as support, to pursue Long Legs. Shahi said with a sullen face. What could be more ironic than that now that she was staying where she was supposed to be? Hey, it seems that there are more and more people chasing us. Mew blew a little. Captain Mew, please be serious. Bucky Lulu wanted to rest his head on his forehead. The two people on the ship who participated in this questioning, one was the mercenary sent by the 8th Fleet to escort them, they were quite dishonest. Advertisement. The other Captain Mew is also similar occasionally, so can't these two be more reliable? Let the red clothes of the ZAFT army come here to search. What is the identity of this girl named Laike Klein? I remembered, isn't this the surname of Plant's current speaker, Siegel Klein? Mew hammered his hammer, and he said why the name felt so familiar to him. It's all right, why did Zoft Hong I drive long-distance reconnaissance Jin to search here? Because the daughter of the chairman of the Teya Council was lost. It's no wonder that Zoft can't send someone in a hurry. Maru and Baki Lolo were dumbfounded, and now everything is clear. The daughter of the plant speaker is missing, and the ZAFT army sent red clothes to search. Their ship is now carrying the princess of the Zoft army. A ship of the United Earth Army, carrying the princess of the Zoft army. Kira really picked up a big trouble for them and came here. The three senior officers on the Archangel thought at the same time. Congratulations, you finally found out what important person you rescued. Your ship really picked up an important person this time. Laike applauded as he watched the excitement. Mr. Laike. Bucky Lulu glared. Maru was also speechless. At this juncture, with this tone, Mr. Laike was not very serious before, so why does it make people feel more and more like Captain Mew now? Could it be that those who are close to vermilion are red and those who are close to ink are black? Subconsciously, Maliu glanced at Mew, and there was a question mark on Mew's head, telling him intuitively that just now the beautiful captain seemed to be thinking of something very bad for him. Mew found a key, so he asked. Laike, you haven't met Miss Lux, have you? I've met before, how could I not remember it, right, Ms. Laike Klein? Laike shrugged. There was nothing wrong with it being revealed, so he just said it. Yes, Mr. Laike, unexpectedly you still remember me. Lux smiled sweetly. Advertisement. Met someone from ZAFT? In the room, the four people including she and Hanifs, the ZAFT soldier, were all shocked. The three of Maliu looked at Laike one after another, and they all walked this distance. The three of them, including Bucky Lulu, would not doubt the possibility of Laike being a spy, but wanted to know how he knew Zaf. Daughter of Special Speaker. Don't think too much, I have nothing to do with the ZAFT army. It happened a few years ago before the war started. At that time, thanks to the mentor Markio who adopted me, I was on the plant side as his guard. Because I was lucky enough to meet him once at the speaker's mansion. Laike still remembers it very clearly. Lux laughed. Hey, Laike, you still have such a relationship? Mew asked with a strange expression, and Maru and Bucky Lulu on the side had similar reactions. Except, because I was too young, I didn't understand the poems and only knew about related matters. Markio has great prestige both on Earth and in the universe. It would be strange that the three of them, who are already adults, have not heard of each other's names. Laike turned out to be a child adopted by that person, and he ran out alone as a mercenary. Captain Mew, do you think I'm joking? That's not going to happen. Judging from what Laike did in the past, Mew and the others wouldn't suspect that Laike is a spy or something. However, this mercenary came from that Markio mentor. It's too magical. With that mentor here, you can choose other paths, why do you have to be a mercenary? Mew asked in a low voice. There are many people who are easy to do things, this saying is the same wherever you put it. Although Markio didn't actually participate in any politics, his unique identity still gave Markio a huge reputation between the Earth and the plants. The contacts I met in the middle can only be said to be innumerable. With so many contacts, why not do it wrong, mercenary? This job is almost like licking blood with the tip of a knife in Mew's opinion. Didn't you say, here comes the money? You too, I'm still asking questions. Bucky Lulu said angrily. Did these two people come to ask questions, or to perform some kind of opera for the Pomp people? Chapter 36 Strike Jin and Kaiha Flowers for Collection. Cough, let's talk a little bit, a little bit. Seeing Bucky Lulu look so angry, Mew hurriedly said seriously. Captain Mew, Second Lieutenant Bucky Lulu, you take the two of them to the room assigned to them first. Maliu said, and let the three of them talk, then it would really be a joke for Zoft's people. You can't move freely in the ship now, please stay in the room. Let the two stay in the room. The identities of these two people are too sensitive. One is the daughter of the chairman of Plants Parliament, and the other is the red dress of the ZAFT army. If the two of them walk around on the ship at will, God knows how the people on the ship will react. Advertisement. What are you doing here? Bucky Lulu's exclamation came, and as soon as she and Mew opened the door, there was Thor, Sai, Kira, Kaz, and others who were huddled together in the corner outside the door. A boy fell to the ground. It looks rather funny. Let's go now, let's go now. Thor said awkwardly. The angry Bucky Lulu looked like a devil to them, so the boys ran away. These people are really so casual, and they don't pay attention to military discipline. Bucky Lulu dissatisfied. Mew smiled wryly 3 times from the sidelines, somewhat connoted by this wave of complaints. After making arrangements for Mew and Bucky Lulu to send Laikus and Chaihe off, Maru said to Laike again. Also, Mr. Laike, Mr. Maddock CAO of the maintenance team contacted me just before you came to ask you to help with the maintenance of the machine. I'll go now. Let Mew and Bucky Lulu send people away first, and let him go to Gonaku. Laike understands the meaning of Ma Liu's move. Anyway, he has to go to Gonaku to see how Maddock and others cooperate with Harrow. What happened to naughty Jin Ian? Naku. How's the stolen Jin doing, Maddock? Oh, it's Laike. With the help of Harrow's, it's going well. Maddock held the tablet and lit it, which showed the current status of the long-distance reconnaissance Jin-en. Advertisement. With the help of Hellos, the replication and transfer of the system is progressing very quickly, and it is basically completed now, and the only thing left is... Only Jin-en's head is left. We have completed the replacement of the cockpit. The damage to the head is too severe. If it needs to be replaced, there are no suitable parts in the Archangel for the time being. Maddock scratched his head and said, the Archangel is a special battleship for the G-series, and there is no spare part for Jin-en on it. He was wondering whether to trouble Laike and Kira to go out and see if he could pick one up Jin's head back. But now the replenishment work of the battleship is almost completed, and it is about to start again. It is not suitable to trouble the two of them to go out at this time. No suitable parts? Just use the assault one. Laike said immediately. There are not many other things on the Archangel, and the spare parts of the striker are the most. Just replace the head of the striker with Jin-en. Using a strong attack. Maddock thought for a while about the picture of Jin-en with a strong head. Isn't the picture too strange? It's just a replacement of the main monitor, so it's not impossible, right? It can be done. M's head is not an internal part, so it might not be possible to change it to another MS, they just felt that it was too strange to plug it in, so it was wrong to insert the head of the striker into Jin-en. As for weapons, it would be too troublesome to modify them inside the battleship. Isn't there still leftover weapons for assault? If you modify them, you can use this Jin-en. Laike continued to give suggestions to Maddock and others. The long-distance reconnaissance of Jin-en's own armament should simply be replaced with assault ones. The assault attack on the armed force can't be used up all at once. There is a lot of inventory on the Archangel, so make the best use of everything. The weapons are also used, we have thought about this just now. Giving Jin-en the strike's inventory weapons, Maddock and the rest of the maintenance team had this idea when they first recovered Jin-en. Except for a few fixed weapons that are not easy for Jin-en to use, the remaining rifles and battleship knives can be used by Jin-en with a simple modification on the OS. However, these weapons were specially developed for Raider in the final analysis. The effect of Jin-en's use is definitely not as good as that of Raider, but compared with the weapons that Jin-en equipped with, it is a huge improvement. Advertisement. Unexpectedly, Laike had the same thinking as them, and thought of directly replacing the spare head of the striker with Jin-en. As expected of a mercenary. Maddock said with emotion. This way of thinking is really flexible, and he even had the illusion that Laike was also in the maintenance team before. It's been a long time, of course, Laike said. In my original world, I have seen a lot of magic-changing gelatin, this level can be imagined by anyone. This airframe is meant to be used by Captain Mew. Yet, it's more or less an increase in combat power. Laike said. If you have good things, you are not frugal, you are ABD. Mew is now driving the Mobius Zero. How strong is his technology in battle? Once he encounters the G-series, the help he can provide is too limited. Not to mention that in the original TV, after landing on the Earth and driving the fighter jet of the Skymaster, it will play less role than in the universe. What do you say about the Skymaster that can carry assault equipment? After all, it is a fighter jet, and it will not have much effect on the battle situation. Once the enemy intends to attack during the battle, the skills of the red clothes on the opposite side can easily control the pilot. Beat down. An old-fashioned joint ace like Mew also had to concentrate on dodging and looking for opportunities to attack during the battle. And if you get a MS, it will also be of great help to the next battle. With the assault weapon after the transformation, it can pose a certain threat to the opponent. Jin-en's general performance and Mew's technology are matched. The help is far greater than those two Moss. Even if Laike and others escorted the group to the 8th Fleet, and then separated from the group, the battle on the Archangel on Earth would be much smoother with an extra Jin-en. In this way, if the battle goes smoothly, the Archangel also owes himself a favor invisibly. Kira's name is Thor, and the classmate who died in the impact of the Holy Shield in the original history may also survive. Hey, boys, work harder, start Jin-en's renovation work right away. Maddock shouted to everyone in the maintenance team, and everyone responded with enthusiasm. Much to Laike's amusement, even the Harrows responded to Maddock with their own unique mechanical voices. Their relationship is so fast. Chapter 37 Restaurant, Rebuke Fleur for flowers for collection. A group of people in Harrow were busy modifying Jin-en, and told Madoc and others to notify Mew to come for an early test and training after Madoc and others completed the modification of the airframe. Laike boarded the Purple Heresy. This machine framed from Abuna has not been driven since I got it, and Abby is in charge of modifying it. It is not Laike's style to let the machine stand still for a long time. So Laike activated the built-in simulation training in the body, and conducted a simulation training in the body. This thing is managed by the system administrator of Abby. In order for Mew to get started quickly, he also asked Abby to notify those hello in advance. Them. Install a castrated version, which contains only the data of Kira who drove the assault period, and several other G-series drivers for Mew to train. There are traces of the data sources of these people, so that Mew and the rest of the Archangel will not be too surprised where his simulation training system came from. Advertisement. After Laike started the simulation training, he adjusted the difficulty to the highest level, selected a few ace machines, and trained in it for an hour. Madoc and others were still busy modifying Jin-En, and no one had time to look at him. Laike got off the machine, looked at the time, it was almost time to eat. It's time to go to the cafeteria. Don't be kidding, I was asked to deliver food to the adjuster just now, and now I am asked to shake hands with the adjuster. Arguing? Laike, who walked to the entrance of the cafeteria, looked in. The loudest of the two quarreling objects was the delicate young lady of the Atlantic Federation, Fleur Alsta, whom Laike heard, and the other was Thor's girlfriend, Miria. Ria. Among the main people involved in the incident, the pink-haired girl, Laike's Klein, was staying with Zoft's poem in red in her nifs. Why are you self-willed? Everyone is helping out on the battleship. Your job is already the easiest among all of them. Millie couldn't understand Fl's spoiled character. Of course, this was not the most important reason why she chose to quarrel directly with Fleur today. What displeased Millie the most was that Fleur behaved like a young lady in the past few days after she came to the Archangel, and after hearing that Kira was the adjuster, there was a hint of unrestraint. Discriminatory attitude. Advertisement. Both she and Thor know that Kira has a crush on Fleur, and it is not necessary to mention how much Fl's attitude towards the adjuster is to Kira. Today, according to the arrangement of the captain and the others, Fleur should deliver the meals, and Fl's words became the trigger to anger Millie. Doing the most relaxing things all day long, and having such a poor attitude towards other people, are you really a little conscious, and you still say such things to them now? What's wrong with what I said? Those people, the regulators are all monsters, let me shake hands with monsters. Fleur. Stop talking. Sai hurriedly interrupted Fleur, telling him to stop talking. From his perspective, he could clearly see Kira's obviously sinking expression. Why, what's the matter, I'm not wrong. Fleur, who was on the top, was dissuaded by Sai, and then realized that what she just said had also hurt Kira who was on the side. However, her spoiled young lady has always had a deep-rooted temper, and the notion formed by the Cosmos propaganda made Fleur know her mistake, and she still stubbornly refused to choose to apologize. Shai-He, who chose to come to the cafeteria with Laike in order to protect Laike, could no longer bear Fl's bad temper, and was about to step up to give her a good lesson when Laike walked over. Oh, you're right, what did Miss Fleur say? Right, the words promoted by the Blue Cosmos. Laike stepped forward and looked at Fleur with a complicated expression. There are many unusual things about this flower grown in a greenhouse. It's time to take this opportunity to let him start to wake up. What I said again. Fleur met Laike's gaze, and the dissatisfaction in her heart made him want to say that she was right, but Kira's frustrated expression made Fleur unable to say anything. Say the last two words. It's nothing, that's right, or something. I really didn't expect that Miss Fleur, who came to Heliopolis University of Technology to study, is a person who praises the theory of Blue Cosmos in private. Two faces. No, I'm not from the Cosmos. Fleur shook her head. Influenced by the overall environment of the Atlantic Federation, she discriminated against the adjusters and believed that the adjusters were monsters. The published theory is true. But she is not a supporter of the so-called Cosmosism, the tragedy that those who believe in Cosmosism did to Junius 7. Deep down in her heart, she couldn't accept it. If she was really a Cosmos, how could she come to Heliopolis University to study? Advertisement. But didn't you just say that adjusters are all monsters? Isn't it? The adjusters are not all. All receive genetic adjustments, so they are not considered human? Laike's expression turned cold. Tell me whether the genetic adjustment makes the adjuster have 8 eyes per person, or 4 legs and 6 hands. Which part is different from your Frey Alstad? Laike turned and pointed at Laike. The pink girl pointed at by Laike was still smiling, showing no other emotions. Let's say it in a bad way today. If you want to say that someone is a monster, it's okay. Tell me how the adjuster is different from you. If you are like the group of people in the Blue Cosmos, you believe in the so-called modified genes and do things that natural people can't do, then you are not human. Then, no matter how you deny it, you, Fleur Alstad, are no different from the guy who believes that the adjuster is a monster and dropped a nuclear bomb. Say. Seeing that no one in the cafeteria chose to stand up and speak for her, Fleur, who was said to be irrefutable, looked at her boyfriend. Sorry, Fleur. Sai let go of Fulay's hand, and avoided Fulay's eyes asking him for help. Fulay's mouth and temper were really bad, and Sai couldn't agree with the harm he caused Kira today. Sai knew that Fla's attitude towards the adjuster was because the girl was too naive, and her father doted on her, and no one corrected her after being influenced by the propaganda in the Atlantic Federation. Since boarding the ship, Sai has tolerated Frey's actions to the limit. He never thought that the marriage partner arranged by this family would have such a face. Tell me, didn't you listen to what Miss Fleur said when you came here just now? Why don't you tell me where the monster is in the adjuster? Chapter 38. I. Fleur lowered her head, wanting to refute, but after much deliberation, she couldn't even utter a single rebuttal. All the ideas she had formed about the adjuster came from those propaganda, when Laike asked her nakedly what the adjuster was a monster, and put the facts in front of her. Fleur was at a loss for words. All along, are all her views on the regulators wrong? I heard that you are the daughter of an Atlantic Federation diplomat. People of this class have reached this age. If they don't know how to think for themselves and only know how to listen to other people's propaganda, I really sympathize with your father. Advertisement. It's almost the same, and Laike is too lazy to continue to hate Fleur. Seeing Fleur lowering her head and wearing that outfit, Laike knew that although there were still various emotions such as dissatisfaction in her heart, Fleur had already started to think. Thinking is a good thing, and he should say that it is about the same. Let the lady think about it for herself and restrain herself. Fla's character is a standard temperament of a lady who stays at home. The indulgence of the people around him because of his status and appearance has invisibly aggravated his behavior of disregarding others and only considering himself. If you don't teach me a few words earlier and let it go on, after the death of Dad, Fleur will go astray because of the hatred in her heart, and she will not reflect on the mistakes of her behavior until she loses something. Lax Klein, Shahi Hanifs, the Archangel is a joint warship, and you are not allowed to walk around casually. I will take you two back. Mr. Laike, but we haven't eaten yet. Lux blinked and said. She asked Harrow to help open the door of the room on the spur of the moment, and one of the reasons she told she and Hanifs was that she was hungry. Kira, please bring me some food later. Kira, who was silent at the side, pointed at herself. Laike's words of reprimanding Fleur made Kira feel a lot better, and her expression was no longer as uncomfortable as when she heard Fla's words. Do you have anything else to do? I'll go. Advertisement. Kira nodded. The current atmosphere in the cafeteria made him a little uncomfortable. It would be best to take this opportunity to escape temporarily. Lax, the hello that Aslan made for you is quite amazing. Sending Laikus and Shahi back to the room, Laike looked at the Harrow who looked like a young child and said, when sending the two back. Laikus told him that Harrow helped to unlock the password of the room. Thinking of how Harrow, who has no hands or feet, could unlock it, even if he had an upgraded version of Harrow, Laike would have to admire Aslan's hands-on ability. This reminds Laike of the mechanical bird that Aslan made for Kira called Toli, which flies around in the battleship all day long. When I asked Kira, Aslan finished it for him within a few days. This kind of talent, Aslan doesn't want to be a pilot, he can also shine brilliantly if he designs MS. Is that so? The Harrow made by Aslan is not as smart as the one you gave me in Laike. Lux nodded her cheek and said, the Harrow made by Laike is much smarter than the one made by Aslan in every aspect. Well, even though Aslan did a great job. Did I send you hello? Laike was stunned. Under Lux's calm and silent gaze, it took about a minute before he realized that this was indeed the case, but it's not that he gave it to me. The Harrow from Abby is smarter than the baby-like Harrow from Aslan. IQ has probably reached the level of about 10 years old. At that time, one of Harrow seemed to like the other Harrow on Lux's side, so he wanted to stay there. Considering that Abina can still do it, Laike followed Harrow's wishes and let that Harrow stay in Laikus as a pet. It's a pity that it stayed at home and didn't come out with me when it came out this time, otherwise it would have shown you, Laike. Miss Laikus. Shahi looked puzzled. Laikus is engaged to Aslan now, why her familiarity with Laike feels better to her than the rumored relationship with Aslan. 2. I brought the food for you. Kira, who brought the food from the cafeteria, put the food on the table. Thanks. It's just a meal, you're welcome, and please don't mind what happened to Fleur just now. Kira lowered her head and said, Fla's matter not only hurt him, it must also hurt Lux who wanted to shake hands with her. Why is Kira apologizing? Lux asked. Advertisement. Okay, don't worry about it, Kira. Laike patted Kira's shoulder hard, making Kira hold his shoulder with some pain, and come out of the self-blaming emotion. It wasn't you who did it, it was Fleur, that ignorant young lady who did it. Laike, Fleur won't. Kira couldn't help but want to ask Laike about Fleur, about Fla's lowered head, Kira also knew that there was a reason for it, and it was all Fla's fault. But Kira couldn't bear Frey's last look. I said, Kira, I know you have a crush on Fleur, but that's not what you did. Crush? Although Laike and Shaihi couldn't see anything on their faces, Laike could sense that both of them were interested in this matter. Without him, girls of this age were very interested in such things. All aspects of special adjusters come earlier than natural persons. Laike, what are you talking about? I didn't. Kira blushed thoroughly, and waved her hands hastily. Besides Kira, Laike, and Shaihi, you two are also adjusters, so I'm telling you this. Fleur will have a discriminatory attitude towards adjusters. The reason is because of the propaganda against adjusters in the Atlantic Federation under the leadership of the anti-adjuster group Blue Cosmos and her naive temper like a young lady. Fleur didn't think about it at all. It was her problem that she simply accepted the information, but one thing is true. Not only Fleur in the Atlantic Federation, many people believed the propaganda of the Blue Cosmos. Why would they believe Cosmos words, Kira, have you ever thought about it? Laike asked. It's because those natural people are jealous. Miss Shaihi, I didn't ask you, please be quiet. Laike said speechlessly. Why did Shaihi and the so-called temper of the so-called impatience on the battlefield always give Laike a feeling similar to Yitzhak's temper that explodes at every turn? Well, shouldn't it be said that a family does not enter a house? Personality is really a bit like Chapter 39. Kira has always been an honest child asking for flowers for collection. Emotions such as jealousy caused by the gap in ability between the natural person and the adjuster are at most one of the CO factors, not the main factor, but not so many people will think that the adjuster is a monster just because of this. The most important reason is the neutron jammer that Zoff dropped on the Earth, which caused an energy crisis on the Earth, and more than 1 billion people died because of it. This gave anti-adjustmentism a soil to grow. The promotion of Cosmos has become much smoother. There was a hint of sarcasm in Laike's tone. The hatred between the Earth and the plant has thus expanded. That's because the Earth killed more than 200,000 people on Junius 7 with a nuclear bomb before. Hearing this poem and gritted his teeth, he still couldn't help saying, prompting plant to make a decision to drop a neutron disruptor isn't the reason for this is because of the Earth's nuclear bomb? Advertisement. If neutron jammers are not used, who can guarantee that the United Earth will not continue to drop nuclear bombs? Yes, the point is to ensure their own safety, but the ones who dropped those nuclear bombs were civilians on the Earth who are busy with their livelihoods every day and have no time to care about politics. Laike asked with a smile. Those people don't understand the affairs of the upper class. The most intuitive experience for them is the difficulty of life caused by the energy crisis. At this time, after someone tells them that these things are all caused by the plant, the hatred can be vented. As for what happened before that, the common people will not care. Yes, is that so? Kira became depressed again. Living in peace with his family, he has never experienced or known these things. He only knows that he probably cannot understand the inside story. If this is the case, then those people, like Fleur, all hate the adjuster, then how will this war end? It's not you who caused these things to happen. Don't be so uncomfortable, Kira, think about what to do next. Didn't you fight to protect your classmates on this ship? Seeing that Kira's mood began to sink again, Laike glanced at Laike and Shaihi who were staring at him, and continued calmly. I'm telling you this to let Kira know that things have causes and effects, and you should look at things as comprehensively as possible, not to make you blame yourself here. Stop blaming yourself for things that have nothing to do with you, Kira, you are human, and you can't do everything. Kira, who was thinking about it, nodded. Maybe somewhere in his heart he still felt uncomfortable because of the incident in the cafeteria just now, but he could understand it because he knew these things from Laike. Advertisement. Helping people seems to be almost the same. Laike looks at Kira like this, and after saying this twice, Kira's pressure will be much less, even if there is no nearly suffocating pressure like the original book forcing him to grow up. Kira's character is also enough to think on his own after listening to his words, and slowly come up with his own answer. What this mercenary said. Poetry and eyes flickered, and she, a ZAFT soldier, also had some other thoughts in her heart after hearing these words. The tragedy about Junius 7 in the plant was the grief in the hearts of all the adjusters. No one can forget the more than 200,000 adjusters who lost their lives on Junius 7. Such a huge tragedy made everyone who joined the army think that plant dropped anti-neutron jammers on the Earth as revenge for killing their compatriots. Few people have thought that there are also innocent people who have not participated in it at all, and are innocent people like those on Junius 7. There may be, but in the end, due to various reasons, the plant dropped the neutron disruptor, causing the death of the energy source caused by the Earth, and those people who caused the impact aroused even greater responses to the plant. Malicious. In the end, it has developed to the point where they wish each other to die, and they have an unforgettable hatred for each other. Laike, can I ask what you can do now? Lux, who was listening quietly, asked suddenly as an audience. Unlike Kira and Shai, one of them was forced to participate in the war and was a civilian in the country of peace beforehand, the other was recruited by the army because of the Junius 7 incident, and she was Sig Klein's daughter. The daughter of the moderate supreme speaker who founded the current plant together with the now radical Patrick Sarah. Laike, who has heard and seen more than these two, will also think more. Of course, as the daughter of the chairman of the parliament, she knows what Laike just mentioned. Driving MS to fight, I accepted the commission here, it is impossible to watch this ship sink. Go to fight, I have finished asking all the questions I want to ask. Lux laughed, she had asked similar questions and got an answer when Laike came to the plant as a bodyguard. To fight for his own will and to achieve his own goals, of course, as a normal person, not a warmonger, he also wants peace. Advertisement. The answer is still so unique. After chatting with the two of them, Laike stopped when he was about to leave the room with Kira, looked at Lux and said. Oh, by the way, for the next period of time, you two have special identities, so don't walk around casually. Abby and I will take turns to deliver the food to you two, Laike. Laike said, it doesn't take much time for him to deliver it to Laike and the others alone, so I'll trouble Abby to come twice as well. Kira, don't be lazy, just come with Abby and give it to Laike and the others. Let Abby bring Kira to talk to Laike, and let Laike, Shai and the two adjusters talk to Kira. The three are adjusters, and they are of the same kind. Kira likes to keep things on his mind at the moment. Speaking of the situation in the current situation can relatively make Kira, the only adjuster on the ship, a lot easier. Let Laike can do the same as these two times, but Laike really doesn't like to be a psychological counselor for others every day, and it is quite fulfilling to be a once or twice once in a while. Lux covered her mouth and smiled lightly, she was as smart as her, obviously she had already seen what Laike meant, she needed her help. Laike, do you come every day? Of course I'll come when I deliver the food. Hey? But I mean other than food delivery. Besides the meal delivery. I'm free. If I'm free, I'll come. Laike said awkwardly. If he was asked to come outside the meal delivery, wouldn't the rounding take up his time touching MS? This, really he can't guarantee it. I'll come when I'm free. Kira, can I ask you if Laike is busy with work on the ship? It's not busy. The honest kid Kira has never lied since he was a child, and even Laike didn't understand the hints in his eyes. Laike's work on the ship is very easy. Compared with those of us who also need to help on the ship, Laike does not discuss things with Captain Code Flo, Second Lieutenant Bucky Lulu, and Captain Mew most of the time. Do your own simulation training at Gurner Curry. I come every day. Laike, who was sold by Kira, can only finally promise. Chapter 40. After leaving the wreckage of Junius 7, the Archangel continued to communicate with the 8th Fleet stationed near the moon while sailing. Niku. Mew, no, your driving skills are not very proficient. The purple heretic rolled his body, avoided Jin En's several beams and then fought back. The beam shot at Jin En quickly blocked Jin En's evasion route, and the last beam hit Jin En's cockpit. I can't beat you, I can't beat you, how can I be proficient in beating you, a veteran? Advertisement. Mew walked out of Jin En's cockpit with a look of displeasure on his face. It hadn't been a few hours since Jin En transformed him and came to train, and before MS's feet were so agile, he was pulled by Laike to face him in the simulated training. Being tortured by blood until now under Jin En's new OS, Mew Zi feels that the Jin En he drives is not inferior to those Jin En he has seen driven by ZAFT, but none of them can be heard in Laike's mouth. It's still a vegetable chicken. Can this guy understand how difficult it is for him as a natural person to smoothly drive Jin En for the adjuster, even though this OS is much more convenient than the OS for the adjuster he has experienced? But this OS is still very difficult to use. He is already very good at being able to get used to this level in the past few days. That monster, Laike, drives the same OS, and plays like an adjuster. That guy, isn't he a natural person? The OS of this body is not very good. If the OS is better, I might still be able to play. Don't blame everything on OS. Captain Mew, Mr. Laike, the captain told you to go to the captain's room, there is something important to inform you. Here we come. The two looked at each other and walked to the captain's room. It took several days for the 8th Fleet to finally verify and confirm the identity of the Archangel, a new warship that has no friendly code and no data in the joint database. This must be what Captain Maliu wanted to tell them. We have contacted the 8th Fleet, and they will send an advance team to join us. Maru, who called Mew and Laike to the captain's room, informed them of the news. Advertisement. Finally, we have joined the main force. It seems that the drifting diary of fighting alone is coming to an end. Mew said with emotion. After this rendezvous with the advance team, the Archangel's situation will be much better. Before I look at this, we still worry about the safety of the advance team. Laike said, looking at the three people in the room. Laike, what do you mean by that? The advance team, how many people are there? How many battleships are there, and how many horses are there on board? Laike asked. If they run into the ZAFT army before joining us, do you think it is possible for this advance team to be completely wiped out? The advance team is a unit of the 8th Fleet, so it's not easy to destroy them all. Bucky Lulu retorted. If the combat power of the 8th Fleet was that weak, they would have been wiped out by ZAFT long ago. Let me tell you, have you guys ever thought about a question? If this advance team meets the cruiser team, don't forget that 4 of the stolen GS are in their hands. Cruise team. The 3 of them were speechless for a while. One of the warships of cruiser's team is a Nazca-class high-speed warship. With the speed of that warship, it is completely possible to pursue the Archangel, or even go around the Archangel. Angel front. If they really ran into the cruise team, the 3 of Maliu would never doubt that the advance team's combat power would be completely wiped out by a few GS. The MS of the G series is overwhelming for the combined army force now. They who escorted the attack and personally fought against the 4 GS that were taken away know this best. Captain, we should speed up and arrive at the scheduled location as soon as possible to join the advance team. Well, I think so too. Before that, I have something to discuss with Captain Maliu, 2nd Lieutenant Bucky Lulu, and Captain Mew. I want to let Laike Klein and Shahi who are currently on the ship. Hanif sent back. Send it back? No, just forget it about Laike Klein. She and Hanifus are soldiers of the Zoft army. They should be regarded as prisoners of war and we cannot release them without authorization. Advertisement. Bucky Lulu said that she knew that if she joined the advance team of the 8th Fleet, Laike, the daughter of the plant speaker, would definitely be used by the upper echelons of the Atlantic Federation as a weapon to threaten the plant. How much she believes in obeying military discipline in her heart, and how rigid her character is, Bucky Lulu also thinks that it is not impossible to let Laike Klein leave the Archangel. But she and Hanifs, who are ZAFT's elite red-clothed soldiers, cannot be regarded as civilians, and letting them go is like letting go of the other party's prisoners of war privately. But you can't keep them forever. If you keep them, what will happen when the 8th Fleet delivers them according to the procedure? Then. Okay, 2nd Lieutenant Bucky Lulu, stop talking. Maru sighed, looked at Laike and said. Mr. Laike, it is really not good from our standpoint to just release a ZAFT soldier, if he does. They are members of the army, and when they return to Alaska, the Archangel needs to report to the military. At that time, the release of prisoners of war without permission will cause the whole ship to get into big trouble. No, all 3 of you misunderstood me. I didn't want the Archangel to release people right now. Laike laughed. Captain Maliu, don't forget that I have accepted the commission to escort the Archangel. Even if I want to let people go back, I have to think about how to ensure your safety, right? If you encounter ZAFT's army when rendezvous with the advance team of the 8th Fleet later, please tell the other party directly that our battleship has their speaker's daughter, Laike, and the elites in red to protect them, and force them to retreat. It's kind of despicable. Mew smiled wryly. Despicable, but easy to use, and then let them send personnel to take people back, so that even if the Archangel faces military interrogation, it can still prevaricate that this is a decision made to ensure the safety of friendly troops past. How is it? 3. There will be no problem then. No problem, Mr. Laike, you have a lot of ideas. Maru also relaxed. This kind of plan is the best, both of them are young girls in their prime. If this plan can be considered perfect, on the one hand, it can reduce their losses, and it can also save the 2 people let go. If the safety of friendly troops can be guaranteed, I have no objection. Bucky Lulu said after considering for a while. Given the current situation, they are very likely to encounter people from Zoft's army. This plan can reduce the loss of friendly troops and not it will make life difficult for them. Chapter 41 Preparing to return Laike for flowers for collection. Captain Mew. The captain and the others have no objection. How could I have any objection? Mew shrugged. Then please, Laike, go and tell that Miss Laike Klein in advance, if this kind of thing really happens later, let her cooperate with us. Leave it to me. Laike waved and left the captain's cabin. Advertisement. The 3 of Maru also left the room shortly after Laike left, and told Kira and the others on the ship that the Archangel had sped up and was about to join the advance team of the 8th Fleet. Dad, Atlantic Federation diplomat Frey Alstad is also on the advance team. Canteen. Sigh, is what the captain and the others said just now true? My father, is he really there? Frey ecstatically asked Sai to prove it. Ah, your father is on the boat that came over. Sai looked at Fleur. More or less these few days since Fleur was told by Laike in public, this young lady's temper has calmed down a lot. Although the degree of restraint is not to the point of earth-shaking, but compared to the savage and paranoid character of Fulay when she first boarded the ship before, the feeling of Fulay now is much better. Why don't you wait until you meet Fulay's father, and secretly suggest to Fulay's father to let him communicate with Fulay more, so that Fulay can change his temper? This idea popped up in Sai Yi's mind. Fla's father, Fleur, also loves her father very much. If what others say is not too harsh, Fla's temper is usually difficult to listen to, but Fla's father should know this. We'll take the initiative to talk to Fleur. In short, if you encounter ZAFT's army later, I will trouble you, Lux, to go up and reveal your identity. Otherwise, it will not be so easy for that cruise to retreat obediently. When he retreats, he will arrange people and ZAFT. Hand over there and send the two of you back. It's not a lie, is it? It's hard for Shahi to believe that the people in the United Earth Army are willing to let them go so obediently. As a soldier, she can guess how much political value Lux has. First, Laike held up a finger. Miss Shahi, not all the United Earth Army are bad people. A considerable number of people are doing those extreme actions now because they listened to the propaganda of the Blue Cosmos. Why did they believe it? I have already said the reason. Sorry, I asked too much. It's okay, I'm not small-minded. Miss Shahi really doesn't believe I have an idea. Then Miss Shahi, you can take Laike out all the way now, and see if you two can run away. With a smile on his face, Laike paused and continued, the difficulty is probably not too high. The only thing that will hit you in the battleship is bullets. As long as you can kill everyone on the road, grab the MS to ensure that you will not be killed by the Archangel and MS. The idea of being shot down can be ignored. Advertisement. Shahi, there's no need to worry so much. The method Laike said is very good. Let's go to the bridge later and cooperate with Captain Maliu and the others. Laike is comforted. Her gentle smile made Shahi let go of all dissatisfaction, expressing that she believed in Laike and everything was arranged by Laike. The popularity of this #1 idol is really not covered. Laike groaned. I said there, this poem and I still remain skeptical, the same thing, another Laike said, the effect is day by day. After leaving the room, he told the two of them one last time before leaving. When Bucky Lulu came over later, Laike and Shahi immediately followed him. Go there early to prevent changes. If the two of them go there later, Fla's father may still die. Under sadness and anger, Fleur will become extreme like the original book and cause a lot of trouble. Laike, after I go back this time, can I meet you and Abby next time? It depends. With the door closed, Laike, who has not been to the plant recently, can only give this answer. The identity control of the plant is strictly controlled, and it is difficult for him to pass without the help of a mentor. But he also plans to go there recently, so let's talk about it first. Laike, just now I heard from the captain that the Archangel is about to join the advance team of the 8th Fleet. Yet, we will meet soon. Kira, why are you so nervous? The poem and Laike and the others. Kira said hesitantly. When Captain Maliu told this story, he was busy with the raid in Gonaku, and when he got back, he heard from Sai and the others that the Archangel was about to rendezvous with the advance team. When Sai and others talked about Laike and the two adjusters on the Archangel, they were likely to be handed over to the 8th Fleet, which made Kira worry about the two. In the past few days, every time Kira delivers meals, he will chat with the two under the words of Laike. After a long time, Kira feels that the two plant regulators are not bad people, and Laike is still his good friend. Aslan's fiancé. If they are handed over to the United Earth Army, then. But now we are about to join forces with the Union Army. Kira, what do you want to do? Advertisement. I think, let them all go back to the plant. If they just stay on the Archangel, something will happen to them. Let me guess, Kira, you came to me because you wanted me to cooperate with you and release them with you. Well, I heard Laike say that Laike, you know Laike's father? You should have a way to contact Zoft, and your battleship is also nearby, as long as we use MS. I thought Laike agreed to his plan, Kira said happily, not noticing Laike's darkening complexion at all. You kid, do you think my relationship can be used casually? Woo. Laike gave Kira a chestnut, and continued with tears in the corners of Kira's knocked eyes. The intention is good, the question is, have you ever thought about it? If you and I send those two away without authorization, what will we do afterwards? It's okay for me to accept the entrustment. You are a civilian who is temporarily recruited into the army. The person sent someone back with the military mobile phone without authorization, Captain Maliu and the others killed you according to the military regulations, and you have nothing to say. Captain and the others, they wouldn't do that. Kira said with a hint of uncertainty in his tone. The relationship with them during this period of time allowed him to understand the characters of the soldiers on the Archangel. Mayduk, Newman, and the crew on the Archangel are all good people. Captain Maliu is a very gentle woman in private. Captain Mew looks frivolous and often enlightens him like Laike. Captain Bucky Lulu looks very rigid and strict, but in reality, in fact, he is really strict. Kira got stuck for a while, and in the contact with Bucky Lulu, the other party often demanded them with military regulations. In every scene in memory, Bucky Lulu was really strict and rigid. That's why Kira's tone became a little uncertain. Don't think about it, Second Lieutenant Bucky Lulu won't really kill you. Laike shook his head. She also has Captain Maru, Captain Mew, they are soldiers, it is impossible to let Laikus go, they don't mean they will kill you for this matter, the three of them will talk about it when it happens, but they will actually do it, understand you? Then we. Don't worry, we will join the advance team soon. Your plan will make it difficult for the captain and the others in the future. I have discussed it with the captain and the others. Listen. Chapter 42 Fla's help. When the ZAFT army rendezvous with the advance team later, as soon as the ZAFT army appears, let Laikus and the others be taken as hostages to let ZAFT retreat, keep the safety of the friendly army, and then return Laikus and the others back. Kira was silent for a moment after hearing this. The hostage tactics were a bit disgraceful, but now they seem to have to be so disgraceful, otherwise they may suffer greater losses and die more people. Now is not the time to hesitate for such so-called despicable or not despicable things. After several battles and conversations with Laike, Mew, and others, Kira is still a little bit hard to accept, but he can better understand what this method is. The best solution right now. Being able to send Laikus back will not make things difficult for Captain Maliu and the others in the future. The only thing to worry about is Aslan's reaction when he hears that Laikus is being taken as a hostage, right? What if the ZAFT army didn't show up? Kira asked suddenly. Advertisement. The cruiser team is chasing us. Their warships are high-speed warships. If you make a detour, you can fight the advance team before us. Prepare well, and the battle will start soon. And just when the Archangel was about to join the advance team of the 8th Fleet according to the predetermined location, on the other side, the Wesselis of the cruiser team, which was going ahead by detour, also detected the battleship of the advance team. Are these warships trying to join Longlegs? Cruz looked at the panel. If the Archangel wanted to go to the moon, this route was the most likely. The battleship of the United Earth Army, at this time, went here to meet the Archangel, the troops that joined the Archangel. Originally, his team came here to search for Laikus in the gravel belt after receiving news of Laikus Klein's disappearance after returning to the plant. Unexpectedly, I saw the ships of the United Earth Army here. Sure enough, fate is really amazing. What should I do, Captain Cruz? Killing these joint teams, if these people join up with Longlegs, the pursuit work will become more troublesome. Cruz said unevenly. But our mission here is to search for Laikus Klein. Addis, of course I know what you are talking about. Cruz sighed slightly, his tone full of regret. Advertisement. Even if there is no military mission, personally, I really want to continue to search for the idol of the plant, the daughter of the Supreme Speaker. Her identity is so important, I can't dare to neglect it, and I really want to find her immediately whereabouts, but... Speaking of this, Cruz suddenly changed the topic. The task of searching for Miss Laikus is very important, but we must not forget that we are soldiers. Now that the enemy is right in front of us, since we have seen the warships that are about to rendezvous with Longlegs here, we must sink them first to prevent them from causing further damage. Big consequences. The task of searching will wait until these warships are sunk. Well, let's wait until these warships of the coalition army are sunk. Cruz nodded slightly. He didn't care about Laikus Klein's life, and this trip was suppressed by orders from above. According to his personal calculations, it would be best for Laikus to die here. This girl, like her father Siegel Klein, is a peace faction in the plant, and the ideas they are promoting now restrains OFF's military operations to a certain extent. Such a situation is not what Cruz wants to see. He can go later if he can, and Cruz will be happier if there is an accident. After all, if Lux dies here, the anger in plant will be boiled because of Lux's death, and the peaceful faction will not be able to hinder the radical faction under the high public opinion of the people. The actions of the radicals can be more radical, and this is what Cruz likes to see. The more intense the war with the United Earth, the sooner the day when the two sides will start to destroy each other on a large scale, the better. Let's attack. Yes. Everyone is ready for the second level of battle, repeat, everyone is ready for the second level of combat. Please get the driver in place immediately and get ready to attack. The Montmary, the advance team of the 8th Fleet, contacted us and asked us to retreat immediately. They will hold back the ZAFT army. Bucky Lulu relayed the news of the 8th Fleet to Maru. Laike, who just came to the bridge, also heard the news, and Maru said immediately when he heard the news. Let's retreat, no, we can't abandon them, and act according to our previous plan, Laike, please hold them back on the battlefield. Maru looked at Laike and said. Advertisement. Row. What is the number of enemies? A NASCAR class, Zan 3, and Holy Shield. The number is not much, this time should be enough, Captain Mew, don't mess up your first attack. What the hell, I'm a man who makes the impossible possible, and Jin En is almost used to it. Mew Hui choked. Both, please prepare to attack as soon as possible. Second Lieutenant Kira Yamato has already passed. Here we go. The two also rushed to the maintenance room to change into their driving clothes. When they passed by on the road, they also met Abby, who came out of Lux's room. He waved to Laike and left. When the two came here and began to change their clothes, Kira had already finished changing their driving suits. Kira waited for the two of them. Just as the three of them were about to go to Gonaku, Fleur, who was worried about her father's safety, jumped into Kira sobbing. In the arms. That helpless gaze met Kira's. Fleur asked Kira if her father was okay in a panic, and then looked at Laike and Mew. Ask Kira and the three to save her father. I have never seen Fleur like this, and I have never been asked for help by Fleur like this. Kira, who couldn't refuse the girl she had a crush on, rolled her throat, and the voice that just wanted to agree because of the helpless sight came from Laike. The words came to an abrupt end. Don't make promises to others without authorization, Kira, this is a battlefield, Fleur, listen to your father, will be fine this time, and, I've said it before, but I'm still telling you. Laike looked at Fleur's helpless look of begging others, this kind of lady's character of relying on others blindly, and blaming others for failing to do so afterwards, so he couldn't help but preach. Don't always rely on others, Kira, and I can save your father this time, and next time, you don't think we can save you and your father forever, right? Laike, this word. I'm telling Fleur, Kira, shut up first. Laike glared at Kira, this kid has a soft heart and ears, pure love, even if he has a crush on another girl, he can promise anything, after the promise if you can't do it, you will only make yourself and others uncomfortable. Chapter 43. Send back Laike's soft and ask for flowers for collection. Before you promise others next time, think about whether you have the ability to do this. After talking about Kira, Laike went on to say to Fleur, who was at a loss. Fleur, as a stranger, I sincerely advise you to learn to grow up on your own early, and have a good chat with your father after the battle, so that he will stop spoiling you all the time, and stop being naive. Leaving Frey alone here to think about it, Laike and Mew and Kira went to the Gonaku and each entered the cockpit of their own machine. Laike, I think you are more suitable to be a psychiatrist than a mercenary. Mew joked. Advertisement. The money to be a psychiatrist is more than that of a mercenary, so I will become a psychiatrist. Captain Mew, Mr. Laike, please attack immediately. Yes. The voice of Kira's classmate Millie came from the communication. Laike's face turned serious, and he drove the core Gundam to the ejection position, and flew away from the Archangel together with the assault on the side. Fly out from the battleship. However, after a few minutes of fighting, the advance team of the 8th Fleet was exhausted at an extremely fast rate, and the Siren Array reset energy cannon fired from the Ma-shaped Holy Shield penetrated the combined battleship. Under the combined attack of the Holy Shield and 3 Jin-Ens, in just a few minutes, most of the advance team was wiped out, and the Ma-Mobius sent from the battleship was also wiped out by Jin-En like moths to a flame. Clean. The Archangel is approaching this way. That captain, hey, didn't you let them go? Montgomery's captain sighed deeply when he heard the words. Zoft's combat power was so terrifying that the Archangel was joining in at this time. In his opinion, it can only add losses out of thin air. That mobile phone is Qiangzi, no, it's Jinan. It even has Qiangzi's head on it. Aslan looked at the computer database comparison of the body, there is no doubt that it is their long-distance Jinan, but it is as hard as a model what happened to the plugged head. Laike, Captain Mew, leave the Holy Shield to me. Capture the thief first, and capture the king first. Knowing that the Holy Shield is the most dangerous existence on the field, Kira immediately approached Aslan, leaving only 3 Jinan for Laike and Mew. Kira, this guy actually took away all the experience, forget it, anyway, he can collect relevant data anyway, so let him deal with it. Advertisement. Laike's driving corps turned to find the other 3 Jin-Ens who were trying to play stand-alone unparalleled. After the machine moved extremely fast, it shot and exploded one Jin-En, then turned around and stabbed the other Jin-En with a beam saber. En's cockpit. Hey, you two, why are you ignoring me, Tisk? Ignored by the two, Mew, who came late, felt that he was like a soy sauce. No, he couldn't even make a soy sauce, he was only half a minute late when he came out. Are these two people divided? Okay, stop arguing, this Jin-En will leave to you. Hearing this, Laike, who was about to smash another Jin-En with his beam saber, stopped, kicked Jin-En's cockpit hard with his core right foot, and then flew away. Captain Mew, play slowly. Inform the entire ZAFT army that we are providing humanitarian assistance and protection to your important personnel Laike Klein and soldiers Shahi Hanifs. Please stop fighting immediately. If you continue to fight, our side will no longer be protected. After saying this, Bucky Lulu immediately sent the image of the bridge to Zoftna through full-screen communication, and Laike, she, and Hanifs on the bridge were staying beside Bucky Lulu. If you are willing to evacuate, we will arrange for corresponding personnel to return Laike Klein, she, and Hani, and allow you to send MS to receive them. Saved. George Alstad, who was sitting on the flagship, heaved a sigh of relief. The surrounding battleships were wiped out one by one. For a moment, he wanted to contact Fleur and confess his last words to his daughter. It was a blessing from God to be able to survive. They actually have a plant's princess on board. The captain of the Montgomery was astonished. What kind of luck is it that a ship that is being pursued can meet the daughter of the Supreme Speaker on the way? Is this world so magical? Captain Cruz, reinforcements are coming soon. What's the use of the reinforcements arriving? They don't have to look at me. Now we can only retreat. We will connect with them according to the requirements of the alliance and bring them back. Otherwise, the princess will die. I can't bear it. Take responsibility. Advertisement. Cruz couldn't see any expression on his face, but of course he didn't know what he was scolding in his heart. I just took this opportunity to rescue our support drivers. Everyone should be happy. We will be responsible for docking with them later and bringing them back. Cruiser, wearing a mask, stared closely at the two figures on the bridge of the Archangel. He wanted to wipe out these combined battleships. As a result, it appeared when it should not have appeared at all. What a hindrance! How dare you take hostages to threaten us with such a despicable method, Kira? Do you want to fight for this kind of person? Aslan asked Kira angrily. Sorry, Aslan, this is war. Kira apologized, and took the initiative to cut off the communication with Aslan. With his and Aslan's respective positions now, some things are useless even if they are said, let alone some things are useless to talk about. Better to wait until Aslan actually saw it. While the Vasalis fired the retreat signal flare, Cruz ordered the battleship and the remaining mobile suits to retreat. After a friendly negotiation between the two sides, the Cruz team, which joined the reinforcements sent the Holy Shield, and another Jin to receive Laike's Klein, Shi, and Hanifs. Kira, next time we meet, I will really shoot you. Aslan said in a deep voice. Me too, next time we meet, I will shoot you too. Kira closed the cockpit after saying this with a heavy heart. Don't worry about these two sentences, there are still plenty of opportunities for the two of you to have a good talk. The Corps Gundam who was also in charge of returning the personnel and also serving as the guard stopped beside the striker. But, now everything has become like this. I didn't mean to say, what happened, you both have a chance to talk, wait for MS, you two still have a chance to have a good talk. It has become like this, is there really a chance? Hearing this, Kira smiled wryly. When he heard similar words from Laike again, he didn't have much hope. Now that he and Aslan are drifting away, will there really be a chance for a good talk between the two sides? Chapter 44 Papa Fleur survived, the engagement was broken, please ask for flowers for collection. There will be. The two who completed the return work and the Holy Shield Jin and who came to greet Laikus and Shahi turned around and returned to the ship. After returning to the Archangel, which merged with the remaining ships of the advance team, continued to advance towards the location of the 8th Fleet. Because of the presence of Laikus Klein, the scrupled Cruz could only dispel his idea of taking this opportunity to destroy the two mobile suits on the Archangel. Captain Mario, I want to meet my daughter, is that okay? Fla's father, George Alstad, made this request again as soon as he was out of the crisis. Advertisement. In fact, he had previously contacted the advance team with the Archangel, and had sent a special contact before rendezvous with the Archangel, expressing to everyone on the Archangel that he wanted to see his daughter. Newman, the helmsman of the Archangel at the time, complained that George's behavior was really like a stupid dad, no wonder that girl Fleur would be spoiled like that. Okay, I think Fleur also wants to meet with diplomat George very much. After thinking for a while, Maru agreed to George's request. Ask George Alstad to take the shuttle from the Montgomery to the Archangel to meet Fleur. Fleur. Father. Fleur, who heard that her father had come to the boat, rushed to Gonako immediately, and hugged George, and Sai, who accompanied Fleur, was also very happy. This is his father-in-law. What's the matter, Kira, do you feel like you have no chance at all? Laike found Kira, who was standing far away from Naku, only daring to look at him like that. No, if there is no chance, there is no chance. It would be nice for Fleur to be happy. Kira shook her head, I like you, but now that my father-in-law is here, it's nothing for him to step in and be a third party for no reason. Then let me tell you something nice. Laike turned his head to look at Fleur. Fla's father, George Alstad, met his daughter whom he hadn't seen for a long time. After chatting with each other for a few words, Fleur Ray looked over at them. Advertisement. After flickering her eyes for a few times, Fleur turned to talk to George, and then George looked at Sai, and said something to Sai who was beside him, which made Sai feel very depressed, and George nodded, with his own daughter leaves. The engagement between Fleur and Sai may be terminated, and you still have a chance. Breakdown? Laike, that's impossible. Hearing that there is still a chance, Kira's heart is of course uncontrollably joyful, but then Kira first feels sorry for Sai, and he feels that this is too unreal. According to Thor and the others, Fla's father, George Alstad, was the deputy diplomat of the Atlantic Federation, and Sai's family, who was able to make a diplomat make a marriage contract, must be no different. Even Kira, a commoner who is not in touch with politics and has never learned about related matters, does not think how the two families could break off their engagement without reason. It's impossible to break off the engagement just because Fleur likes him. Laike is just teasing him. The reason is not convenient to tell you to come here. After all, there are too many people in Gonaku, so it is not convenient to talk. Laike took Kira to his room, and Abby was wandering around on the ship. It was a good time to talk about something alone. As a mercenary, he was entrusted by the 8th Fleet, so he still had his own exclusive room on the Archangel. Laike, what do you have to say here? Kira looked around, insisting on talking in this kind of room. Why are you so secretive? Gonaku people talk a lot. Of course it's not convenient to talk about this kind of thing inside. Listen carefully. Judging from the reactions of Diplomat George and Sai just now, the thing they mentioned is most likely the dissolution of the engagement. Why, still can't believe it. Laike looked at the doubts on Kira's face, and said rhythmically after Kira nodded. Kira, it's actually not surprising if you think about it carefully. There are not a few Cosmos factions in the Atlantic Federation's army now, and Admiral Hal Barton of the 8th Fleet is an upright soldier. Fire and water are incompatible. Laike, what does this have to do with Fla's father? Kira was still a little confused. Fla's father didn't just sit on it just to find his daughter. Advertisement. George Alstad was able to board the ship of the advance team. Kira, do you think it's because he is a diplomat? No, it's because he is a person who supports the 8th Fleet, or the faction of Hal Barton's forces. That's why Admiral Hal Barton agreed to him. Then Fla's father came to break the engagement just because of the Blue Cosmos. Laike had already said this, and Kira understood what Laike meant. The faction that supports Cosmos and Hal Barton is fighting fiercely, and Cosmos is currently the mainstream within the Atlantic Federation, so the faction called Admiral Hal Barton should be at a disadvantage. Yugia dissolves the engagement. Guess right. Laike snapped his fingers. No one dares to disagree with Blue Cosmos. Diplomat George has provided assistance to the 8th Fleet's operations, and even now the behavior of coming with the advance team has shown his position. In fact, there is one thing Laike didn't say. According to the information he received before, Fleur was among the people who helped Admiral Hal Barton contact some counselors after he first proposed that Project G was rejected, so that Project G could continue in private. The figure of the father is there. George Alstad, this diplomat, like Hal Barton, belonged to the rational faction in the Atlantic Federation, but the influence of those Blue Cosmos was growing day by day. The two seemed to be on their own, otherwise, why would Diplomat George want Fleur to study at Heliopolis University? Was it really just for Fla's studies? No matter how powerful the Sai family is, I'm afraid they don't want their children to continue to maintain the original marriage contract under such circumstances, because it would be tantamount to pushing their family into a pit of fire. The relationship between the two, sooner or later it will end. The two may still have feelings for each other, but no matter how deep the relationship is, they cannot violate the wishes of the family, not to mention that Fulei's feelings for Sai are more dependent. Fla's discrimination against adjusters. Kira thought about Fla's view of adjusters. Even if the relationship between her and Sai couldn't continue like this, he would have no chance. It depends on you. Fla's concept of the regulator has improved a lot now, and her father seems to have a good talk with him this time. Her concept of the regulator is not irreversible. He told Fleur face to face not long ago, but it was a pity that Fleur was not allowed to go to Junius 7 to see the tragedy for himself, otherwise there would have been more changes. But it's not bad now that Father Fleur is here. I believe that the diplomat will have a good talk with his daughter and let her know the truth of some things. Chapter 45. I really can't catch up with anyone. You can wait to go back to Orb, and go find other girls. What is a Fleur? There are many good-looking girls. People can't always hang on a tree, other trees have to hang a few more. Laike turned around, and his tone suddenly became serious. Many, hang a few more trees, why does it feel like you are very experienced, Laike? Kira was shocked, always feeling as if a new door was about to be opened to the world view. No, I'm still single and have no experience at all. A normal person with relevant knowledge should know this. Laike looked at Kira suspiciously. Advertisement. I said, Kira, you won't grow up to be so big, and you don't know anything about it. No, I didn't understand. Kira's face turned red again, and he was embarrassed to say it, but he is still an innocent boy so far. And the other side? Father, why did you cancel my engagement with Sai? Fleur asked in a frustrated mood. After experiencing some recent events, she did not yell, and this was her father, who had always regarded her as the jewel in the palm, the father who regards her as the jewel in the palm. Her father must have his own difficulties. For this reason, Fleur also covered up very well in Gonaku. Except that George's low voice was caught by a few people who eat melons in Nar curry, no one else knew that her father, in Narkuri, told Sai who was next to him that the two families would be dissolved. About the engagement. Fleur, if the situation permits, I don't want to terminate the engagement. This matter was brought up after I discussed it with his family. George sighed and told Fleur the whole story. Sai's family has achieved success in business, so after he entered politics, Sai's family has been providing financial support to his family, which is one of the reasons why the two entered into a marriage contract. However, the situation is different now. Lan Cosmos is extremely powerful in the Atlantic Federation. Because of his previous support for the G-Series plan and other actions, he was squeezed out by those who were funded by Lan Cosmos. Advertisement. The power at hand is no longer what it used to be. The reason why he was able to come here with the 8th Fleet this time is because he was isolated by those people at the station Lan Cosmos, and his affairs were no longer as busy as before. George is not a fool, he can clearly foresee that he, the opposition to Lansinger, will face more severe suppression, even assassination, from Lansinger. It is not uncommon to encounter similar incidents on the road before following the advance team of the 8th Fleet, and the investigation by the military has not yet yielded results. This made George even wonder whether the previous attack by Zoft's cruise team was caused by the location information leaked by Lan Cosmos to Zoft. Before coming here, in order to avoid affecting Sai's family, he discussed with Sai's family and terminated the engagement so that Sai's family could get away. Father, why are they doing to you? Because I'm the guy who opposes those people, Fleur. George smiled, the Blue Cosmos thinks that the adjusters will be wiped out, and our faction wants to end the war and sign a treaty beneficial to the Earth. Treaty. The core interests of the two parties have been different from the beginning, and different interests mean different positions. It is normal for them to want to kill me. The interests are different, but, Father, didn't you also say that the regulators are all? Fule said at a loss, thinking about what her father said in ordinary times. Fule couldn't imagine why her father would end up here so. It's just to protect you and me, Fleur, those words won't fool them for long. I said those words against the backdrop of a time when the Earth was just entering a deep energy crisis, and if the people didn't have an outlet for their anger, the situation would become extremely unfavorable to the government. Driven by Blue Cosmos, what the people see and the treatment they receive become more severe, which to a certain extent also affects the government's decision-making and attitude. Now, the Halbarton faction supported by his faction in the army has now become weaker and weaker under the influence of those in power supported by Lan Cosmos. The reason is that Cosmos doesn't want a rational government, but a government that listens to them and is at their mercy. Father, are you okay? Maybe. Anyway, Fleur, I can't protect you forever. It was all my fault for letting you stay in the greenhouse for too long. Advertisement. Patronizing work, giving her daughter what she wants, and following her daughter's wishes when communicating, and finally changed Fleur's temperament into that big ladylike character. Fortunately, now, after being preached by someone, Fleur has become much better than her original personality, and Fleur can still listen to what she said. Remember well, Fleur, this world is not as simple as you think, and the disputes between regulators and natural persons are not as simple as you think. George said earnestly. After meeting his daughter this time, George also felt that it was time to say this after feeling the change in Fleur. No matter from which angle he considered it, he didn't finish what should be said at this time. There will be no chance in the future. Father. After rendezvous with the 8th Fleet, I will let you go down to Earth with the Archangel. In order to ensure your safety, I will let you temporarily join the United Earth Army. When you arrive at the headquarters of the Earth Army in Alaska, you can choose to stay in the army or leave the army and go to another country. It is too dangerous for Fleur to return directly to the Atlantic Federation. It is safer to stay in the army. With his own influence and the special nature of the army, the other party will not do excessive things to his daughter because he is slightly concerned about his identity. And if they go to a neutral country, if the Cosmos takes action against Fleur, then the incident may become big again. It will be harmful to the Cosmos, and it will only damage their reputation. At home, can't you go back? No, if you're in the Atlantic Federation, Fleur, Father, I can't guarantee your safety. Go to Orb, or other neutral countries. Thinking about the current situation of Orb, George added another neutral country at the end. In the future, you will be responsible for your own safety. Don't rely too much on others. This is all I can do. Well, Father, I will take good care of myself. After relying for a long time and thinking a lot, Fleur finally assured her father. On February 11, CE71, the Archangel was about to reach the orbit of the Moon after merging with the remaining advance team, and just when it was about to merge with the 8th Fleet stationed here, it encountered the game of Yitzhak 3. Chapter 46. Laike has to admit that he almost didn't laugh out loud when he saw the duel with Jin's arms replaced, and the thunder with Jin's head replaced. He had a Jin with a striker's head and weapons on his side. This is Kai Jinan's costume change battle? Finally let me catch up, today is the day to shoot you down. Duel, who had replaced Jin En's arm, rushed over immediately, without any hesitation about the attack next to him and Mu's attack. Jin En blocked him from shooting. Since the arm was cut off by the core Gundam that time, in order to catch up with the Archangel, Yitzhak and others did not wait for the new parts that collected the body data from the plant mainland to arrive. Advertisement. Instead, they used the Jin En parts on the game off to make emergency repairs to the body and then continued to chase. Yitzhak, this guy rushed up again by himself. Diego, who had to wipe his eye for Yitzhak, was quite troubled, in order to prevent Yitzhak from being shot to death by Raider and Raider Jin En. His Storm Gundam hit Yitzhak and threw missiles at Striker and Striker Jin as soon as he rushed up, and the 350mm launchers held in both hands also fired at Striker and Striker Jin at the same time. While the Storm opened fire, in order to further contain the two of them, Thunder Gundam also hurriedly found assault, and went forward to fight with him. As soon as the light beam used to launch in the attack shield system on the right stopped, a beam saber extended out and slashed towards the assault. In order to avoid being cut in half by Thunder, Chiang Xi immediately moved the shield forward. After this attack in the crotch, he slashed across with a knife. Mu, who was on the side, drove the assault. Jin En just wanted to fire to force Sun Li back, but he was forced back by the armored cannon formed by the Storm's missiles and the weapons in his two hands. Tisk, it's still not good to compare with these drivers. Mu hastily stepped on the pedals, pulled up the body urgently amidst the sound of the siren, barely avoided the burst of the storm, and then shot back at the storm. There is no problem in training, but when it comes to actual combat, Mu still feels a strong discomfort when confronted with these Zoph's red clothes. This problem originated from the OS, but the current OS can't fix it. If Mu Yi faces the real red clothes on the battlefield, he won't be able to manipulate the machine sensitively. Advertisement. Draw your sword every day when you come up, you are really wasting your life on drawing your sword. It didn't take much effort to fight the core of the dueling sword, the propeller installed behind Jupiter suddenly lit up, and the huge thrust drove the core body to turn and avoid when it was about to be hit by the dueling lightsaber. After dodging the duel's beam saber, while the duel was about to turn the body and continue to slash, the core of the beam saber gripped tightly and rushed over. Feeling that the core was about to cut over, the duel subconsciously raised the shield as a defense, but what greeted him was not the beam saber slashing on the shield, but the tremor from the core's sudden kick forward. The dueling cockpit holding the shield in front of it naturally felt the tremor, and the whole body lost its balance for a moment. Damn it, what does this guy think of MS? Yitzhak couldn't help scolding. Even if it had PS armor, the maintenance team would often tell them to try to avoid kicking others with MS's feet before attacking, so as not to add work to their maintenance team after the fact. This person kicked him so casually, wouldn't his maintenance team scold him? However, the kick was not over yet. Seeing that the openings revealed by the duel were not big enough, Laike drove the core to make up for the duel again, kicking the duel until he couldn't maintain the action of raising the shield. The fuchsia beam saber swiped from the front of the duel's cockpit, and under Laike's precise control, the temporarily reduced power beam saber just drew a trail outside the cockpit. However, because Yitzhak inside was too close, he was still affected. Fiery particles flashed in front of him. When the helmet shattered, Yitzhak's face was also left with a long scar. You don't have to thank me for helping you disfigure yourself. Knowing that Yitzhak is not evil in nature and has the power to suppress him, Laike has no intention of taking his life, but it is not impossible for this guy in the original book to shoot down the refugee ship after the ensuing battle. So, Laike let him enjoy a disfiguring treatment. Well, the scar should be a little longer than the one on Kira Long. It's Sok. In Sun Li and Baofeng, Nigel and Diego heard Yitzhak's screams, and the two of them were shocked, and hurriedly pushed back the enemy in front of them. In order to rescue, Baofeng didn't even care about the energy limit, and kept buckling. Press the trigger to force the core back. Advertisement. Just let you take it back. Laike sent two mobile suits a few shots, and then opened the distance. Seeing that Yitzhak on his side lost consciousness due to the attack just now, Diego decided to retreat immediately after discussing with Nigel. Yitzhak has passed out, Nigel, I'll cover it, you take Yitzhak and leave quickly. Let Sun Li, who had his head cut off in the battle with the assault, evacuate with a duel, and let the powerful Storm Gundam release firepower behind to buy time to retreat. Seeing the enemy's retreat, Kira contacted Laike and Mufa, asking if they would continue to pursue. In the battle with Sun Li just now, Kira felt that he had entered a strange state, allowing him to quickly destroy Sun Li's head, but it was a pity that he was not able to take advantage of the subsequent support attack from the Storm Take Thunder in one wave. Now one of them was forced to go offline, and the other had its main monitor cut off. If we took this opportunity, we should be able to get rid of them. Kira, you've changed a lot. Laike has mixed feelings. It's only been a few battles, and now Kira is a person who can be ruthless and kill the enemy. Even with her own factors included, the speed of change is too fast. You must know that Fla's father is not dead at this time, and Fleur has not yet resented Kira. Has it changed a lot, because, if you don't kill them, everyone on the Archangel. Even if he could rendezvous with the 8th Fleet immediately, Kira was also worried about whether they would be attacked again with these 3 people around. Kira, you don't need to worry about this, the 8th Fleet is with you civilians. This ship is about to join the 8th Fleet, please stop chasing. Before Mew finished speaking, Maru's voice came from the channels of the 3 mobile suits, telling them to return to the ship immediately and stop the pursuit. We are about to meet up with the 8th Fleet now, and it is not suitable to continue chasing the enemy at this time, and the main task should be to join up with the main force of the fleet. The 3 returned to the battleship, and the Archangel, which continued to sail, successfully joined the 8th Fleet half an hour later. Chapter 47 The meeting between Laike and Halbarden. Admiral Halbarden of the 8th Fleet is about to board the Archangel in a shuttle. Maru said to everyone on the bridge. In this way, all these children can be put down. Don't be too happy, Captain Mew, you forgot that Fleur is not planning to retire. Laike smiled and said. After chatting with her father, Fleur approached the 3 captains of the Archangel Maru on the next day and expressed that she wanted to officially join the United Earth Army after reuniting with the 8th Fleet. For this reason, the 3 of them also specifically found George, who was still on the Archangel, but what they got from George was that they wanted their daughter to have more experience and agreed to her decision to join the army. Advertisement. Oh, the young people nowadays really don't understand at all. Muta said, the character of the young lady Fleur, of course the main decision makers on board of them are clear. However, the changes became too big and too fast. A spoiled young lady suddenly decided to join the army. What kind of magical plot is this? Joining the army is Fleur's personal choice, and she acts as a crew member of the ship as before. The problem now is the pilot of the assault. Bucky Lulu said. The matter of Fleur joining the army is her personal choice, and Bucky Lulu will not say anything about it no matter how much she thinks in her heart. The more important question now is what to do next for the assault driver. Kira is the adjuster. He was asked to drive the assault before because of the lack of combat power of the Archangel. Now they have joined the 8th Fleet. After Kira and others met, Halbarden will promise Kira and other civilians to give them a discharge notice. Let these few civilians who were forced to follow the ship be free to choose whether to disembark. It is already certain that Kira, a civilian who has always hated fighting, will disembark. And now the 8th Fleet does not have any pilots who can drive G to supplement them. If the 8th Fleet does not have it, it can only wait for the headquarters to descend, and the headquarters in Alaska will judge whether a new driver will be sent over. The driver of the assault? It is indeed a very troublesome problem, but this problem is not a headache for me. According to the agreement, my commission has been completed. Laike looked at the 3 of them, he was sent all the way here, and the commission has been completed, and then it is reasonable, there is no need for Laike to stay on this ship. Sending the Archangel here, the next mission has nothing to do with him, and he doesn't need to participate in the conversation of the Archangel group. Advertisement. Mr. Laike, I really appreciate your help all the way here. It's just for money, Captain Maru, there's no need to thank me. Laike waved his hand and left the captain's room. Kira is gone, and Laike is gone. Am I the only one fighting on the Archangel? Mew suddenly felt a heavy burden on his shoulders. Captain Mew, when we get to Alaska, there will be new personnel from the headquarters. Bucky Lulu said. Makes sense. When they really arrive in Alaska, the Archangel, which is not full of people, will definitely need to be replenished with personnel, and there may be personnel transfers or the like. A few minutes later, the arranged shuttle for Halbarden arrived at the Gonaku of the Archangel. In addition to the necessary personnel on duty, Kirator and others were also pulled to greet Hal with the 3 of Marius. Barden's arrival. Halbarden, who got off the shuttle, glanced around, and couldn't help smiling when he saw that his student and subordinate Maru was fine. He was talking to Maru, Mew, Bucky Lulu and the diplomat George who was staying by the side. After greeting, Halbarden walked up to Kira and the others, and told Kira that they had informed their parents of their situation, and that the discharge notice and other documents that would allow them to leave safely were also prepared. If they want to leave, Kira and others can take the shuttle that descended to the Earth with other refugees on the Archangel to leave. In view of the fact that George, a diplomat on the side, had said about his daughter Frey Alstad, Halbarden then added that the 8th Fleet was unable to send support due to lack of manpower. Several people can also choose to continue to stay on the Archangel as the United Earth Army to perform missions. After arriving at the headquarters of the Archangel on Earth, they can choose whether to leave. The discharge notice will still come in handy. Laike, is it convenient for you to come, and Miss Abby too? After arranging the whereabouts of Kira and the others, Halbarden asked Laike and Abi who stayed at the back. Laike, Abby, can you talk to me? You always say that, I have no room to refuse. Before leaving with Halbarden, Laike's eyes fell on Kira and the others who should have been delighted, but because they heard that Fleur had officially decided to join the army instead of leaving. Judging from the good relationship between several people, Sai couldn't let go of Fleur, who broke up with her alone, and she would definitely choose to keep it, which in turn drove Millie, Thor, and Katz to stay in the house. On board. Advertisement. In the end, Kira, an honest child who wanted to disembark no matter how much he wanted to disembark, would choose to give up the opportunity to leave the Archangel because of Fleur, Millie, Thor, and others' behavior of not disembarking, and continued to pilot the assault. Captain's room. Laike, first of all, I have to thank you for escorting the Archangel all the way. I have sent the payment as before. Working with you is reassuring, Laike said. Working with Halbaton has never been so much twists and turns. Next, we plan to escort the Archangel to land directly on the Earth. Can I entrust you with the escort work? Of course, if you have the money. Oh, I'll let someone call in advance. After the two finished talking, Halbaton went to inspect other areas of the latest warship Archangel of the United Earth Federation. Several other personnel were responsible for collecting the data of the assault and the Archangel and preparing to send it back to the Atlantic Federation, while Laike then returned to his room. Tell Abby about the escort job. Should we guard them? The exposure of the transportation base is inevitable. Abby said. Propelling a ship into the atmosphere during combat makes it impossible to hide the ship as before. If it is exposed, it will be exposed. It is impossible to hide the next action as before, and there is nothing to do if it is exposed. Laike waited, and the subsequent development of the situation will not be the same as the previous small-scale war-up. There is no need to blindly hide your identity, and it will be troublesome every time you wipe your butt like this. It would be fine if Zoft found out during this battle. If you think it over, I'll explain it to the heroes at the transport base later. Abby smiled and thought it through, so she didn't need to say any more. Chapter 48. The Archangel prepares to descend. Kira, why are you looking for me again? Laike opened the door, and when he was about to leave the room, he met Kira, who was about to open the door and come in. Kira stopped with his hands in the air, looking a little embarrassed. Laike, Abby, are you all there? Okay, don't waste time, Kira, you want to come to us and tell us where you're going next? Laike asked with a smile. Well, actually, I plan to tell you, Laike, that I plan to join the Earth Army and stay on the Archangel. Advertisement. The reason is because of Fleur. No, not all. Kira blushed, wanted to deny it, but because he really didn't like lying, finally told the truth under Laike's smiling face and Abby's deadpan gaze. Fleur, Thor, Sai, Millie, Katz, everyone stays on the ship. If I leave, there will be no one to drive the assault, just a few of them will be left on the Archangel, they will be very dangerous of. Thor, Millie, Sai, and the three of them told Kira that they had descended to the Alaska headquarters of the Earth Army after they told Kira the news. With so many troops at the headquarters, their safety would not be a problem. But Kira is not an idiot, he can't see how many loopholes are in this statement. The Archangel is a warship, and the warship is going to fight. Who can guarantee that the new warship, the Archangel, will not be assigned to Alaska? Combat missions. At that time, we can only rely on Mew to protect the Archangel, and Kira also thinks it is unlikely that the attack on it will be assigned to a new pilot. The Assault OS has been specially adjusted by him. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is his personal MS, at least ordinary natural people cannot drive it. OS must be adjusted, but with the current natural human OS, Kira can't rest assured based on the example of using the Purple Heresy OS Mew. Even if the new driver has a newly developed OS, can he fight against ZAFT's driver? What to do when the time comes? Laike is a mercenary, he escorted the Archangel to leave. Everyone on the ship knows, once Laike leaves, how will the combat power on the ship ensure the safety of everyone on the Archangel? After thinking about it, Kira still decided to keep this notice of discharge for the time being, join the United Earth Army, and accompany everyone on the ship as a driver. Have you really thought about it? Kindly remind you, if you join the United Earth Army, you will not be able to choose many things after that. You may meet your friend on the battlefield. Advertisement. Think about it. If we meet again, we can only fight. After a moment of silence, Kira said in a deep voice. Letting him disembark by himself, watching his classmates go to battle, and then receiving news of their deaths one day, Kira couldn't take it. If it was to protect their classmates, then he could only fight with Aslan when he met Aslan on the battlefield. Then I don't have anything to say. If you have thought about it yourself, then the next thing will be up to you. Kira's determination has been made up. Compared with the original book, because she failed to fulfill the agreement with Fleur, she was resented, which caused her heart to be traumatized again. In the end, because the classmates stayed on the boat, they continued to drive the assault, and now Kira devoted himself to the battle entirely to protect his friends. Then Kira should figure out the rest in battle. February 13, 71 CE. After merging with the 8th Fleet, including arranging the landing of the shuttles that the refugees took, and the deployment of some materials, the Archangel was officially escorted by the full fleet of the 8th Fleet after 2 days of relevant preparations. Preparing to descend to the Earth, Fla's father George Alstad took another shuttle to leave because of the upcoming trip, and his shuttle and the shuttle of the refugees descended to the Earth at the same time. Just as the Archangel and the 8th Fleet were preparing to descend, the cruise team, which had successfully converged outside the space that these ships could detect, arranged for people to send Lux away. Let the newly added poetry and go open the beam experimental Zigu that was brought by the accompanying ship before she came and developed from the data of the G series. Captain Cruz, the 8th Fleet and the Archangel are descending. Judging from their movements, it seems that they want the Archangel to land directly at the headquarters of the Earth Army. If we let them descend directly to the headquarters of the Earth Army, it will be difficult for us to take a shot. We must sink the long legs and the G series here. Captain, are you joking? Artis was taken aback. They had 3 ships in total, 4 GS, and 1 beam experiment Zigu. Including the supplementary dozens of Jin-Ens, the total was only 20. Multiple MS. How to fight such a big gap in combat power? Of course I'm not joking. If we don't sink the long-legged beasts here, things will become more troublesome in the future. Moreover, the difference in numbers can't explain everything. Cruz said calmly. Advertisement. I received the 8th Fleet from Ren in advance. Because of being squeezed out and the loss of previous battles, the speed of replenishing personnel and equipment is much slower than other forces of the Earth United. This directly led to the fact that the entire fleet is now flooded with a large number of recruits, even recruits who are not skilled in operation dare to go up, which makes Cruz confident that the entire 8th Fleet will be wiped out in one fell swoop by taking advantage of the huge advantages brought by the G series. Wise General Hal Batten, it's almost time for you to leave the field. 1 Nazca-class ship, 2 Laura-class ships, the number of MSs. After the ZAFT ship approached the radar detection range, the flagship of the 8th Fleet, the Mine Louse, conveyed the order to prepare for combat to the surrounding ships, and the 8th Fleet released the Ma and the ZAFT Army MS fighting. However, the difference in personnel quality made the difference in quantity completely ignored, but in just a few minutes, 5 ships were directly sunk. Thunder, Storm, Holy Shield, Duel. 4 mobile suits shuttled through the anti-aircraft firepower of the 8th Fleet and quickly shot down the ships and mass of the 8th Fleet one by one. Everyone knew that the target of the ZAFT Army's trip was the Archangel, which was currently in the 8th Fleet, so Hal Barton, who lost his position as commander, sent a contact to the Archangel. You continue to follow this ship, and we will protect it. But, if you want to serve as our guards, the Admiral's safety is a problem. The current 8th Fleet does not have that condition. I request that the Archangel leave the fleet and land alone. Landing in this situation, won't the safety of the Archangel be a problem? Hal Batten asked the adjutant who waved and stopped him who was going to say something. How important is the status of the Archangel and the assaulter on it? Maru will not fail to understand. No problem, as long as it lasts to the critical point, the ZAFT army will not continue to pursue. Maliu replied, such a landing plan would cause much less loss than using the entire 8th Fleet as a shield for them. I have thought about it all. Hal Batten nodded, then prepare to land, and the 8th Fleet will provide you with escort. The fleet will withdraw immediately after the Archangel's descent is completed. Chapter 49 Yitzhak scored 3 times and asked for flowers to collect. Admiral, please pay more attention to safety, don't risk your life here. When she was about to hang up the communication, Malu suddenly remembered that before Laike left the Archangel and returned to his own battleship, the old boss who commented on her always had no regard for his own safety. Maru, who couldn't refute this, couldn't help but say this when Hal Batten proposed to guard the Archangel, and then saluted Hal Batten, hoping to meet this old man in the future. Admiral, shall we provide guards for the Archangel next? Well, once they descend smoothly, we will evacuate immediately. Hal Batten said. Advertisement. Report, Mr. Laike's MS sent a communication. The correspondent at the side reported. Connect. Admiral Hal Batten, my ship is going to descend into the atmosphere too. I will accompany the Archangel and escort it later. Your ship should not take too many risks just to protect the Archangel. Laike, I don't remember this item in the entrustment. Hal Batten couldn't help asking, he was quite surprised that Laike, a mercenary, could do this. Assist the Archangel in its descent. In this case, if something goes wrong, it may cost your life. Who made you a good person? If you die, I will be in a lot of trouble in the future. Laike said with a light smile. Hal Batten is a rare good person in the Earth United, and he has a lot of contact with him. He knows him and has a good relationship with Laike. Laike will naturally save him if he can. Then please leave it to you. Hal Batten thanked. Without Laike's words, if the Archangel is really pursued by the enemy later, he will definitely disregard his own safety and let the battleship provide cover for the Archangel so that the Archangel can land on the Earth smoothly. The results of Project G are too important to the current Earth, and they must not be lost. Let me find you again, damn white machine. On the other side, Yitzhak, who saw the core, rushed over in a duel without even thinking about it. After his duel joined the supporting troops, he added a new equipment called Assault Corps equipment. This greatly boosted the confidence of Yitzhak, who was injured on the face. At this moment, Yitzhak, who was unparalleled on the battlefield and crushed the United Earth Army fleet, felt that his revenge plan was in sight. Advertisement. Are you here to find Laike? It's a pity that it's not him who is driving this machine today, it's me. Abby in the cockpit could feel Yitzhak's itching for this core in the dueling machine from a distance. It's a pity that the person the other party is looking for today is not in this machine. Before the attack, Laike decided to let all the two mechs attack because of the number of mechs invested by ZAFT in this battle. Among them, the relatively more comprehensive and better core Gundam was given to Abakai by Laike. As for Laike himself, he's there right now in the Purple Heresy fighting Jin in ZAFT. I won't fight you in melee. Abi didn't intend to draw swords with duel at all to show friendship. The gauntlet bit between both hands, and the thruster bit on the back of the machine were all separated from the machine. Immediately afterwards, under the somewhat bewildered reaction of the duel, all these bits flew towards the duel. While changing its position, it shoots a beam of light towards the duel. Damn it, what the hell is this? Yitzhak, who has never seen such a weird weapon, could possibly react to this weapon. Even if he reacted quickly, in just 1 minute, Bit gave him one hand and one foot. All shot off. Yitzhak, we're here to help you. The two mechs, Stormwind and Thunder, that were attacking the joint army Ma and battleship there had to turn their heads to help the damaged duel, but when the two actually met, the situation was not much better than the duel that encountered a sudden attack. The 4 bits that were still attacking the duel just now attacked Baofeng and Sun Li, and the 2 who were aware of it tried to shoot them down, but they didn't expect that the bit changed positions before being attacked, dodged, and then continued to shoot at the 2. What the hell is this thing? Diego refrained from cursing himself. They had seen something similar before. It was the Mobius zero-wire controlled gun of the United Earth Army. But that thing's ghost level is not half as good as this. The degree of flexibility far exceeds that of wire-controlled guns, and the power of the emitted beam is not small. With such a strong thing, why hasn't this body been used before? Advertisement. Both Diego and Nigel couldn't help but wonder in their hearts. If Stormwind and Duel hadn't relied on their quick reflexes, coupled with stepping on the pedals all at once, they would have allowed the body to move at full speed. Like Yitzhak's duel, he was interrupted with a hand and a foot. Because that guy didn't have to do that. Abby, who guessed how many people were thinking, replied that she didn't open the public channel for her words, and she was the only one who could hear them. Well, Laike's combatability is much better than hers, so if Laike doesn't kill these people, there is no need to use Bit to attack Yitzhak and others. And Abby's control of the machine is not as fine as that of Laike. Once he is dragged into close combat by Yitzhak and others, then Abi may overturn if the performance of the machine cannot be completely crushed. Therefore, it is most appropriate to use Bit to disable all 3 of them at the beginning. UBD. How dare you ignore me? Seeing that the core shot Jin En, who was about to shoot the battleship, when he was fighting with himself, he broke a hand and lost his rifle duel. He used the magnetic cannon on his right shoulder and the missile pod on his left shoulder to shoot at core. Abi was expressionless, and the beam Vulcan cannon mounted on his head cleaned up the incoming missiles while moving the body at high speed to avoid the artillery fire of the magnetic cannon. The muzzle of the beam Carlin gun in his hand moved with every move, and fired several beams, 2 of which were aimed at the duel. Without a hand and a foot, the speed of the duel decreased, and he could not completely avoid the core attack. A magnetic cannon that hit the right shoulder. The magnetic cannon was penetrated by the beam and exploded, completely destroying Duel's right shoulder. The other few beams are all shot at the Storm and Thunder that are avoiding the Bit on one side and intend to attack the core. The 2 fuselages that are deflected after avoiding the beams of the rifles that are avoiding the core cannot completely avoid the side and wait for an opportunity. The Bit of the attack. 2 precise beams hit the 2 mechs. Baofengjian was hit by the propeller, and Sun Li was also hit by his left wrist. There is no threat here, go to other places. After the 3 mechs suffered varying degrees of damage, Abi assessed the situation, and at least 2 of the 3 mechs had to return to the ship. If these 3 people die here, the Sarah faction of the plant will grow stronger, so instead of fighting Thunder here, it is better to attack the other Jin En. Under the puzzled eyes of the 3, Bit returned to the body, the core is far away from the 3. Chapter 50. Shoot down the game of and ask for flowers to collect. Run away, that white machine just ran away like that. Yitzhak punched the display screen in the cockpit. Here it is again, 1 and 3, he is defeated by this machine every time. This time this machine also used new weapons, sneak attack, defeated him at once and then walked away. This time, he used a weapon that he hadn't used before to attack himself. He obviously hadn't used it before. Well, did the driver on the opposite side mean that he couldn't get into his eyes at all? Yitzhak, calm down first. Nigel persuaded. Now that they are on the battlefield, Yitzhak's duel is half lost, and most of the weapons left in the armed rope are still going forward. As far as the white body is concerned, Yitzhak is giving away his head alive. Diego, how's your storm condition? Advertisement. The situation is not very good, but it can barely move. Diego said with a wry smile. Just now, he directly hit the main thruster of the storm, so he still moved in the current state of the body. But at this speed, at most, he could return to the battleship safely. If he was fighting, the storm would basically be a target for someone. Then you take Yitzhak back first, and I will continue to fight. This battle is very important. They must shoot down the long legs here, and they must not let the long legs continue to exist. Hey, you kid, don't take it upon yourself. Okay, I'll leave it to you, Nigel. Yitzhak, let's go. Diego interrupted Yitzhak, and agreed ahead of Yitzhak. Then dragged the same semi-disabled duel back to the ship. Diego, UBD, let go, my body can still move. Yes, the body can still move, the body can still move, go back to me early, don't make trouble for everyone here. UBD, what are you talking about? On the other side, the Archangel. 2 MSS are approaching, one of which is the Holy Shield. Have you broken through the 8th Fleet's defense? Maru was not surprised by this result. It is quite remarkable that the current 8th Fleet can stop the enemy to this extent. Captain Moru, let the assault attack, the enemy cannot shoot down the Archangel. Advertisement. Kira's face appeared on the big screen on the bridge. Captain Musjin can't attack in this situation, it's safest to let the assault attack. The instruction manual of the strike states that the strike can break through the atmosphere. Although this has not been tested, the strike with this function is currently the only MS that can attack when the Archangel enters the atmosphere. Be safe, Kira, and come back before the critical time. Yes. Striker flew out from the Archangel, and shot at the Holy Shield, which was rapidly approaching here. Kira. Seeing Aslan, who was on the attack, roared, and charged forward while controlling the Holy Shield. The light guns fired each other but failed to hit each other, so the Holy Shield lightsaber and the on-attack shield collided back and forth, and then he slashed head-on with another knife, and was hit back by Kira after dodging again. The beam experiment Zigu who was behind the Holy Shield wanted to come forward to help, but at this time, the Purple Heresy who was standing near the flagship after finishing solving the several Jin and units next to her shot to stop her movement. I can't let you continue to act, so please go home, Miss Shahi. Laike, is that you? I am a soldier of ZAFT, there is no way to retreat. The voice from the communication not only stopped Zigu, the beam experimental type, but also made Zigu, who was blocked, turn around and find the Purple Heresy. Hey, Miss Shahi, this is how you repay your savior. It really makes me sad. This is war. Besides, I will not attack your cockpit. Your body has the value of bringing it back to the plant for research. Shahi said calmly. Laike saved her, of course she couldn't kill Laike, but this is war, it's impossible to let her subordinates be merciful, so she disabled Laike's body and brought it back in the name of researching a new type of machine. I advised you to fight, I was thinking about taking my body back. The missiles fired from the newly added 3-linked missile pod of the Purple Heresy disrupted the attack rhythm of the beam experimental Zigu, and the green beams launched by the 3-linked missiles followed the missiles and fired at the beam experimental Zigu. Shahi had to stop attacking and let the body dodge these missiles and beams instead. General. I don't know when the Purple Heretic who moved below Zigu took out the bazooka on his back and blasted Zigu's head with one shot. Immediately after she and this Zigu switched to the backup camera, the Purple Heretic had already stepped forward cut off all Zigu's limbs. The main thruster is still reserved for you. If you want to go back, you should be able to go back with your skills, Yishi and Miss. This time, it is because of the acquaintance, and you will have a break with Yishi and Miss. Next time, there will be no such name. Good luck. You. Don't worry, I'm enough to be merciful, but if it's another person, Miss Shahi, your character of charging Saburo would have been chopped into a stick like that white hair. Advertisement. White hair. Cough, pretend I didn't say it. Laike coughed weakly, the world is impermanent, and who knows if he will meet that white-haired Izak in the future, in order to avoid embarrassment between the two parties because of this question at that time. Things that should not be known by others should not be known by others. Anyway, see you soon. Glancing to the side, the heights of the Holy Shield and the assault are constantly decreasing, and the descent of the Archangel on the side has almost reached the critical point. On Zoft's side, the Gamov was about to run away after seeing the long legs, and its captain let the entire battleship advance at maximum speed after deep thought. Determined to chase and land the Archangel of the Earth against the artillery fire of the 8th Fleet, it is bound to be shot down. The Gamov had to be shot down, or Halbadan would have to take his own life. Admiral Halbadan, you don't need to go there, the battleship will be handed over to me. Stepping on the pedal, Laike let the Purple Heresy pursue Gamov with all its strength, but he did not forget to pass the communication to Hal Badon, and persuaded Hal Badon, who was about to use his battleship to follow the game of, to stop the game of. Laike, I'll trouble you then. Kindness. The Purple Heresy was advancing at full speed, and Laike let the Purple Heresy rush to the front of the game of before the game of rushed over. Pulling the trigger, the rocket launcher's shells were continuously fired from the barrel, pouring on the bridge, and the game of was hit directly with the bridge as the center, and the entire battleship sank here. Which captain just sacrificed his life for the country and failed to keep his long legs? On the Vesellus, Cruz lamented the sacrifice of his colleagues in a seemingly sentimental tone, and then told Artis asked. Has the flagship of the 8th Fleet, the Mine-Laus, been sunk? No, that battleship and several nearby battleships have already begun to retreat. Artis reported based on the situation on the battlefield. He failed to solve that wise general here, and failed to achieve his goal. However, after this battle, the 8th Fleet's right to speak in the Earth Alliance should be greatly reduced. Cruz smiled darkly again. The goal was not fully achieved, but it was still within his plan. Chapter 51 Landing in the Atmosphere and Getting a New Body. Laike, if you are on the non-return ship, you will not be able to board the transport base. ABI's voice came from the private channel of the two. The core Gundam she was driving had returned to the transportation base, and the transportation base that was descending immediately behind the Archangel was about to reach the critical time. Be right back. Laike said that his Purple Heresy uses a brittle foam metal armor, which is only a detachable armor added to the body after modification. If he wants to enter the atmosphere with a single player based on this, unless he is a doll Gundam, he is looking for death. Advertisement. Kira and Aslan, haven't you finished fighting yet? The main monitor of the Purple Heretic who returned to the transport base showed the figures of both Assault and Holy Shield. I never thought that Aslan would pursue Kira to such an extent. If this continues, both of them will fall into the atmosphere. After Laike whispered something, the Purple Heretic turned around and returned to the transport base. At such a distance, his Purple Heresy can't help Kira out of the predicament. With Aslan's persistence, unless he wants to withdraw himself, he can be driven away with a few shots. Abby, drive the battleship over later, and use the core to catch the assault before the Archangel. Do you want to save people? Or take the opportunity to extract the data of the attack? If you catch people in front of the Archangel, they will suspect your motives. Both, but it's more about getting some raid data. Hurry up. The equipment on the battleship is enough for us to get what we want. Anyway, we will return the raid to them after landing. Laike has made a plan, and now seeing how well Kira and Aslan are fighting, it is impossible for Assault to return to the Archangel before being unconscious like in the original book, and let the Assault hit him in front of the Archangel on the battleship. Taking advantage of this sudden opportunity, you can also extract the data of Jiang Xi from the onboard computer of Jiang Xi, and then you can sell it for a good price. It's a windfall. Originally, Laike was thinking of landing in North Africa with Kira and others, and then returning to Orb, or if the group landed smoothly, they would return to Orb all the way from Alaska. Now Kira is farther away from the position of the Archangel than the original TV. In this case, it is impossible not to save people, but it is reasonable to collect some rewards for saving people. Kira, can you hear me? Return to the ship immediately and you will die if you stay outside. Even if the airframe can survive such an entry into the atmosphere, the pilot's body will not be able to. No. Go now. Advertisement. Before Kira finished speaking, the communication was interrupted. In the image, the Holy Shield transformed into Ma and retreated when it was captured by gravity. The whole machine body descends while bearing the high temperature. Let the Archangel pass now, let the Assault. If the captain is at this distance, he will attack, and the ship will go to Alaska. Bucky Lulu couldn't help but remind Maru not to forget that the destination of their trip is Alaska. If they go to pick up the Assault now, they will deviate from their original destination. If you don't take the Assault with you, it doesn't make any sense to go to Alaska with the Archangel alone. Maliu said firmly. But this distance passes, in case. In case it can't catch up, the Archangel is descending into the atmosphere, and if it hasn't been able to pick up the attack, the whole battleship will. Captain, Mr. Laike's battleship certificate is approaching the Assault. Just as the two were arguing, the transportation base drove to the front of the Archangel, heading towards the Assault that was falling to the earth. Captain Maliu, the situation of the Assault is very dangerous. I will first connect the Assault to my battleship, and your ship will land after it. After landing on the ground, the Assault will be returned to you. Mr. Laike, do you want to help? Maru's face froze, and Bucky Lulu and Mew's expressions were similar. The two sides landed in Alaska together, and they knew that Laike would leave directly after they knew that Fla's father, George, would return directly to the Atlantic Federation. And why didn't Laike directly land in Alaska at this time, but followed them to stir up this muddy water? Take it as after-sales service, no matter what, I can't just watch Kira die like that. I'm sorry to trouble you. Maru nodded emphatically, and ordered the Archangel to follow behind the transport base. As for the transport base, after approaching the assault that descended to the earth, Laike called to the assault side, calling several times in a row, and Kira, who was about to pass out in the assault cockpit, responded. Can you still control the body? Should be able to. Advertisement. Kira pushed the joystick reluctantly, trying to send the assault towards the transport base. No, at this speed, I will drive the body to pick you up. Laike flew out of the battleship with the core, and after getting closer to the attack, he raised the body and held the attack next to him. Enter the battleship with a strong attack. Kira passed out after seeing himself on Laike's battleship. Laike asked the hellos in the battleship to open the cockpit of the raid, and after taking care of the relevant procedures, he sent Kira to the infirmary on the transport base. The transportation base and the Archangel that descended along the way fell to the North African desert within the sphere of Zoph's influence. After the two warships landed on the ground, Laike immediately let one or two heroes stealthily download the relevant information about the attack was extracted. I'm so anxious, Laike, I just sent you to the infirmary, and I'm here to get the data of the attack. There will be no chance on the ground. If you don't take it now, when can you take it again? Laike replied with a smile to Abby's words. It's okay for him to get some data, and he won't cheat the people on the Archangel. After the raid data, the Shugwang Society got it when it recovered the bombed raid and repaired the raid, and now he took this whole set of data in advance and sold it to the Shugwang Society. The Shugwang Club doesn't know that they can recover the raid and get the relevant data in the future. The Shugwang Club will definitely be willing to pay a high price to buy it from him. This will make a lot of money from Ob, and it won't cheat the Archangel guys. Conscience money, pure conscience money, there is nothing you can't earn. After you take it, you plan to sell it to the Shugwang Society. Well, since you want to give it to the Shugwang Society, it's just right. Just what? Look for Shugwang Club to make you a new body with the new technology here. I just used your money to get one recently. New body, what is it? Abby has told himself about the mechs he drew before, but now what is it? I can't say it now. If I say it, there will be no sense of mystery. Laike, didn't you teach me this? I will tell you when I get to the Dawn Society. Abby said. Chapter 52. Tell Maru and the others that the Cyclops system asks for flowers and collects them. Then I'm looking forward to it. Laike didn't ask any more, and let the heroes open the hatch of the battleship, ready to welcome the group on the Archangel. Seeing ABI like this, what kind of powerful body should be given to him, and what exactly is it? It's quite exciting. 10 minutes later, the maintenance team, the medical team from the Archangel, Captain Maliu and Captain Mew all came to the transportation base. Tell me, what's important for me? Captain Maliu, even if it's to take Kira back, there's no need for the two of you to come together. Advertisement. Seeing the embarrassment of Maru and Mew, Laike probably guessed why these two came to him together. Actually, it's because Maru turned her head away from the assault who was being transported back to the Archangel, and Kira, who was still in a coma for the time being, and the situation had stabilized. Just when he was about to speak, Mew spoke first. Laike, let me get this straight, we'd like you to be the Archangel's bodyguard to escort the Archangel to headquarters in Alaska. How are you going to pay? This will be reported to the headquarters after we arrive at the headquarters in Alaska, and let them pay the compensation. When you get to Alaska, the people there will pay you. Laike rubbed his hands, and gave an answer after thinking for a moment. Sorry, I refuse this entrustment. You refused? Why? Mew and Maliu looked shocked. Before they came, they thought about it. Judging from their contact with Laike during this period, Laike should accept their commission. There are two reasons. First, there are still things to do around me. I won't be here for long. The second is that I can't trust the people at the headquarters of the Atlantic Federation Army. Advertisement. I can't trust them, but didn't you land with us to the Alaska headquarters at first? Mew asked, why did you land with them if you really couldn't believe it, shouldn't you avoid it far away? My original plan was to let my battleship leave in the submarine mode you have seen before after I landed with you. The Atlantic Federation will inevitably not be tempted by some of the technologies used on this battleship. Mew and Maliu were silent, which they could not deny. For the Atlantic Federation, although there are enough technologies at hand, the disappearing technology of the Laike battleship will be known when it escorts them to Alaska. They won't believe it if they don't do this kind of thing. Whether they can get the reward at that time will have to be considered after whether they can leave or not. We were the ones who were rude. Maru apologized. It's okay, Captain Mario, you are right, besides, I didn't agree. Laike shrugged, and then his tone changed. However, as a half-friend along the way, too, let me remind you that you'd better pay attention to your own safety after the Archangel returns to the headquarters in Alaska. Be careful. Both Maru and Mew didn't realize what Laike meant for a while. Alaska, that is the current headquarters of the Earth Federation, and it is the territory of the Atlantic Federation. With a large number of troops stationed there, it would be difficult for ZAFT to attack, so why should they worry about staying in such a safe place? Laike, that place is very safe. You are a mercenary, so you should be more informed than us. Mew chuckled. If you just look at it from the perspective of whether the enemy can come in, Alaska's troops are indeed safe, but if I tell you to be careful and safe, is it because of the interior of the Earth Federation? The doubt and relief on the faces of Mew and Maliu disappeared immediately, and their faces became a little dignified, and Maliu asked. Mr. Laike, are you joking what you just said? All the way from the universe, the various choices and things Laike made the hearts of Maliu and Mew, who had known Laike before, tremble. Advertisement. The two of them who felt that Laike knew something they didn't know as if they knew the future like a foretaste, were looking forward to getting an answer from Laike that he was joking, not that Laike was telling the truth. Inside the United Earth, no matter how you hear or think about it, it is not a good word. Well, you all know that I'm well informed, and it's normal to know some unknown things. Now in Alaska, the group of high-level personnel, in order to kill Zoft in one go, is creating a bomb that can blow everyone up. God's stuff. The thing that blows everyone up to the sky. The two of them frowned, and there was a faint device in their search memory. It seems that Captain Maliu and Captain Mew have guessed it. That's right, it is the Cyclops system, the device that the 3rd Fleet of the United Army used against the ZAFT Army. Laike spread out his hands with a relaxed expression, which was in stark contrast to the shocked expressions of Mew and Maliu. Before the two of them came back to their senses, Laike continued. To what extent the war between ZAFT and the Earth United has developed now, I believe that the two soldiers, Captain Maliu and Captain Mew, are also quite aware that although the United is currently in a disadvantaged position, relying on its own resources and other advantages, plus the technical achievements of Project G, it will be a matter of time before the front is pushed back and Zoft will be put in a disadvantageous situation. In order to avoid this situation, sooner or later Zoft will want to fight a large-scale war that can change the situation. The venue for the decision is Alaska. Hey, Laike, even if this is the case, it is not certain that the Earth Alliance will definitely install the Cyclops device in Alaska. If something happens, it will sacrifice a lot of troops. Mew said with some hesitation that he believed that the masters of the Atlantic Federation had a flexible moral bottom line to do this kind of exchange of their own troops for greater losses from the enemy's troops. But the United Earth has assembled a large number of troops, of which the Atlantic Federation's troops account for the majority. If they play a self-destruct and take away a large number of Zoft's troops, if their side loses too much, then the next group of people how to counterattack. If all the people in the base were withdrawn and only a small number of troops were deployed, then Zoft's brain would have to be twitched to not realize that there was a ghost in it. To ensure the smooth launch of the Cyclops system, there must be a sufficient number of troops. Zoft. Replace most of the troops with Eurasian and East Asian troops. This will not only convince the ZAFTs that there is no problem with this headquarters, but the Atlantic Federation itself can also reduce losses. I think the two of you have thought about it, right? Chapter 53 Sending 2 people away and contacting the tiger for flowers for collection. Leave a small number of troops as sacrificial sons, so that we can conceal the occurrence of this incident afterwards, and make Wea and Danja suffer dumb. Mew and Maliu's feelings are quite complicated. If this strategy can really exchange a group of ZAFT's troops die because of this, the high-level gang will definitely do it. It is not their own people who lost. How could East Asia and Eurasia launch an attack on the Atlantic without any real evidence under the current situation where the entire Earth must unite against ZAFT? If you dare to attack the Atlantic without any real evidence, then prepare to experience the power of the media and other forces controlled by the Atlantic Federation, and be drowned by spit stars. Advertisement. Captain Mew and Captain Maliu don't have to completely believe what I said, after all, you two may not necessarily be abandoned as abandoned children. Hey, Laike, stop joking at this juncture, I'm talking, my words are okay, Maru and the others. Mew paused, and didn't continue talking. Maliu belonged to Hal Badon's faction, and now Hal Badon's 8th Fleet was the last thing they saw before landing on the Earth. The best result was that less than 30% of the combat power remained and retreated. They suffered a major defeat and lost a large number of troops. This was just a good excuse for the Cosmos officers in the army to suppress Hal Badon. And Hal Badon's achievements such as proposing the G-plan before will not come in handy at this time when Land Cosmos controls the main power. But to suppress a person, it is impossible to suppress him alone, but to suppress everyone in his faction together, and Maru is naturally among them. In addition, letting Kira, an adjuster, drive the assault may also cause dissatisfaction among those high-level officials. Therefore, if they need to be abandoned at that time, everyone on the Archangel is very likely to be abandoned, and he and Bucky Lulu, one is an ace, and the other is from a military family, and they are more or less related in the army. And if the faction that Bucky Lulu's family is in, Mew is not mistaken, the current position is also biased towards the Blue Cosmos. If the Cyclops is really installed, the high-level executives will find a reason to transfer Bucky Lulu and him walk. I'm fine, Major Mew. The Archangel may be transferred to other combat units when it arrives in Alaska, said Ma Liu. However, after saying this, Maru himself denied what she said in a second thought. The value of the new warships is great, but for the Atlantic Federation, which has a large family and a large business, leaving a warship that impressed Zoff there before will make Zoff's army firmly believe that there is no problem in Alaska. Advertisement. Abandoning the value they got in exchange is far better than not giving up the fight they got. If you really want to say, the value of the Archangel is probably less than. There's no need to be so depressed. I just said this to let you be careful, so that you can make preparations in advance. I think it's enough for you, Captain Maru, to know it first. As for Bucky Lulu, the captain and I will keep it from her first, and try to tell her slowly on the way. Mew said helplessly. With Bucky Lulu's temperament, if she really heard this news without actual evidence, she would not believe it, because it would be tantamount to letting her, a soldier who grew up in a military family, collapse her beliefs. As for him and Mario, because of their backgrounds and experiences, they had no doubt that the now completely rotten Atlantic Federation, corrupted by Blue Cosmos, planned to sell them. The combat data of the Archangel and the assault had been delivered and sent back to the Atlantic Federation when it joined the 8th Fleet. The data was useless, and now only the Archangel was sent back to Alaska. For those high-level officials, the value of this ship and MS is very small, and they really want to sell them, but they can be sold now, as long as they don't send reinforcements. If he was lucky enough to go back, he would let the Archangel stay as an abandoned child. Really, he was able to figure out a whole set of procedures, those guys' minds, once they know the inside story, it's easy to guess. After sending Mew and Maru out of the transportation base, Laike started to contact Orb's Aurora Society, and informed the director there, Erica Simons, that he had obtained the attack data and what Gina wanted. And related combat data of several other G-series. In addition to the data related to the battle with the 4GS, you also got all the data of the assault. Laike, you are really good at surprising people. Simmons was full of surprise and joy. It has not been a day or two since Shugwang Club has been coveting the related technologies of the G-series. Among them, the most coveted PS armor technology has not been able to make a breakthrough, and now it is Laike. As for the price, I hope that Shugwang Society can offer a satisfactory price, otherwise it will be very difficult for me. Laike shook a disc in his hand. The price of the G-series, I believe Master Gina will be very clear, and he will give you a satisfactory price. Advertisement. That's good. One more thing. After I come to OB, I hope OB can help make a new MS. As for the process, it's the same as before. You will provide some materials and technology again. Shall we assemble it? This time also sell technology to us. Simons pursed his lips. The place where Laike assembles the fuselage is often patrolled by several Harrow machines 24 hours a day. Untie. The technologies that can be disclosed are all specified by Laike. While the two parties maintain this tacit cooperation, Laike will also sell some unused materials at low prices to let them learn. However, it is a pity that the synthetic formula called Gundamium alloy sold by Laike is too expensive. In terms of the comprehensive cost of the materials needed, the cost performance is not as rich as Orb, who is not as rich as the Union and Plant. Not worth the money. Orb doesn't have the money to use it on a mass-produced machine, so use it for Ace. That's barely okay, but the cost is so high that it's better to try to use other metals instead. So in the end, the heresy they created used metal foam, which is less protective, but a much more cost-effective material. If this guy wants to sell technology this time, maybe he wants to sell something with good performance that they don't need at the moment. I'll talk about it at that time. I haven't decided what to sell yet. Laike, who didn't know what machine ABI was planning to build, couldn't make any arrangements, so he chatted with the director of the Shugwang Society for a few more casual words and then hung up the communication. Walking out of the room, when Laike walked to the Naku and was about to board the machine for 2 simulation trainings, a green hello working on the bridge came to inform Laike. Laike, hurry to the bridge, someone is calling you. Who? Andrew Baldfield. Chapter 54 The Desert Tiger and the Bad Coffee. It's a great honor for the Desert Tiger to contact me specifically to meet and drink coffee. Laike smiled and looked at the straight brown-haired middle-aged man in normal clothes, who was collectively called the Desert Fox. Andy Baldfield. Laike was quite surprised when he received an invitation from him on the ship. He had nothing to do with this Desert Tiger. The only communication between the two was when they followed Markio to Plant's Klein family mansion and chatted with Baldfield, who was invited by Siegel to visit there. His battleship followed the Archangel and landed in the North African desert. It stands to reason that even if the Zoft military did not make a judgment, any officer below would regard him as a joint person. But Baldfield invited him to his mansion at this juncture. Advertisement. Oh, then Laike, why haven't you moved yet? Balterfield laughed. Nonsense, is the taste of this coffee meant for people to drink? The corners of Laike's mouth twitched slightly. Now that he was invited to be a guest in the villa, as a guest, he had to give Andrew face, so he didn't have to complain to his face about how bad the coffee made by Desert Tiger was. If the situation were different, he would have to have a good discussion with the Desert Tiger on how to get the coffee. This resourceful General Zoft, who had repeatedly caused huge losses to the Alliance on the battlefield, was unexpectedly in a certain place. Some places are very rough. Da Costa, who was obviously serving as his adjutant, was already turning black while holding a half cup of coffee, but he didn't notice it at all. I don't like coffee very much. I prefer fruit juice and milk to coffee. Ha, it sounds like a child. I didn't expect you, a famous mercenary, to be such a person in private. Andrew joked. Forgive me, compared to you, the Desert Tiger, how famous am I? Hehe, the mercenary known as the Banshee, how could he be inferior to me? The Banshee. Laike smiled, and suddenly lowered his head. On the first floor of the villa, Abby was discussing cooking with Tiger's lover Aisha. His nickname came from Abby. Abi is familiar with the history of the seed world and can quickly analyze information to give her the ability to predict some upcoming events, which really provides him with a lot of convenience. Advertisement. No matter what I say, I am a man. This nickname sounds too ugly. Andrew pondered for a while, and said, well, there are also rumors from the outside world that you are called the White God of Death. Once it appears, it will ruthlessly harvest the life of the enemy, unable to hit it, and can only obediently wait for death. Is this nickname because I drove a white-painted djinn? Laike smiled helplessly. When he used his identity as a mercenary to carry out missions openly, he would often use Jin N, which was recovered and assembled on the battlefield. Well, before robbing Jin N, it was used by the Atlantic Federation of the United Earth, which was actually made by the people behind Logos, the Mobius. When driving them, Laike often uses white paint, and it is natural to have a nickname over time, but what the hell is the description of the White God of Death? The name of the God of Death should be more suitable with black or other colors. Speaking of which, these two good partners who have been with Laike for a while now have been sold to a scrap dealer for funds for activities after driving the core Gundam. And Laike also began to accept more and more lucrative commissions that required the complete elimination of mission targets. It's better to take nicknames and not to take them. Everyone calls me Death, Banshee, or something. I don't feel good listening to it. Then how about calling you White Ghost? Laike's expression froze, his eyes narrowed. The air suddenly cooled down. Hey, Laike, don't be so murderous, I don't want to threaten you with this. Rao Balterfield couldn't help being startled by Laike's aura. Laike understood, he knew that Desert Tiger would not do those things, otherwise he would not have agreed so simply when he received this invitation. Continue to ask in the usual tone, Captain Balterfield, did you know so soon? White Ghost, that is undoubtedly the nickname given to the core Gundam by ZAFT, and needless to say how it was exposed, it must have been exposed during the battle to cover the Archangel's descent into the atmosphere when the core returned to the transport base. Laike was prepared for this, and was not worried about it. ZAFT currently has the highest hatred value, and the Archangel is the most closely pursued, and their battleships can hide their whereabouts. They don't have to chase him desperately for a suspected core of Project G and an orb heretic. Then, Andrew knew that he was the White Ghost who caused many losses in some ZAFTs, and he also said it. Advertisement. What is the purpose? I just wanted to see how you would react if I said it in front of you. I didn't expect it to be so scary. Andrew explained. Actually, I know that you are the White Ghost who obstructed the cruise team's pursuit. No, it should be said that the White Ghost who has been rumored in Zoft has received news from the military. That's what happened before. Before then, the only people who knew about it were. That's right, it's Speaker Klein. You jumped back so early? Laike was puzzled, and Siegel knew that it was because of the relationship with Markio's mentor, and that some of ZAFT's actions came from Patrick Serra's personal arbitrary actions to bypass the council, which was not very honorable, so Siegel chose the sword. The Desert Tiger was a soldier, so he probably hadn't joined the Klein faction at this time. He didn't turn to the Klein faction until he was defeated by Kira and others, lost his lover and was sent back to the plant. Otherwise, with the posture of the Serra faction and the Klein faction in the middle and late stages, how could the Desert Tiger be appointed by Serra as the Eternal, a battleship equipped with ZAFT's latest MS Freedom and Justice? Long. Looking out with such unexpected eyes, Laike, I thought you never thought about this war, you are a complete Serra faction. Aren't the majority of Zoft's army all Serra faction? Although the Klein faction also has a considerable influence in the army, it is true that they can be recognized by the people in the army, but more soldiers of ZAFT are more willing to follow and agree with them even if they did not say so after Blood Valentine's Day. Or Serapai. At least at this point in time, National Defense Chairman Patrick Sala has more influence in the military than Klein. Andrew dared to take Klein's side before this. How brave is he? Don't be so surprised, it's just in private, not on the surface, and I just think that Chairman Klein is thinking about the long term, and he hasn't thought about standing in line. Now it's not suitable for me, a soldier, to express my attitude. He is a soldier, and he is still on the battlefield. At this point in time, when anyone with a discerning eye knows that the Speaker and the Chairman of the Military Committee have begun to split, he has expressed that he agrees with the Klein faction more, and he is standing in the team. He is undoubtedly waiting for one-stop service. Laike nodded. Andrew denied this as if he did not deny it. It was just a matter of proving that he was a Klein faction. Otherwise, Siegel is a smart person, so why would he disclose this information to him when he has nothing to do? So that's the case, then the Desert Tiger should not only want to talk to me about this matter when they came to me as a mercenary, but what is it that they want to come to me specifically for? Chapter 55. If you are in such a hurry, then don't waste time. Are you here to escort United's long legs to Alaska? Andrew asked. To determine whether Laike will intervene in the next battle between them and the United, this is one of the main purposes of his invitation to Laike. On our side, although the military has already stated that it is arranging the two mobile suits of the cruiser team, Duel and Storm, to land on the Earth, but Andrew judges based on his intuition and the battle data he has obtained. The two MS belonging to Laike in the above information. In addition to the Archangel, the modification of Jin and the pressure of the attack are really not small. Escort? No, my mission to escort them is over. Come along with me because I just can't let go of the driver driving the assault. If I hadn't been brought here for coffee, I would have left this desert by now. Laike laughed. Advertisement. Did you land here to save the attacking pilot? Andrew raised his eyebrows. According to Zoft, more precisely, he got it from Laike who had been on the long-legged Archangel. According to the information, the driver of the attack is a young adjuster. If you can save him, that boy must be a very interesting person. It's really interesting, and it's also very strong. If the assault is driven by him, you will definitely not be able to win, Captain Balterfield. Oh, can't win? I can't pretend I didn't hear that, Laike. Andrew laughed. It's the truth, I didn't lie to you, if you really fight with that pilot, you might die in the end. Laike shook his head and said, Kira's seed has not been stimulated much because of his own intervention. The only few times when it was stimulated was Muni's 2-day training. I once took Kira to go there when I was idle and bored, and finally got Kira to be stimulated under my own pressure. In those 2 times, Kira couldn't use the seed very well. If Kira sparks the seed without his own help, then Kira will undoubtedly do what the original book did to Tiger. At that time, whether the tiger can live or not will really depend on the destiny. Advertisement. Laike, I'm a driver no matter what I say, I can't agree so simply with this kind of words. Andrew said. He had never fought before, and he said that he would lose before the battle. He had read the information and knew that the pilot was very strong. However, this time, Andrew wanted to actually fight the pilot even more. The problem is that it's not a joke on the battlefield. If things really get to the worst, Mr. Andrew, are you ready to wipe out with the whole team? There was still some relaxed expression on his face. Andrew was silent for a while, and then he said with a half-wry smile and half-helplessness. Laike, it's not something I can decide whether to chase after long legs or not. Orders are absolute. I can never take the lead in the rebellion with my own team and ignore the orders of the military. No, I told you to retreat quickly if Balterfield is really going to lose when the time comes to fight. Your own life is much more precious than continuing the unnecessary pursuit of knowing that you will lose. Without waiting for Andrew to say anything, Laike continued. For future considerations, Mr. Andrew, you and Ms. Aisha must save your own lives. I believe that Mr. Andrew, you and Ms. Aisha can see clearly how complicated the situation in plant is now. The Sarah faction is becoming more and more powerful. According to the current situation, Patrick Sala has already locked in the next speaker, and the plant at that time is that chairman. Andrew, who was promoted all the way up by the chairman, might not know that the chairman became more radical after the incident on Blood Valentine's Day. The next speaker that Laike mentioned is very likely to be Patrick's matter, and Andrew, who is far away on the Earth, can speculate from the various information received from the plant. If both the Supreme Council and the military are controlled by Patrick, then Patrick is basically equivalent to controlling the entire plant by one person. If Patrick becomes the trusted speaker, then with the situation where the Klein faction and the Sarah faction are increasingly torn apart, Mr. Andrew should be able to imagine what the speaker Sarah will do. Ah, of course I can think of it. I must be thinking about how to find a reason to get rid of Chairman Siegel and his daughter, Miss Laike Klein. Andrew said quite firmly. Whether it is friend or foe, the struggle between the Klein faction and the Sarah faction has really waited until that point. Now that Patrick Sarah, who has lost his wife and only thinks of revenge against natural people, will definitely be able to use his knife against everything in his eyes that will hinder his revenge. The stumbling block Klein faction waved away. That's why, Mr. Andrew, you can't just die here. If you risk your own life here, then when the Sarah faction attacks the Klein faction, no one will come to help the Klein faction. Advertisement. Hey, Laike, don't act like you can't find anyone else without me, Speaker Siegel. You may be able to find a lot of people's words, but Mr. Andrew, you are undoubtedly the soldier with the highest position in the Klein faction's current relationship in the military. Laike laughed. Andrew's words are enough to listen to. As the commander of ZAFT's desert troops, he was appointed as the captain of the Eternal by Patrick. He is currently the ability, position, and highest person that the Klein faction can currently absorb. Another crucial point is that Patrick has not yet discovered that Andrew is actually a Klein faction. Patrick in this period has full trust in this desert tiger. Are you the highest ranking soldier? I'll take you as a compliment. Besides coffee, Mr. Andrew, you can boast a lot. You boy, do you dislike my coffee? Andrew was immediately displeased. He could boast a lot besides the coffee, but he turned a corner and said that the coffee he made was terrible. Laike rolled his eyes slightly. Andrew's adjutant, the red-haired officer da Costa, who had been standing by since he entered the room, showed approval at this time. Suppressing the desire to laugh, he paused, his expression normal. It's nothing. It's getting late, I should go too. See you later, Mr. Andrew, please pay attention to your own safety, and don't forget what I just said to you. Laike and Abby bid farewell to Andrew and Anne. I will arrange it. Compared with me, Laike, you should pay more attention to your own safety. Zoft knows that the two mechs belong to you, and other forces on the earth will also hear about it. It should be noticed, I will pay attention, but if some people really dare to make trouble, then I have an extra pile of scrap iron that can be sold to scrap dealers. Laike said with a relaxed face. Chapter 56 Arriving in Orb to develop a new body seek subscription. There are too many scraps that can be sold to scrap dealers. You really make me speechless. Andrew didn't try to persuade him anymore. He also got a clear understanding of Laike's character in this short contact. Laike knows how to measure and will not do things beyond his ability. That's all there is to say. It was almost evening after leaving Andrew's villa. Laike and Abby took the vehicle provided by the other party to the outside of the town, and then drove their own purple heresy back to the transportation base at a diversion. Millie, who was on the bridge of the Archangel near the transport base, reported to Maru that the purple heresy was going back to the transport base, and then she didn't respond to the matter. Advertisement. It is already confirmed that Laike is going to leave. In the eyes of Maliu and others, it may be that Laike wants to drive MS out for a stroll. They have far more troubles to worry about right now than what happened to Laike. Kira, who was sent back to the Archangel, is still suffering from a high fever. In addition, they who came to the desert of North Africa are also preparing to debug the Air King, a fighter jet dedicated to the atmosphere of the Earth supported by the 8th Fleet. After that, let Mew drive out to investigate tomorrow. A bit. All kinds of rest work, as well as discussing how to go to the headquarters in Alaska, are waiting for them. Aren't you going to say goodbye to Kira, Laike? In the bridge of the transport base, ABI asked Laike, who was looking at the map. Starting from Heliopo, they have guided Kira so much, and Abby still thought that Laike might go to meet Kira before leaving. Go to Orb first, say goodbye, there will be more opportunities to meet in the future. After reading the map, Laike told Harrow the route, and the whole battleship went up into the sky with a huge roar, and then activated the optical camouflage to hide the whole battleship. The transportation base will sail smoothly all the way from the sea to Ubna via the route of the Archangel in the original book. This route is also the most convenient for Laike. With the help of optical camouflage, you can completely avoid all the troops of ZAFT and ensure the smooth sailing of the ship to Orb. Choosing other routes and encountering those troops will slow down the speed again, only fools choose. March 1st, CE71. Advertisement. The geographical distance made the transport base sail for about half a month before finally sailing from Africa to the vicinity of Orb's territorial waters. When Laike was about to reach Orb's territorial waters, he asked the transport base to remove the optical camouflage. However, the Orb Army, which has detected military ships approaching Orb's territorial waters from the radar, has not yet taken any action. Laike at the transportation base has already contacted Erica Simmons in the Shugwang Society, and informed the technical director of the Shugwang Society of his arrival. Erica Simons, who was informed of the matter, immediately reported the matter to the siblings of the Sahak family, and then notified the matter to the Orb Army. So the Orb Army sent guides to let the transport base enter the port at Uninj Kairu Island. Dong Club. The raid data you want is here, Director Simons. Laike handed the raid data disk to Simons, who was wearing a red uniform, in front of him. Thank you, Laike, with the raid data, it will be of great help to the Shugwang Society. Simmons couldn't help but see joy in his eyes when he took the data. PS armor, they finally got this thing. In addition, other technology exposure agencies on the jointly produced assault can also get a glimpse of it. There is also the light wave defense technology of the Eurasian Federation. I wonder if the Shugwang Society needs to buy it. Light wave defense? Need it? Of course you need to buy it. The light in Simon's eyes was even brighter, and the surprise was beyond words. They would not want this good thing, the light wave defense umbrella, unless they were blind. According to the gossip received by Shugwang News Agency, the Eurasian Federation has already begun to try to reduce this technology to MS equipment. If they get the relevant technology, they may also be able to reduce it to MS equipment. Director Simons, please be happy, don't forget about helping to develop the airframe. Seeing Simons like this, Abby's eyes suddenly showed the look of Laike when he touched the MS. Abby, who was worried that Simons would also fall into that state, reminded him aloud. Development of the airframe, it is said that we are developing the airframe, we are actually doing an OEM for you. Simons put away his joyful expression, and then said. In terms of the degree of participation between the two, the work they do at Shugwang Club is more like an OEM. If you can get some new technology, you can't count it as an OEM if you are developing it. Advertisement. For us, the two are almost the same. I said, Laike, are you free recently? The mass-produced heresies of the Dawn Society need someone to help test them. The money will be sent to your account the same as the heresies that I helped test before. Superior. If you give me money, I'll do it. Laike flatly agreed. In addition to maintaining and building weapons and spare parts, the more money you have, the better the airframe will be. How can such an opportunity to make money be let go? It's good if you agree, and, Abby, the development process this time is also the same as the previous core Gundam. After asking Laike, Simons asked about the new Laike external brain Abby in the true sense. Body development? No, in addition to providing relevant drawings and materials this time, I will also participate in the development process of the airframe. I will also help you research the technology of the light wave defense umbrella and try to install it on the MS. You little girl. Forget it if I didn't say it. If it can be done, it will be of great help. The Shugwang Society will pay you for your research. Simons just wanted to say that a little girl participated in the development of MS and thought about shrinking the light wave defense umbrella of the Eurasian Federation and putting it on the MS. Did she make a mistake? After thinking about it, Abby and Laike can pull out technology that they have never seen before without blinking their eyes. It is not surprising that a little girl understands development. Abby, is it necessary? You also want to participate in the development of the machine this time. Laike was surprised. In the past, the development of the core Gundam's body was done after they gave the material drawings, and then waited for the Shugwang Club to improve it according to their plan. Wang Hao, this time, Abby will not only participate in the development of the body, but also help the Shugwang Society to research the light wave defense umbrella man. I said that the new machine body will be equipped with the new technology here, so how could I not participate? Abby looked at Laike and said. If the new body wants to add the technology of this world, she will not participate in the development order to propose a plan, and those people from the Shugwang Club will have to waste more time to figure it out. In addition, helping the Shugwang Society to study how to reduce the light wave defense shield is also to reduce the light wave defense shield and mount it on the new body. I have already prepared all the relevant materials, Director Simons, you take them here first, and I will ask Harrows to deliver the materials later. Okay, we have to go through the materials we got, so I'll take all the materials at hand first. Simons took the materials and left the room. And Laike couldn't help asking Abby which new machine it had been hiding for so long. RX-93. Abby said a series of numbers lightly. Chapter 57 The Transformation of Bull Gundam. Bull Gundam? Well, according to what you call Laike, it should be called this machine rebuilt or HWS Bull Gundam. ABI added. HWS New Gundam, it's the reloaded version of the mecha that Loyole last rode in UC0093. Laike couldn't help but feel a little excited. This is the heavy-duty equipment that was originally planned to be developed for New Gundam in the original history of Gundam UC. It adds detachable armor to the body and at the same time it is a new weapon specially developed for New Gundam. Advertisement. It will not affect the movement of the body too much, while enhancing the firepower of the body. However, because the war ended too quickly in the follow-up, this New Gundam's strengthening plan failed to be put into actual combat, and it only stayed on paper. The performance of this body equipped with a Psychosensei frame is undoubtedly excellent. Floating cannons are not suitable for use on the Earth. When developing with Dawn Society, I will ask them to reserve a backpack loading interface on the back of New Gundam, so that the body can fly in the atmosphere. You mean the Strike backpack? Isn't that something that can't fly? Laike asked. Strike's air combat backpack can fly in the atmosphere, and it can only stay in the air for a certain period of time. If you let the New Gundam 187 use that backpack, then the new Gundam will not be able to fly even if it is installed. Strike's backpack interface is not just for air combat, what I'm talking about is the jetpack for Gundam that they jointly developed in CE-73 according to the Strike's backpack interface specification. Abby said speechlessly, the air combat backpack, she must have a lot of brains to think of using this air combat backpack that's not as good as the whole flying version for New Gundam. In terms of the jetpack, it will be much stronger if you put it on New Gundam. When he heard that it was Gundam's backpack, Laike's expression improved a lot. Abby will definitely use the electric push system of the CE world for the propulsion system. And New Gundam's floating cannons cannot be used in the atmosphere like the Dragoons in the CE world, so if New Gundam can't fly and can only move on the ground when on the ground, then it's better to ask the Shugwang Society to help change the battery machine the core Gundam, fighting like the Strike airsuit. I also got some blueprints of the new mass-produced machine bodies after 100 years of UC. In addition to the Phoenix backpack, the Minovsky nuclear fusion furnace of New Gundam will also use the furnaces of these machines. Advertisement. This is to change the magic to the end. Laike, CFBB, said with emotion, it was a new stove, and a new backpack. After this operation, apart from the beam rifle and other weapons, the magic modification of this Gundam is almost left with only a shell, not an old one. Magic reform to the end? That's right, I also plan to equip New Gundam with PS armor. Forward. Laike was stunned for a moment, well, put on the PS armor, now even the shell is not the original one. The development of New Gundam is in charge of the Shugwang Club staff headed by Abby and Simons. ABI basically stays with the Libu technical team in the Shugwang Club who was specially dispatched to assist in the development of New Gundam and the miniaturization of the light wave defense umbrella. Peace. The time spent with Laike has become less and less, and after Laike started the test of the orb mass-produced MA1 Heresy, the only one around him who knew Simons was to go through the large and small projects of the Dawn Club, and the technical director who participated in it up. Recruit Laike, an excellent driver, to be the test driver of MA1 Heresy, and have an excellent driver to help with various tests, so that the mass production of MA1 Heresy, which Aurora is urgently needing to complete, can be completed as soon as possible. Of course, apart from the driver, the most important thing is the OS of the airframe. Since the Heliopo incident collapsed, among the three heresies, Orb only brought back the P-01 Gold Heresy under the leadership of Gina Sahak, and the remaining two heresies were released after she leaked information. Was also preserved afterwards. The two airframes were destroyed by Lund. When Helio collapsed, Gina Sahak entered the OS of natural persons newly developed by Orb and the data about the heretical armed strengthening plan. The Blue Heresy in the hands of the mercenaries is not that important to the Shugwang Society because the input is the data of the armed plan, so it is fine to leave it alone. However, the latest version of the OS on the Red Heresy for natural people is more valuable, so just recently she tried to get the pilot in the Shugwang Society to go to the battleship as a scrap dealer to retrieve the natural person Red Heresy on it. The data. If it can be recovered and Shugwang Society is improving on this basis, OB's OS that is really suitable for natural people can be completed. Advertisement. Director Erica, the driving of the MA1 Heretic has not improved much compared to the Heretic I encountered back then. While Erica was thinking with the notepad, Laike had already completed all the tests of Mal Dingduan according to the requirements of Dawn Society today. Stepping off the machine, she said the last thing she wanted to hear towards Erica, one of the developers of the MA1 Heresy. Mr. Laike, it's pretty good that the Shugwang Society can do enough to perfect the MA1 Heresy. Let's make it clear that we Orb are not ZAFT or United, and we don't have such strong scientific research strength and funds. Relying on the personnel in charge of the research are all talents of adjusters and the faction that was the first to manufacture MS, the research work in all aspects is easier than them. The Earth United, led by the Atlantic Federation, started later than ZAFT, but the Earth United has so many resources and talent reserves over the years that it is no worse than ZAFT, who has the advantage of being an adjuster. That's why United was able to produce a few MS of the G-series in such a short period of time. As for the OS, the G-series Mishos that were attacked in Heliopo at the beginning can be said to be unfinished products. With United's technical strength, it is not surprising that those OSs that are now completed can be driven by natural people. Compared with these two behemoths, how does the Shugwang Shigzun, which looks very glamorous on the surface, compare with these two in terms of size? The land area of Orb naturally determines the upper limit of Orb. No matter how powerful the Shugwang Society is, it has absorbed a lot of adjusters by relying on OB's preferential policy of accepting adjusters, but they are all limited by OB's own strength. This makes most of the technologies of Shugwang Society only choose to ensure that they are not outdated, and devote more resources to a small amount of cache technologies to maintain their advantages. And even if maintaining a small part of the technological advantage is not to allow Orb to go head-to-head with those two forces, compared with Orb's entire resources, it cannot be compared with the above two big forces. It is not such a small advantage to fight. Can decide. Production capacity, resources, these factors are more important. Shugwang society can quickly improve the MA1 heresy to the current level in just such a short time after recycling the heresy. United and ZAFT will only do it faster at the same time, and Orb is so eager to complete the MS in his hand just to achieve the purpose of self-protection in this increasingly chaotic world. The neutrality that Orb proclaims is not based on what people say, and people will listen and believe it. Chapter 58 The Archangel arrives at Orb. Indeed, the Shugwang Society does not have the strong scientific research capabilities of ZAFT and United, and the current level of driving is quite good. 11. Simons was silent, and she wondered for a moment whether Laike was acting weird here. Why did this sound so wrong? At the same time, after being separated from Laike, the Archangel also successfully left the desert. However, the life of the Archangel after leaving the desert has not been easy for a while. After all kinds of things happened in the desert and the Balter field team was almost wiped out in the process of being chased, the Archangel set off with his personal bodyguard Chisaka under the strong request of Orb's Princess Kagali. Advertisement. As for the camouflage of Kagali and her bodyguards, which is basically nothing, Maru and a group of allied soldiers didn't recognize it. Kira, who has never paid much attention to the news, is obviously a citizen of Orb, but they didn't. One person recognized Kagali who was not wearing any disguise. And the Archangel, which had set off, was attacked twice by Zoft's Morazim within a few days before sailing for a long time, and then the Morazim team was attacked for the second time. And brought back Kagali, who went missing in battle on the island and spent an unforgettable night with Zoft's Aslan. And the Archangel, which brought back Kagali, did not know how many times it had asked the Earth for help during the voyage, but the result was still that the nearby troops were powerless to help, as Maru and Mew had expected. The Archangel broke through from. Both Maliu and Mew, who learned about the Cyclops from Laike, are quite clear that with the combined strength of the Earth, it is not impossible to send troops here to assist the Archangel. The reason why they are perfunctory with the so-called powerless assistance is that it is not powerless assistance at all. It is more likely because after the incident of the 8th Fleet, the current Halbotan faction is in the United States. The internal situation is weak, and even the battleship Archangel is also being squeezed in the alliance. For the current high-level Earth United, the Archangel is a dispensable discarded child. If they couldn't get to Alaska by themselves and died on the way, the adults in Alaska wouldn't care. At most, they would use their deeds on the way to attack a wave of plants in propaganda. At this point, Maru and Mew both remembered what Laike said to them in the desert again. During the voyage, Mew secretly discussed with Maru what to do when he was really abandoned. He also found Bucky Lulu. And Bucky Lulu's indirect hints that the Archangel was abandoned and may be treated as a sacrificial child after arriving in Alaska. Advertisement. However, Natal Baki Lulu, who was born in a military family for generations, said that she felt that what Mew guessed was impossible, and that the army could not be corrupted to that extent. Let Mew Ji put his hand on his forehead, feeling that Bucky Lulu's temperament is really like a stone in a latrine, smelly and hard. And it's impossible for him to really keep Bucky Lulu, a companion who has been fighting all this time, completely in the dark, so he can only hint at it many times during the voyage after that, and then try to use the combination of the previous wars to remind Bucky Lulu United that it's not impossible for them to abandon them. In the end, if Bucky Lulu can't be persuaded, at least this companion who has been fighting can be more careful when fighting for the Atlantic Federation, and not be used as a sacrifice by the Atlantic Federation. The time came to March 23, 2009. The Archangel, which was damaged by Zoft in several battles in the previous few days, was assembled, and the Sarah team with Aslan as the captain caught up and was forced to fight again. To fight. The Archangel, which was already damaged in the battle, was extremely difficult to fight, and the assault driven by Kira was entangled by Aslan Gore and the two and could not rescue it. On the other hand, after landing in the atmosphere, Mew drove back to the Skymaster in order to be able to fight in the air better, and the Jin-En he was driving was remodeled again, equipped with more assault parts, and controlled by the base. Law modified the OS and gave it to his friend Thor to drive. Pile up more parts again? Do you think you can beat us by just taking a mass-produced machine and adding parts from the attack? Don't be kidding. Yitzhak, who was driving a duel, saw the unrecognizable Jin-En, who was almost changed by magic, and directly ignored the firepower of the Sky King driven by Mew who was beside him, and the beams from the beam rifle were all directed at the Jin-En Grace poured over. Ask for flowers. Yitzhak, why did he rush up without even saying hello? Not long after joining the pursuit operation, Shahi didn't even say hello to Yitzhak, just pulled the door directly on the accelerator, and felt a little dumbfounded at the beginning of Enchong's combat style. Obviously during the training, Yitzhak's driving skills can always crush her, and she is also quite calm, so why does she start to rush every time she fights? Advertisement. Go and protect Shahi, otherwise Yitzhak will start arguing again if he gets beaten later. Diego, who had long been accustomed to Yitzhak's temperament, remained calm, greeted she and restrained Mew who was driving the Skymaster, while he drove the storm to attack the Archangel. Jin-En, who was approached by the duel, was in a very dangerous situation. The technical gap between Yazak and Thor, an ordinary natural person who temporarily joined the MS, could no longer be expressed in words. After meeting each other, the reformed Jinnen's arm holding the shield was cut off by the duel, while Thor, under the instigation of Marius and others, hurriedly drove Jinnen to hide in the anti-aircraft fire network of the Archangel to contain the duel. If it goes on like this, it will be shot down. It's not easy for Kira, who is driving a strong attack, to be able to contain these two MS. After fighting for a while, he was entangled by the aggressive Holy Shield, so he could only let Sun Li join the storm team to attack the Archangel. Attack! The Archangel is almost overwhelmed. Maru on the Archangel listened to the crew's report and gritted her teeth. The situation in front of her was too serious. The Archangel itself was damaged in the previous battle. No matter how strong it is, it will fall. Notify the ZAFT and United warships in front that you are approaching Orb's territorial waters, please leave immediately, otherwise we will open fire on you. Fall right away. Maru shouted anxiously. If it is attacked by Orb's warship, then the Archangel will really sink immediately. Captain Maliu. Just go straight into Orb's territorial waters, and let me explain to the army. Cagali? I'll leave it to you. When the others on the bridge hadn't made up their minds, Maru saw that Cagali was so determined, so she chose to take a gamble and believe in Cagali's words. Chapter 59 Seeing the Archangel, everyone and Kira begging to subscribe. The Archangel headed all the way towards Orb's territorial waters under the gunfire of two MSS, and Cagali's words sounded on the public channel after another warning from the commander in the fleet. I'm Cagali Eula Ashar. Faced with the commander's questioning, Cagali brought out her identity as Princess Orb, and said that if the commander didn't know, let Uzmai come out to see her. It seems that today is a waste of time. Diego, who was staying in the storm, watched the Archangel rushing into Orb's territorial waters under Orb's artillery fire, and Yitzhak's roar and Aslan's words sounded again in the communication. Advertisement. Longlegs has entered Orb's territorial waters. If we continue to pursue it, it will cause diplomatic problems. Let's retreat. Hateful. After the four people retreated with the aircraft, the Orb fleet on the other side, who was still performing the so-called expulsion of 187 on the Archangel, also stopped the attack and guided the Archangel into the port of Uningkiri Island. After entering the port, everyone on the Archangel learned that Chisaka, the bodyguard following Cagali, was Colonel Orb. The three of Maru are leading the assault driver Kira to the mansion of Orb's chief Asha. Reception room. Laike, aren't you a mercenary? Why are you here? Maliu, Mew, Bakilulu, and Kira couldn't help showing stunned expressions on their faces. They all believed this guy when he said he came here as a mercenary. And today a mercenary from Laike was actually able to wait for them here with Uzmai, the leader of Orb. The matter is a bit complicated. Simply put, it is because I have known Chief Uzmai for a long time before, and we have cooperated many times here, so today, Chief Uzmai agreed to it at my request. Let me come and meet you. The matter is as Mr. Laike said, let's get down to business. Uzmal returned to the topic with no intention of telling the three unions in front of him that he and Laishu knew each other through Markio's relationship officer. I believe you all know that the Archangel has been expelled from our country in the external statement, and the reason why you are admitted now is not because my personal daughter stays on that ship. Advertisement. We understand this very well. Maliu replied. Baki Lulu and Mew also had the same expression on the side, only Kira was still a little confused, as if he hadn't realized why Laike was here. Come on. We need the technical support of the assault driver Kira Yamato to assist us in developing an OS for natural people, as well as combat data for the assault. In return, we will help the Archangel to repair and resupply. Uzmai said, glanced at Laike indistinctly. With Laike's help, Orb has already obtained all the data of the assault, and they don't really need the insignificant battle data on the way from the desert to the present. The reason why it was also included in this request is that after the Archangel leaves Orb and returns to Alaska, it will not be found out by the Earth United that Orb stole the attack from other channels before that. The data thing. There is also a huge gap in the results of providing maintenance and supplies for the Archangel in exchange for data, and stealing data. Is there any problem with the battle data handed over to Orb's assault, and Kira's participation in technical support? Maru agreed to Izumi's request after careful consideration. People have to bow their heads under the eaves, and Ob will bear corresponding pressure if they are willing to accept them. If Ob cannot get what Ob wants, then Ob will not let them leave so easily. Let me do tech support. Kira, who came back to his country, said in a low voice that he studied related majors in Heliopo, and it was easy for Kira to help him. Since you have agreed, I will leave first. Orb will abide by the agreement to replenish and repair the Archangel. In addition to the limited scope of activities in Orb, please feel free to do the rest. After speaking, Uzmai left first. Captain Mario, how have you been doing recently? Don't mention it, I don't know how many times I was chased by ZAFT recently. How are you doing, our life is not very good. Before Maru could answer, Mew complained first. As Captain Mew said, the Archangel is not doing very well recently. Maru agreed. The current Archangel is almost at its limit. If it is not repaired, the Archangel will not be able to go to Alaska smoothly. Advertisement. Bucky Lulu rarely followed Maru and the others and added. Really, it seems that you guys are having a hard time. How is Kira doing on the Archangel recently? I mean outside of battle. On Kira, who didn't speak at the side. And Kira realized that Laike so-called things other than fighting, and then his face suddenly turned red. Oh, it seems that the progress is not bad. The three of them faced question marks all the way, except for the old driver Mew, who vaguely read something from so little information after the question mark. Hey, Captain Maru, it's getting late, I should go too, you guys go back to the battleship to rest first. Seeing that Kira's face turned red again, Laike decided to let him go for now. Anyway, Kira is going to help develop the OS for natural people in the Shugwang Club, so he has to stay for a while. He and Kira have more chances to meet, and the rest of the questions will be asked at that time. That's it. Mew, who thought he could eat fresh melons, didn't expect it to end so soon, and Maru and Bucky Lulu, who were beside him, obviously didn't intend to continue to explore the answer to this question. The two of them were about to leave, and Mew couldn't stay, so he had to follow behind the two of them, and Kira dared to stay for a while after the three of them left first, whispering in Laike's ear. Fleur confirmed the relationship with me on March 6 when the Archangel was about to leave the desert in North Africa after you left Laike. Kira said with a blushing face. When he was attacked by Blue Cosmos while eating in the town, he protected Huang from being injured. Even more embarrassing to tell Laike about this incident, there are a series of incidents behind this incident that made Fleur want to find a sustenance, and the last few times of mishaps and several experiences made the former adjuster the discriminatory Fleur joins the others. Shouldn't it be a Tauren this time? What is a Tauren? It's nothing, just pretend that I haven't said that. I just want to say, I wish you 2 early births and a happy marriage for 100 years. But we're not adults yet. Kira blushed again. It's too early to talk about children now, although he and Fleur have already done the pre-steps. Chapter 60. Whether it's an adult or something, Kira knows best. After teasing Kira, Laike left Ashar's mansion after Maru and the others, separated from Kira, who was still blushing but couldn't explain anything, and returned to his residence. Miss Erica, I have reconstructed a set of subcirculations of princes, increased the metabolic rate of synapse fusion by 40%, and wrote the molecular structure of the ion pump, so that it can use the neural connections of ordinary people. It's amazing, Kira, you can perfect the OS to such a degree in such a short time. Erica admired, focusing on the heretic in the test field whose speed was more than twice as fast as before. However, Erica, who was looking at the heresy, said that the OS written by Kira completely surpassed the OS written by them in less than a minute after getting on the computer. And language. Advertisement. The mood is unavoidably quite complicated, a group of them have been working for so long. Then it is not as good as the results of a teenager who came here and worked for 2 days. 25 in 2 days, the OS system of MS was rewritten, and it was perfected to such an extent, with such a talent, even though she was the adjuster, Erica was still quite surprised by Kira's talent. Is this kind of talent like ghosts and gods really something that humans can do? 2 days, only 2 days, how much time did they spend working on this thing before, and the progress brought about by optimization after getting the data on the Red Heresy? Originally, Simon Ka and others in the Shugwang Society thought that the natural person of the Shugwang Society was complete. Of great help. When Uzmai and other Orb high-level officials agreed to let the Archangel enter Orb in exchange for the technical support of the raid pilot and some irrelevant combat data. Simmons and the others also knew that the Striker pilot was able to modify the rotten OS on the Striker, but at that time they also guessed that this pilot was probably an extremely talented person. With this talent, we can provide a lot of help for Orb's OS development, but, it's only been 2 days, it's only been 2 days in total. In the past 2 days, a complete set of OS that can be used by natural people has been prepared. This is what humans do? Kira also vaguely noticed the reason for Simon's complicated thoughts, and there was a bit of bitterness in the corner of his mouth. Even though the people around him don't mind his status as a regulator, Fleur, who once discriminated against him as a regulator, apologized to him in the desert. Advertisement. Kira still feels a little uncomfortable when he hears others' admiration for his transcendent talent, and the helpless exclamation because of the huge gap between the two parties. I can't help but think of Aslan's words, and I can't help but think of how he, Fleur, and Kagalai went to the desert tiger in the desert. How did Andrew Balterfield view the situation in the few questions asked by the three of them? When will the war between natural persons and regulators end? At that time, Kira could only answer the question Andrew asked because he wanted to protect the people on the Archangel, but when the war would end, Kira couldn't answer. At the end of the conversation, after remembering what Laike said to him in the gravel belt, he said that his power is not omnipotent, so he can only do what he can do at the moment. This answer did not match the question Andrew asked him, but Kira only felt that his answer at that time should be correct. And in the subsequent battle with Mr. Andrew and his lover, Kira who activated the seed almost killed Andrew. Fortunately, at the last moment, Kira controlled himself and just let go of Baku's armed forces and all his limbs. 2 people. In that battle, the opposing team was almost completely wiped out, so Mr. Andrew should not be on the battlefield now, he must have gone back to the plant. Don't worry about it alone, Kira, you're still a teenager, at this age you're always worried and you're going to grow old. Mew, who is a caring senior, saw Kira showing a somewhat heavy expression when he came over. Guessing that Kira was probably thinking about something again, Mew stepped forward and patted Kira on the shoulder. Yes, it's not a good thing for a teenager to be so troubled all day long. Erika, who has a son at home, also understands the psychology of Kira, who is more than a year old, so she also enlightened Kira. Thanks. Kira thanked the 2 of them. By the way, how does it feel for Laike to use this machine, and the action is a little slower when he drove the core Gundam before. Advertisement. Mew, who watched the heresy test with Kira and Erika, always felt that the current heresy's movements in all aspects were slower than the core driven by Laike before. Of course, this so-called sum can only be observed by an ace-level driver like Mew. The OS of Laike's machine is specially adjusted by them themselves. Compared with our OS for natural people, the speed of using this machine will of course be slower in all aspects. Erika glanced at Mew in a little astonishment and explained, well, Mew, the ace pilot, is also aware of the performance gap on the airframe, so there is no need to explain further. That guy is really strange. Mew felt a little speechless. Laike clearly said that he was a natural person, but it turned out that using the OS for this natural person is better than adjusting it for him? Does he have someone on his side who can mess around like Kira? Is it Laike himself, or some Abby? The tests are all done, tell me about your experience, Laike. Generally speaking, the 497 aspects in all aspects are much better than the previous OS, Director Alize. It seemed that Alize was vaguely stimulated once when he was on the plane. Person once. Well, my test is over, I have to change to other test drivers later. Laike looked aside and followed Simons, the few test drivers behind Killamu. His driving ability is clear to everyone present, it is a bit too anxious to have the OS installed in a hurry after taking him for the test, and these 3 test drivers are the most suitable reference samples. As a natural person, the ability of the Orb military is barely above the middle level. After these pilots have all driven it once and finished the required tests, it will be considered as the real completion. Ah, your work is temporarily over these few days, you can take a good rest these few days, and there are several other finishing tests that will be looking for you. Laike, it's very easy for you to make money. I think it's more suitable for you to change careers and become a test driver. Mew joked that this test work was said by Simmons, the director of the Shugwang Society, and Laike had only done it for more than half a month. After doing a few finishing tests, you can end the collection of money. The old man in the family used to be a wealthy businessman, which made Mew understand the concept of this aspect a little bit more clearly, but if this is calculated according to Laike's driving skills, Laike's test drive alone is enough. Chapter 61 Meeting with Scrap Merchant Luo. Mew, your thinking is too simple. The money I earn now has to be used to build new airframes, and other places to spend money have gone to sea. This amount of money is not enough. New body. Mew still wanted to ask something, but Laike just smiled, saying that he still has someone to meet and left first. Hey, Director Simons, what is the new body Laike is talking about? Mew, whose curiosity was aroused, could only turn to Simons for the answer to the question. Sorry, this matter is confidential, and it is inconvenient to disclose it to you. Simons shook his head. The identities of Mew and the others are the United Earth Army. It is impossible to disclose the new machine body to the United Earth Alliance. Construction progress and related information. Advertisement. Even her other boss in the Aurora Society, Lund Mina Sahak, and her younger brother Lund Gina Sahak know very little about this matter, and what they know can only be known through the current public opinion. After resigning from the position of chief, Uzmai, who is actually still in charge of leading Orb, has screened the intelligence. It doesn't matter how upset the 2 siblings are in their hearts, because the so-called influence of the Sahak family in the Dawn Society and the army cannot be compared with the Ashar family, who has served as the head of Orb and has an iron fist. They quietly engage in some tolerable small actions in private. Once Uzmai decides something in the Shugwang Club, the 2 siblings can only retreat. Doc. Laike, who came here, greeted all the scrap dealers who had just let the ship enter the port and got off the ship. Oh, it's Laike, I haven't seen you for a while. The young man named Luo Xier among them responded very happily. Probably almost a year now. Laike recalls. I haven't heard much about you in the past few months. I almost thought that something happened to you. I didn't expect to hear about your big show recently. Escorting the United warships and blocking ZAFT's army along the way chase. Ah, and in the battle between the 8th Fleet and the ZAFT army, the 2 aircraft that you and your companions drove caused considerable losses to the ZAFT army, and the white aircraft was also killed by ZAFT. The army gave it the nickname White Death. Is there no purple body? It's just such a battle, and the ZAFT army won't give it up. Luo laughed. The name of the white machine is Laike, which caused losses to ZAFT's pursuit force in several battles, and finally let the white machine be taken out after the Battle of the 8th Fleet. Advertisement. As for the purple airframe, how could it be given a nickname for just such a battle? Ah, speaking of the purple airframe, judging from the appearance in the photo. Hey, Laike, that purple machine is heresy. The appearance has only been slightly modified, and the original appearance has not been covered up. When Luo saw the relevant information that flowed out at that time, he could tell at a glance that this purple machine was also a heretic. According to the gossip, this incident seems to have caused some waves, but Orb insisted that the purple heresy had nothing to do with them. Well, heresy. It's amazing, I didn't expect that you, Laike, can also get heresy. Hehe, where is it? Compared with you, the most powerful scrap dealer in the universe, my luck is far worse. Laike laughed quite speechlessly, his luck is strong, what a joke, really lucky the next time I ask Abby to draw, it won't just draw a bunch of miscellaneous soldiers. What's a kutu, gem, and other useless antiques, he can get them all. After getting them, Abby took the initiative to tell him that in the future, she will have full authority over the extraction of the machine body. A good machine can be produced, and she is coming to inform Laike, let Laike draw and ask, and she will not be able to draw a good machine next year. Luo, a European who just fiddles with his own work in the universe and can get red heresy through the relationship of people around him, is incomparable to him. Could it be convenient for me to see your purple heresy? I also want to see that white body with my own eyes. I want to study them, well, it's okay to show you. Luo, Laike, please postpone the matter of looking at the airframe for now. We have something to do when we come to Orb this time. The woman whom Luo and others called to teach stepped forward and interrupted. Trouble Laike, please take us to the factory first. It is good. Laike, who knew the priorities of the matter, responded with a smile. Among the crowd, only Luo, a mechanical madman, was a little frustrated because he couldn't satisfy his wish immediately. However, his depression didn't take long, and it disappeared immediately. Advertisement. Oh, this is the red machine, a new type of heresy machine, unexpectedly, there are so many. Just as Luo was staring excitedly at the row of heretics in front of him, there was a rush of footsteps and an angry voice not far away. Are you Luo Sieter, the scrap dealer who picked up P02? It's Kagalai. Laike looked at the blonde girl who was walking towards this direction in a low voice, impetuous, impulsive, unable to think well, naive, anyone who has been in contact with her a few times can tell what is wrong with this girl come out. If Kajiali was an ordinary person, then her flaws would not be fatal. In the worst case, people would say that this girl has too many flaws, and she can grow up slowly over time. However, Kagali's full name is Kagali Eula Ashar, and she is the daughter of Uzmai, the Lion of Orb. Father Uzmai is skillful, stable, far-sighted, shrewd, and gentle with others. He can perfectly gain the trust of the people and the army in Ob, an environment where several big families control politics, and firmly lead Ob. The daughter is still so naive, and others can't see even the slightest shadow of Uzmai from Kajiali. Humph, with a leisurely expression, Qian Zhao, as if he is enjoying it. Apparently he also stole MS technology for Orb to create heresy. When Kajiali, who was angry, spoke like gunpowder. Speaking of Yuze, I think Kajiali is the same with you now. No, it should be said that you are more leisurely than Luo Yuze. Laike, what did you say? Kajiali turned her head and glared at Laike angrily. Kajiali didn't have a good impression of Laike, and her words made Kajiali feel that Laike was mocking her face. The scenes where she and Laike meet are all in Orb's Asgar mansion. Every time she came home, she happened to see Laike coming out of her mansion. Afterwards, when she asked Uzmai why this person could come from home, Uzmai never answered directly, only saying that this is a matter related to the country. If she really wants to ask, she has to wait until she can really grow up. Chapter 62 The Immature Kagalai. Oh, it's wrong to say that you are leisurely, a dignified Princess Orb. What serious business have you done so far, Kagali? In line with the principle of seeking medical treatment when sick and correcting mistakes, Laike has no intention of getting used to Kagalai's stinking problem. Kajiali roared angrily, it's not that I'm not doing business, I'm also. Does it mean that you followed others to Africa to serve as a rebel army, so that Dad had to send a colonel to protect it? Or did you mean that you got angry at others here shortly after returning to Orb? Don't think about why your father did this. Laike made no secret of his contemptuous gaze, which made Kagalai even more angry. Advertisement. I thought about it. Orb is a neutral country. My father and the others violated Orb's ideas, and made MS together with United, stealing United's technology, and making these. This is against Orb's own ideas. Kajiali, who is still very immature and naive, and has never seen the other side of Abu under the protection of Uzmai, spoke out her own thoughts. Everyone in the waste dealer had different reactions to this, and the straightforward Luo didn't respond to Kajiali's words. The waste dealer was invited here, so it's best not to say anything about their internal affairs. However, Laike is a mercenary 507, why is he so familiar with Orb's princess? This made Luo and his party even more curious. But the debate between Laike and Kagalai is still going on, and Kagalai's naive and unrealistic views can only attract Laike's faint ridicule and contempt. After arguing for a few words, Laike couldn't listen anymore, so he simply said. You are young and immature, you can understand, but Kajiali, at least please be clear about one basic fact, the so-called neutrality of Abu now is not something that can be maintained by talking about it like you, using your mouth, and doing nothing. Speaking can make others not attack you, can talking make others give up their interests and choose not to attack Abu? Politics between countries is not as simple and naive as you think. You. Forget it, it's meaningless to tell you these things, I'm going to question my father directly. Kagalai, who couldn't argue with Laike, chose to go directly to Uzmana to find the answer. Kajiali, who was getting angry, left in a hurry, and even Simons and others who came over with a notepad to receive the scrap dealer and others didn't notice. Kagali. Simon's face showed a little astonishment, she heard something when she just walked over. Advertisement. Kagali is going to question Uzumi for the development of heresy? Kagali said that she would go directly to Uzumai, Director Simons, she stayed by and watched the whole process, what do you think? I'm a member of the Dawn Society, so I can't feel how Princess Orb wants to find Lord Uzumai, I can only hope that she will mature sooner. In the second half of the sentence, Simons said something in a low voice, without even thinking about it, Kagali would only be reprimanded by Uzumai when she came to her door, and asked Kagali to think about the rationality of her behavior **X. There were some things at hand just now, and I couldn't go to the port to meet you, Professor, how have you lived recently? Well, your life is pretty good. The professor pointed out, and glanced at the other heretical mass-produced machines of Gurner Curry while speaking. Did the information from that time come in handy? Of course it did, thanks to the blessing of this information, we were able to get such a great thing. That's really great, as far as the Shugwang Society is concerned, it would be quite a headache if that important machine was destroyed. Hey, we can find the red machine, maybe it's because. The words were so clear that Luo's rough nerves almost realized that it was not purely accidental that he was able to find the red machine in the collapsed Heliopo. The heresies are all developed by Orb. You can find them so smoothly, of course, because the Dawn Society has handed over the information, otherwise it's just a coincidence. Kfag, Laike said. That means it's not pure luck. Liam Garfield, the man who followed Luo and the others with a bucket, suddenly realized that. While several people were talking, a little girl came over again. Simons, I remember your child is a boy. The professor cast a gossipful look for the first time. No, this is a guest who came here to visit like you. Well, I'm Fenghua Yaku from the mercenary army who tried to judge the snake's tail. Being misunderstood by others made Fenghua a little troubled. Advertisement. It's not good to misunderstand others casually, Professor. Laike asked Fenghua after teasing the professor. Fenghua, long time no see, you still remember me? Remember, Laike and Abby are not only me, everyone in Serpent's Tail still remembers it. Laike still knows Kanjayun, the man from the Serpent's Tail. Luo Mu showed doubts. Both of them are mercenaries, but mercenaries don't have a special guild organization like their scrap dealers. Laike usually gives him the feeling of being a loner, but he can also get to know Kanjayun. There are no surprises in the world. For mercenaries, when carrying out commissions, there is always a time when they happen to take on commissions together. It's not surprising that they make do together, said Yamabuki Juri. That's right, everyone in Serpent's Tail should be on Earth now. Laike confirmed. Fenghua is a little girl, if Kanjayun and the others can rest assured that she is acting in Orb, then she will not be too far away. This distance is at least that if something happens to Fenghua, the Serpent's Tail will be able to recover immediately. Response distance. Well, everyone is performing missions, but I'm not in a position to disclose the missions. Kanjayun said that if the situation allows, he should meet with you, Laike. Hey, didn't Kanjayun mention me, didn't he mention me at all? Luo was a little annoyed, he even gave the blue machine to Kanjayun, so it's okay to put his name in the words. They only mentioned Laike and didn't mention him at all? There is no reason for this. Kong Yun really didn't mention you. Fenghua decided to tell the truth. Damn it. Can you stop worrying about those useless things, Luo? Shanboki Shuri put his hand on his forehead helplessly. He is already so big, don't be like a child all day long, hey. I have other things to do, so I'm leaving first. Less than 3 minutes after Shihua joined the chat, Laike's face turned pale when he saw 3 people walking side by side from a distance, as if he saw something terrifying. Gone. Yeah, what? I have other things at hand, which are very important, so I'll go first, Luo, see you later. Chapter 63 Asking Kira to help write the OS and rejecting the training partner. Luo stared at Laike's hasty pace as if he was fleeing for his life in a daze. There was something terrible that made Laike avoid it so much. Hey, Laike, what are you doing in such a hurry? Luo, I think it would be better for you to take a look at the back. Liam reminded. Behind. Advertisement. Luo just woke up, turned around suddenly, and saw 3 girls walking towards this side behind him. Has he seen one of the girls somewhere? Ah, Mr. Laike has escaped again. Asaka Godwell, one of the M1 Heretics pilots who will officially take office soon, complained. Mr. Laike is really serious. Every time he said he wanted him to guide us, he immediately gave an excuse to escape. Another driver? Mayoral Labaz was also very displeased. What's the matter? Anyway, Luo is here. With Luo to guide us, it will be fine, right, Luo? Julie Kane, who was sent to bring back the data of the red machine, smiled at Luo. Shanboki Shuri frowned slightly, feeling that something was not quite right. Hey, what's up Luo? It's almost troublesome to be so pretentious all of a sudden. Luo scratched his head. Julie's completely different dress from before made Luo feel both familiar and strange. It's so annoying, Luo, don't you even recognize me? Julie suddenly changed her tone, which immediately reminded Luo. Ah, it's you, you're the one who wanted to drive the red plane away. I'm sorry about that incident, but thanks to the data obtained from the red machine, the follow-up heresy runs twice as fast as before. Erika, who was the planner of this operation, apologized to Luoji. Although the overall OS is directly perfected when the red heresy is obtained, compared with the comparison of Kira Dehi and the help to improve it now, the help of the data obtained from the red machine at that time cannot be denied. This time I invite the scrap dealers to come here, and I want you to help repair a joint warship. It's the Archangel. You guys are quite well informed. It was time to hire someone to fix it, and Erika didn't intend to keep this matter a secret. That ship has been making so much noise recently, the scrap dealers don't know about it, so don't mess around. The professor smiled, and was chased by Zoft all the way but survived the journey safely. Even before that, the Desert Tiger team was basically wiped out. Advertisement. Their current ship was obtained from the Balter Field team, so they naturally knew something about the Archangel, not to mention the noise made by Orb announcing that the Archangel had been expelled by Orb 2 days in advance. Hey, Luo, you are so good at driving the red plane, can you come and train us? Training, of course that's fine. Luo agreed without thinking, since he is willing to help others, he is willing to help. Cough, everyone, we are short of manpower right now. Please postpone the training for a while and help repair the Archangel first. Of course, you can also help train them in your spare time. Simon said helplessly, it's okay to ask Luo to help train the 3 M1 heretic pilots, these 3 are pure and inexperienced rookies who have just come into contact with heretics. Luo has been in contact with the red machine for so long, and he still has his own set of experience in driving heresy. It is a good thing to ask Luo to help with training. But now the joint warship Archangel is parked in the territory of Orb. Everyone knows that the external announcement is purely for bluffing, and it is what they urgently need to let the Archangel leave from Abner as soon as possible. Therefore, under the shortage of manpower, Simon specifically contacted the professor and asked him to bring manpower to help. I'll help if I can. Feng Hua volunteered. There is a shortage of manpower now. If you really can come to help, then I welcome flowers. Simon said with a smile, as to whether a child has the ability to help repair ships. If Feng Hua really didn't have any skills, Serpent Tail wouldn't feel relieved to let him act alone. Abby, who was with Laike, didn't look very old, and he was proficient in many things than Feng Hua. Sometimes it even makes Simons wonder if she has lived a lonely life for so many years. The children who are currently staying in the mercenary organization may all be monsters. After about a week or so, the proving ground. By the way, why don't you invite Laike to help train you? Luo, who stayed in the red plane to guide the 3 people to drive, also completed the maintenance work that should be completed today, and then instructed the 3 people to drive the M1 heresy. The other 2 girls didn't really want to talk about this question. Only Julie, who had the best relationship with Luo, faltered under Luo's question, and said embarrassingly after a while, because. He thinks we are 3 dishes. Mr. Laike said he would rather hit the wall if he taught us 3 rookies how to open MS. Advertisement. Rookie, that's a bit exaggerated, but there's nothing wrong with saying that. Ask for flowers. Luo thought. He really can't compliment the driving skills of these three people. Luo himself is only a mechanic, and Luo knows his own driving skills very well. With the help of Zioba, his driving is actually the same, it can't be compared with the army, not even if it is not the army, if the conditions are the same, that kind of really powerful driver can easily defeat him. However, these three people are better than him, making Luo Yoshishui think of what Laike said yesterday when he met him by chance yesterday, making fun of Zoftkin's pilot skills. You can't even drive it, and you can't even talk about its performance. In short, take a break and continue training. Luo, who was a little tired from training the three of them, decided to take a break and continue. 0, 0. Is that Luo Xie'er? If it's convenient, can you compete with me? You are. Ah, a certain second-generation ancestor is about to be popular again. Laike, who was staying in another area of the Shugwang Society factory, felt the familiar second-generation ancestor Long Geneza who was full of resentment and arrogance. Huck came here too. He can guide by guessing based on what he has learned. The purpose of Gina's coming here is to compete with Luo Shire, in order to repay the anger that the previous driver, the Golden Machine, failed to defeat the Red Machine driven by Luo. Second-generation ancestor. A question mark appeared on Kira's head who was not far away. After he finished the OS for natural people for Shugwang Society, he basically had nothing to do, and the rest of the small finishing work took a lot of time. Not much time. So he was fooled by Laike to write a new type of OS in advance for the new Gundam being manufactured. It's nothing, I'm just talking about someone who will disappear sooner or later. Kira, did you understand all the information I showed you before? Because there are a lot of technologies in the information that I haven't seen before, it took me 2 hours to understand yesterday. The replacement of the original propulsion system for new Gundam and the addition of a backpack to write and improve the new OS will be completed soon. Alright. Kira nodded. There was also a hint of puzzlement in his eyes when he spoke. This machine named New Gundam, the original propulsion system Kira has never been used in other mobile phones in this world, why did he ask him to temporarily modify it? The original OS of other armaments has almost done these items, and Kira only made a little optimization after discussing with Abby. Chapter 64. Then you will understand in just a little time, Kira, your programming talent is already the strongest in the world. Laike said with heartfelt emotion. Only Kira can understand this complicated information in such a short period of time. Even an adjuster can't understand and apply the contents in such a short time. Talent heard that Kira was about to enter a depressed state again. Laike said very speechlessly, Hey, Kira, don't act like you're out of electricity every time someone praises you. Talent doesn't mean you want to follow. But I prefer to be a natural person. Advertisement. Kira's words are extremely bitter, because he is an adjuster and can do everything easily, so he has to hide this fact in his daily life and control his score. Avoid drawing attention from others. Classmates and lovers can now understand the fact that he is an adjuster, and it does not mean that other natural people will not have other views on him after knowing this fact. You don't live for others, Kira, you live for yourself, and living purely for other people's opinions can only make you exhausted. Sometimes relax, what troubles are caused by other people's opinions. You can avoid it if you are a natural person. If your parents really make you a natural person, you will have the trouble of the gap between the natural person and the adjuster. Kira said nothing. Ask yourself, if, as Laike said, he is a natural person, then he will not be discriminated against like ordinary natural people, thinking that the adjuster is a monster, but in his heart he will always be troubled by the huge gap between the two. The fact of existence will not be changed because of your subjective thoughts. You always think about such meaningless things that can't change anything. Kira, it's better to use your outstanding ability to help others. Helping others. Kira's eyes lit up, but the flickering light seemed to freeze the meaning again. What's wrong? It's changed. After having a girlfriend, you don't like to help people you don't know. Laike asked. That's not the problem, Laike. Kira retorted, blushing. Advertisement. I'm thinking, I still have to protect everyone on the Archangel, help others, etc. Is it not possible to do it now? A road that can help more people will appear sooner or later. As I said, you are asked to help other people, which means people other than you. Of course, everyone on the Archangel is included. The road is made step by step. Now it is time for you to help others. Do what you can now. Kindness. Then I've finished talking about what I should talk to you about. Remember to take some time to visit your parents, and then I would like to ask you to continue to help with the work. Hurry up and help complete the OS of New Gundam, otherwise you will be the first to finish the repair of the Archangel. After leaving, there will be no foreign aid that is so good and free of money. This silky and smooth Kira, who didn't want to say anything, stuck all the words he wanted to say when he was moved, and a black thread hung on his forehead. Immediately afterwards, the senior preached to the younger generation with earnestness, which turned out to be such words. Kira, don't worry too much about Laike, he's like that sometimes. ABI was originally discussing with other technicians nearby the specific plan to miniaturize the technology of the light wave defense umbrella and install it on the airframe. I could also faintly hear a little conversation from her place, so I came over to explain to Kira, who was obviously speechless after Laike had left beforehand and hadn't recovered yet. No, it's really nothing. Kira hesitated to speak, facing Abby, a little girl. He was also embarrassed to say the last few words that Laike said when he enlightened him before. When Laike occasionally enlightened him, he would end the conversation with a reaction that made him embarrassed or at a loss. Abby, besides new Gundam's OS, is there anything else I can help with? There are still a few days left for the Archangel to be repaired here. Currently, the only thing that needs your help is the OS. It's gone for now. I'm asking you to help me with everything. I'm sorry for Laike, but I'm also sorry. Abby said. The construction progress of the Gundam body on hand is advancing in an orderly manner. Laike has come here these days to collect his data in advance in the completed cockpit. Brainwave data for optimal adjustment is necessary. The only thing left is how to reduce the technology of the light wave defense umbrella to make a beam defense shield, but the progress of this matter is not so fast for the time being, and it does not need the help of Kira, a genius who specializes in programming. Advertisement. Because Abby, who is already open, can't immediately deduce the light beam defense shield based on the light wave defense umbrella that has been matured according to its principle in the life-seeking period. But now it is not a big problem to come up with a relatively complete set of light beam defense shield trial type, which is called epoch making in this period. The use time and effectiveness have shrunk a bit. Wrangling for a few days, slowly guiding, and expressing her opinions, let the group of R&D personnel of Shugwang Society accept it. If you say everything at once, the impact will be too great. Is there anything I can do for you? Kira sighed. The activities of the members of the Archangel and Orb are restricted. Thanks to this, he does not come to help, and it is impossible to go to various places at will. It is impossible to go on a date or relax. And Mew, a close brother, mentioned in the past few days to ask him to go to his parents, and Ob will approve this matter, but Kira still doesn't want to go. Now he joined the Earth Alliance and devoted himself to the war without saying hello. It must be difficult for his parents to accept. Kira planned to wait until the end of the war to meet his parents. If you really have nothing else to do, you might as well try to do the same as what Laike said before coming here this morning, go to MS to do simulation training, that will also help you better control your own power. Abby suggested that according to her observation experience from Laike in 3.1, sometimes the reason why she thinks so much is purely idleness. As long as you arrange a bunch of things, you don't have so much time to think about it. Do you want to do a mock training? Kira, who really had nothing to do at hand, felt that this might be what he needed now that the Archangel was gone. Only he, Mew, and Thor, who had just boarded the MS, were left to support him. Thor's combat power is about 0.4 people, rounded up to equal that he and 2 people have to deal with 4G series at the same time, and Kira is also distracted to protect Thor. Under such circumstances, if he does not use the power hidden in his body, Kira will feel a lot of pressure. Will it delay the development of the OS? It's okay, you can use the body in the Shugwang Club for training, so that it won't affect your help in developing the OS. ABI said. Chapter 65 Escort Entrustment and the Departing Archangel. Orb, a private box in a coffee shop somewhere. Is there any important entrustment for me? Laike asked the seemingly ordinary man in front of him. This person is one of the spokespersons of the private companies in the Atlantic Federation, or one of the most insignificant white gloves. This person and the private companies behind him specialize in doing things for the Atlantic Federation that are not convenient for the Atlantic Federation to do directly. For this person to come to Orb to find him, it must not be a leftover commission. Advertisement. Although Atlantic often directly recruits mercenaries to do things for itself as a private enterprise, or releases certain projects as a private enterprise. But doing these things as a private enterprise can effectively reduce the attention of the outside world. It doesn't mean that the intelligence agencies of various countries will not know anything about it. As soon as this spokesperson set foot on the land of Orb, the people in Orb must have known his intentions. One size counts for one size. Things about the G series have been confused until now. On the surface, Orb violated 25's declared neutrality, which does not mean that he is so determined to wear a pair of trousers with the Atlantic Federation. In fact, the earliest G plan was also privately organized by the 2 sisters and brothers of the Sahak family. Get in touch. It's just that the 2 siblings were discovered by Uzmai less than a day after the talk. Considering the plans of the 2 siblings, it is imperative. Uzmai finally agreed to the matter. The Atlantic Federation knew well what Ob was willing to exchange with them, so they accidentally stolen Ob's technologies other than BS armor. So on the bright side, after the Heliopo incident, after Uzmai retreated behind the scenes as a result, Orb still insists on neutrality, but after being too deeply corroded by the blue cosmos, the Atlantic Federation, in order to deal with ZAFT now that the war between them is accelerating and forcing the national teams on Earth, the relationship between Orb and the Atlantic Federation can only be said to be quite delicate. At this juncture, Orb did not make any response, and Uzmai did not inform him of the matter through private channels. The complexity of the interests involved is estimated to be greater than that of Plan G from a certain point of view. Mr. Laike is smart. The spokesman smiled. Advertisement. The thing is like this, I don't know if Mr. Laike is clear. The Scrap Merchants Union is planning to start building a floating island mass accelerator near the territorial waters of Orb. See floating island type? Is it to avoid being directly hit by ZAFT? Except for Orb, the neutral country's mass accelerator ZAFT, it will not attack it openly. Since the start of the war, there have been few mass accelerator ZAFTs on the Earth. However, now that the Atlantic Federation has obtained the data of the G-series, the mass-produced MS will soon be paired with an OS for natural persons manufactured with the scientific research strength of the Atlantic Federation. At that time, the war between the Earth United and ZAFT will enter a new stage, and the counterattack between the Earth United will invade the universe, so this mass accelerator will also be used. Mr. Laike thinks that our Atlantic Federation will put this mass accelerator into the war. The person in charge looked at Laike and asked. Laike didn't shy away from it, and nodded without thinking. With the current state of the Atlantic Federation, it is hard not to think that he will not put the completed mass accelerator into military use. You think too much, this matter can't be decided by our family alone, and other countries are also involved, and the construction of an offshore floating island mass accelerator was first proposed by Mentor Markio. The person in charge spread your hands. If the Atlantic Federation was really involved, then things would not go so smoothly. The most basic thing is that the construction of the Atlantic Federation's offshore floating island mass accelerator was entrusted to the neutral organization, the Scrap Traders Union. If the Atlantic was the only one, the Waste Merchants Union would have rejected it from the very beginning, and the mass accelerator built would undoubtedly be taken by the Atlantic and used in the war. And Zoft will vent his anger on the neutral organization of the Scrap Dealers Guild. This project was initiated by Mentor Markio, with the participation of many countries. As one of the main sponsors, the White Glove Enterprise of the Atlantic Federation commissioned the manufacture of an offshore floating island-type mass accelerator to the Scrap Merchant Association. Its main purpose is still for civilian use. Now those mass accelerators basically fall into the hands of ZAFT. In the future, the mass accelerators taken back by the joint efforts will basically be used for military purposes, and the ships and supplies needed by civilians cannot be arranged. Therefore, it is quite necessary for all countries to build a mass accelerator for civilian use. Advertisement. Is it mentored by Markio? Laike showed a look of reminiscence, and he didn't remember the plot of the rumor clearly. Laike didn't think that there was even something about Markio's mentor in it. That's right, it was that mentor who initiated the initiative. On the current Earth, isn't that the only mentor who has such a great reputation among the people? Then, is the task assigned to me a guard? You guessed right. ZAFT will definitely hear some rumors about the matter of the floating island mass accelerator. Due to the status of the Scrap Dealers Guild, they will not send large-scale troops openly, but they will send small troops in private. It is certain that a unit of troops will destroy it. All the members of Earth United will not send their own people to participate in the escort of the mass accelerator for civilian use. The most suitable option is to hire civilian mercenaries to participate in the mission, and they will find Laike for this reason. The combat power displayed by its escort Archangel and the 8th Fleet is suitable for escorting the floating island mass accelerator at sea. It can ensure the smooth completion of the floating island mass accelerator at sea, and it even feels like killing a chicken with a sledgehammer. I still have something to do, so I can't rush over immediately. Are you not in a hurry? You just need to arrive as soon as possible before the deadline set by our side. The escort mission only takes 2 days. The person in charge said. As far as the construction progress of the floating island-type mass accelerator on the sea, which is now named as a giant platform, it is not so easy for Zoft to notice. Moreover, they didn't just hire Laike as a mercenary. Apart from Laike, they talked with Serpent's Tail half a month ago and gave Serpent's Tail a commission to guard the construction of the giant platform. Sometimes even if the cards in hand are enough to play, the more the better. After all, they have a lot of money in the Atlantic Federation. Since the time given is so loose, then I agree. Laike said. Right now, the day when the maintenance of the Archangel will be completed is getting closer and closer. Today is April 3rd, CE71. According to Abby, the day when the Archangel leaves Orb will be 12 days away, and he will have to stay in Orb by then. Cloth. Chapter 66 Laike who wants to capture Thunder. Aslan, Yitzhak, Diaka, Nigel, these people are now staying outside Orb's territory, and they will catch up with the Archangel as soon as the Archangel leaves. In that chase with the Archangel, Nickel piloting the Thunder would die, leading to a battle between Aslan piloting the Aegis and Kira piloting the Assault. and Laike intends to intervene in this battle and go to the giant platform after the battle. The reason for intervening is not because of the friendship between Kira and Aslan. The relationship between the two is the same as in the original book. Advertisement. Shake hands and make friends with a smile. His purpose, of course, was for the Thunder Gundam that Nigel, who would be defeated in that battle, was riding. Thunder Gundam lacks armaments, but the Mirage technology on it can be said to be a treasure. His battleship has optical camouflage, yes, but that technology can't be used by MS. It's not that it can't be used, after all, the core is already piggyback, but say it doesn't fit. The optical camouflage that can only be used for stealth outside of combat is too restrictive after all, and the Mirage technology, as a mature stealth technology that can be used on mobile phones, can be sold at a good price, which is naturally enough to attract Laike interest of. Think about the sudden death of Sun Li in the original book. The arm that was chopped off during the battle will be salvaged by Ob after the battle, so that Ob can also get the Mirage technology. If he captures the Thunder Gundam that will be hacked to death by a strong attack in the middle of the battle, then the Mirage technology on the Thunder Gundam will fall into Laike's hands. Gina, the guy who thinks he's superior all the time and is on the verge of catching up with Patrick's replica Earth, will definitely send someone to ask. At that time, he can offer a price that is close to the people and slap Gina fiercely. He can sell this technology to the Actean military company of the Eurasian Federation. Before the Eurasian Federation failed to obtain the G-series technology of the Atlantic Federation. Valuable technologies such as PS Armor and Mirage will also pay for it. Finally, Laike also plans to use this technology for these machines. For example, the purple machine only needs to be equipped with an extra physical sword. The core height has the function of multi-purpose dressing, and you can also choose something like Martian armor, which is very suitable for adding Shanghai Mirage after transformation. As for the new Gundam Laike, which will be completed in the near future, it is not planned to be installed. The new Gundam fighting in the frontal battlefield is not suitable for directly installing the Mirage that will be dispelled when using hot weapons. After all, the creation of the new Gundam nuclear machine in the future does not mean that he will throw away the core Gundam and the Heresy purple machine that are currently running. Even if the two airframes are built in the future with more powerful new machines, Laike will stay in the battleship's Garner Curry. As for performance issues, just make major changes to the airframes. Advertisement. Although the battery life of the two airframes is a problem due to the premature manufacturing time, the two airframes still have a sufficient upper limit for improvement and can be continuously optimized in the future. April 14, CE71. After Laike took over the commission to go to the giant platform for escort, in the next few days, as the driver, he asked Kira to help continue to optimize the new OS of the finished new Gundam based on his driving. In addition to training, he also played against Kira in simulated training, and by the way, he trained Kira's control over the seed power he had just discovered. Kira, remember to keep yourself as calm as possible when using this power in battle. If you use this power when you are angry and impulsive, you should be aware of the possible consequences. Laike, thank you for your help these days, I will put it to good use. Laike played another round with Kira who activated the seed today. After getting off the plane, he felt a little bit about the increased strength of the seed. In the past few days, every time Kira was pressed and beaten by him, it was almost the same as it's like a different person. Such a precise and quick operation, in exchange for him who has just come to this world and has not awakened as a new human being, he probably needs to give Kira 2 or 3 minutes to solve it. Since Kira boarded the assault, Kira has been growing rapidly, and the seed's current bonus to Kira is greater than when it was in the universe. At this time, Kira can control his own seed earlier. For himself, the most important thing is that it will greatly help Laike's future action level and the camp he chooses to stand in. And now in CE71, the war between the Earth United and ZAFT can be roughly divided into 4 camps in the future. The Earth Alliance, ZAFT, and ZAFT's Klein faction headed by Laike, the Kusanagi of Abkagari and others, Captain Maru who escaped from the Earth Alliance, and a ship of former Earth Alliance Archangels in addition to the 3-ship alliance of the 2 USCs, Kira and Aslan. A neutral organization that does not suit Laike's appetite, and the 3 options of ZAFT and the United Earth. Laike has ruled out these 3 options since he came to this world. He has no intention of choosing one of the United Earth and ZAFT to join. Both parties are not good places to go, and now the situation of both parties has become worse. Advertisement. The private enhancements dominant in the Earth Alliance are almost ready to be used in combat, and a large number of the army has been corrupted by Blue Cosmos, and there will only be more and more things that betray teammates and abandon soldiers. Joining people directly is not the same as joining an XX. Don't you see that Hal Batten, who survived because of the change of the plot after he came here, clearly proposed the G plan, which can be used for the counterattack of the Atlantic Federation and even the entire Earth. It is said that he has made a considerable contribution, but today's life is getting more and more difficult. The father of Fleur, the most important supporter, has recently resigned from his position as a foreign minister, but whether he can save his life is still a matter of debate. Not to mention ZAFT led by Patrick. The most suitable and only remaining option is to go to the Three Ships Alliance. I know more than half of the people in it. If Laike doesn't go to them, they will come to pull me to join. The concept of action is the same as that of the Three Ships Alliance. Laike agrees to prevent the war between the Earth Alliance and the plants. This is the most basic extension of Laike's joining the Three Ships Alliance. Secondly, Laike doesn't want the Shudwang Club to disappear just like that. Don't join the Three Ships Alliance, help, good, to end the war together. He really waits for the Earth Alliance and the plant to destroy each other? Then the surviving party will not help Orb to restore the country, and neither will the Dawn Society rebuilt after the war. After joining, it will be more convenient to cooperate with the Shudwang Society in the future because of the relationship that helped Orb in the war. It's not bad no matter what you think, so it's beneficial and harmless for Laike to train Kira to control the seed after he is convinced that he will join the Three Ship Alliance. Not to mention the future, practicing against Kira now can also help Laike improve his driving skills, although this increased skill is not as much as the ace drivers who record other worlds' high difficulty ace drivers in the training program. Wait a minute, don't rush to leave, Kira, you're leaving Orb tomorrow, right? Well, I'll be leaving at noon tomorrow. Nakira, go back and tell Captain Maliu and the others that I will escort you for a while when the Archangel leaves Orb tomorrow to protect the safety of the Archangel. Chapter 67 The Battle off the Sea of Orb. Everyone on the Angel boarded the ship one after another after saying goodbye to Kaguli and Kisaka who came to see them off. Before boarding, Kaguli looked at Kira and Fleur. Kira, who has been in a relationship but is still a bit stupid in this regard, didn't realize the meaning behind Kaguli's complicated eyes for a while Fleur, who is also a woman and can understand the meaning of this look, didn't remind Kira at all. Plan to pull. Archangel, bridge. When Kira said yesterday, I thought Laike was joking, but I didn't expect that Laike would actually come to see us off. Mew said with a relaxed face. He, Maru, and Bakilulu are very clear about it. Advertisement. Zoft would not believe the announcement made by Ob. After chasing them for such a long way, none of the three thought that Zoft would just let them go. This left the territorial waters of Orb, and it is very likely that they will be attacked by the 4 horses that were taken away by Zoft before chasing them. Under such circumstances, Laike's so-called willingness to escort them for a distance is very likely to allow him to participate in the battle. Willing to help them even if they are not entrusted. Colonel Mew, I think this is more likely to be the intention of Ob. According to our previous situation in the Ashar mansion, there is a connection between Laike and the Ashar family, so the escort may also be ordered by Ob to Laike in advance. Entrust. It's not good to speculate. 867, Bucky Lulu, as long as it leaves the territorial waters, the Archangel has nothing to do with Orb. In this case, Orb will hire someone to escort us when he is full. Only a fool would do something to spend money on a daily basis. Laike escorted us, at least it should have been his own intention. Oh, what you said, Major Mew, makes sense. Mew's words made Bucky Lulu hesitate for a moment. It is really impossible for Orb to directly hire Laike as an escort as she guessed. It is necessary to escort them at the risk of being attacked by ZAFT's army. Could it be because of the so-called hypocrisy? Don't be kidding, the total time we have known each other is only how long? Why thinks that time is enough for people to take this risk. Archangel, set sail. Advertisement. Maru, who was staying on the captain's seat, wanted to issue an order, so she didn't participate in the conversation between Mew and Bakey Lulu who were on the side. Father, can you tell me what important things you discussed with Laike before you came to port today? At the port, Kaguli asked Uzmai after watching the Archangel and the transport base. Kfei, leave. Uzmai left the mansion very early in the morning before coming to the port today, and came to the port in the same car with Laike when he appeared. No need to ask others, based on her understanding of Uzmai, the father who has raised her for many years, Kajali can guess that Uzmai didn't do other things this morning, and went directly to Laike's residence to discuss with Laike. Went. Uzmai didn't answer, but looked deeply at Kaguli, his daughter. Because he has taken good care of and doted on Kaguli over the years, and the environment Kaguli is in has cultivated Kaguli to be reckless, impulsive, irritable, and full of meaningless blood. Politicians should have calmness and rational thinking. To put it bluntly, the current Kajali is a flower in a greenhouse. Uzmai, who has not seen Kaguli's transformation for a long time, is also anxious for Kaguli, even if nothing happens. He will grow old day by day after all, and Kaguli will grow up day by day after all. He has always been so immature, let him hand over the future of Orb to Kaguli, his successor. Where will the country of Orb be taken? I have to find someone to help. No, it is to guide Kaguli well, strictly correct the mistakes Kaguli made, and serve as a solid insurance to prevent Orb from surviving in the cracks and doing something in the big event sweeping the whole world wrong decisions so that the whole country is doomed. The most important thing for this candidate is to be trustworthy, otherwise the rights given will turn this person into a sharp sword that bites back at him. You must also have the corresponding ability to be able to see the situation clearly in the big and the wrong. Originally, Uzumai wanted to choose among his cronies, but most of them were either incompetent or too old, and occasionally a few were capable, but these few people would not dare to say anything to Kaguli because of his reputation. This problem is more serious than the previous two, and I dare not say it. How can I correct Kagali's mistake? After some screening, the only person who can choose is Laike, who was born in the orphanage of Markio's mentor, and obtained the orb nationality under his arrangement. Advertisement. I have been in contact with Laike so many times, and Uzumai has already figured out what should be cleared up. Laike is good enough to guide Kagali in his actions, and he is not negative about Orb's senses. After many times of cooperation, he has also helped Orb. A lot of cloth. It would not be a problem to arrange Orb's nationality for him in his birth, and it would be most suitable for him to serve as the guide and correct Kagali. It's a pity that Laike hasn't given him a sure answer for the time being, but just let him think about it. I hope Laike can agree, otherwise. Father. That matter is not what you should know about Kagali now. Do your own thing first. Uzumai shook his head, and left the port by car under the escort of his bodyguards. Out of Orb's territorial waters, the Archangel, which had left Orb's territorial waters, was discovered by the 5 Aslans who had been waiting nearby for a long time, and they were waiting for the Archangel to come out to attack. In the transport base. Duel, Holy Shield, Thunder, Storm, Light Beam Experiment Zigu, 5 MSS attacked from the mothership, stepping on the flight pedals and attacking Archangel again. Abby, the transformation of the wrist claws has been completed, right? Laike, who was staying in the cockpit of the core Gundam, asked. This operation has to capture the thunder that Nigel is riding on, so if possible, Laike thinks. According to your request, the wrist of the Martian armor has been modified, and it can be mixed and equipped with the Earth armor. When launched in battle, the enemy will be paralyzed. According to calculations, it is enough to make Nigel unconscious. 1 hour is enough to pack Sun Li into rice dumplings and bring it back. Core Gundam rushed forward, and quickly flew out of the battleship at the same time as Assault, followed by Muse Air King and Thor's modified Jin. Is that the mercenary named Laike? If they are all attacked, does that mean they are coming to hinder us? Aslan frowned and said, after Zoft found out that the possible driver of the warship and the aircraft was the mercenary named Laike, Laike suddenly disappeared in the North African desert. Didn't show up, why is it showing up again now? Chapter 68. Aslan hadn't figured out the reason for this. Laike, who was thinking of giving a greeting to Aslan and the others, pulled the trigger and fired a tentative shot at the captain, the Holy Shield. The siren sounded to wake up Aslan, and Aslan hurriedly manipulated the body to flash. Aslan, what are you doing? Yitzhak was annoyed by Aslan's manipulation. A few people came up and were still shooting at each other. They were still in the initial stage. Advertisement. Aslan was just across the Omo. As Aslan's friend, Yitzhak knew that Aslan was thinking about why the mercenary appeared here. And Aslan's reaction speed was fast enough, and he reacted immediately when the attack came. But this still did not prevent Yitzhak from expressing his concern to Aslan in his own way. It's on the battlefield now, Aslan, UBD, think about other things until it's over. Yitzhak is at it again. Diego, who stayed in the storm and continued to carry out firepower diversion work, rolled his eyes. Yitzhak was really not frank. He obviously wanted to care about Aslan, but in the end he turned a corner and talked about it. This character is really troublesome. If any girl falls in love with Yitzhak, she must be blind. Yitzhak. He was unexpectedly aroused by Yitzhak's arrogant words. How should I say it? If I insist on poetry and description, what Yitzhak said today has been training her for half a month. The kind of words that he said occasionally were matched with Yitzhak's cold face all day long. This contrast is very interesting to explore. Poems and thoughts. She thinks it's because the light beam experiment Zigu doesn't take advantage of melee combat, and was commented by Yitzhak, Nigel, Aslan, and Diego as not as skilled as their poems and poems. The experimental Zigu driving the light beam is also assigned a position similar to that of the storm today, that is, to support them. Advertisement. But there is one difference, the battle position of the storm is now much higher than that of the light beam Zigu. They aimed at Laike's core at the beginning of the field, intending to contain this existence that currently seems to be the most threatening to them on the surface, even if he can't reach the core Gundam with a single shell or beam. The reason for this is not that he believes in his own skills, but that Yitzhak can't get angry for a while after meeting Laike, who has made him hate several times. He rushed up after thinking that nothing was going well, and Diego, who had read the script so many times, followed closely behind, shooting missiles non-stop, so that the duel and the core could only be achieved by shooting. Fighting. Diego, you're really in the way. This support is of no use at all. You go and help Aslan and the others. I'm enough here. Yitzhak roared. What's so special? Shooting, 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 the beam has been shot out for several times, but it still can't hit the enemy Dilo's firepower. From Yazak's point of view, it doesn't have much restraint on the high-speed movement of the core at all. Core Gundam's movements are still the same as the previous few times with him, so smooth that people can't find the opportunity to attack. This dodge is fully charged, the two battery machines of Stormwind and Duel. If they shoot down like this, they are going to wait for the power to run out together, or they are going to have to retreat with the group that was beaten and maimed by the machine before. If he was allowed to rush up directly, it would be possible to chop the core directly. As a result, Diego shot and restrained here, which made Yitzhak unable to take out the beam saber to chop the core into pieces. Two halves. Yazak, please calm down. Diego really felt the despair, and Yitzhak couldn't say anything when he was so messed up. Others don't look back if they don't hit the south wall, but what about Yitzhak? Yitzhak are ones that you won't even touch if you buy them without rushing straight to hell. As long as Yitzhak can speak and move, as long as Yitzhak can think calmly, Diego will not use this method to stop Yitzhak from sending him up. Now Yitzhak, because he was deflated several times before, he also ruined his life. Lia Rong, with the scar on his face, his impulsive character became more and more powerful. If you don't hold Diego, I'm really afraid that Isaac will be sent away. Next to Shi and Zigu, who is driving, is restraining the attack, which is considered the second largest threat. In the front, there is Thunder to fight against the attack. The cooperation between the two is not to say that there is a tacit understanding, at least there are not many loopholes. His cooperation with Yitzhak is a complete mess, and it is entirely because he is unilaterally providing cover for Yitzhak like a parent. Advertisement. We can't waste time with Yitzhak Diego. If the situation continues, Nigel might die. Noticing that the attack driven by Kira had found an opportunity, he smashed Zigu's flying board with a single shot. The head was smashed, forcing Shahi to withdraw from the battlefield. Seeking flowers. 0. The holy shield that had just chopped off Jin-En's head was about to cut Jin-En in half, but was slightly distracted by Shihi's early exit, and was seized by Muhi who was driving the Sky King shooting. Thor had to return to the Archangel due to head damage. In the current situation, Mu obviously can't hold Aslan back for too long. If Aslan also joins in the attack on Kira, then Kira, who is cornered and unable to keep his hand, might really kill him. Nickel was finished. Please both of you leave the stage for me for the time being. Laike blinked his eyes slightly, and quickly opened the distance between the duel and the storm with 3 consecutive shots. The beam rifle in one hand was docked with the energy pack in the shield in the other hand. The muzzle of the gun was slightly lowered and moved horizontally, and the red stream of light shot out from the muzzle flew towards the duel in an instant. Yitzhak and Diego, who sensed the approaching crisis, quickly avoided it, but it was too late. The duel and the dual flight deck were dissolved in an instant, and after the duel was resolved, the light stream that had not been extinguished swept to the upper right side, smashing the right hand of the storm and the duel, and then sent it into the sea. Yazak, let's go up later. If we rush up to fight, our body won't be able to last long. Diego fell into the sea with cold sweat on his head. What the hell is that beam of light? But it is linked together with the shield. How can the power be increased so much? What the hell is going on? In the end, his storm launcher and beam rifle can't achieve such an exaggerated power. That's not the power of a beam rifle anymore, it's a beam cannon, right? Tisk, don't come and order me. Yitzhak, who failed to deal with Laike, was quite upset, but he also listened to Diego's words. In the current situation, it's okay for their bodies to think about it after falling into the sea, but going up blindly will only be besieged. Speaking of what the hell is that machine body, when it was white armor before, it released a weapon that was more troublesome than a linear cannon, killing them, and now the power of the rifle is even stronger than their storm. The 6-9th captures Thunder and takes away Nigel. Does the shield's energy pack still have 70% of its energy left? In the cockpit of the core Gundam, Laike sees that the energy pack shows that there is still 70% of the energy remaining. If the blow just now was fired at full power, both the Stormwind and the duel would have to be hit. Only 50% of the energy will be left. It's Sok. Seeing the duel and the storm falling into the sea together, Shahi, who was behind the support, rushed towards Laike, quite like a wife avenging her dead husband. Hey, I said Miss Shahi, no one wants a woman who always likes to pester others. Advertisement. UBD, pretend that I am very close to you. Shahi said angrily. In a sense, it's not wrong, after all, the two of us have stayed on the same ship. Laike thought about 400 and said, and we have known each other for several days. It's very intimate, and it's not a problem if it's rounded up and rounded up. UBD. Shahi angrily pulled the trigger. Several beams of light beams experimentally fired towards the core were easily dodged by the core. Raising the gun and pulling the trigger, Core Gundam's effortless force to retreat was forcing the light beam, and the experimental Zigu was a little embarrassed. During this time, Laike looked at the situation on the side again. The movement of the attack has become very different from the beginning, and the increasingly fierce movement will not be too disadvantageous even if it is a 1-on-2. Not to mention that there is Mu driving the Sky Overlord and using harassment tactics to shoot at the Holy Shield and Thunder from tricky angles. Aslan, leave this fighter to me, and you go to deal with the attack. Having been entangled by the King of the Sky for so long, even though Nigel is usually mild-tempered, he has been provoked for a long time at this moment. What? Aslan responded deeply, and kept manipulating the Holy Shield to deal with the attack. Advertisement. Aslan doesn't keep his hands between attacks as before. Now Kira is very strong and very powerful. He is no longer the one who had to keep his hands when he first met him when he was driving assault. He and Kira are enemies, although he still has deep confusion in his heart, he doesn't want to kill his friend just like that. But Aslan didn't want Kira to kill Yitzhak and other good friends, so Kira had to be dealt with by him. Even if he really wanted to die, Kira could only die in his hands. Damn it, I actually came here specially. Mu piloted the Sky Lord to shoot, but the premise of the comfortable output environment of the Sky Lord before was that both the Holy Shield and the Thunder were dealing with the attack. Sky King is equivalent to staying behind without taking any damage. Now Qiangzi and Shenxiun are fighting fiercely there, Sun Li keeps shooting at him. This driving skill is good, and Mu can't help but feel dizzy. It didn't take long to dodge, Thunder's light beam and the tail of the Sky Lord passed by, and a rapid siren sounded in the cockpit. Shot? If not returning to the Archangel immediately. Mu, you go back to Archangel Sun Li first and I will deal with it. Laike's voice sounded at the right time. Thunder stopped the attack with a few beams flying towards the Archangel's core. Angel number. It's getting in the way again, I have to break you here. Nigel's eyes narrowed slightly. Since this mercenary appeared here again, he was an enemy, and if he appeared again in the future, it would cause losses to them. Now that he has come over on his own initiative, let him be defeated here. You are so anxious, you can't beat me. Laike could faintly feel Nigel's eagerness to defeat him, but it's a pity that the technology of the two parties and the performance of the machine are not on the same level. The light beams shot out by Sun Li come first and then arrive, and they often arrive at their destination when the core Gundam hides away. What the hell is this guy, seeing through my attack? No, is this a premonition? I have to take you to the sea, otherwise it won't be easy to pack you up and take you back. Advertisement. Turning the fuselage around, the core Gundam raised the gun, the muzzle did not stop, and when it was raised and moved down, the gun muzzle quickly flew out several cherry red beams. The alarm sounded in the body and the effects displayed on the screen thought that the attack was all directed at the Thunder cockpit, and he was forced to step on the space between the flight decks, and a beam of light accurately hit the Thunder's flight pedals while he was dodging. The attack is aimed at the flight pedal? Ah! The Thunder that lost its pedals fell towards the sea, and Nigel. Aslan, who was fighting the attack, also noticed that Nigel fell into the sea, and wanted to help but couldn't do it now. The opportunity has come. Laike smiled, and drove the core into the sea. Naturally, Nigel could not lose consciousness due to this impact in the sea, but when he suddenly rushed up, the body lost the flight pedal and the time in the air was limited. If he rushed up blindly, he would die. So Nigel stayed in the water and relied on the radar to observe the situation above to wait for an opportunity to attack. Unfortunately, his idea will be shattered in less than 2 minutes. He just rushed into the water like that. Nigel was stunned. Beam weapons cannot be used in the water, so when he thought about it just now, he didn't think that the core Gundam would enter the water and attack him. When you go into the water, all the weapons on your body are beam weapons, which cannot be used in the water. What are you going to do when you come here? Do you use your fists? But with the PS armor, what kind of damage can MS fists do? Under Nigel's astonished gaze, core Gundam rushed towards Sun Li. With insufficient information, it was speculated that the core may also be a G-series project body, equipped with a P-pack. Nigel 3.1 could only fire a few armor-piercing projectiles towards the core. Core Gundam threw the shield in his hand forward, and the shield exploded by the armor-piercing projectile caused the explosion of the internal energy package to vacate in the water for a while. Seeing the failure of the attack, Nigel vaguely guessed that the body might not be equipped with PS armor, so he fired the next wave of armor-piercing projectiles after only half a year, and the wrist grasp of his right hand, which was as high as the core of Sun Li, slammed out, hitting Sun Li's cockpit, and immediately the electric current was released, and Nigel fell into a coma after screaming for a while. Sun Li, who was stunned by the driver, also stopped his action, and the movement of falling was stopped by the core stretching out his hand. This weapon is really powerful. Fortunately, my body has been treated with anti-electricity in advance. Laike said with emotion, if it wasn't like this, he would have passed out by now. Then, everyone has been caught, and it's time to bring Sun Li back. Chapter 70 The operation was successful, you are already above the sea. Aslan, who was dealing with Kira alone, gradually felt that he could not support himself. The battle between the Holy Shield and assault in the air had gradually moved from the sea to a nearby island and reef. The delay in taking down the attack caused the energy of the Holy Shield to be wasted meaninglessly. He can't win if he continues to consume. Aslan was aware of this, and he had already planned to retreat, but the fact that Gore's thunder fell into the sea made Aslan even more worried. Advertisement. When Sun Li fell into the sea, the white plane followed him into the sea. With the man's driving skills, if there were any strange weapons on the plane, Gore would be in danger. Aslan, we're here to help you. Duel and Storm rushed out of the sea and attacked the attack together. In the seed state, Kira immediately controlled the attack to avoid the attack of the two with a very ghostly action, and the beam shot on the way also opened a distance from the Holy Shield. Why did the attacking driver suddenly become so difficult? Diego was dumbfounded. He and Yitzhak shot it in a siege. How do you avoid it at 25? With the attack angle and attack speed of the two mechs that bear the attack are at least the two mechs. Control it. Qiangzi actually dodged, without any injuries. What happened to that reaction ability, and the movement of Qiangzi? It's all good luck, Aslan. Diego must take down this guy today. Remembering that the mercenary named Laike used a similar trick to play tricks on the three of them, Yitzhak forgot what he and Yitzhak said when they fell into the sea and planned to come to support Aslan. It is simply unreasonable. This guy can dodge the siege of two people, and even fight back to distance himself from the Holy Shield. The driving mobile phone technology has grown to such a level, this person must be dealt with here. Let's go together. Aslan's tone and expression were very complicated. Now that the situation has developed to this point, he has no choice but to put enough water before. If it goes down and Kira kills more of them, the situation will get worse. Advertisement. Shooting. The slanted beams and missiles from the Archangel interrupted the attack of the three airframes. The three of Aslan escaped amidst the sound of the alarm. Before the airframes stopped, the artillery fire from the main guns on the transport base further squeezed the mobile space of the three airframes. Cover the raid, launch. Maru, who was on the captain's seat, calmly issued one order after another. With the help of the transportation base, the Archangel's diversion attack on the Duel, the Storm, the Holy Shield, and the three mechatronics went much smoother. The combination of beams and missiles, plus there was a striker staring at them and shooting at them, the dodge space of the three mechatronics was compressed extremely narrow. Tisk, these two ships are really annoying. Yitzhak said angrily. After being besieged for a while, he planned to rush directly to the bridge of the Archangel, and then, there was nothing. Then, despite the dissuasion of Aslan and Diego, Yitzhak drove a duel and tried to directly break through the Archangel's prevention and control firepower net. But he was called back immediately. The dense anti-aircraft firepower network formed by the two inspection ships almost made Yitzhak confess on the spot. Itzhak, Diego, retreat. After hesitating, Aslan finally gritted his teeth and made a decision. The condition of the three mechatronics no longer allowed them to continue the battle. Both Yitzhak's duel and Diego's storm blasted the flight deck. Given the current state of the two aircraft, if they drag on, the energy of these two aircraft will not even be able to return to the mothership. BD, Aslan, don't forget that Nigel isn't back yet, Yitzhak swore. I know. But if we have to return to the battleship immediately and continue to stay, something will happen to all of us. Aslan trembled. Yitzhak, have you forgotten, Nigel's thunder has that thing called a mirage, he will definitely be fine, let's go back first. Diego comforted. The three of them actually knew that on such a battlefield, among the enemies was the white machine that could change armor and change weapons, and the weapons were very strange. Thunder has a stealth function, and I don't know if it will be activated in time, and whether it can really escape. I'll let you off today. Yitzhak whispered. Advertisement. While firing, the three airframes moved away from the Archangel and the assault. In the assault, Kira didn't put down the beam rifle until the monitors and radars of the body were completely invisible to the three bodies. Today's battle has survived, and I hope the next battle will be fine. Kira sighed slightly, another thought that was so ridiculous that he didn't want to believe it flashed in his mind. After today's battle, Aslan and those few people will give up the pursuit of the Archangel. From the universe to the Earth, that group of people has been chasing them until now. It is estimated that unless they arrive in Alaska, those people will continue to chase them. Kira suppressed his reluctance. No matter what, he couldn't think too much about this matter, or think about things related to Aslan. Now he is the main force of the Archangel in the battle. If he is lost in the battle, then the whole ship will be buried with him. After the battle, Abby, who was staying in the bridge of the transport base, immediately sent a message to Marius and the others. Captain Marius, this ship will send you here. I wish you a smooth journey in the future, goodbye. Ah, Abby, please pass on to Laike and me, thank him for his help in this battle. I will, then 393 will leave first, I have to recover his MS. Mew, who was shot down in the battle, came to the bridge, and after watching this short conversation, he lamented that the girl Abby is as mature as Maru. Now is not the time to lament such meaningless things. Captain, this ship should leave this area at full speed now. If the speed is slow, it will be very bad for us. Baikilu, who is already a mature deputy captain, Lu frowned. The 4 mobile suits were not seriously damaged, and they would come back to attack immediately after returning to the ship and readying them up. As for the Archangel, the transportation base is now gone. The remodeled Jin-En was damaged again. If Jin-En wants to repair it now, he can only use the assault parts. However, there are many assault parts and weapons on the Archangel, but it must be considered that these weapons are originally its for assault, not for Kim Ian. Fighting all the way to the present, the parts and weapons of the assault are no longer enough to go out, so the transformation of Jin-En and his driver Thor can only stay and not attack for the time being. There are only Mu and Kira on the Archangel, and the number of enemies is 4 grams. The Archangel, whose combat power is further reduced, must leave quickly. This is... When Nigel, who was stunned by the electric shock, slowly opened his eyes, Laike's voice sounded in his ears. Yo, Nigel, you woke up quite quickly. The operation was successful. You are already a girl. Chapter 71. If you are smart, don't try to escape. Without any reason, Nigel was completely awake immediately, and looked down for an instant. Fortunately, everything is still there, there is nothing missing, and there are extra things, such as the extra rope that binds him. But the shock of being arrested was far less shocking to Nigel than the words he heard just now. So Nigel raised his head and said angrily. Advertisement. It's okay to talk nonsense, do you know if you know it will scare you? Wait, you are that Laike called the Banshee. Nigel suddenly got stuck before he could speak halfway, then the expression on his face. It also turned into surprise. What are you doing so surprised? You were stunned by the electric shock. At this juncture, it wasn't me who caught you, but someone else caught you. You are really despicable. Nigel gritted his teeth, and Laike's words made the memory in his brain slowly emerge. To use such a dark thing underwater, launch him at such a short distance, and bring him back so smoothly without him being fine, this guy's body must have been dealt with in advance. But I never thought how the Sun Li, whose body was shocked by electric shock, could resist such a dark thing. Despicable, let me say, kid Nigel, didn't the old member of your council tell you what's going on the battlefield before letting you join the army? Laike smiled dismissively. You know about me. The son of Yuri Amalfi, a member of the National Defense Committee of the PALN Supreme Council, is a mercenary. I don't know. Laike curled his lips. Nigel's father is still in charge of anti-neutron interference, main person in charge. Are you arresting me to hand over to the United Earth to threaten my father? Nigel's mind turned quickly. Instead of killing him, tying him up meant that his life was worth more than his death, and the value of his life was his father's status as a member of the Supreme Council. Don't think about using me to threaten my father and the others. My father and the others will not agree to the request of the Earth United. Advertisement. Nickel put on a look that he would rather die than surrender, and Laike was amused by Nigel's somewhat self-talking but still reasonable brain circuit. Using you to threaten your father, I'm really sorry, I think you overestimate your own value. In my opinion, your value is not as good as that of Thunder behind you. Behind me? Only then did Nigel turn his head. His Thunder was standing here quietly, his eyes moved to the side. Besides Thunder, there were Heresy purple machines and core Gundams, besides, there were a bunch of Harrow sitting there. In working equipment. Why are those pets here? Isn't that the electronic pet that Aslan made for Laike? Each of the hellos was handmade by Aslan, but what happened to these things in front of him? It is impossible for Laike to give those hellos away. Is it fake? While Nigel was puzzled in his heart, he set his eyes on the 2 mobile phones for a while. The core Gundam body ZAFT only has the data of those few battles, and has not given it any name, so it is only called the White Machine for the time being. On the other hand, the heretical purple machine Zoft has recently used the same type of MS from the private scrap dealers and the mercenaries of Serpent's Tail. The name is Heresy, and it is suspected to be a MS developed by Orb. Thinking about it this way, according to this person, he didn't kill, but knocked himself out, in order to get Thunder as completely as possible. How can that be? Are you lying to me? You must be thinking of deceiving me first and then gaining my trust, so that you can get ZAFT's confidential information from me. Nigel said in a quite determined tone. The value between him and Sun Li, normal people think that Nigel's value will be greater, the pile of technology on Sun Li is very new, the value is very high. Personally, I think the despicableness of me electrifying and tying you up is not comparable to those anti-neutron jammers your plant dropped towards the Earth. Earth United is even more despicable. It attacked Junius 7 with a nuclear bomb and killed more than 200,000 people. Advertisement. Well said, the United Earth is despicable, so let me give you a science popularization first, young master. The current Earth United is dominated by the Atlantic Federation, and the territory of the Atlantic Federation is influenced by the Blue Cosmos, who is anti-adjustmentism. The people who attacked you are the people of the Earth United Atlantic Federation. I'm not trying to whitewash the Earth Union, no matter how you explain the current Earth Union, it's really not a good thing, but Zoft, who threw anti-neutron jammers at the Earth, resulting in the death of 1 billion innocent civilians, and the United Earth, who silently threw nuclear bombs at Junius 7 and killed more than 200,000 civilians. Later, the children of Gore felt that there was justice. 10 billion people, is that true? Nigel's pupils shrank sharply, and his face turned pale. It seems that the sons of your high-level plant don't know, well, but it's true, if I mention these things to you and expose them, the people's hearts on my side will be unstable, and there will be no war with the Earth United. Can't go on. Did we kill that many people too? Nigel lowered his head. He has a stable personality, delicate thoughts, and kindness. He devoted himself to the war because of Junius 7, but for the anti-neutrons Zoft dropped after Junius 7 to ensure his own safety. The interference crystal actually caused such a large number of casualties. He never knew. Yet, you also killed a lot of people. What ZAFT and the Earth United are doing to each other now are just comparing each other's worst, setting each other's lower limit. The other party killed the captives, so I killed them too. Keep playing like this. It's not surprising that we destroy each other, and then we all go to heaven together. Destroy each other. Nigel's face became even darker. He, Zhao, couldn't imagine what it would be like. The natural person and the adjuster all died together, and there is no such species as human beings in the world. Think about it for yourself, kid Nigel, I won't kill you and I won't do anything excessive to you. Laike helped Nigel, who was tied up, to stand up. The door of the room. Under Nigel's puzzled and astonished eyes, Laike untied the rope that bound him. You untied the rope that bound me? Are you not afraid that I will find a chance to escape? Escape? As if he heard some big joke, Laike opened the door and pointed to the white Hello on the ground in the center. With Hello watching you, I don't need to worry about you escaping at all. I untied the rope for you to facilitate your activities. Anyway, you are still clear-headed and have a conscience. That's why I let little friend Nigel. You are free to move about in your room. Chapter 72. What's so great about Harrow? Using an electronic pet to watch people, isn't that the same as letting me move freely in the ship, and I'm really not afraid of me running out? Nigel asked. Nigel didn't think that an ordinary pet that Aslan used to please Lux could really be used to watch him. When Laike brought him to this room, he only saw a few Harrows along the way. As if there was no one on the ship, it contacted Jenner Curry's Harrows that circled around MS. Could it be that the imitation Harrow on this ship can take on several roles, be a crew member, and be ready for maintenance? Nigel didn't think anyone could make such a powerful thing. Advertisement. He knew that in addition to adding weapons to the ships used by mercenary scrap dealers, the folks would also carry out some automation transformations due to the manpower and the size of the ships, so as to reduce the manpower allocation. No matter how to reduce the minimum amount, it is also put there. Someone in the NACO needs to be responsible for the maintenance of the MS. It is impossible for Hello to help with the maintenance of the MS. For the rest, based on the size of the transportation base in Nigel's memory, if the degree of automation in the ship is high, there should be enough people left to watch him. He actually said to use Harrow to watch him? Is this person not vigilant at all? Hello, 610 is not a simple electronic pet. I advise you not to underestimate Hello, kid Nigel, or you will learn a very profound lesson. It's not an electronic pet, it's not an electronic pet. Hello emphasized in its usual repeater tone. But isn't this an electronic pet? Nigel suppressed his desire to complain, and felt that something seemed to be broken. Laike, this name was given to Zoft, and they were regarded as a driver stronger than assault by Sarah. Is it wrong to be able to use an electronic pet as a guard in private? Don't you believe it? Well, if it doesn't work, you can try it yourself later. Don't blame me for not reminding you when something happens. Laike shook his head and left helplessly. Good words can't persuade the damned ghost. He has made his words so clear. Nigel still refuses to believe a word, so I can only invite this artist who loves piano and art to experience it for himself later. Have they gone? Advertisement. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Nigel got up slowly and listened carefully to the surrounding movement. There was no footsteps around, and it seemed that no one was here. I didn't see anyone when I came here just now, and when there were so few people on the bridge, I didn't send someone to watch him, but sent a fake Harrow. Harrow can stop him, a ZAFT elite in red. Nickel is not the kind of person who is overconfident in his own strength, especially after being deflated by Laike in the pursuit battle in the universe. But a little Hello, who would pay attention to it? Don't move, don't leave the room. Harrow's electronic voice became stern, and red lights flashed in his eyes, which represented danger. Nigel ignored it, for Harrow's warning went in one ear and out the other. He walked to the door with strides, ready to open the electronic door. The warning is invalid, the target Nigel ignores it, and will adopt the D-level mode to deal with it. Saying that, the upper half of Harrow split, and a blue needle slowly popped out from the top of the center, and it stuck in Nigel's neck just as Nigel's hand was about to press the button. This is really hello. A strong drowsiness swept over like a tide, and before Nigel fell to the ground, he put away the pillow that Harrow had launched, and he had a panoramic view of the restored state. How did such a small thing fit in? Unable to think of the answer, Nigel fell asleep completely due to the strong drowsiness. On the other side, inside Sarah's mothership. After the battle ended, there was no return of Sun Li for several hours, or there was a communication, high in the heavy grief of Aslan and others, Kfi Yu and Sun Li were judged to be Mia. Damn you, Aslan! Yitzhak clenched his fists furiously and rushed towards Aslan, grabbed Aslan by the collar, and pressed Aslan down to the wall. Advertisement. He raised his right fist high, wishing he could just hit like this. Yitzhak, stop. Diego persuaded immediately. It's useless to beat people. Shahi also persuaded. Don't stop me, Aslan, you know. Who is the cause of Nigel's accident? Yitzhak stared at Aslan. Aslan's eyes dimmed. How could he not know who it was because of him? After coming to Earth, they could have sent the Strike and the Archangel together when the Archangel was chased to Orb. Shot down. It was all because of his hesitation to give Kira his full strength, which caused the Archangel to run into Orb, and made Nigel disappear during the battle today. If he had made up his mind earlier, Nigel would not have disappeared. It was his hesitation that caused the soldiers of ZAFT to lose their lives one after another along the way. It's all because of me, so you should be satisfied. Aslan shook off Yitzhak's hand that was holding his collar. Yitzhak was taken aback by his sad tone and sad face. Did he say too much? In the next battle, you don't need to take action, I will deal with the attacking driver. After saying this in front of Shahi, Yitzhak, and Diego, Aslan left the waiting room with a gloomy expression. Nickel has disappeared, Kira, if he is kept alive, more people will die. He has always been reluctant to really attack Kira because of his friendship with Kira. Even after he said those words when he brought Lux back in the universe, Aslan still couldn't help but really want to kill Kira. But, it's different now. In the universe, he can make an excuse because the machine driven by the mercenary named Laike Syrian is too tricky, so the chase operations of their group often end in failure. Now there is no such excuse, and Aslan can't avoid it. He lost one of the most important friends around him. It was his fault that Nigel's death was caused by him. Kira, this time, please really die by my hands. Ah, kid Nigel still didn't listen to my advice. Forget it, it's not bad to be here for the time being. Laike smiled at Nigel who was sent to the boat by Harrow to lie there. Young man, alas, if you don't listen to his senior's advice, you will be at a disadvantage. Chapter 73 Failed Canard. Advertisement. It's strange that he, a ZAFT red-clothed elite, would believe your words. ABI said speechlessly. A small, bulging, bean-eyed electronic pet, normal people would think it's just a cute thing, and people who don't know Harrow would think that this guy can really be used as a guard. Not to mention Nickel, who had met Harrow and formed a fixed mind. But I really want to persuade him not to die, and now he can only lie down for a while. Laike said. The effects of the anesthesia are at least a few hours away, it will pass. After the two closed the door and let Nigel lie down, Laike asked while walking in the passage, Abby, the Thunder's data has been handed over to the Shugwang Society and Actian's people. After bringing Sun Li back to the transportation base, Laike asked Hello to extract the data of Sun Li, and wait for the transportation base to be at the port of Orb. It's up to Abby to discuss the specific price with the people from Shugwang Society and Actian. It's still because Abby feels that Laike's blind participation will only add to the trouble. Anithian's people also gave it. When he was talking, ABI looked at Laike with a trace of helplessness and a little resentment. Originally, it would be safest to go to Oyana and hand over the relevant information directly to the other party face to face. Didn't doing this on Orb's territory tell others that they were going to eat both ends in front of others? It's really thanks to Laike's connection with Uzmai in Orb now more and more people in Orb have cooperated with Uzmai because of Laike's low self-esteem plan. After contacting Laike for the first time, he completely regarded Laike as the person who was Ashhar. In addition, Uzmai had come to them to talk to them about being a mentor, and there were faint rumors that were leaked out. Now the identity of the Ashar family on Laike is becoming more and more thorough. However, this is exactly what Laike and she had imagined at the beginning. To get along smoothly in Orb, a huge family-based political country, the most reasonable choice is the Ashar family among the 5 major families. Because they are prime ministers, the Ashar family is currently the most powerful among the Orbs. Even if the other families make small moves in private, they still have to look at Uzmai's face. Advertisement. In addition, Laike's identity, in a sense, was endorsed by Markio's mentor, and Markio's identity also allowed Laike to gradually and smoothly gain Uzumi's trust shortly after they met. Let them have friendly cooperation with Shugwang society. This kind of relationship is quite useful. The simplest example is that eating at both ends like this is not decent at all. If it's Gina Sahak, don't even think about helping. Gina's small belly, arrogant temper, it's good not to trouble them. Oh, so these two are on the card? Laike asked. The Shugwang club has already called, and Actians will arrive a little slower. The total amount is quite a lot. ABI's tone was still calm as usual. The technical prices she sells to Shugwang club are all calculated accurately. Every time, a higher price is set first, and the two parties can discuss the price appropriately for a while, and then they can exchange money with one hand and exchange goods with the other. I have seen a lot of this money back and forth, and the price this time is not big enough to surprise Abby compared to the ones given by the Shugwang society. On the part of Actian, because there was no cooperation at all, things like inspections were delayed for a while, and Actian's people are still in orb. Naturally, the speed of making money is not as fast as that of Shugwang society. In the past, the place to trade with a company like Actian had to be traded in some unmanned place other than orb. But today is different from the past. They now have to rush to the giant platform to guard the floating island-type mass accelerator on the sea, so there is not so much time to waste. By the way, what are you going to do with Sun Li, whether to keep it with us or sell it to Ob or Wheel later? Let's stay in Gurner Curry, no matter how you say it's Taiwan's MS, why don't you let me take it out and open it? Laike, our battleship is not an exhibition hall. Abby complained. Laike's personality really made her wonder whether Laike will see the MS he likes in the future and want to get it. Will he not leave this place? The world is filled with battleships. Advertisement. Although the transportation base is much larger than those civilian ships in this world, the Gonaku is already a complete military standard. But with Laike increasing the speed of the body, it is not impossible to fill the storage compartment before leaving this world. Then get ready to go. Before going to the giant platform, you have to go to Mentor Markio. Going to March Iona? Why did you go to the giant platform at this point in time, and suddenly want to meet him? Abby asked with some evil intentions. Laike secretly thought that ABI's mind is getting worse and worse now, and he often picks up which pot is not opened, and mentions this matter to him again. He doesn't want to meet with Markio, but it doesn't mean that he really won't meet. The mentor has never stopped running for world peace. He has left many times this year to mediate between the Earth United and the plant. When he returned to Orb recently, he also heard from Uzmana that the mentor Markio hopes to cooperate with him. See above. 0. In view of the worsening situation recently, it is quite necessary to go to him, who was adopted by the mentor, to meet with the mentor Markio before going to the giant platform. Besides, if you calculate the time, Kira should be picked up by Luo, who is driving the red machine. It is also one of Laike's goals to see if Kira is there, and to confirm whether the plot has changed. It's been so long since I've seen Teacher Markio, and it's time to go back. After all, I didn't thank Teacher Markio much after I dumped the troubled child Kanad to Teacher Markio. Now I'm here, go back and thank you, okay. Laike didn't throw out all his goals at once, but talked about the boy he encountered and rescued by chance when he was carrying out a commission on the land of the Eurasian Federation, Canard Pals. The name AO may be placed in the current world, and not everyone knows its meaning, but anyone who knows Drive. Yulian Hibiki's super adjuster plan knows that the boy with this name is Kira, and this A failed work before the birth of a super adjuster. In terms of blood origin, Kanad is the fact that Kira and Kagalai are the two. Yulian Xiang's super adjuster plan was not accomplished overnight, and there were countless failures like Kanad. In the later stage, Yulian Xiang began to experiment with his own children. Kanad was the last one before Kira. It can also be said to be the closest failure to a super adjuster. Chapter 74, Canard's Past and Present. In fact, Kira, the only successful product in the super adjuster plan back then, should have become a thorn in the side of the United Earth and Lansingaria and other forces. It is impossible to survive the existence of Kira, who is in the center of the storm, according to ordinary thinking. However, with the help of Orbsuzmayura Ashar himself, Kira successfully survived the crisis. Afterwards, Yamato and his wife were able to successfully adopt Kira, and allowed Kira to change her name and live peacefully. Childhood. The exact opposite is Kanad, a failure. Although he was rescued by an assistant, he was still captured by the Eurasian Federation. The super adjuster was missing, and Kanad was the only one left in front of him. Although it is true that Kanad is a failure, Kanad is also a failure of a super adjuster. Advertisement. All aspects of physical fitness are 453 top-notch, far exceeding those ordinary adjustments. Such a perfect existence is the closest sample of a super adjuster that the United Earth can find after losing Kira. If Kanad is tested and obtained data, maybe they can create their own super adjuster. And what caught Conrad was that the Eurasian Federation and the Earth Federation is not as taboo about the existence of adjusters as the Atlantic Federation, to the point where it even gnashes its teeth when it hears about it. From the perspective of the Eurasian Federation, whether it is an adjuster or a super adjuster, as long as it has the extremely excellent ability and can be used by him, it will be fine. On the other side, the Earth Federation and the Eurasian Federation almost wear the same pair of pants, and the Cosmos and the Atlantic Federation, which has an alloy relationship, has also received the news. To be an adjuster of monsters, one must create strengthened human beings who can fight against monsters. Let the Eurasian Federation share the data obtained from Conrad's experiment with them, so as to create an existence that can fight against the adjusters and kill them. A considerable part of the data for enhancing people comes from this. The source of such a huge amount of data is that Nard has been convinced by the relevant experimental institutions of the Eurasian Federation that its quality in all aspects is far beyond those ordinary adjustments. In private, Nard, a failed product, has conducted a lot of experiments. Kennard had a dark childhood. Advertisement. And then Kennard was caught by Laike when he was fleeing 2 years ago. Laike took Kennard away from the Eurasian Federation after he had dealt with the man who was chasing him. After that, Laike originally planned to bring Kennard together as a mercenary. But shortly after Kennard boarded the ship, Laike discovered that Kennard had serious psychological problems, and this serious psychological problem did not refer to Kennard's obsession with Kira. Those who hunted down and later poured him into defeating Kira Yamato only to prove that he was a successful existence were killed by Laike. But this does not mean that Kennard's psychology can be normal. The inhumane experiments conducted by those experimenters on Kennard during his childhood distorted his mind. The words of this failed product deeply stimulated Kennard. Only by defeating Kira can he prove that he is a successful product. Kennard does not want to kill Kira to prove his existence value, but he also has resentment towards Kira, who has never met. Why is he a failure, but the other party is a success, and he, a failure, has to suffer such a tragic fate? Kennard can't be relieved, and Laike can only enlighten people, but can't completely heal the pain suffered by people. The only thing that can heal, or relieve, is time. Laike chose to send Kennard to mentor Markio. Surrounded by the sea, the environment is pleasant, and such a good environment is suitable for Kennard to improve his mood here. The environment where Instructor Markio lives is a small island, and the environment there is very suitable for people to relax and not think about other things, and there are Instructor Markio and a group of children here. Accompanied by such people, the coordinator has the possibility of getting better. The key is that Markio can be compared with Laike, who can only enlighten others. The eloquence of Markio's mentor can make Kennard correct slowly while calming down his mind, and return to a normal person. Kennard, when you sent him off the ship, Kennard said he wanted to stay, Abby recalled. The transportation base slowly left the port in the words of the two, activated the optical camouflage, and headed for the island of Akatsuki where the mentor Markio lived. Advertisement. At that time, it was not good for Kennard to let Kennard stay. The mercenaries were going to kill people. Let Kennard stay in the situation at that time and he will only get worse. Laike explained that he didn't mean that he disagreed with Kennard's participation in the battle. With Kennard's ability, even if he hadn't had much contact with MS, he could teach him quickly. It's not a problem to be reluctant to give Kennard a mobile phone, such a powerful combat organization will be reluctant to use it. But Kennard's situation is really not suitable. If Kennard is allowed to fight with him, it won't take long. Sooner or later, Kennard will become a paranoid and twisted state similar to the original book after a long-term battle. That's not something that can be resolved by just talking about it. It is the best and only way to bring Kennard to mentor Markio while his mental illness is not serious. Well, that boy is not suitable for fighting. At that time, I also agreed with your decision, but, do you plan to take him with you when you go this time? Abby asked. Gurner Curry's body is idle every time, which is not a problem after all. She can't run out to drive every time, covering the landing of the 8th Fleet. At that time, Abby handed over the command of the battleship to Harrow, because Harrow Luo only needs to perform the most basic operations according to the instructions she left behind. At that time, most of ZAFT's firepower was attracted by the 8th Fleet and the largest and widest target, the 2.5 Archangel. In the future, she will mainly stay on the bridge, so when Laike drives the mechs to attack, there will always be 1 or 2 missed. It is not a good thing to keep so many mechs in dust, and it will also waste their prepared combat power. It depends on the situation. Laike smiled slightly, and heard from Uzumai that Kennard is already acting as a bodyguard for Markio's mentor. I also accompanied Markio in private for a couple of times this year. Second plant. Back then, Kennard was quite resistant to staying with Markio, and even shouted to be a mercenary with him, to fight to prove that he was not a failure. However, Kennard is now willing to serve as Markio's bodyguard. With such a big change, I don't know if he is still willing to turn around and follow him. Chapter 75 Meeting with Mentor Markio. Dawn Island. You're as quiet as ever. Laike smiled. After the past and ABI came here, a group of children regarded Abi as their older sister because of the height difference between Abi and them. Now these children are surrounding Abi and asking why Abi has not grown taller. It is really strange to see Abi showing such distressed and helpless expression. This is a small island where no one will come here to bother you, and there won't be many people who know where I live. The quietness here is a matter of course. Markio sighed slightly. Advertisement. If only the world could be as quiet as here. Mr. Markio, is there still no progress in the negotiations between the Earth Federation and the plant? Laike could hear the topic he wanted to talk about from Markio's words, so he asked in a timely manner. Well, both parties understand that the treaty between the two parties is impossible for the other party to accept it at all. Instructor Markio said helplessly. The reason why the two are still negotiating with each other is mostly the result of his joint operations with those in the alliance and the plant who expect peace. It's a pity that so far, the results have been minimal. Even if the Earth United can make some concessions, the situation is getting worse and worse. In the plant, Klein, a moderate faction, can no longer occupy the position of the Supreme Council. Advantage. Siegel Klein also mentioned in the communication with Markio a while ago that the new speaker is the hardliner Patrick Sala Markio, and the armistice treaty about the United Earth that Patrick brought workers who don't care. If the above conditions were changed to before the war, it would still be possible, but now it is the Sarah faction that has always been the main battle and is known for its toughness. Patrick will never agree. If Lan Cosmos and the others didn't get in the way, it's certain that Plant would not agree to this treaty. What can't be helped is that as the mouthpiece and mediator between the two parties, even if the other party offers harsh conditions, he has to run around with conditions that are impossible to be accepted by the other party because of his own status. There is a slight possibility, and you have to work hard for it. Advertisement. It's been a difficult time for you these days. How is Nader doing recently? Laike looked towards the inner room. It's good for the child to stay here, his mind has calmed down, but now it's a little. I guess, his heart has changed a bit, and the reason for his change is right now in that room, and the other person in the room is Kira, Yamato, and Markio-sensei, right? Laike looked at Markio, and this was the only thing that could make this mentor such a headache. Markio nodded slightly. He knew a little bit about Laike's specialness, and he never wanted to hide from Laike the fact that Kira was hiding with him from the very beginning. Even if Laike didn't come to him today, he would send someone to find Laike in a few days. Laike turned his head and glanced at the room again. Conrad and Kira are not new humans, so he can only vaguely perceive their mood and thoughts at this time. There is not much resentment towards Kira in my heart, but more disbelief and dissatisfaction with the super adjuster who has surpassed me, and my younger brother is actually such a weak boy? It's really interesting. The corners of Laike's mouth curled up in pleasure. Calculating the time point, even if Kira has just been sent to this day, Conrad only knows Kira's name, and he can detect Kira's identity from the somewhat similar faces of the two. The similar faces of the two and the indescribable connection of their relatives' blood were enough for Conrad to faintly detect Kira's identity. As for the fact that Mr. Markio wanted to investigate Kira, he raised his hands. In order to solve the knot in Conrad's heart, Mr. Markio must have told Karnad about Kira. Nader. And since Conrad has heard Kira's life experience and the ins and outs of the whole set of things about the super adjuster back then, and has not done anything, it means that Conrad has almost let go of the past. Is his reaction embarrassing for you? Advertisement. If you really want to say that, it's hard to say, the child, and put it down. I had a little headache when I told him his identity and didn't know how to solve it. I also took the initiative to take over the work of taking care of Kira. But now the medical staff here, the conditions are not enough to provide Kira with treatment, and if the situation drags on, it will be difficult for his injury to recover. Markio said. After all, he is a small island, and he can only simply bandage Kira. Kira's current injury cannot be dragged on forever, and must be taken to a place with suitable conditions for treatment. Normally, Markio would be able to directly contact Uzumai, who is in Orb, and let Kira treat him in Orb through the relationship with Orb. At this juncture, although Uzumai still maintains absolute control over Orb, there is no guarantee that if Kira is sent directly to Orb for treatment, whether some interested people in Orb will notice it. Recently, he just happened to be going to Plant to propose the Albany concession to Plant's Supreme Council. The medical conditions in the plant can provide treatment for Kira. For this reason, he has asked Siegel to make preparations in advance and treat Kira in Klein's mansion. Plant's medical conditions are sufficient to treat Kira, and it is the safest and most concealed way to take him there for treatment. As for what Kira will do after he is cured, that has to be decided by 823 Kira himself. Markio knows that Laike and the others need the power to fight with them, and bring Kira, who from Laike's observations, also hopes for peace. With this level of consideration, but will not force others. If Kira is really unwilling, he can wait until he is cured and he is taking Kira back to Earth. Do you want me to go to the plant with you this time? Do you want me to meet Mr. Siegel and Laike? Laike asked. Under the premise of virtue, he will not be asked to go. It's becoming more and more difficult for Patrick Sarah to become the new Klein faction. Laike and the others also want to talk to you about the future. Markio said. Talking about it, it would be more appropriate to say, let him help find Laike, hoping that he can join the camp that prevents this war between the Earth United and Pound. On the way to escort the Archangel to the Earth, Laike has already proved his strength between the 4GS that were chasing him. In addition, Laike and Abina often took out technology that no one has ever seen before, and independently developed the technology he is currently driving. Body. For them to stop the war, Laike has become an indispensable force. Now that the battle between the two sides is becoming more and more frenzied, someone must act now. Chapter 76. Let Nicole stay here with Markio. When are you going to the plant? Laike asked. What? Laike, you have commissions to do. Well, I originally planned to go to the giant platform to perform the commission of guarding the giant platform after meeting with you. So you also participated in the matter of the giant platform? That's right, they will definitely look for you based on your ability. Markio thought about the giant platform. He is one of the initiators. Although he is not a technical person, he is generally aware of the time and difficulty required for the manufacture of this thing. Advertisement. The construction process of the offshore floating island mass accelerator is actually not as fast as it seems on the surface. It may sound very short, but for the huge platform that has been under intensive construction and is almost completed, this time is not short. The parts required in the most time-consuming and difficult part are all manufactured in advance elsewhere and shipped over for assembly. The most dangerous and easiest to discover during the entire construction process is about the last 2 days before completion. Afterwards, the giant platform will keep moving to prevent it from being discovered by Zoft. What the Atlantic Federation and other forces were most worried about when they went to find Laike was that in the past 2 days, if Zoft moved his troops to fight, the money and manpower invested in the hard-working marine-quality floating island accelerator would be wasted. As one of the initiators, Markio didn't want the huge platform built by so many people to be so contrived by Kui Hong. The short 2 days will not affect Kira's injury. Markio can wait for the time being. He originally planned to go to the plant 2 days earlier in order to treat Kira, but now he has to postpone his departure by 1 day. It will not affect the schedule already set in the plant. Then wait until your work on the giant platform is finished. Conrad and I will come over with you the day after the completion. Mr. Markio, are you coming here to take my boat in 2 days, so you can't get in? Laike asked. Although the transportation base is a high-speed combat ship, the transportation base is almost on ZAFT's blacklist now. If you use the transportation base in the past, you will not be able to get in if you have a good relationship. Advertisement. Your ship can't enter the plant now. The Scrap Merchant Guild is in charge of the construction of the giant platform. They will help prepare a Bud shuttle machine. Markio shook his head and said. The current situation in the universe should be prepared for a large scale. It's a large shuttle. The reason for helping to prepare a large shuttle instead of an ordinary shuttle for civilian use is because Ryder will put his own MS into the shuttle. If it was changed to the past, it would not be necessary to bring MS. There are not many space pirates and the like, and the United and other troops have been attacking space pirates, but the turmoil in the past 2 years has given space pirates a chance to be active. The Earth Union and the plant are like that. The plant has no intention, the Earth Union has no time, who will specialize in space pirates. As a result, space pirates have gradually become rampant in the past 2 years. These space pirates probably know that once the shuttles and ships that really attack those official routes are likely to randomly provoke the wrath of the United and plant, and then go directly to destroy them, most pirates will not operate on these routes. But at present, the Earth Alliance and the plant are more and more freeing up their hands to deal with pirates. There is no shortage of pirates who like to take risks and act recklessly. It is somewhat necessary to bring a MS for self-defense. The most important thing is that when Laike escorted him to the plant before, it was mostly because his status as a mercenary was inconvenient to directly drive the ship into the country, and he often loaded MS into the shuttle to come over. Even if there was no such thing as pirates, Markio would entrust the Scrap Dealers Guild to help prepare a large shuttle out of habit. After all, it was impossible for the transportation base to be brought in. Although Markio didn't know about Laike's participation in the giant platform, he still knew the news from the outside world, such as Laike's recent troubles. He was able to bring Laike into the plant because of Klein faction's relationship in the plant, and although Laike's troubles are big, few people know his appearance. But the transportation base has already become like Strike and Long Legs and Zoft, almost as long as an individual has heard of it, or knows the existence of its appearance. Advertisement. It's really the same as driving a self-destructing truck to break in and self-destruct. The matter of the shuttle will be left to you, and I will work together when I complete the matter of the floating island mass accelerator. Laike, did you forget something? Abby, who was playing with the children there, came over suddenly and said, and none of the children who were pestering her just now stopped pestering her because Conrad pushed the door out of the room after taking care of Kira. So, one by one, the children turned to Kennard. Ignoring Kennard's persistent look of disgust but caring about the children, Rick asked Abi, who was full of doubts. Forget things, what am I forgetting? Abby showed an expression of being convinced of you, and reminded helplessly, Nigel Amalfi, he is still on our boat. Oh, yes, I forgot about him, Mr. Marchio, I have something to trouble you. Marchio, who had a premonition of what Laike was going to say next, sighed slowly. He was able to tie up the children of ZAFT's Supreme Council. Oh no, he brought them to his own boat. Laike is really capable. What? Why did you bring me here? You are the Marshiot teacher. After a few minutes, Dingle was taken off the boat by Laike in a semi-forced and voluntary way and brought him all the way to Mal in the hut where Kia lived. Nigel, who was brought all the way by, well done, Laike, when he was taken off the battleship by Laike and saw that there was a small island around him, did the mercenary think about killing him here, and or make a deal with the United people here, and hand him over to the United and other messy ideas? As a result, this person now brought him in front of Marchio's mentor? The father of the family is a member of the Klein faction, and Nigel dragged the family relationship and met Marchio mentor twice from a distance. Nigel, who knew a little bit of what Marchio did from his father, knew more about this mentor than a duo of a certain white-haired Isaac and a certain dark-skinned blonde man Diego a lot. I declare, little friend Nicole Amalfi, you don't need to stay on my battleship for the next few days, you can just spend time with Mr. Canad Pals at Mentor Marchio's place to think. Let's dance up. Chapter 77 Giant Platform in Conjiun. Laike, hey, this is taking me for something. Marchio felt a little helpless, and his mood was a little complicated for a while, but Nigel was still alive. When Siegel contacted him, apart from Patrick, what he focused on was that Nigel's disappearance in the battle made his father, Yuri Amalfi, who was in charge of researching the military technology of anti-neutron jammers, switch to the Seraph faction. The former allies turned to the opposite side, which also invisibly put a certain amount of pressure on the Klein faction. But now that Nigel is still alive, in that case, as long as Nigel is persuaded, Nigel's father, Yuri Amalfi, will return to the Klein faction. Advertisement. Mr. Marchio, please understand that if I hadn't done that, Nigel would have died. Laike explained to Marchio. His words have no beginning and no end, which makes the party Nigel very angry. I'm going to die? What are you kidding? If you didn't interfere with the battle, we would have been hardened by that time. Want to win? If I hadn't intervened in that battle, you would have died in the hands of the attacker. The power that the pilot exploded in the crisis is beyond your ability to deal with. Who 197 will believe you? Nigel only thinks that Laike is scaring people, and the attack is difficult to solve, yes, but they have 4 people chasing. The reason for chasing and defeating in the universe is that Laike is hindering them. After going to the ground, their pursuit went much smoother, and the attack could be defeated sooner or later. Is it to save him? I know, Nigel, please stay with me for the time being. Marchio said after thinking for a moment. Laike's words are quite convincing. Although Marchio doesn't understand where Laike's confidence comes from, he also decides to believe Laike's words because of the relationship between the two. Since Nigel is not dead, and his father can still return to the Klein faction, what Laike has done will have no effect. It can create certain favorable conditions for the Klein faction. Then I will trouble you, I should go to the giant platform. Things are almost done, Laike and Abby plan to leave the hut. Hello, Laike. Conrad called to Laike. What's the matter, Kennard? Advertisement. Kfat. Conrad didn't know what he should say. He saw that Laike and Abby were about to leave and he didn't say a word to him. The group couldn't help but stopped Laike. I haven't seen you for a while, you have really changed a lot. If you want to participate in the battle later, I can take you with me. After finishing speaking, Laike left without waiting to see the joy on Conrad's face. Master Marchio, Nigel looked at Kennard next to him, and couldn't understand how the mercenary and the black-haired boy who was obviously not easy to mess with created an atmosphere of saying goodbye to the younger generation. So, taking advantage of the perfect gap when Laike left, he talked with Marchiglio. What's the matter, Nichols? Nigel wanted to say that he was a soldier of ZAFT and wanted to return to the plant immediately, but as soon as Marchio stood up, Nigel took back what he hadn't said yet. Do you want to go back? After all, you are from the plant. You won't be allowed to stay here for too long. Just stay here for 2 days. How about going to the plant with us in 2 days? Okay. As soon as he heard that he could go back, Nigel felt relieved. Do you have time to talk to me these 2 days? Talk, of course I have time. Nigel nodded without thinking. He could talk to Mentor Marchio, so there was nothing to refuse. Conrad, who heard the words of the conversation, had a strange look on his face, but it was quickly covered up by Conrad. When he was brought here by Laike, he was quite uncomfortable when he talked to Marchio, because what Marchio said he knew was right, but he didn't want to admit it. So after being patiently taught by Marchio, or talking with him many times, I slowly let go of the past, and my initial boredom for Markio turned into respect. This green-haired man named Nigel is obviously not the same person as him, but he looks like a gentle person, and his tone of voice is different from his humble and harsh tone at the beginning. Why did Laike bring Nickel here too? Advertisement. Near the site of the giant platform under construction. It's been a long time, Kong Yun. Laike said hello to Kong Yongsun, who has various titles such as a legendary mercenary and the strongest combat adjuster. It's been a long time. You came here to fulfill the commission of guarding the giant platform. After a simple greeting, we cut to the point from the cloud. It's been a while since I saw you. You don't want to continue chatting with me. There will be opportunities to chat with you in the future, and now the priority is to execute the task. Kong Yongzi said. Your personality is still the same. Laike said speechlessly. The meeting between the two was initiated by him. On the one hand, it was for the two to discuss and inform each other of their general action plans in advance when he came to guard, so as to prevent any conflicts at that time. It was only then that Kong Yun came to his battleship transportation base to see him clearly. However, Laike originally wanted to say hello to Kong Yongzi and chat with him about the Blue Heresy, but it seems that he doesn't need it now. His eyes were slightly on the Blue Heresy of Kong Yongzi. At the beginning, the Blue Heresy ratio was similar to that of the body, only equipped with the original beam rifle and shield saber. Now the pile with Deep Blue Heresy is obviously specially built for fighting in the water. Are you interested in my Blue Heresy? I see that you also have a Purple Heresy here. Kong Yongzi looked up at Laike's Purple Heresy, and the weapons and armor on his body can make people see the strengthening of the Purple Heresy it is to enhance the body's defense and armament. I was looking at the transformation of your body. When the time comes, you will be responsible for the enemies that will come in the water, and I will leave it to me in the air. Your Purple Heresy, his equipment can't fly in the atmosphere, so you plan to use the core Gundam in the escort mission? Asked from Yongzi, his impression of core Gundam remained at the last meeting when he was driving Ma and Laike, who was also entrusted by the client, to carry out the commission, when core Gundam easily hacked and scrapped the body of the Twilight Bullet, almost crushing performance. Well, use core Gundam. Understood, with your help in this mission, it seems that it will be much easier. Kong Yongzi said. Although he has always cared about the winning percentage, as long as he receives it, he will carry it out to the end, but no one will be unhappy if he can have a good teammate to help him. Chapter 78 Zoft Strikes. 2 Jin, 1 Zigu, and 2 Dean. Hey, Zoft actually sent out so many MS at once. Luo Nan, who clearly saw the figures of these MS through the Red Heresy's camera channel. There are still a few in the water. Laike said to Luo. There are several mobile phones hidden underwater nearby, otherwise Kong Yongzi would have come out by this time. Send so many. The number may not be many at first glance, but this is on the Earth. In the universe, ZAFT's military strength has never been seen so much. In today's joint operations, a large number of cases are invested. The situation also invested a full 4 milliseconds here. Even Zigu, who was specially driven by red-clothed elites in Zoft, was sent out. This battle basically put Zoft's current 3 main mobile suits into use. Advertisement. Even though the ZAFT MSS caught by the radar fired at the giant platform almost at the same time, fortunately the giant platform itself was originally designed because it was used as a floating island-type mass accelerator on an island. It is the strongest kind. When all the personnel had gone to take refuge, the large amount of ammunition sprinkled on the giant platform was nothing more than a pile of meaningless shell casings. However, if the stable columns used to install the giant platform during construction are damaged, the entire platform will be torn apart. The Red Heresy and Core Gundam rushed into the sky together when these MSS opened fire, not giving Zoft's attack team a chance to continue attacking. And their traces were noticed by the attacking team from the very beginning. After comparing and confirming the Core Gundam's Zigu pilot from the database, he knew that this kind of NPC unexpected. The red-clothed Aslan and they are all wearing the same clothes, but the 4 teenagers in the red-clothed Zoft belong to the top level. Being able to fight against those 4 people did not let the 4 people beg for a good machine pilot. He is an ordinary red-clothed pilot who can deal with it. He must besieged with his teammates to win. When even ordered the MS attacking the giant platform team to stop attacking the giant platform, 2 Deans surrounded the Core Gundam with him, and handed over the Red Heresy driven by Luo, who was weaker than the Core, to the rest the next 2 Jin. There are only 2 Jin Ens against me. The gap in the number of MS rushing over made Luo's optimistic personality a little unbearable for a while. 2 Deans and a Zigu especially driven by the ZAFT red-clothed elite all went to fight the Core Gundam. It was his turn to deal with the Red Heresy with 2 Jin. Advertisement. Are you kidding me? Luo knew that his driving skills were not particularly good, and there was a big gap between him and those real drivers in the army. What really made him win many battles was his excellent mechanical knowledge. But here, there are only 2 Jin En, and he has defeated a few Jin En at any rate, so can't he send more Dean over to let him see what kind of performance Zoft's Dean is? Luo, you are in battle now. I know. Luo replied a little irritably, hey, I will ask Laike afterwards, that guy has so many good things and information at hand, he should know a lot about Dean. Two Deans, one fired a few missiles from the chest, and the other, together with Zigu, used the machine gun in its hand to attack the core Gundam. Although it is known from ZAFT's information that the core Gundam is the body of Laike, ZAFT still regards it as the same model of the G-series as to the source of the core Gundam. Since it is the same model of the G-series and has PS armor than these mechs, which have no beam weapons and only live ammunition weapons, can be used for kite flying tactics. Using continuous live ammunition to attack the core Gundam, the power supply of the core Gundam is almost consumed, so that the core Gundam cannot be activated due to insufficient power supply, so destroy it. Recklessly engaging in close combat with Zigu's armed forces will only serve as food delivery. I want to fly my kite, let's talk about it when I can fly it. The huge gap between the performance of the body made the core easily close the distance between Zigu and Dean, and the beam rifle in his hand gathered a cherry red beam. Attacking from the head as usual, Laike takes 2 shots to Deacon's head and then the beam from the rifle knocks both mechs down before both mechs switch to the auxiliary camera. The only one left on the field was Zigu, who stepped on the Juhu flying pedal made by Zoft. Advertisement. Ask for flowers. Zigu's driver couldn't help but fell into fear, and the face that shot down the 2 Deans instantly and turned to look at his core looked like a demon to this person at this moment. There was absolutely no time for people to react, and all the attacks were dodged, as if they had already announced their death and came to claim their lives. Is that driver really the natural person mentioned in the ZAFT intelligence? Ended. What? Just when Zigu's driver was still in fear, the core seemed to come to Zigu's body. If there was no extra words, he took out the beam saber behind him, and the pink beam suddenly increased in Zigu's driver's field of vision. It took his life in an instant. Cut Zigu in half, the core retracted the beam saber. Look at the red nose near the city. The pilots of the 2 Jin planes are ZAFT's ordinary green clothes. Facing such a person, Luo has excellent skills among natural people. With the small 8, he smashed all the arms of the 2 planes at once, and his arms were also damaged. Cut off. You're just following the orders from above, I'm a scrap dealer, I don't know how to kill people, so get out of here. Luo shouted to the 2 men that he was a waste dealer who recycled waste, and Luo would only choose to kill the enemy unless there was no other way and the enemy's ability was far superior to him. From Luo's point of view, the 2 ZAFT soldiers who attacked the giant platform followed the orders of their superiors and did not cause any casualties this time. All the people who should be avoided have taken refuge. If these 2 men killed someone, then Luo Gang would choose to directly destroy the cockpit of the 2 men, and would never let the 2 soldiers go. Let them go, your heart is really kind. Well, Laike, you are a mercenary, and I am a scrap dealer, and my occupation is different from yours. Luo said with a smile. In fact, he tried not to kill him because of the scrap dealer's standpoint. If you really meet someone from ZAFT or United, kill them. The waste dealers will feel very uncomfortable if they want to do things. If you kill more people, their neutral organization will really take revenge on those big forces. Therefore, let go of everything that can be let go, don't take the initiative to provoke troubles with others, and use self-defense as a reason for self-defense if you really can't let go. This is the usual code of conduct for their scrap dealers. Chapter 79 Saturn Armor and Defeating Gina Again. You scrap dealer, move to the right. Laike yelled. I felt it, this murderous look and that strong unpleasant feeling. Sure enough, you are here, lunged Gina Sahak. What? Out of his trust in Laike, Luo stepped on the pedal without even thinking about it, and drove the red heresy to the right, and an electromagnetic shell narrowly missed the red heresy. Advertisement. And the launcher of the cannonball, the golden heretic, appeared. Tisk, didn't you hit that wave just now? Gina said displeased. He originally used the jetpack of the red heretic to hit that blow. If he hit it, he could directly cause heavy damage to the red heretic. If it's good, it's not impossible to take away the heresy with one shot. However, that must-hit blow was unexpectedly avoided, and it was undoubtedly troublesome for him not to be able to deal with one of the enemies before the opening. Because the transformation of the heresy golden Jishin has not been completed, the startup time of the Mirage system is quite short. It has already run out of time after coming here to attack the red heresy, and the next battle of the golden heresy can only be a frontal battle. That person. Luo also recognized Gina. Luo, from now on, you should watch carefully, and I will deal with this second-generation ancestor. Are you alone at 25? How careful are you? After telling Luo not to make a move, Laike opened the public communication and shouted at Gina, Londo Gina Sahak is not your second-generation ancestor on your pillar of heaven. Running here to sneak attack, you are really promising. Recognized? Lund Gina Sahak was not surprised that Laike recognized him so quickly, and Laike also knew about the connection between the golden heresy and him. it would be strange to say that Laike didn't know anything about it. Advertisement. So what if it's just me? Suppressing the anger of being scolded as the second-generation ancestor, Gina still tried to maintain his so-called elegance. It's nothing, I know exactly what you want to do here, isn't it just a sneak attack, you small belly, you are the only one who respects me, and no one knows what is going on in your mind, it's nothing more than your own ridiculous self-esteem, compared with your sister, you are such a waste who is incompetent and likes to talk nonsense. If you want to scold, you must scold harshly. Anyway, there is no need to maintain the false relationship between the two parties. Laike simply said what he wanted to scold, and the words that would anger Gina the most. Ridiculous. A lowly person like you, what qualifications do you have to criticize me, Lun Sahak? Gina shouted angrily. Lun Gina Sahak, who was so stimulated that he almost lost his mind, didn't want to say a word to Laike, he just wanted to kill Laike and Luo. As for the follow-up impact, as long as Laike and Luo are killed here, the deal is done. What about Uzmai, an old man who has no vision, what will he do with Lun Gina Sahak? Jin Yujuanation raised his right hand, and several armor-piercing bullets flew towards the core Gundam. In order to prevent Abby from spending money to help make a shield again, Laike did not directly block the armor-piercing projectile with the shield this time, and let the machine dodge as early as when the Golden Heresy raised his hand to launch. The armor-piercing projectile of the Golden Heresy flashed past, the beam rifle aimed at the Golden Heresy and pulled the trigger, the concentrated Gina gritted his teeth, and he noticed Laike's movements after paying attention to Laike's movements in advance. Piu, Piu, Piu. 3 beams chased the Golden Heresy one after another. In order to avoid the last beam, the Golden Heresy, who dodged left and right, lit up the thrusters to avoid the beam rifle, which exploded on the giant platform. Hey, Laike, if you fight casually here, it may destroy the giant platform. Luo reminded. Laike asked him to see that Luo can do it, he is not a person who likes to fight, Laike alone can solve his problems. It was fun and easy to play. But what if Laike's core Gundam beam rifle is powerful enough to hit those pillars on the giant platform? Luo, don't worry, if I didn't want to make him leave, those few shots just now would have been hit. Abby, shot the components of the Saturn fighter. You said you could hit it long ago. Gina gritted his teeth. Laike said this on the public channel, and he didn't even turn it off. Don't pay attention to him and say that it's not that he wants to hide himself. Died. Advertisement. How dare to humiliate him as a prey again. The lowly person must die in his hands. As soon as Laike's words fell, the Saturn fighter launched from the battleship rushed towards the core Gundam. Gina, who was completely out of his wits because of Laike's words, didn't think about why Laike chose to change clothes on the battlefield at this time. Seeing that the core Gundam was separated from the armor and stepped on the Earth fighter, Gina, who only knew that Laike needed better equipment, manipulated the Golden Heresy to raise his gun and prepare to destroy the Saturn fighter with a beam rifle, interrupting the idea of changing the core equipment. At this time, seeing the Golden Heresy raise the gun, the core Gundam immediately jumped from the Earth armor under the feet, and then the Earth fighter that broke away from the core Gundam galloped towards the golden body. Under the control of the core Gundam, the beams were fired at the Golden Heresy again and again, and the beams were fired repeatedly from the Earth fighter that was rolling and maneuvering. This annoying attack, and the excellent maneuverability of the Earth fighter, made it impossible for the beams fired by the Golden Heresy to hit them, so they could only be disgusted unilaterally. Obviously it should be just a combined component. It doesn't matter if it can fly. Why is the mobility still so high? How much information did the Shugwang Society miss in the first place? Gina cursed. The Earth fighter continued to shoot out beams at the Gold Heresy, but the 600 Gold Heresy who dodged again had no time to worry about the back. When the airborne radar crazily issued an alarm, a huge force hit the back of the whole machine. Gina in the overwhelmed cockpit spat out a mouthful of blood pressure, and the Golden Heresy slammed heavily on the giant platform. Without any respite, the core Gundam, who had completed the fusion with the Saturn armor, knocked down the Golden Heresy with the fragment drill of the pretended right arm, quickly dismantled the 2 arms of the Golden Heresy, and raised his right hand high. The vice on his left arm was clamped on the cockpit of the Golden Heresy. Once opened and closed, the cockpit of the Golden Heresy quickly closed inwards. Gina sounded like the death knell. Am I dying? In a place like this? Laike, don't kill this man, or Orb's Sahak family will trouble you. The blue heretic jumped out of the water. You misunderstood me, I didn't intend to kill Gina. Laike manipulated the core Gundam to loosen the vice and let go of the Golden Heresy, with a hint of grievance in his tone. You really didn't intend to kill Gina? Xie paused before asking, the awe-inspiring murderous aura emanating from core Gundam just now didn't seem like he had no intention. I really didn't plan to kill him here. Laike said, it's impossible for Gina not to kill him, so the only words in this remark that didn't plan to be here are true. Chapter 80 The gift for Gina and going to the universe. If Gina is killed on the giant platform, then he is equivalent to directly killing one of the heirs of the Sahak family, one of Orb's 5 major families. Moreover, this heir has been designated as the next leader of the Sahak family, and killing him is tantamount to fighting against the Sahak family. Sahak has always been secretly assisting the Ashar family in Orb, and the relationship with the Ashar family is also quite good. If Laike kills Gina like this, then Uzumai will have to be cut off all cooperation with him. Kan Jiun's words to persuade Laike are precisely because he knows something about the relationship between Laike and Orb. Of course Laike knew what he said, otherwise Laike wouldn't have chosen to use the vice, but would have directly killed Gina with the fragmentation drill. Advertisement. However, that doesn't mean Laike really wants to let Jenner go, using the vice just to torture the defiant guy before Jenner dies soon. He ran to the giant platform without authorization, preparing to kill him and Luosieter, and according to the information recently collected by Laike, Gina, like the original book, had colluded with the United in private during this period, discussing joining the United in private in exchange for the United A pledge to attack the Orb. One betrayed the country, and the other acted privately to kill others. These two things waited for Gina to return and Uzumai received relevant evidence. The man known as the Orb Lion will personally clean up Gina, the Orb's scourge. So if you want to kill like this, it's too cheap for Gina, and it will cause him trouble. Killing a person doesn't necessarily mean you have to use your own hands. Sometimes it is a good thing to rely on other people's hands. Besides, it is more suitable for Gina to die by his hands than by Ob's own hands. Impeachment, then please take this second-generation ancestor back. Core Gundam kicked the golden heretic in front of the blue heretic. The sound from this kick made Kong Yun and Luo Luo wonder whether the second master of Orb would be sent to the west by this kick. This kick is not enough to kill Gina, at most it's half dead. This half-death doesn't seem to be much better. Advertisement. The two thought at the same time. Then I will take this person. Wait, Xiat, before taking this person back, please go to my battleship to get something and bring it to Orb Lion Uzmana. Can you help me bring things to Uzmana? I'll do this for the favor I owe you. Kong Yongsuan's brain turned quickly, and he probably guessed that what Laike asked him to help deliver to Uzumai would not be a good thing for Gina, who was unconscious and half dead. Among the 3 people present, only Luo was like an outsider, who could only stay on the sidelines and listen to the conversation between Laike and Konkixi, who jumped out of nowhere. Luo, if you feel lonely, I can chat with you. Little 8, thank you for your kindness, but I don't think it's necessary. Luo declined, he just felt that he was confused and unclear about the situation throughout the whole process, and he was not alone. 20 minutes later, the transport base. Laike handed the disc with the relevant evidence to Kan Jiun, and after receiving the disc, Kan Jiun returned to the Blue Heresy, and dragged the Golden Heresy back in the direction of the Serpent's Tail ship. The reason why Kong Yongsuan was so anxious was because Gina's half-dead state would probably add another half-dead to the half-dead basis and become completely dead if it dragged on for half an hour. Put all those things about Gina in and take them away from the cloud, and now Lund Gina Sahak is going to be finished no matter in the social sense or in the physical sense. Abi said with a little sympathy that Uzumai's insistence on neutrality is stupid in the eyes of the 2 Sahak family siblings, who only think that Uzumai will only do some grandiose things to expand their own power and other things that are beneficial to oneself. The dirty work is all done by the Sahak family. The 2 siblings never thought about it. If Uzumai is really the kind of person who can only do superficial things, how could Laike be inserted into the heresy plan by him, and Uzumai is really just for the power in his hands? If this is what these 2 people think, then the leader who only cares about his own power should do something when Mina and Gina are carrying out heresy plans. Advertisement. Uzumai embraced the small actions that Gina and Mina have been making in private, as long as it is beneficial to Ob, then he will turn a blind eye. It's a pity that Lund Gina Sahak has done these things, one of which is against the interests of Orb. It is foreseeable that Uzumai will soon use methods to make Gina disappear. Isn't it great? This is exactly in line with Gina's defiant, elitist guy who stays in this world and will only make rice expensive. Laike laughed. For a person like Gina, who would not change his arrogant and reckless character even if he died, he had to use corresponding means to do it. Kind people have kind ways to treat people, and wicked people naturally have to treat people in wicked ways. Since Gina thinks that what he did is right, selling Orb is also for Orb's good, Uzumai and others are all wrong, then he thinks it is better to go to hell? Abi nodded slightly when she heard the words. She felt shallow on paper, and she didn't have such a deep understanding just from the perspective of history. When she really met her, she was very disgusted with Gina's character that was so rotten that it was almost hopeless. Laike killed Gina first, and she can only say that this is the fate that Gina cannot escape. Be it the original history of the Seed World or the history of this world, Lund Gina Sahak, in the final analysis, is facing his death because of his arrogance, extremely twisted and perverted self-esteem. Let's take a good rest today. Danyo Zhao, Teacher Markio and the others should come over tomorrow. After Laike finished speaking, his feet were walking towards the cockpit of the Purple Heretic. Driving MS for combat training is the best relaxation for him. The next day. Markio, Conrad Nigel with a cold face as usual, and Kira who was injured and still in a coma rushed to the giant platform by seaplane. When the three of them arrived here, the Waste Merchant Guild had already helped to prepare the large-scale shuttle to the universe. After loading the Purple Heresy, the core Gundam 2 units, and the Thunder 3 units into it, the transportation base was left after a few people left. After that, we will go to the Waste Dealer stronghold in the universe, where there is enough space for the transportation base to park. And after Laike and the others finish their affairs in the plant, they will go to the stronghold to bring back the transport base where they are placed. Before that, the daily operation of the battleship will be fully in charge of by the Hellos. Chapter 81 Goodbye Lux. April 22nd. The three of them arrived in April City, the capital of Plant, in the shuttle. This is the earliest colonial satellite built by Plant, and it is also the meeting hall of the Supreme Council, and the whale stone that caused a huge sensation in this world is here. After arriving at the port here, Siegel arranged in advance to pick up Kira, and Nigel's father, Yuri Amalfi, also secretly felt this. After hugging Nigel full of tears and thanking Markio, Yuri Amalfi took Nigel and left quickly. Advertisement. Because Nigel's face is too well known in ZAFT, even if he wants to hide his safe return, he can't hide it. Now 10 red-clothed people who were originally identified as missing in action by ZAFT in the battle have returned safely. Things are stirring in the plant. As the red-clothed driver who returned safely, there are a lot of things waiting for Nigel. Regarding the reason for Nigel's return, Laike heard from Markio's mentor that Nigel's father, Yuri Amalfi, discussed with Siegel and others, and temporarily claimed that the reason was a fluke after being shot down in battle Shengyuan, and was sent to teacher Markio by the people who passed by nearby. This is internally what Patrick Salah's Salah faction calls it, and externally some less important details are erased, leaving only ZAFT's elite successful after a heroic battle survived, but the time, place, and other details will all be blurred. What a touching father-son reunion, Laike said. Laike, isn't it you who tied up Nigel? Don't you find it strange that you are moved here? Kennard complained sharply. After asking Nigel a little bit about the situation, he felt like even if it is true that he took Nigel away because it Gaul might die in battle. The way of taking it away is no different from kidnapping, and after taking it away, Nigel's original landline son Lee has now fallen into Laike's hands. Seeing Laike here like an outsider, Conrad couldn't suppress his desire to complain. You won't understand if you tell me. I'm really touched that the father and son can meet together. Laike shook his head. He is still full of a sense of accomplishment at the moment. Nigel, a gentle boy, was rescued by him, asked a few questions from Markio, and had a face-to-face conversation with Nigel to thoroughly confirm that Nigel accepted come down and fight to stop this war. This changed the fate of a person who shouldn't have died, attracted a living force to his side, and allowed Chigaur to meet his father. Advertisement. These three happy things are superimposed together, how can people not be moved? Your words are really so strange. Conrad, who was almost silenced by Laike, said speechlessly. Abby, who was standing side by side with Markio, sighed imperceptibly. What is wrong with this? Conrad spent too little time with them at the beginning. You have to get used to it in the future. After the episode, Laike and the others arrived at Klein's mansion in another car. Teacher Markio, Laike, Abby, Conrad welcomes you. Laike smiled and said, Conrad came to palmit with Markio, so she also didn't like to talk to this guy. I know a boy with a cold personality. If you don't dislike it, would you like to have a cup of afternoon tea together? Several people agreed one after another, except afternoon tea? You can go to this kind of thing by yourself, don't lose it. When Kennard heard that a few people were gathering for tea, he felt that this would be so boring that he wanted to refuse, but Laike put his foot on his foot and gave him a look. Ugh. Conrad wanted to have a fit, but when he saw Abby looked at him, he had no choice but to keep silent to express his agreement. Allah, Conrad, what's wrong with you? Lux asked. Because someone was blocking the front, looking at it from her perspective, she could only see Conrad showing a very painful expression. Kennard is fine, he just whispered to me that he can't wait to drink tea, kfi, together. Laike explained for Kennard. Advertisement. Kennard, who had further recognized one of Laike's essences, chose to remain silent again. Is that so? Hehe, then let's go there now. Lux led a group of people to the back garden. The lighting and environment here are very good. After they sat down, Lux went to make tea for everyone. Back. When everyone was drinking tea, Markio suddenly put down his teacup and asked Laike. Lax, is Siegel still outside today? Well, my father recently resigned as the chairman, because my father is also very busy with those things in the council. Laike showed a somewhat sentimental expression. In order to discuss with other Klein faction members about how to deal with the suppression of the Klein faction by Sarah, who has become more and more active in the council after Patrick took office. It would not be an exaggeration to describe the relationship between the two factions as incompatible, the war between the Earth and the Earth United has brought the two factions from the initial common front to the point of tearing each other apart. The original marriage contract between her and Aslan in order to maintain a stable relationship between the two parties is almost in a state of non-existence, according to her father Siegel. Patrick Sarah estimated that it would not be long before he found a reason to break up the engagement. And this incident is just the beginning. Patrick Sarah, who is becoming more and more extreme now, makes Siegel vaguely feel that if the military operations advocated by the Sarah faction are allowed to continue, the plant will sooner or later perish. According to the recent news from the front line, the United Earth has put the data obtained from their G-series into practical applications, and has produced mass-produced MS. These MS have been witnessed on some battlefields. According to the huge resources of the Earth Alliance, with the Atlantic Federation taking the lead, the time for the regional alliance to roll out the production line of the assault dagger will only be outrageously short. The argument that Patrick Sarah insists on at present is that the natural human drivers cultivated by the Earth Alliance are not as good as their regulators in terms of physical fitness and driving skills, and the mobile suits they create are not as flexible as Zoft's. This war must go on and end with Zoft's victory. It's a good idea, but Siegel is one of the founders of Plant Jiangguo. He has been dealing with the Earth for so many years. He is very clear about the scientific research strength of the Earth United, or the largest member of the Atlantic Federation. Yes, their adjusters are better than natural people, but the foundation accumulated by the Atlantic Federation on Earth for so many years is enough to support them to create the G-series, and the technological gap between the Earth Federation and the plant is not so important. Chapter 82 What Siegel Thinks About. Advertisement. May I ask that the current total population of the plant is about 60 million, and this 60 million population is enough to support them for how long they will fight together with the Earth. Recently, there have been more and more young faces among the frontline soldiers recruited by the army. Patrick Sala is still insisting that the war must continue until they completely defeat the natural people. However, Siegel knew that if he really wanted to defeat the so-called natural person, it would be absolutely impossible for Zoft to do so. If those people in plant alone can defeat all natural people and bring a bright future to plant, he, Siegel Klein, will definitely not oppose what Patrick Sarah has done. Patrick has become progressively more radical since Blood Valentine, and his often aggressive attitude in matters related to the United Earth is indisputable fact. However, Patrick is radical, and it is indisputable that a large number of military operations in ZAFT that he currently formulates are indeed carried out for the interests of the plant itself. The fact. If it does not achieve enough results on Earth, the Earth Alliance will not give Zoft enough respect at the negotiating table, but the war has progressed to the present, and the development of the situation has already run counter to Siegel's initial expectations. What the moderate Siegel thinks is that when the war progresses to a certain extent, the Earth United will be hurt by them. Among them, the most anti-adjustment, the most extreme Atlantic United may still insist on being hostile to the adjusters, but the Eurasian and the Atlantic Federation wear half a pair of pants, and doing things can be said to be half work. The two companies that only maintain the minimum contribution must start the peace talks immediately after they have the intention of peace talks. It is a pity that the ideal is beautiful, but the reality is very skinny, and the reality will not develop like the ideal. The Earth Alliance has already had enough spare power to start gradually pushing back the front line after the war has progressed until now, and their willingness to negotiate peace is much less. No matter how hard East Asia and Eurasia do, they cannot change that they are members of the Earth, and plant's large-scale military operations have touched them from the very beginning. There is no anti-plant like the Atlantic Federation because the two need to worry about the huge adjusters of their own domestic survivors. This does not mean that the two will not want to defeat the plant on the battlefield, so as to give them more at the negotiating table. Many benefits. With the current situation of the Earth United, Siegel knew without even thinking about it that these two companies would decide to temporarily join the Earth United, the big camp against the plant, because of the MS technology shared by the Atlantic Federation. Advertisement. Invisibly, a new pressure is formed on the plant, and even if the two join in and do not work hard, this matter is enough for the plant to worry about. Zoft, Patrick, and other Sarah factions seem to have not anticipated the possible risks after this. Patrick Sarah maintains a deep control history over his faction. And Patrick Sala still said this, talk with a hammer, this point of interest wants us to stop. Is the Earth Alliance really a plant or a pig for them to kill? They bullied us so much at the beginning, they gave us that amount in the last peace treaty, and now the peace talks give us that amount, and it's time to pass? Giving such a little thing is really treating the plant as a beggar. Only giving such a little must be thinking about regretting later and continuing to repeat Junius 7 thing? No, I can't agree, absolutely can't agree. If anyone agrees, it will be a complete betrayal of the country. We will not agree to peace talks or something. A treaty can only be signed after the plant completely defeats the natural person. Victory over natural man? When Siegel heard this, he realized that Patrick, who witnessed the birth of plant with him, was completely blinded by hatred. At that time when ZAFT had the upper hand, he didn't sign the contract because he wanted to expand the results of the victory, and he wanted to become a fat man in one go, without any consideration of whether he could do such a thing with the size of the plant. Fight, how to fight, how many of Zoft's current troops are young people who should still be enjoying their youth and have been pulled into the army. After killing like this, the plant will not die and has no future. How can the plant, whose young people are all dead, be forced to use the so-called forced marriage law now? Bill's present sustains the future? Siegel asked this question to Patrick recently, holding the last unrealistic hope, asking this friend of his level, Patrick, who was blinded by hatred. It's still the same as the conversation with him before: if you don't continue to fight, the future of the adjuster will only be destroyed. Advertisement. After hearing these words, he completely broke the illusion of hoping that Patrick would think about it. After learning that Nigel was not dead, Siegel went to find Nigel's father, Yuri Amalfi. Let Yuri stay in Patrick's camp on the surface, and secretly maintain Yuri's status as the person in charge of the arsenal. Ask for Flowers 00. Prepare for Klein's actions aimed at preventing war. Recently, Siegel has been constantly seeking ways to ease relations with the Earth, and finally promote a truce between the two parties, preventing Zoft from stepping into the path of destruction. At the beginning of the war, the adjusters successfully suppressed the Earth alliance with their own technological advantages, and then they backhandedly contacted and supported those countries that were unwilling to join the alliance on Earth, in order to gain a foothold. Behind the scenes, they find allies who are willing to cooperate with them in the big loophole with their own ideas. 0. Eurasia and East Asia are now carrying out wars on the Earth, and no matter how little effort they have made for their respective interests, the pressure on plot is unbearable. What war looks at is population and resources, not the so-called adjusters that Patrick said today must be able to defeat natural people, and they are inherently better than natural people. Ability, that accounts for a large proportion, and now the United Earth has tied up the biggest technological advantage before the plant, the MS, and the Earth United that created the MS. As long as the resources are sufficient, the resources and population of the United Earth can support them to send batches of drivers to the battlefield, and the OS can continue to improve. At that time, the plant can maintain a certain technological advantage, win this battle, win the whole war. Moreover, plants cannot be separated from the Earth now, and a large amount of living materials, food, etc. need to be imported from the Earth. With Patrick's current extremely radical ideas, Siegel even suspects that Patrick will not stop until the natural person is destroyed. If you really want to do such a thing, what awaits the plant is destruction. In order to prevent this kind of thing from happening, Siegel relied on Klein faction's contacts in the military factory for many years before retiring as the speaker. One of the earliest nuclear machines for anti-neutron jammers was called Warrior Gundam. It was scheduled to be discarded, and the last machine was disassembled into parts when he was still the speaker, and shipped out in the form of 0 parts. Chapter 83. Advertisement. Warrior Gundam is ZAFT's experimental body before the official research and development of Freedom, Justice, Covenant, and Rebirth, which are equipped with nuclear energy bodies. It is ZAFT's new generation mass production machine that will be officially put into mass production soon. It is a body developed at the same time. Siegel chose to sneak this body into the hands of the Klein faction, and hand it over to scrap dealers to ship it out in batches in order to solve the energy crisis on the Earth and ease the tension with the Earth. The huge casualties caused by the neutron jammers that ZAFT dropped on the Earth at the beginning made a large number of people on Earth hate the adjusters. If you just want to stop the war, you don't give the impact of ZAFT's energy crisis to the Earth. Remove it. The day of the truce between the Earth and ZAFT will never come. If the energy earphones are not removed, the hatred of the people on the Earth for the adjusters will not be long before the 687 war will break out. It turns out that before the two sides broke their faces, Siegel had thought about giving out the anti-neutron jammer information before he could obtain the armistice agreement with the Earth United. Now the official channel is impossible. Judging from the war between the Earth United and ZAFT, the neutron parallel disruptor is at least not suitable for the past in the current period. If the anti-neutron jammer is given out now, with the madness of the Atlantic Federation, no one can guarantee that the information will not be dropped on the plant's head if the anti-neutron jammer is handed over. Get it from the Atlantic Federation on the internet. Obtaining information on anti-neutron jammers for the Atlantic Federation is equivalent to directly preventing the Atlantic Federation from recovering the nuclear bomb that cannot be used. And anti-neutron jammers have to be given, otherwise the energy crisis will not be resolved. How to ease the tension with the Earth, and then even if an armistice treaty is signed, how can we ensure that the Earth will not be destroyed by the energy crisis? Once the war is set off again, ordinary people on the Earth will not vent their hatred on ZAFT. Therefore, the parts of Warrior Gundam, or the most important anti-neutron jammer mounted on it, can only be temporarily entrusted to Markio for safekeeping. When the war really stops, the Markio mentor on the Earth will hand over the anti-neutron scrambler to solve the Earth's energy crisis. Give me the Warrior Gundam. Siegel has had a hard time recently. Instructor Markio sighed slightly. From the situation described by Laike, he could see her father Siegel's life recently. How hard life is. Advertisement. He knows a lot about the efforts Siegel has made for the continuation of plant regulators, such as considering the continuation of regulators. Siegel made a combination experiment between regulators and natural people in the Amazon jungle village. However, the anti-neutron jammer is both good news and bad news. The successful development of anti-neutron jammers means that the effects of those neutron jammers that ZAFT dropped on Earth can be neutralized. However, if we think about it from another perspective, ZAFT put this nuclear energy machine equipped with an anti-neutron jammer into the battle on the nuclear Earth, which means that the war between the two sides is going further in the worst direction walking. Teacher, my father hopes to end this war as soon as possible. Lux said with a heavy tone. As long as you do it, there is always hope that you will succeed. I believe that most people still love peace in their hearts. Are you right, Laike? Me too, Abby is, Conrad is, most people love peace, but now because a small number of people really don't want peace, they only think about their own selfish desires, so the direction of this war is only will go towards destroying each other. Laike first agreed with Markio's words, and then put forward his own opinion. It sounded like Markio and Laike were talking about Patrick Serra, who was the speaker of the speaker and had all the power. And what Laike is referring to is not only Patrick who hates natural people because of his wife's death. People such as Azrael, the current leader of the cosmos, are all within the scope of what he refers to. As far as the result is concerned, these people are all the same for their own selfish desires, and each of them has to be extreme. There is this one here who shouted to take the nuclear bomb shark to say goodbye to the family of other adjusters, and the other one was immediately aroused to use Genesis to piece the Earth. One counts as one, even if these people have a reason to have a tragic past, their brains are more or less seriously ill. Oh, and Mr. Cruz, who has the most brain problems and the most eloquent, hides behind and fights with all his life. Advertisement. Are most people peace-loving? Lux murmured softly, something that had never been answered in her heart as her eyes flickered finally had an answer. Laike, you and Abby haven't had a good time in the plant before. This time, it's hard to stay here for a few more days. Do you need me to be your guide and take you to have fun? Going to play? Hey, agree to teach me how to drive MS in the next few days. Conrad, who had been listening for a while, saw that Laike seemed to be talking about killing him, and finally couldn't help shouting to Laike. Just now when Laike finished talking about her father, Conrad felt a wave of emotion in his heart. Didn't this woman want to talk about something again, or talk about some big truths like Mr. Markio, but he was different from Laike who was willing to listen to the truth, and couldn't listen to it at all. I'm sorry, I'm not free, you can let Abby go with you. Laike waved his hand, gave Conrad a blank look, and abnormally didn't agree to go with Conrad because of his crazy interest in MS simulation training. Abby's pupils trembled for a moment, as if his whole body had been greatly shocked. Don't look at me with that kind of thing, I'm not a wooden man, and I'm not in love with a machine. A girl like Lux has said that. I don't understand, I might as well donate my brain. You take Carnada to go to the purple machine, and the difficulty can be adjusted as much as you want in the next few days, just don't let him come out again. There are Markio and Laike next to 1.1 on the field. Laike can't say it face to face, so he can only make a few glances at Abby to convey his meaning. With the tacit understanding between the two, Abby even understood Laike's meaning. Compared with the smiling and polite Laike, who has known him for a longer time, he proposed to be a guide and play with him. Most of the time he followed Markio, and Laike only took him by his side for a while. When he first arrived, he wanted to pan he went to teach himself how to open the Escanard's request. Laike chose the former out of nowhere. She has grown up. Laike has really grown up. In fact, she still thinks in her heart that Laike is going to live with Gundam for the rest of her life. IQ is fine, but EQ is nothing like what a normal human being should have. Now it is back to normal and has grown. Chapter 84 Kira wakes up. Advertisement. Abby turned his head, whispered a few words to Conrad, and persuaded Conrad to follow her to the port of plant. Abby knows more about Conrad's mind than Laike, and the biggest change in the many changes that have occurred to Conrad during the time he has been with Markio's mentor is that Conrad desires to have power, not like a spectator can only watch Laike and others fighting there. In terms of Conrad's talent, it's okay for him to get started with MS quickly and enter the battle as a pilot, unlike some people who are obviously not talented in combat but still drive MS hard into the battlefield. Conrad is a product of the super adjuster plan, and his talent in all aspects far exceeds that of ordinary adjusters. Although his talent in driving MS is not as good as that of Kira and Aslan, who fight and train in battle come out, naturally have the top talent of the driver. But it is enough to crush most of the adjusters in ZAFT now. If Conrad is trained according to the normal MS driver training process, Conrad can drive at a speed of 25 in a short time from MS. What's more, they are using a highly difficult man-machine to let Conrad do a crash course. Under the pressure of the difficult AI and the simulation training environment that is immersive enough, Conrad just doesn't want to grow fast. May 3rd. Time came to this day very quickly. On the first, Instructor Markio, who had been staying at Klein's mansion for several days, submitted the O'Barney concession case to the plant at the plant's highest council in the past few days. The Supreme Council, followed by what Markio knew before coming. The Seraph faction, which has already taken the majority of the initiative under public opinion, easily vetoed the treaty it brought. In the few days before May 1st, apart from the meeting with Laike's father Siegel, the rest of Laike's and Abby's schedule is to have a good time in the plant for a few days under the leadership of Laike's in disguise. Abby, who has always been reluctant to talk to outsiders, wonders if it is because he and Lux are both women, so he has become more talkative. The two even happily went to the clothing store together many times, but Laike was depressed when they went to the clothing store. Laike's and Abby went shopping in the clothes store, but when they went in to choose clothes, Laike, a man, had to endure the strangeness of others and wished to chop off his eyes with a knife on the spot and followed him in. After entering, he was forced to comment on the clothes the two chose. Advertisement. Laike thought this is not MS, and thought for a long time, isn't the only good thing he can say is good looking and good looking? Seeing the two of them changing their clothes there, after talking several times from the bottom of their hearts, Lux's voice and face were obviously filled with an emotion called displeasure. And Abby, who has been with Laike for so long, didn't say a word of displeasure to Laike's, but just didn't say a word, and sighed while staring at the size of the clothes she had chosen. She didn't sigh because of Laike's evaluation, because Laike's mouth can say that it looks good, it really comes from the heart, and there is nothing perfunctory about it. If Laike can change the way to look at MS like that, and use the praise words when evaluating MS to evaluate her and Laike's Abby, you will only wonder if Laike's brain has been hit by a car and something is wrong. The reason she sighed was that she was too small, and when choosing clothes, she was often treated as a young girl by others. However, her nature is special, and the image of human beings is not so easy to change. If she wants to grow up like a human being, it will take a long time. Therefore, at present, it seems that for a long period of time, besides becoming a bird, she can only choose this kind of children's clothing to wear temporarily. While the three of Laike were playing in the capital of the plant, they were troubled when Laike entered the clothing store, and Conrad, who was staying in the Purple Heresy in the shuttle in the port, was abused by those difficult opponents in the simulation training. As soon as Abby came up, he chose Aslan, who was driving the Holy Shield, and Kira, who was driving the Assault, and let the two deal with Conrad at the same time. In terms of difficulty, Abby directly adjusted it to the highest level, and chose Kira and Aslan to drive the two MS. Not to mention the peak period, it was when Kira and Aslan were fighting to death overseas in Orb. In other words, they are the two people who are at the peak of technology and reaction fighting in the explosive state. When Conrad, who was surrounded by two explosive top drivers, went in, he couldn't even raise his gun at first, and was immediately beaten. After being abused for about 3 or 4 days, Conrad was able to do it. At the same time as the two counterattacks, the persistence time began to slowly increase. Of course, as far as the outcome of the battle is concerned, Conrad was still tortured to death by Kira and Aslan. On that day, Klein's mansion. Advertisement. Where am I? Kira, who was lying on the hospital bed, woke up and was in a coma for several days. Kira was ignorant of everything that happened outside. At the end of the injury and coma, the last fragment of memory is the duel between him and Aslan's angry roar still echoes in his ears. Kira, I must defeat you, Nigel has disappeared, I can't let you continue to kill our humans. When hearing these words, Kira hesitated. He has been fighting to protect the Big 063 of the Archangel, and he also understands that Aslan and the others have to pursue their position. After arriving on Earth, he also kept all the opponents who were able to keep his hands, but when driving the assault, he wanted to prevent some enemies from continuing to attack the Archangel. Kira will still destroy some directly. He has been able to keep his hands as much as possible. What can he do? Is it possible to go directly to the plant as Aslan said, and let everyone on the ship, including Captain Malu, be killed? Refuting Aslan's words, Kira realized under Aslan's murderous aura that friends and the like are meaningless in this situation. Everyone is down, everyone will die. He can only do it. The power that had erupted several times burst out again in the body, and fought with Aslan to kill the other party. In the end, Aslan caught him with the Holy Shield and blew himself up. And then, without remembering anything else, is this paradise now? Tranquil surroundings, bright sunshine. Is he in heaven? Wake up and be here in a daze, it really makes people angry, Kira Yamato. Kira, who was in a trance, stared blankly at the roof of the glass room, and was stunned again when he heard the voice next to his ear, wondering, can there be other voices in heaven? Chapter 85 Tell Kira the truth. Why does this voice sound exactly like him? But no, the voice is exactly the same, but the taste is very strange, he can't speak that kind of words, and he is so weak, it's a bit like eating some gunpowder. Impossible, everything is beautiful in heaven, Where can there be such a voice? Does that mean this is not heaven? Wait, even if it wasn't for a person with the same voice as him appearing in heaven, it would be impossible. Advertisement. Kira was trying to deny it in his heart. It was really hard for him to accept that someone in heaven would have the same voice as him. It felt as if he said such a thing in person. Well, that's weird. Hey, what's the matter, Conrad? Today you came back with a disheveled face after being beaten up and wanted to get angry at others. It's Mr. Laike's voice. What the hell is here? Kira got up from the bed a little at this time, looked up to the other side, the glass room, the surrounding environment and flowers and plants. Well, I'm sure this is not heaven. So where is this place? Didn't he die in the battle with Aslan, and lose consciousness? In order to answer his own questions, Kira quickly looked in the direction of the sound he had just heard after briefly looking at the environment. Laike in civilian clothes was no different from what he remembered, while the other boy in a black jacket had long black hair. That face is extremely similar to him. What is the reason for such a high rate of repetition? Where in the world is there such a thing? What is going on? Kira's whole body was numb, and there came a man with exactly the same voice and appearance as him. This man is his own brother, right? His parents said he was the only son. How could he have such a big brother with such a bad personality? Kennard snorted coldly. Advertisement. Humph, I've finished training today, so I came here to have a look. I didn't expect to see this guy waking up and staring in a daze. Does this guy deserve to be called a super adjuster? Kennard's voice was not so much filled with deep anger, but full of indisputable anger. How do you say that Kira is his brother? But when he woke up, he showed a sentimental expression, in a daze, as if the whole person was waiting to die there. This is also said to be a super adjuster, and it is ridiculous to say it. Hey, Kira just woke up. You expect a person who has been in a coma for a few days to wake up and be alive and kicking? It's you who are outrageous, right? Oh, wait a minute. Laike stared at Conrad suddenly, his eyes shifted slightly from Conrad and Kira who was dazed for some reason, and there was a hint of evil in his eyes. Ah, I see. You are concerned about Kira. If you want to care, you can say it directly. Don't hide it. How bad it is. You, a big brother, don't express your concern for Kira. Kira, how can I understand? Laike, don't talk nonsense, who cares about him anymore? Kennard, who was told Laike's true thoughts, hesitated for a while, and then tried to deny it. However, Conrad's obviously paused tone, and the imperceptible panic that flashed across his face because the truth was caught, all made Conrad's denial unconvincing. The fact is that Conrad has no father or mother in this world, and the successful product of Kira, a super adjuster, is his blood relative. After all, the twisted hatred in his heart has been wiped out. How could Conrad not caring for his only second relative in the world? Younger brother? Laike, you just said that this person is my big brother? What's going on here? Kira, who had been in a daze after hearing the word big brother, had to ask Laike. The determined tone of the two convinced Kira that what they said was not false. Super tuner? Big brother. The combination of these words gave Kira a bad feeling in his heart. His parents have always said that he is the only child in the family. If there is such an older brother, why didn't his parents say a word to him? This is advertisement. Conrad on the side did not wait for Laike to explain, and Conrad, who had already made relevant preparations, revealed the truth of the past to Kira in a cold voice. Just like what you heard just now, Conrad Pars, the failure of the Super Adjuster project is the failure that you, Kira, and Dr. Yulian Hibiki, our father, survived before making the success taste. You are a failure. I was created, Super Adjuster? This, impossible, my parents are not that Yulian Hibiki. This series of words made Kira feel as if he had fallen into the abyss, panicked, denying Kennard's words there. How could he be made? He should have been born by his parents, and he was genetically adjusted. How could he be manufactured? Moreover, Conrad said that he was a success, and Conrad was the only failure of the survivors. So, the failures before that are all dead, and he came to this world on the bones of a group of brothers? Then what happened to his parents all the time? What is the warmth that his parents have always shown him? How can this kind of thing be accepted? Conrad looked at Kira showing a painful expression, and he still didn't intend to stop. In his opinion, although Kira's character was a bit cowardly, which made him very unhappy, but he had been kept from it for a long time, and suddenly he knew this kind of thing difficulty is also normal. But if you don't hide it from him because Kira can't accept this fact, it will hurt Kira even more. Taking advantage of this painful expression now, it is best to let Kira know the truth. The fact is that Conrad knows that Kira and his affairs are very secret in the eyes of ordinary people, but there is a large circle of people on the earth who know about the Super Adjuster plan. Okay, if not, how could he have been captured by those people back then, and subjected to various experiments by them? Except for those who experimented on him, there were not a few people who knew about the Super Adjuster project and had crooked ideas. Those people just don't know the location of Kira, and think that Kira is very likely to be dead when he disappeared that year. If Kira's name falls into the ears of some caring people. Speaking of this matter on the battlefield, it is not impossible for Kira to be killed because he knew this matter. The sooner you know, the sooner you eliminate those hidden troubles. No matter how much you deny it, you can't change the fact. Accept it sooner. You can't deny it if you don't want to accept it, Kira Yamato. You are our father Yulian. Hibiki made a super adjustment after spending countless efforts. The success of the project is admired. Chapter 86. Pause for a while, Conrad, don't continue talking. Laike pressed Conrad's shoulder and whispered in a volume that Kira couldn't hear. I know you want to let Kira know the truth earlier, so as to prevent the only brother from being killed because of this incident in the future, but you have to stop for a while, and let people know that he was created by someone, and his parents were not at all. Personally, this matter is definitely not something he can accept all at once. Laike said, looking at Kira again. Knowing the truth, the brilliance in Kira's eyes is much less, and the low breath can be felt at a glance. Advertisement. Anyway, he already knows almost everything he should know, let me tell Kira the rest, you leave first, and then slowly chat with your brother Kira to enhance the relationship. TCH, who would chat with such a weak guy? I just don't want to see Kira, a successful product, have any problems because of this incident. Then my failed product has no meaning of existence. After Kennard finished speaking, he seemed to be afraid that what Laike might say would embarrass him, and hurriedly said that he would go to the Purple Heretic Knot for simulation training. The figure of leaving was swifter than ever before. That's it, 210 didn't deny that he is Kira's big brother. Laike looked at the direction Kennard left with a half smile. After a while, the smiling face disappeared, and he walked to Kira and said softly. What do you look like with a sad face, Kira? Do you think that you, a super adjuster, are not human anymore, or because you were not born to your current parents, you feel that the parents who worked so hard to bring you to heaven spent those days with you? Are the days false? Hearing Laike's words, Kira raised his head slightly, but the pupils that had regained some color were dimmed. Laike, I don't know what I am. If I was created by someone, then what am I who sacrificed a group of people's lives and came to this world? My parents, and what is going on? Kira's mind was in a mess. In his memory, his mother Yantian Yamato and father Haruma Yamato had always taken care of him in every possible way during his childhood. First answer your parents' question, Kira, you still call them parents, doesn't it mean that you still think they are your parents? Laike said. Advertisement. Then it seems that your parents have always treated you, Faye, as a son to see and take care of you, so is your own life still so important? Your parents have always taken care of you like your biological parents, so you just take care of them, be your biological parents. Although your biological father estimates that this is not as good as this adoptive father. Laike thought about the performance of Dr. Yulian Hibiki in the original work. He sacrificed many lives in order to create Kira, a successful product. In the end, he even started to use his own children for experiments. Except for Kennard, the only surviving failure, it is unknown how many of his children were used by this person for experiments. A person like this who has fallen into a bewilderment and despises life will not be a good father. For Kira, instead of being the son of this kind of person, it would be better to be the son of his current adoptive parents and adoptive mothers. Compared to the relationship between the blood relationship and the relationship for so many years, the relationship is more important to you, and the question of who you are. Laike paused, and suddenly asked Kira a somewhat inexplicable question. Kira, do you think now your father just took you out of the air like a robot? This, of course, is impossible to do. People are not machines, how could they be made out of the air? Kira guessed it from the words of Conrad and Laike just now and combined his own knowledge. Since Yu Lianxiang is their biological father, he also has a mother. He has accepted genetic adjustments beyond what is known now, so he can be called a so-called super adjuster, and his father sacrificed an unknown number of lives in order to make him a perfect product. This is the root cause that makes Kira unacceptable and even feels a little broken. In the super adjuster plan, your father took you out of your mother's body and put you into an artificial womb to raise you. The purpose is to eliminate all unfavorable factors in order to achieve the most perfect genetic adjustment. But how can this kind of thing happen? It might have been so easy, so before that, your father sacrificed an unknown number of your brothers and sisters. Kira listened, feeling a twinge of pain in his heart. Is his father really human? He sacrificed so many brothers and sisters. He really came to this world with the lives of so many brothers and sisters on his back. Are you feeling sad here? Advertisement. Laike patted Kira's head, and Kira couldn't help crying out in pain. You didn't do these things, it was Yu Lianxiang. Those brothers and sisters will be blamed on him if they die. Besides, your biological mother Wei Xiang also loves you very much. Back then, your father before the institute was attacked by Cosmos, she secretly sent you to her younger sister, who is your current parents to raise you. Mother, she, has done so much. After knowing the reason, Kira was moved by what this mother, who had never met before and only now heard her name in Laike, did. It turned out that, apart from the inhuman father, he also had a biological mother who cared for him. After Kira looked down and thought about his mother, Laike glanced at the bandages wrapped around Kira's body, and continued. We are all aware of the war and Aslan's affairs. Now that you know your life experience, it is hard enough for you, and the injury is still a little bit unhealed. At this time, you should rest more first, and the rest will be let's wait until your injuries are almost healed. Laike. Just when Laike was about to leave, Kira suddenly stopped him. May I ask, since when did you know about me? Kira had a feeling that Laike seemed to know his identity from a long time ago. I knew it before I first met you, but I thought it was not appropriate to tell you these things at that time, so I have kept it until now. There is no need to hide, Laike replied truthfully. Now that Kira has gone through so many things, it seems that he is still weak, but in fact he is much stronger. After talking about all these things and enlightening them, Kira will soon be able to understand and let go. And tell him at the earliest time, no matter how enlightened, Kira can't figure it out all at once. That will only affect Kira's mental state. Originally, Conrad didn't say anything, and he planned to tell Kira when Kira's injury was completely healed. But the day Conrad said it, Laike also told Kira a few days earlier. Those things were told to Kira back then. Chapter 87 Conrad and Kira. Advertisement. Tell Kira about this in advance, and later encounter Cruz's mouthpiece that reveals his life experience and intends to directly collapse him. Kira, who has known his background for a while, can react to Cruz's talk, and maybe he can even reply with a few words. It's still the same sentence, take a good rest first, and we will talk about other things after you have rested. Well, Laike, do you know what's going on with the Archangel, is everyone safe now? After handling his own affairs, the first thing Kira thought of was the people on the Archangel. He and Aslan exchanged 1 for 1, and the Holy Shield must not be able to fight, that's right. But Zoft still has other combat forces, Duel, Storm, and Beam Zigu. Facing these 3 combat forces, will the Archangel be safe without his protection? It happened that after coming to the plant, Laike received news from Orb, and Laike, who speculated about the battle situation at that time, combined his understanding of the plot of the original book, and replied. The duel was resolved by Muse Skymaster and the Archangel. The Storm Gundam was captured by the Archangel because of the exhaustion of the energy of the waves. As for the last Beam Zigu, it also retreated. Then, is the Archangel continued to be pursued by Zoft's other troops? Pursuit? How could there be any more? I lost so much chasing you on Earth, and also solved one of the biggest threats to you. Zoft didn't send troops on the way to Alaska. Continue to pursue, the Archangel arrived in Alaska safely. Everyone safe? That's good. After hearing this, Kira rested on the bed with peace of mind. He was injured and had been enduring the pain. Just like what Laike said, the most suitable place for him at this time is to lie on the bed and rest. Lux? What are you doing here? Laike bumped into Lux just a few steps away from the glass room where Kira was resting. Laike, don't you want to wait until he recovers? Is it too early to tell Kira about this? No. Laike asked, after knowing that Laike came here from Conrad, she planned to come to find Laike to go out with her to accompany Laike to go shopping. Advertisement. Then when I was approaching the place, I heard Laike tell about Kira's life experience here. When Lux was shopping and resting, she had heard Laike tell about Kira's life experience in detail, how to avoid some things. After all, you still have to face it, knowing it later is worse than knowing it early. But at that time, Laike said that he would tell him everything after Kira recovered from his injury, but he said it now, at least after Kira recovered from his injury. I also want to wait for Conrad to start first, and you heard it too. I was just talking about some details of his life experience back then, and enlightened Kira by the way. Now everything has been resolved, and Kira is fine. Laike spread his hands helplessly, he didn't want to do this either, but Conrad, Kira's big brother, went up as soon as he came up, and he didn't even have time to stop him, so it's better to just go down the donkey and explain everything at once. Is that so? Conrad is really in a hurry. After hearing Laike's words, Lux's expression also seemed a little helpless. I have met him several times. Even though Lux, who is good at observing people, knew Conrad's cold outside and hot inside, she didn't expect it. His feelings for his younger brother are so complicated. In the past few days, everyone living in the mansion can see Conrad go to visit Kira in the glass room, saying that he just came to see if Kira is awake every time. He obviously cared about his younger brother so much, but he told the truth when Kira woke up. Did he want to hope that Kira, a relative, would know the truth earlier so that he could grow up faster? By the way, Laike, did you come here to look for me and to go shopping? After talking about Kira, Laike realized that Laike came here and talked so much with him, and most likely came to him. Laike, you're so smart, you guessed right away. Lux smiled slightly. But teacher Markio will leave tomorrow, and we will leave in a few days, and I have to be busy with some things. Laike, why don't you go shopping by yourself? Laike, who was really afraid of going out with Laike, refused in a mean-spirited manner. Markio, who still has something to do on Earth, plans to return to Earth tomorrow. Because he is leaving alone, Markio will transfer to another shuttle. And why not leave with Markio because Laike and Kennard are staying for 2 days? Advertisement. Ask for flowers. After the mentor and Siegel finished discussing, Klein sent out the remaining most critical core components of Warrior Gundam, equipped with NJC's anti-neutron jammer head. Instructor Markio talked with Laike and Siegel in the past few days. After Markio's suggestion, Siegel felt that it would be better to let the Warrior Gundam, which is equipped with an anti-neutron jammer, the airframe will not be effective until after the war in the form of parts. It's better to give Warrior Gundam to Laike who can be trusted first, and use it as a part of Laike's power. After the battle, give Warrior Gundam the anti-neutron jammer on the head to Markio. Of course, this means that Laike must also ensure that the Warrior Gundam is intact. Otherwise, if the anti-neutron jammer on the head of the Warrior Gundam is damaged, it will be nonsense to wait until the end of the war to replace the anti-neutron jammer. 0. Therefore, Laike and Kennard had to stay here for 2 more days, and after getting the head of the Warrior Gundam, they went to the scrap dealer's stronghold in the universe to get the remaining parts, and let the scrap dealers assemble the Warrior Gundam. Warrior Gundam and the transport base returned to Earth together. And Laike used this reason to prevaricate Laike because he really couldn't stand it anymore since he and Laike went shopping together. It was the first time he saw how horrible women's experience in shopping was. When letting Laike go shopping, he would rather play 1093 Xiaya and 1093 Amuro during mock training. Shopping is such a thing, how can it be interesting to open MS to fight? Ah, but didn't Abby say that you have nothing to do today? Lux said innocently. Abby, that guy, betrayed me again. Laike sighed deeply from the bottom of his heart, and he guessed that if Lux's character could come to him, he must be prepared, unlike Siegel, who was a bit rational in some places despite his own skills. Lux is both ideal and realistic, which also reflects all aspects of her life. She will never do anything unprepared. It is also true to ask Abby, the fake life steward who is equivalent to his external brain, to clarify the situation. Of course. The external brain has been sold, there is really no escape. Hey. Chapter 88 The Enlightened Kira and Ready to Leave. May 5th. Another 2 days passed. Laike, who was staying in Klein's mansion, was talking about the United Earth Army with the injured Kira and Kennard when Laike came and invited several people to drink tea. After drinking half of it, Siegel, who was running around outside, returned to the mansion, and while drinking tea with him, he sent the parts of the Warrior Gundam to the news of the shuttle injury. Has the head of Warrior Gundam been sent to the shuttle, and finally we can leave the plant? Advertisement. Laike, are you going back to Earth soon? It was Kira who asked the question. We've been here for days before you woke up, and we've got the head of the Warrior's Gundam, so it's time to go. Laike said with a smile. After coming to the plant, I met with Laike and her father Siegel Klein, talked with each other, and formally 993 confirmed the united front of the 2 sides. Then he stayed here, waiting for the head of Warrior Gundam to be delivered. Can I go back to Earth with you? Kira's eyes flickered, and he asked after a while, his tone quite firm. Kira has thought a lot these days, things between him and Aslan, things about himself and Kennard, and things in this world, there are still many things that are hard to think about. But we can't sit still like this. If we stay here, nothing will change. People on the Earth are suffering because of the war every moment, and the war between the Earth and ZAFT is getting more and more intense. He wants to do something, things like being born as a super adjuster cannot be changed by him, so use this power to do what he can. Laike showed helplessness when he heard the words. Laike didn't know how to reject Kira. In the original book, Kira waited until the Alaska incident was known before making up his mind. It is a good thing that we have strengthened our beliefs ahead of time and found a way for the future. Advertisement. But if Kira doesn't stay here, then when Zoft starts to attack Alaska, who will be free to save the Archangel's party? Laike has already discussed with Siegel and Laike 2 days ago, let them the 2 waited until the time came to hand over freedom to Kira. But the fight in Alaska is about to start, and it doesn't make sense for the Klein faction to snatch the freedom ahead of time and take it away at this point in time. Laike asked Kira to divert to Earth to help on the way. Why can't he drive freely? He still has to take the warriors back to Earth by transport base. And when Laike was thinking about how to make Kira stay, the communicator in the glass room rang, and one of Klein's members, who would later sign the Junius 7 Armistice Treaty, Irene Kanaba, made a video communication. Irene Kanaba, what happened to be so anxious? When Siegel saw the anxiety on Kanaba's face, he thumped in his heart. The thing that had been lingering in his heart and had not yet materialized seemed to be about to come true. All of us were deceived by Patrick. Siegel, the target of the cutthroat operation was not Panama from the beginning, but the headquarters of the United Earth. It's actually Alaska. Siegel was astonished. Patrick actually directly launched a campaign against the Earth Alliance, and directly bypassed the Supreme Council, which is equivalent to directly treating the Supreme Council as non-existent. How radical is this former friend of his now? At this moment, not only him, Laike, Conrad, and Kira are also full of color. Among them, the teacups in Kira's hands fell to the ground, and there was a look of pain on his face. Millie, Thor, Captain Mario, so many people he knew were all in Alaska. If Zoft's real attack target is Alaska, doesn't that mean that the Archangel who lost his protection driving the attack will have a high probability of being killed there? After Kira learned about the United Earth Army from Laike, he was completely convinced that, as an adjuster, he had launched a surprise attack, and Captain Maru of the Archangel and the others had become the most powerful people in the upper echelons of the United Army. The existence of people's dislike for dogs. Captain Maliu's teacher, Admiral Halbarden, is still too busy to take care of himself at this time. Fla's father Alsta, who was on the same front with Halbarden, also died in a car accident a few days ago. But according to Laike, this accident was nothing more than a blue cosmos deception, and the truth is that Alsta was assassinated by a half-cosmos. Most of the people who supported him have lost their thoroughness. Now Halbarden is like a grass without roots. Under the continuous sitting on the bench, it is estimated that the next joint army battle will not even be cannon fodder. Advertisement. How can I spare time to help Captain Maliu and the others? Captain Maliu and the others cannot be transferred, and they will only stay in Alaska. While Kira was agonizing over his incompetence, Laike looked towards Siegel and said, Mr. Siegel, I think the time is almost up, so give Kira freedom. Free. Kira raised his head slightly, the next day he had a puzzled look on his face. Your new power will help you sweep all MSS on the battlefield. Laike said directly. Kira is even more confused now, what is it all about, so is MS so powerful? The best MS that Kira has ever driven is the G-Series Strike. But Kira often has to tense up when using assault to deal with the enemy. Is that MS called freedom that powerful? You'll know soon, Lux will lead you to freedom. Laike went on to say that there would not be many people doubting Lux's identity when she entered the factory with a disguised ZAFT red dress, and when a group of people found out that something was wrong, Kira was already on the free run. In front of Klein's mansion. When Laike took Kira, who was still in the fog, to claim her freedom, Laike, Conrad and Abby had already walked to Klein's mansion, and were about to go to the port and take the shuttle to leave in 1.0. And Siegel is about to leave here. Once Patrick finds out that his freedom has been stolen, Patrick will definitely not let him and Laike go. The best result is that the two will be imprisoned for life, and the worst result is to be executed for treason. For safety, he has to leave here quickly, and Lux has to leave after taking Kira to take the Freedom Gundam. The two have to hide separately to maximize their own safety. Mr. Siegel, no, Chairman Siegel, please pay more attention to your own safety. If you can, please leave the plant as soon as possible. Before leaving, Laike did not forget to persuade Siegel. Siegel's status is too important, so Patrick is bound to regard Siegel as a serious problem. Chapter 89 Leaving the plant. And this point can be seen in the intensity of Patrick's pursuit of Siegel and Laike after the cutthroat battle. Siegel is a dignified former speaker, equipped with bodyguards, and hidden methods, of course it may be because of Siegel. Gear loves daughters eagerly, and equips Lux better, but how much worse than Lux? These can all be found and harmed by the people sent by Patrick, which shows how much power Patrick has mobilized to track down Siegel's whereabouts. Of course, Patrick also had sufficient motives for doing so. Now the Klein faction and the Sarah faction are almost incompatible. Advertisement. Patrick's move to bypass the council and launch a battle alone made the Klein faction fully aware of it. Knowing how crazy the Sarah faction is now, he simply chose to directly tear apart the face that was about to be torn apart with the Sarah faction. But when the two sides were at odds, Siegel, the actual number one leader of the Klein faction, was already someone who had to be killed by Patrick. As long as Siegel, the leader, is killed, he will be hindered everywhere in the country. Although the Klein faction who lost the leader will not become a mess, the morale will also be greatly reduced. The threat to him can be greatly reduced. Of course, in order to maximize the elimination of the Klein faction, in Patrick's eyes, Lux, who inherited Siegel's will, must also be killed. Laike, I can't leave. If I can leave the plant now, I will leave now. The Klein faction still needs me a lot in the country. If I leave early, the trouble will be worse than my death. It's bigger. Siegel said. He is the substantive leader of the Klein school. If he leaves, it will be a devastating blow to the remaining people who still believe in the Klein school's ideas and fight for these ideas. Moreover, the Klein faction and the Sarah faction have not completely turned their faces. There are still a large number of people in the country who believe in the Seraph faction. There are a lot of things in the Klein faction that need to be organized by him, such as propaganda. What if he, the leader, leaves? It is tantamount to giving up domestic influence, and Patrick can pour dirty water on them at will. If the situation really reached the point of no return, it would not be too late for him to leave. Since you are all prepared, I won't persuade you anymore. Seeing that Siegel already had the will to die, Laike was not too surprised. He simply nodded and drove to the port with Abby Kennard. Advertisement. Recently, Siegel has slowly handed over some matters of the Klein faction to Lux. In fact, it is not so much that Siegel Klein is the leader of the Klein faction, it is better to say that he is just an assistant. And Lux is the true leader of the Klein faction. Siegel Klein is just standing in front of the stage to attract firepower for Lux. If he dies, no matter how much publicity is made about Patrick killing Siegel, the former speaker, it will be a shock to those who believe in Klein. Make waves. At that time, Lux's influence will only be further consolidated, the way of death will be used to pave the way for her daughter's future, and Laike will be allowed to lead an entire faction. Port. The three of Laike arrived here by car and prepared to take the shuttle to leave. Time waits for no one. Once Kira snatches the freedom, there is a high probability that Zoft will block the port for related searches and stay here late. It's funny to go. However, when the three of them came to the shuttle, they saw Nigel and his father Yuri Amalfi standing here. Little Nigel, what are you and your father doing here? If you want to pull us to chat, we will leave in a hurry. I want to fight for peace, please let me leave with you. Nigel looked at Laike and said, 3 people. Are you guys coming too? There was a hint of surprise in Conrad's eyes, and when Nigel returned to the plant, his face was filled with joy when he was reunited with his father. Everyone could see from Nigel's face the deep affection he had with his family. Nigel's father is a member of the National Defense Committee. It is not difficult for Nigel to retire safely after this kind of thing happened. It can be said that Nigel can do it even if he doesn't have to fight. However, now that he is finally reunited with his family, he suddenly wants to leave to fight for peace. This guy, isn't he worried that something will happen and he won't be able to meet his parents again? Nigel nodded. Yeah, before I simply thought that in order to protect everyone, I just had to go to fight, but after talking with Mr. Marchio, I found out that I just followed orders to fight, and in the end I got nothing, so I want to join you. Advertisement. Please also let Nigel go with you. In order to keep him safe and sound, I have prepared the power he can use. The power that can be used, we know, Nigel, you come here together. Knowing that Nigel's father had prepared a new body for his son, Laike didn't ask any more questions, and beckoned Nigel to board the shuttle with him. Time should not be wasted here. After a group of 4 boarded the shuttle, the white shuttle spewed out hot tail flames, left the port at an extremely fast speed, and flew into the universe. Take care, kid, I hope you can join them to stop the war and save the plant. Yuri watched the shuttle disappear before turning around and leaving. He has already dealt with the 613 issues that may arise from Nigel's departure in the past few days. Relying on his current research and development of the anti-neutron jammer, he obtained Patrick's approval. Trust. Under his arrangement, Nigel has now successfully joined Zoft's special forces and was sent out to perform a certain search mission. According to the current situation, there is a high probability that Nigel will receive him back to his home country and receive the task of chasing freedom. But that doesn't matter, as long as Nigel doesn't accept the communication, doesn't come back to Pilton, and the forger is always in a state of disappearance, it's fine to find a reason to say that Nigel was captured by the Earth Alliance after the war is over. In this way, although it will be embarrassing, it will also allow Nigel to retire smoothly and stop participating in the war. Hey, let me say, little friend Nigel, what kind of machine did your father send you in? It took up this big space. Laike looked at the big box of parts. What did he send in? Since Papa Gore spoils his son so much, he should give him a specially installed machine. Does that mean it's a nuclear machine? If it was a nuclear machine, which one would it be? Justice, Rebirth, Covenant, or Providence? The word of God's will should not be finished yet, and the word of justice is impossible for Patrick to see so closely that Nigel's father can't get it out, so the only possible thing is Chapter 90 Covenant and Hyperion. ZGMFX12A Covenant. Staring at the container with the parts piled up with those sapphire-like eyes, he said its full name at once. Abby, let me talk about it next time. Laike said helplessly. He finally came. Hey? How do you know that the Covenant is in it? Nigel turned his head and looked at Abby. Even if the container had just been opened by a group of people and took a look at the parts inside, his eyesight would not be good enough to look at all the parts inside. The altitude numbers are all reported correctly. Advertisement. Before he came, he learned about the relevant parameters of the Covenant armed nuclear body from the information obtained by his father, and knew that the Covenant in his hand was a spare that was originally prepared for the Covenant by the ZAFT arsenal. Components. But Yuri Amalfi used his own rights to ship out these spare parts that had been manufactured for future use, nominally changing the relevant data and saying that all the parts produced in this batch were substandard. Your father is so brave, he sent out the Covenant directly to help you. If this is discovered, Patrick will not let your father go. Patrick uncle, probably wouldn't really sit like that. Nigel said after thinking for a while. He and Islandon had grown up playing together since they were young. Patrick, Sarah and their family were friends who had been dating for an unknown number of years. It was hard for Nigel to believe that Patrick would do that. Before Blood Valentine's Day, Aslan's father would not have done this, but now after Blood Valentine's Day, he only has revenge in his eyes. If he really finds out, he will probably only think about how to do it the fastest. Nigel opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but found that he couldn't say anything, to refute. It was as if what was there was not a person at all, but an empty shell driven by revenge and living for revenge. Before the father sent him to the port, he told him that he would be fine, so maybe he would. Nigel, I was just kidding you just now. What I said just now is that if you find out, your father cannot be found out so soon. Even if Patrick really wants to find out, he will have to wait until the war is really over. I'm dealing with your father. Laike saw that Nigel's personality was somewhat similar to Kira's, so he couldn't help teasing him, but this is not a big possibility. Advertisement. Yuri Amalfi served as the National Defense Commissioner, and at the same time he was the first person to switch from the Klein faction to the Sarah faction. Patrick Sarah will also prepare to unite with the Earth under the background that he will try his best to engage the Klein faction in the future. War between Yuri, the person in charge of the anti-neutron jammer, is also responsible for many other projects in the military factory, which has a great influence on Zoft's weapons. Unless he has 3 heads and 6 arms, Patrick is unlikely to have the energy to notice the small movements of Nigel's father, even if he notices that the Covenant appears on the battlefield, if the Covenant does not make as much noise as freedom and justice. Patrick, a guy whose whole heart is revenge, would not deal with Yuri Amalfi while he was still at war. But in order to prevent Patrick from jumping over the wall in a hurry, it is better to make some changes to the appearance of the Covenant to assemble it properly after arriving on the Earth. At least not let the Covenant go up with the familiar appearance of Zoft. The dog jumps over the wall in a hurry. The corner of Nigel's mouth twitched. Although he really wanted to say whether it was weird to use this word to describe Patrick, but after thinking about it carefully, if the situation Laike said really happened, it seemed that it would not be too much to use this word to describe him. Hey, don't chat there. The radar of the shuttle detected that there may be Ma or MS ahead. Conrad's Covenant came from the cab. When the 3 of them ran to the end of the shuttle, someone would naturally need to drive the shuttle, and this task was honorably assigned to Conrad, who had learned the relevant operations. Hand. Is there MS? Except for Abby, who didn't need to participate in the battle, Laike and Nigel immediately came to the cab at the head of the shuttle, where Conrad pointed. The distance between the red dots and them is getting closer and closer, and judging from the comparison with other instruments nearby, it is impossible for this size to be a ship. The possibility is only MS or Ma. Fight or go, there is a high probability that the pirates are fighting Zoft or the United People. Advertisement. Conrad saw that these red dots had changed positions for a while, and then some of them disappeared. The fact that the battle could end so quickly meant that the strength of one side had crushed the other side and hadn't disappeared yet. And why can't it be determined whether it is MS or Ma? Because the one equipped with more MS now is Zoft. Could it be that the mass-produced machines of the Earth Union are sent to the universe in large quantities to execute the mission? As far as rationality is concerned, our task now is to avoid fighting, but as far as personal intuition is concerned, this battle must be participated. Laike said. As a new human being, his intuition told him that it was best to participate in this battle. When he always had no choice about things, Laike often chose to trust his intuition, and this new human intuition never hurt him. Your intuition? Never mind, it's you who go into the fight anyway. Conrad looked at Laike inexplicably, talking about rationality in the front, but intuition in the back. Is intuition accurate? But anyway, it's not him. What does he care about? Laike's driving skills, just these 4 milliseconds or Ma, is not enough for Laike's current dish. If you don't mind, I'll go with you too, so we can end the battle early so we can return to Earth quickly. Nigel said. Okay, then you are the thunder that the driver brought over. Laike said. The Purple Heresy is an unfamiliar machine that Nigel needs to be familiar with before getting started. The Thunder Gundam was originally Nigel's before it became Laike's MS. I don't know how many times I have opened it. Let Nicole drive Thunder to be the most familiar. Several Mobius were flying at the fastest speed in this space, and suddenly one of the Mobius was directly shot down by the beam shot from behind. Catch up so quickly? But, damn, you just want to do something big, how could you encounter such an unlucky thing? The pilot of Mobius scolded. These space pirates usually do things that are not seen as for the light matter. After hearing that the fortress of the Eurasian Federation was damaged recently, they were very clever and waited for a while. After the serpent's tail who was hired to sit as a bodyguard left, he came to attack those who wanted to make money, but before they even got close to the fort, they were killed by the red and white mobile phone behind more than half of their companions, isn't it? Did you say that only the Atlantic Federation made MS? Where did Eurasia come from? Chapter 91. The bald head hasn't left the stage yet? A group of rats in the sewer dared to directly attack the territory of the Eurasian Federation, so it happened to use you as a test product for Hyperion. The pilot of the Hyperion Gundam No. 1 stared at the fleeing Mobius with disdain on his face. The Hyperion he was driving was the latest mobile suit produced by the Eurasian Federation. Hyperion refers to the appearance of the current G-series of the Atlantic Federation in appearance, so it is similar to the MSS of the G-series in appearance, but in terms of armament, apart from beam machine guns, daggers, beam cannons, and other weapons, the most distinctive feature is the use of Eurasian weapons. The light wave defense shield used by the Federation on the Artemis Fortress allows Hyperion to defend against live ammunition and beam attacks. And the latest Rui machine body produced by the Eurasian Federation was immediately deployed to the fortress that suffered 2 major attacks after it was manufactured. Advertisement. It's fine if the Eurasian Federation is slapped in the face once, but twice, if they continue to be slapped, the Eurasian Federation won't be a joke anymore. So this group of pirates unfortunately ran into the muzzle of the gun, and the remaining members failed to escape the extermination of the Eurasian Federation after the treasure hunt. The vast majority of the members were wiped out, and there were only a few Mobius drivers left who continued to escape from 607. They couldn't bear the thought of rebelling. Mobius's attack on Hyperion's light wave defense belt can only be described as painless or not itchy. Hyperion, on the other hand, can drive the light wave defense shield and directly crush them to death against their artillery fire. In the Dark Universe, the rest of the Mobius painted Blackenstein are flying around like animals that have lost their direction. However, these Mobius pilots are flying around trying to disperse and escape, but they cannot escape. After Hyperion chased and killed them, one after another, in just half a minute, all 3 were completely destroyed in the green light beam. Are all the mobile suits created by the Earth a monster? The pilot of the last Mobius said in a trembling voice that he had heard that the MS performance of the United Earth had crushed the Ma. It was rumored that in the Battle of the 8th Fleet, most of the Moss in the entire 8th Fleet were killed by ZAFT. The MS that was taken away was beaten to pieces. I didn't expect that the performance of the MS made by the Eurasian Federation is so terrible. Is the Mobius driven by these pirates already a product of the times? The driver's foot was still firmly on the pedal, but Mobius, who had accelerated to the limit, was still caught up by Hyperion. This behavior was just a desperate struggle. But for a moment, the beams of the beam machine guns fired continuously hit up and wiped out the last Mobius. Advertisement. Oh, rubbish is indeed rubbish, I can't even do it with all my strength. The pilot of Hyperion's No. 1 machine was a little bit unsatisfied. When he started fighting with this group of people, it took less than half a minute for his shield to open, and the bullets were less than half full. Although this group of people was just a group of pirates, he didn't have much expectations at first. He only hoped that these pirates would allow him to experience the superior performance of Hyperion for a while. It's a pity that the skills of this group of pirates are beyond his expectations. They haven't caused any damage, and they haven't caused any damage to him after chasing them with their boats from the fortress. Forget it, pirates are just pirates after all. It's time to prepare to rendezvous with the mothership and return. Beep beep. Is there an unknown unit approaching? The message from the radar aroused the interest of the Hyperion pilot and made him change his mind. The Hyperion who stayed in place saw the core Gundam wearing Jupiter armor 20 seconds later. And the expression on the face of the Hyperion No. 1 driver's face suddenly turned into ecstasy. Oh, it's Mr. Laike, known as the Banshee. The Hyperion driver opened the public channel and shouted to Laike. This nickname is quite weird, please don't call it that. Since you don't like it, then stop yelling and get right to the point. Please fight me. Kfet. Fight? Are you sure you don't want to knock me down? Laike asked. He still remembered the Hyperion Gundam's ownership. It was developed by the Eurasian Federation and used their light wave defense belt technology. And since this Hyperion is in the universe, his immediate boss is most likely to be the bald Gadazia with the evil eyebrows and mouse eyes. Ever since that guy was tricked by him last time, it was rumored that Gadazia had been thinking about how to get revenge on him. Advertisement. This Hyperion driver, since he followed Gadazia and knew his name, unexpectedly did not choose to attack him, and even wanted to compete with him. Please don't misunderstand me. I'm not the same as that bald man. I was only dispatched here as a driver. I didn't deal with him from the beginning. It doesn't matter that he is my immediate boss. I also have something to do with him behind the scenes. How can I be afraid of him? More direct than me. Laike thought. He usually just thinks about the name of dead bald head in his heart, before saying it a few times. This person said when they met for the first time that this shows his attitude towards Gadazia when he came here. It's okay to compete, but I'm a mercenary. It's meaningless to compete purely, unless you are willing to bet your MS. Can't it be exchanged for something like money or gold and silver jewels? This. I'm sorry, I'm not interested in money, not the money I earn with my own hands. Laike almost wanted to change the conditions, but after thinking about it, the single phase on Hyperion the light shield is also expensive. With the help of this miniaturized and applied finished product on MS, the group of Shugwang Club has received a lot of guidance from ABI, and the technicians who are working on the finished product are estimated to be able to. Is there really no way? The Hyperion driver's voice suddenly disappeared. His family's relationship is big enough to allow him to run into the army as a driver, but this also has his own talent. He, ABI's Fettering, drove the Hyperion and lost the machine because of a duel with people. If the family knew about this, they wouldn't punish him. Ah, wait a minute, the body is gone, how to deal with him? ABI's thoughts suddenly became clear. The battle records should be retrieved from the body, but the body was gone. Then he said that the reason was that he had fought with the mercenary Laike, and was forced to get off the body by the opponent's life-threatening. Then the guilt is much less. At least his family members who have a lot of shares in Acteon will understand him 100%. But who cares about that bald man's opinion? I really want to drive him into a hurry, and pour a pile of bitterness at home, saying how Gadazia is not a man, and the bald man has committed so many things by then, the backstage can't keep this person. Chapter 92. Okay, I promise, as long as you, Laike, can compete with ABI's, I will give you Hyperion if I lose. ABI said. If he really loses, most of the armaments and limbs of the body will definitely be destroyed in the state of losing the MS duel. In this state, in the end, it is at the mercy of others. If he does not agree, his life will be lost yet? Right, so it's not that Ibis used Hyperion as a bet for the battle at all. The enemy is too cunning and has nothing to do with him. Is this really promised? Laike was a bit confused. When he saw Hyperion, Laike made a plan that there was a high probability that the opponent was a bald lackey, and then he killed the bald lackey directly. Advertisement. Returning to the battleship with the wreckage of Hyperion, but now, he can't kill this person is not Gadazia's running dog, and he can add some gambles to Gadazia, just to get revenge on Gadazia this person must be kept. Second, the tone sounds a bit like his fans? Or something else. Although Laike didn't understand why he deserved to be seen by the Hyperion driver, but in short, it didn't sound like a fake. And the most important thing is to bet on the new type of machine you are driving with a blind eye. If you don't want to place a bet on the person, even if the family is careless, it needs that power to have the capital. The one who can be so proud is some rich young master from Eurasia, forget it, as long as he can get Hyperion in his hands. Laike stopped worrying about the things behind this Ibis, and quickly let this Ibis attack him. Do you really want me to let me go first? Well, since I really said that, then I will go first. ABI's asked Laike a few words, and the tone of repeated determination was all annoyed Laike with the question. Isn't it just a light wave defense shield? It's the same as being a big killer. Under the gaze of Core Gundam, ABI's activated Hyperion's single-phase light wave shield, forming a 360-degree perfect defense with almost no dead ends, and then rushed forward with a beam machine gun. That's it, the defensive power is terrible, but no one stipulates that I have to hit your shield. Laike stepped on the pedal, avoiding Hyperion's attack and Hyperion's attack. It went in circles. Advertisement. With the Core Gundam equipped with the Jupiter armor, the huge thrust brought by the two omnidirectional thrusters behind it is easy to play and avoid Hyperion's attack. At this moment, Hyperion's situation is similar to that of the Mobius Zeros just now. The huge gap between the mobility and the other party makes Hyperion a dilemma. As soon as Ibis wanted to release Hyperion's shield, the Core immediately turned the gun to point at him, and then ABI's opened the shield, and the Core Gundam immediately flew his kite there at the fastest speed. This is a hammer. How can there be such a shameless tactic? This is an operation that a carbon-based creature can think of? ABI's was full of anger. Before he confronted Laike, he actually had a trace of admiration because Laike, a mercenary, announced to the public that he was a natural person. Of course, it doesn't matter if it's not a natural person ABI's, as long as it is a strong person, it can still defeat those who created the world's earliest MS adjusters in the plant. This is undoubtedly a strong man, and he naturally respects the strong man very much. But in the future, Laike will be an exception. Ibis has never fought so hard. In his imagination, Laike used clever tactics to break the light wave defense shield, or he took the initiative to remove it when Laike couldn't attack. Light wave defensive shield, confronting Laike head-on. Then, Laike shattered all his fantasies, and with no tactics or probing, he put on a little push and started the duel. At the beginning, he stepped on the gas pedal to the bottom, went all the way and then flew his kite. He clearly said that he wanted to confront each other head-on. Ibis was distraught. A few minutes later, when Hyperion's shield time was almost exhausted, Hyperion's own power supply was not much left. Mr. Laike, please come to a head-to-head confrontation with me, let me see the technical gap between us. ABIs begged, if he was defeated by Laike like this, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Isn't it a head-to-head confrontation now? Advertisement. It's okay to say that, but it's not about this kind of head-on confrontation. Please don't run away and use weapons to decide the outcome. Hyperion's power is running out, not enough for me to activate the light wave defense shield, Abby said anxiously. Ask for flowers. He wanted to personally witness the strength of the mercenaries who could make a name for themselves, instead of flying a kite unilaterally here. Although this also expanded Abby's knowledge in some ways. You don't want the kind of duel like actual combat? That's fine. Laike agreed to ABI's request, and he thought ABI's was talking about actual combat standards. Then of course he is disgusting. Sympathy for the enemy is cruelty to oneself. Hyperion is a battery machine, and his light wave defense shield can only be turned on for a few minutes before being forced to shut down due to insufficient power. To deal with this kind of opponent who is a real man for 3 minutes, if you don't fly a kite and wait for him to run out of power, you will rush up to give him your head. Just kidding, that would be too stupid. 0. As Ibis himself said, Hyperion released the beam shield, and the beam submachine gun that was holding the ammo in his hand was thrown aside by Hyperion, took out the beam dagger from both wrists, and pointed at it. With Laike rushing forward. Let me show you, Mr. Laike, who is called the Banshee, what kind of power you really have. Hyperion rushed forward in such a straight line, without using the beam cannon in the backpack, and waving this weapon, which is much more expensive than ordinary beam sabers, and can only be called a beam dagger. In the past, the beam submachine gun and the like could not be hit. ABIs even risked the energy depletion at once with the beam cannon in the backpack for a shot. The result was still not achieved, and when the shooting weapon was completely proved to be useless, Ibis chose to use close combat to decide the outcome. If long-range combat is not good for him, then melee combat must be relatively beneficial to his MS. Continuing to dodge the Hyperion's shooting before, the core Gundam's side of the body flashed, and the next second the body seemed to make every meaningless movement can avoid the beam dagger. After dodging a few swings from Hyperion, core Gundam raised its right foot and kicked hard at Hyperion's cockpit position. ABIs in the cockpit did not slow down. On the display, core Gundam was already facing Hyperion's face. He pulled out the beam saber, and fuchsia red particles gushed out from the handle instantly. Chapter 93 Priya. Why did you suddenly kick people over with your feet? Is using MS's feet to kick people also a MS way of fighting? ABIs was very puzzled. At this moment, he didn't have any anger caused by failure, only full of doubts. He approached, and then suddenly kicked with the MS's foot. This kind of fighting method has never been seen before, and it is quite useful in terms of key effects. Could it be that if one wants to become an excellent driver, one must learn how to use MS's limbs to attack? MS's feet are not just good looking, just like hands, don't think they are just for decoration. Laike said, ABIs lost the body to him, in exchange, guide ABIs a few words true and normal. Well, but if Ibis really listens to his words, there will be another group of maintenance squad members who will complain about September 27th in the future. Advertisement. So that's the case, do you want to use the body's limbs? Sure enough, there is a big gap between me and the ace pilot. Expressing that he has been taught, ABIs took out a portable communicator for positioning and communication from the cockpit, opened the hatch, floated aside, and handed over the body. Seeing that Ibis left the machine so quickly, Laike glanced at him, and then the core Gundam pulled Hyperion up and returned to the shuttle staying in the most space nearby. Go out for a trip and come back with Tai Hybern? Laike, your luck has increased a lot. ABI's eyes rarely showed astonishment. Laike is an old African, and ABI thought that Laike would get Tai Xi at most. Gua, etc. Of course, the highest probability is the low-end mass-produced machines like Jin N. Abby, I've said it so many times, my instincts have always been fine. Laike felt that Abby's words were not right, this was talking about his Africans again, he was in luck. Well, if it wasn't for drawing the blueprint of the machine body, your intuition has always been fine. Abby nodded, thinking carefully about the luck in this regard. Laike doesn't have many problems, and the one with the most problems is drawing blueprints. The ghostly African luck that keeps repeating. Draw the blueprint of the machine? Mr. Laike, Abby, what are you two talking about? Nigel, who was staying in the warehouse, was in a daze the whole time. What's going on with these two people? Ignored the same. Hearing this, Abby, who didn't explain to Nigel, left first, and Laike, who was embarrassed to let Nigel be left alone, patted Nigel on the shoulder. Well, it has nothing to do with you, this is our don't worry about the two private matters, little friend Nigel. Nigel still looked confused, what is this, but why do you still call him a kid? Advertisement. Mr. Laike, I'm already 15. Based on the system in which adjusters join ZAFT, Nigel doesn't think he has anything to do with children. Okay, you're an adult, don't talk too much, kid Nigel. Laike didn't listen to Nigel's words at all. Enter the cab of the shuttle, let Conrad continue to sail at full speed, and head to the scrap dealer's stronghold as soon as possible, and ABIs gave them Hyperion. It doesn't mean we agreed to give it. ABIs said that whether he took the body away or took it in a duel, the Eurasian Federation will definitely send someone to track it down. For safety reasons, it is best to leave this space domain as early as possible. Scrap dealer base. After the shuttle docked inside, while Laike disembarked, several scrap merchants drove the operation equipment to transport the head of the warrior Gundam on it, and put the core Gundam on it and the newly captured Gundam. Hyperion, the body of the Covenant ring in part state, was transported back to the transportation base parked here. I will trouble you with the assembly of warrior Gundam. Laike thanked the staff sent to negotiate with them, about the matter of the Hyperion machine. Before he opened his mouth just now, the staff said that he would explain to others not to speak out. He has such sharp eyesight and is really comfortable to talk to. Where is it? After all, it is the work entrusted by Markio's mentor, and we are just helping to assemble it. The staff member said. Because of the manpower problem, the assembly work here will take about 30 minutes to complete, and you can arrange the spare time yourself. Half an hour to finish. Advertisement. Laike chewed the words again. Is there a problem with him, or is there a problem with this group of people, assembling a whole machine in half an hour? Actually, most of the parts have been assembled here in advance at the request of Instructor Markio, and you only need to install a head. The staff member said in embarrassment. Half an hour is quite slow to set your head, because there are too many people sent out recently, so they don't have many people here. With so much work to do, the number of people who can be freed up makes this pretend it takes half an hour for a head. It's nothing, half an hour is already much less than what I expected before I came here. There is a communication device here, I'll go and get in touch with Instructor Markio. Laike said, they are going to take Warrior Gundam back soon, and it would be good to take advantage of this half an hour to ask Markio Instructor about the situation there. It's Laike. I've gone to the scrap dealer to help assemble the warriors. You're almost ready to return to Earth. On the other side of the screen is the face of Markio's mentor, and it looks like Markio's life these days it's quite leisurely. Well, in half an hour, the people from the scrap dealer's side will help assemble it, and then we can return to Earth. After returning to Earth, Laike, do you plan to go there? Going to Orb, Master Markio, you want to ask me for something? Laike noticed that Mr. Markio was down 0.8 and wanted to ask him for something. You're really sharp, kid. Markio smiled. Laike, do you remember Priya? Ah, you mean that kid, I still remember him. Laike was very impressed with Priya, which was created by Mu in order to copy the pilot who can drive the Mobius Zero by the Earth Federation clones. Priya, like Cruz, has a problem with shorter than average telomeres, which causes them to die sooner than average. But this problem with Priya could have been avoided, but because the Earth Alliance only regards clones like Priya as a way to control weapons, they don't pursue the so-called linear telomere length problem at all, which leads to Priya as short-lived as Cruz. Chapter 94 Returning to Earth. But the two took the completely opposite paths. Because of his body, Cruz's twisted education by Mu's father Al finally forged Cruz's paranoia that wants to destroy the whole world, while Priya was forced to adopted by mentor Markio. He came up with the idea of making good use of the little time he had left to help everyone, and started traveling around the world. Mr. Markio, what is the progress of the research project on ultra-long telomeres that you raised funds to restart? Isn't it progressing slowly? Laike asked. He thought of a solution to Priya's situation when he first met him. Because of the scourge of Blue Cosmos, a large number of research institutes were blown up, plus the world's fanatical pursuit of adjuster technology. After that, a large number of research institutes turned to pursue research adjusters to make money. Advertisement. This so-called ultra-long telomere research project has no market prospects, and the research is almost the same. Who will develop a technology that is not low in cost? Not everyone is a replicant. And after Laike came, Laike reminded Markio's mentor Priya that the situation can be saved. The technology of the adjuster and the subsequent fate technology can prove that the CE world understands the genetic research 25 quite well. There is really no way to solve the problem of the short telomere of a replicant's linear body. Who would believe it? In the old days of this world, there were studies on ultra-long telomeres. After that, when the original adjuster George Glenn released related gene adjustment technology, if there is no shortage of money, the research on genes can only be said to be frivolous. Easy. And after he mentioned this matter to Mentor Markio knew that there was another way to save Priya, so he began to raise funds and found a research institute in East Asia to conduct related research. The purpose is to develop drugs that can repair the short telomere of cloned human linear body. Now, the sudden mention of Priya by Mentor Markio gave Laike a bad thought. No, the drug research is almost done, and all the people from the research institute have been brought to Ob. Just wait for the child to come back for related treatment, but the child is too enthusiastic, and he has to give the matter at hand to him. He will come back after talking. Markio sighed, although Praya's physical condition is very bad, but he still has about a few months to live, delaying for so few days will not cause accidents. Advertisement. But as a person who watched Praya grow up, Markio still hopes that Praya can pay more attention to his own situation, just for others, and doesn't care about himself at all. This is also prone to accidents. As long as he can come back, you have to get used to Priya's character, Mr. Markio. I can't get used to it. How can I say it? I just watched him grow up. By the way, Laike, can you let him come to you when Praya comes back? Let Praya come to me too? Teacher Markio, this is not a nursery. Laike laughed. He has Conrad and Nigel, and if he adds Playa, Gold, Black, and Green, he will still be a 5-color team when he develops a hair-dyeing garden here. I'm just kidding, but it's okay to take just one Conrad, and he has more people to take care of if he takes one Priya. Nigel is just staying with them to fight temporarily, and he will return after the war is over. Plant. And Conrad and Priya will stay with him for a long time according to Markio's mentor and their personal intentions. The child of Praya has always wanted to do his part to help others, so I recommend to him that he can come to you and fight for peace with you, so that he can help the most people, right? That's how you made him obediently agree to come back. Laike knows why Prayakan is back, and the emotional reason is here. Let Praya come to you, and it will also be considered for your future battles. Laike, Praya has a high degree of spatial recognition ability, and his ability can help you in battle. How powerful the high-level space recognition ability is, as long as you know that Mew drove the Mobius Zero in the Alliance and killed 5 Jin and alone, you can see it. Well, it depends on your personal wishes to let him come over. If you really find him troublesome, I will tell him to tell Praya not to come to your place. Advertisement. Don't, just kidding, Mr. Markio, just let Praya come over, if it's Praya's personal wish, it's fine at all. Laike said hastily. He certainly couldn't stand the look of frustration or loss on Praya's face, although when he thought that Praya would grow up to look like Mew in the future, he would always have an even weirder feeling in his heart. And just as Mentor Markio said, what they will do in the future is to intervene in the war between the Earth Federation and the plants as a third party in this war, and they will always be at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. Therefore, the more helpers the better, this can prevent some accidents that shouldn't happen. Priya's own driving skills combined with Priya's high-altitude recognition ability allow Priya to drive a warrior Gundam that can be equipped with a Dragoon system. It's the best. Wait a minute, isn't it true that Mr. Markio planned to let Praya come over to drive the warriors from the very beginning? 210. The corners of Markio's mentor raised his mouth slightly. You should have almost guessed it, so let me say the most important thing. Siegel has given me the design drawing of the Dragoon system developed by ZAFT, and I entrusted Luo from the scrap dealer to help make it. When the production is completed, they will contact you and hand it over to you. Then wait until the matter of getting Ob is over. K thought. The Dragoon system is unusable on Earth. You might as well not equip an unusable weapon. Now Alaska has already exploded in time. If you push it according to the time period, orb attack and defense will soon explode. Battle. It doesn't make sense to ask Luo and others to run all the way around just to hand over the unusable Dragoon system to them. When it's in the universe, it's better to contact Luo and ask Luo to deliver it. After finishing all the things that should be said, Markio told Laike about the time when Praya went to Orb at the end of the communication. On Laike's side, after half an hour, the Scrap Dealers Union helped to put the Warrior Gundam's head in place, and after loading the Warrior Gundam onto the transport battleship, several people boarded the above-mentioned losing battleship. Abby, the actual captain, informed the Heroes to target Orb, and the transportation base left the space stronghold of the Scrap Dealer, and set off to return to Orb. Chapter 95 Orb and Praya's Surgery. When the transportation base sailing all the way back to Earth at full speed officially returned to Orb on Earth, it was May 8, and the Cyclops system at the United Headquarters in Alaska was detonated, making ZAFT in this assault home. 3 days have passed since the battle in which a large number of effective forces were lost. Successfully sold a wave of good teammates. The sold Eurasia and East Asia have not yet settled with the Atlantic Federation. The Atlantic Federation used to share the production line of the assault dagger and the threat of Zoft. A carrot and a sharp sword hanging over their heads forced Wea and Donja to suffer the loss while pinching their noses. If the three families had internal strife at this juncture, it would only be Plant who would make a lot of money. But after Eurasia and East Asia accepted the assault dagger production line transferred by the Atlantic Federation, they never planned to let it go like this. Now they have to deal with the Plant, so it is not easy to turn against the Atlantic Federation. Advertisement. The assault dagger given by the Atlantic Federation is a fart. An extremely low-cost armor can only be said to be better than the crispy heresy developed by Orb. Some crispy skins for mass production are not enough for them to pinch their noses to suffer. The story of the Archangel in Alaska is slightly different from the original one. Not only Mew returned to the Archangel, but Bucky Lulu also returned to the ship. Bucky Lulu, who originally expressed disbelief about what Mew and Mario told, actually came to Alaska and participated in the hearing, and found out that except for her and Mew and Fleur who were transferred, the rest of the people were left in Alaska. So I believed what Mew and Maru said on the way to Laike. The Atlantic Federation intends to keep most of the people on the Archangel as cannon fodder and sell them, and the Cyclops system, a big killer that can kill both sides at once, is buried under the Alaska base. The army she once believed and was taught by her family became strange at this moment. Bucky Lulu couldn't tell herself what she was thinking when she followed Mew back to the Archangel. All she knew in her heart was that when she did this, she didn't have any regrets in her heart. After Bucky Lulu and Mew returned to the Archangel, they announced the existence of the Cyclops, and the Archangel, which was about to retreat, went as in the original book when it was about to be shot down by Jin-En, it was driven freely by Kira Yamato saved. Now it has been abandoned by the Earth Union, and the group of abandoned sons has officially decided to go to Orb, and is currently returning from Alaska to Orb. At the same time, he was also contacting Orb through the channels obtained before leaving. Advertisement. At this time, Orb was in a certain hospital. Laike, Praya's body, nothing will happen, right? Conrad looked in the direction of the operating room worriedly. With his usual cold face, it was because he had a good relationship with Praya. Priya, as a replicant created for combat not born with a short lifespan, also reminded Kennard of his experience of being used as experimental material for various experiments in his childhood. He and Laike went to Orb, and when he met Praya, Praya almost passed out due to his physical condition, and then Laike called for Praya to perform emergency surgery. However, those in charge of the operation said that Praya's physical condition made Conrad so worried. Conrad, this is a project that has been established for a long time, and it is still researching mature projects. It will be fine for Priya to use it. Laike explained, and he also understands Conrad's concerns. Priya's physical condition is very bad. When the relevant researchers saw Priya's physical condition and sent him here, they told the two that the current Priya's life expectancy is actually longer than that of March. Mentor Kia was shorter than he had expected. It's not that there are only a few months left, there are only 2 short months left, and this is still under the condition that Priya takes good care of it. But Praya's current poor physical condition is ultimately caused by the linear body telomeres, and immediate surgery can cure them. They had a plan before coming. As far as the current medical methods are concerned, it will be fine for Priya to stay in the hospital for 2 days after the operation, and there is no risk in the whole process. That's right, that's good. Conrad sat down, and the worried look on his face faded slightly. Concern is chaos. This is the first time Conrad has been in this situation. He really doesn't want to lose Priya, a friend who has a similar situation to him. Click. An hour later, Priya was pushed out of the operating room. Several nurses sent Priya to the ward, and the main personnel responsible for treating him came forward to report the situation to Laike. Advertisement. The treatment has been completed, and he will wake up in a short while, and Priya will be discharged from the hospital in 2 days. Conrad, did you hear me? I told you all. Are you rushing to see it? I really can't do anything about this guy. Laike turned his head and saw that Conrad had gone to Priya's ward. With a smile, Laike followed to the ward. Conrad, I'm fine now, why don't you go to your own business with Mr. Laike, I'll come to you after I'm discharged from the hospital. Priya, who just woke up not long ago, waved his hand. No, I won't believe you, you've been messing around like that, you almost killed yourself, call this okay? Conrad heard what Priya told them to go to work on him, and he didn't get angry. Who made it up? He called Laike and followed him to the hospital. Now he promises that he won't fool around, bah, then when Instructor Markio called Priya to go back, he had to finish the work before coming back. Laike, who walked into the ward, persuaded Conrad, let Priya stay by himself. Conrad, we are staying here now, and Priya can't calm down and rest. Mr. Laike. Priya's face brightened. It's a bit unbearable for Conrad, good Zhao's, to stare at him here without doing anything, and this fainting really taught him a lot of lessons. Aren't you going to have MS driving training? It's not good to waste time just staring at him here. Priya nodded again and again, and also opened his mouth to persuade Conrad not to stay here with him. After the two persuaded Conrad, he changed his mind after thinking about it. He no longer asked to stare at Priya here to prevent Priya messed up. Priya, when you come back from the hospital, follow what we said not long ago to drive the warrior for combat training. The sooner the new body gets used to it, the better. Laike said that Priya was born as a clone of the wire-controlled gun system, and was fed a lot of relevant knowledge when he was born, so he can easily get started driving MS Dust with the OS modified. But after all, he has not formally driven, and training is still necessary. Chapter 96 Meeting Uzumai and Giving Opinions. Advertisement. Well, sorry to trouble you, Mr. Laike, I will go there as soon as possible. Then don't disturb your rest, let's go first. Laike and Conrad walked out of the hospital, and when they were about to get in the car, Laike suddenly handed the car keys to Conrad. Can you drive? Do you want me to drive? I have learned this before. Conrad replied with a puzzled face. He was already working as a bodyguard for Mentor Markio. He might not have learned about cars. Other vehicles he has also learned over 100 million points in driving. Then you go to the port to do a simulation training first. I'm going to talk to the representative of Ishar, and I'll come over after the talk. Laike said. Uzumai sent someone to inform him that he wanted to meet him when he returned to Orb, but he had just met Praya at that time, and Praya had a health problem, so he delayed the matter for almost a day. Now that Priya is done, it's time to talk to Uzumai. Just now you said you would train with me, now let me go alone first. Don't be so anxious, Conrad, this doesn't put you off, I just went to talk to the Uzumai representative about some very important things, and it won't take long to resolve them. Is there something important to talk to the representative of Uzumai? Then I'll go back first. Conrad sorted out the priorities, and then took the car keys. 750. Wait a minute, if you drive the car for me, Laike, you can walk there alone. Advertisement. They arranged for a car to pick me up, Neo, it's right there, don't worry, I'll come back after I finish talking, so you don't have to talk to Abby. Pointing to the black car parked not far away, Laike as he spoke, he quickly boarded the black car. Understood. Conrad responded briefly, and drove back to the port after the black car left. On the other side, the car headed for Ash's mansion soon arrived in front of the mansion, got out of the car and entered the mansion. After the staff notified Uzumai, Laike went to the reception room to meet Uzumai. Laike, Gina Sahak was officially expelled from Orb 10 days ago. As soon as they met, Uzumai told Laike that he had received a reply about the shitty things Gina did before. Representative Uzumai, will Gina leave so honestly? Laike doesn't think that Gina is such an honest person. Expulsion means stripping him of all his glory and rights. This is the most important thing for Gina. Gina is proud, Kfed, proud character agree? Uzumai shook his head, Gina is naturally not that honest. After I talked with the patriarch of the Sahak family, the patriarch of the Sahak family ordered Gina to return to Earth from the Heavenly Palace, and announced this to him in person. Decided to expel him. There is no one in the 5 big families of Gina who does not know about Gina's character. It is not impossible for Gina to take the lead in rebellion. Therefore, in order to deal with Gina's illicit alliance, driving a mobile phone without authorization to attack Laike, the patriarch of the Sahak family came forward to deceive Gina, and expelled Gina. Laike, you may feel a little problematic about this decision, but Gina is also the heir of the Sahak family anyway. In order to take into account the face of the head of the Sahak family, we can only expel him first. Uzumai thought refers to. Orb won't let Gina off with this. The thing that irritates him and the other family patriarchs the most is the matter of secretly contacting and uniting and trying to use joining as a joint battle. This matter goes against Orb's philosophy, not to mention that Gina is only an heir, and has not really inherited the Sahak family, and he has not even become the patriarch of the family. If Gina stays, it will definitely become a big disaster for Orb in the future, and Orb hired mercenaries to clean up Gina. No matter how Gina escapes, he will die in a short time. Advertisement. On behalf of you, you don't have to tell me so much. I can guess what will happen to Gina, please get straight to the business. Laike shook his head and said. As soon as Uzumai met, he made it clear what he was interested in about Gina, which means that there must be other things to tell him next. Alaska, Laike, do you know anything about it? On behalf of Uzumai, what you want to say is that the Archangel went there. Now it is so big. Anyone with some channels knows that the Earth United has set up Eurasia and East Asia under the headquarters of the Cyclops system in Alaska. A bunch of soldiers accompanied Zoft's vital force to finish there. The Archangel from Alaska contacted us yesterday, expressing their situation and hoping to enter Orb. If it's just about this, you should have already made a decision to take them in. After all, whether it's for the future or the present, the Archangel's combat power is necessary for Orb. Uzumai nodded slightly, and then asked, Laike, after Alaska, what do you think the United will do next? In this battle, ZAFT has wiped out so many effective forces. I think it is time for the United to start a counterattack to snatch the mass accelerator and attack the plant's homeland. ZAFT will not just sit back and watch them snatch the mass accelerator back. He will definitely do it again. To deal with. Laike pondered for a while, seeing that Uzumai's expression did not fluctuate, and seemed to be responding to what he said next. So he said in a nonchalant tone. Victoria, Panama, and the joint military operations against these 2 mass accelerators will start soon. In case something goes wrong with the joint snatching of the mass accelerators, Orb's mass accelerator will become their new target. You're right, that's exactly what I'm worried about. The incident in Alaska has worsened the relationship between the Atlantic Federation and Eurasia and East Asia. The two parties will definitely object to the attack on Orb, but that's not much. However, if something goes wrong in the offensive, the dominant Atlantic Federation will inevitably forcefully pass the resolution. Uzmai said, to put it bluntly, Orb is now the fish on the chopping board for the Atlantic Federation, the mass accelerator, and the Dawn Society. As long as Orb is swallowed, it will enrich the Atlantic Federation's chances of winning. With Orb's land and resources, it is impossible to defend against the attack of the Atlantic Federation. The gap between the two sides is too large, and it is impossible to win in the way of ending the battle. If we really win once, the Atlantic Federation can still do it. Come again. As Laike said, he directly expressed Uzmai's intentions. The only options to end the battle are surrender or continue to remain neutral, and be prepared to evacuate and transfer relevant personnel. You came to me just to ask me about the future. A view of the program. Chapter 97. Let me teach that little lion. Advertisement. As far as protecting the future of the country is concerned, the latter method is naturally better for Orb. If he directly surrenders or joins the coalition or Zoft, then what Orb has been promoting to the outside world will be in vain. Not to mention whether the domestic regulators will leave in the future, it will not be possible to attract the regulators to emigrate. Most of the reason why the country of Orb has been able to develop into such a prosperous state is due to the large number of bonus policies that Orb made in order to attract adjusters to immigrate. And these policies helped Orb attract a large number of adjuster immigrants. At the same time, Eurasia and East Asia had new taxes for adjusters, etc., and the Atlantic Federation was anti-adjusterism to the present. The attracted adjusters have made great contributions to the construction of Orb, and finally let Orb 160, a small island country with scarce resources and a small land area, develop into what it is today. If he really joins the United, then the Atlantic Federation, a guy who is almost stunned by adjusterism, will definitely put the adjusters in the country in a dangerous situation. It is even more impossible to invest in ZAFT. Although this seems to be able to keep the domestic adjuster immigrants, ZAFT is far away in the universe, not to mention that a lot of the effective forces on the ground have now been wiped out in Alaska. There are many. No matter whether Zoft intends to continue to fight with the United or withdraw the remaining power to the universe, it cannot change the fact that he has no spare power to help Orb. It would be the worst of all options if you really voted for ZAFT. Excluding all the above options, the only option left is to insist on neutrality, and insisting on neutrality means that Orb will bear the attack of the Atlantic Federation next. And the huge manpower and material gap between the two sides made Bullet and May think about how long Orb could last in the Atlantic Federation's attack. Advertisement. Representative Uzmai, I suggest that some personnel and equipment of the Aurora Society should be secretly transferred to Orb's Heavenly Palace now. If the transfer begins after the joint attack, it will be too much loss for the entire Orb Big. Should the personnel and equipment be secretly transferred? It really has to start now, and I will arrange people to do it right away. Uzmai said. Seeing that Uzmai listened, Laike brought up the issue of the evacuation of civilians. Regarding the evacuation plan for the civilians at that time, please Uzmai representatives start to formulate it as soon as possible, and this matter cannot be delayed. In the original book, Orb has always been the civilians who started to evacuate after the joint declaration of war was issued. During this period, even if Orb's speed is fast, it is inevitable that some people will not have time to turn away so quickly. For example, although the family members of the protagonist Asuka died of their own personal reasons, if Orb could have received the news earlier or helped transfer them a little earlier, maybe this family and some other civilians who did not come and were transferred can all survive safely. Do you mean to arrange the manpower in advance? It is true that this must be arranged in advance. Uzmai nodded slightly. If it were his ineffective daughter Kagali, she would probably say something at this time to tell Orb to start now. Unrealistic words like evacuating civilians. Ordinary civilians can't see clearly, the changes in the international situation. Orb abruptly let the civilians transfer to see whether those civilians will scold Orb first or the Atlantic Federation that will attack Orb later. What's more, if the civilians are being transferred now, those countries that are friendly to Orb have not seen the Atlantic Federation attack Orb. How to transfer the civilians that Orb evacuated, etc., all of these are problems. Uzmai, who always felt that his blood pressure was about to go up again, stopped his thoughts, but after listening to Laike, he thought about his words for a while, and invited Laike. Laike, you are an excellent young man with advanced technology and a person who can clearly see the situation in the world. I would like to invite you to officially join Orb again. Representative Uzmai, please refuse this matter. I prefer to be a mercenary and join Orb's army. The money will come too slowly. Advertisement. After meeting with Uzmai a few times, the two sides have cooperated so much, and Uzmai's personality has become clearer, so Laike simply explained his reasons for not joining the army. Orb's military salary seems to be very good, but no matter how he gets a fixed salary, it is impossible to compare with his salary as a mercenary. If Laike had just started before Laike and had to bear a lot of personnel expenses, then the invitation of Uzumai would be easy for Laike to fall in love with. For now, forget it. If you agree to join the Orb Army, I can give you 2% of the shares of the Shugwang Society. Uzumai said calmly that 80% of the people in the world would be shocked when they heard it. If 2%. Representative Uzumai, are you kidding me? Laike almost couldn't maintain the expression on his face, he almost thought that Uzumai had suffered from dementia. A full 2% of the shares of Shugwang Society, as Orb's largest military industry, is such a huge profit. Just look at Shugwang Society, a place that can build a complete production line from MS to ships. No matter how much money Buledin has made, he can imagine how much profit this 2% of the shares are hiding. Going to the Dawn Society is precisely because they have their own unique technological advantages in some fields, so that the United can find them to jointly manufacture mobile suits and ships with them. Even though Orb's technical proportion in mobile suits is not much, most of them are gold-rich technologies, they are all provided by United, but it can also be seen that the size of Shugwang Society is also among the best in the world. In Orb, a country ruled by several 5.6 big families, although Uzumai can be in charge of most of the government orders and make many decisions by himself, he can suddenly join Orb's army and take 2% of its shares. Can the patriarchs of other families agree? Uzumai showed a kind smile. Laike, don't worry too much, the shares given to you belong to our Ashar family, not officially owned by Orb, and what is the purpose of giving you these shares to let you join the army? You already knew it last time. Are you asking me to be Kagali's teacher? As soon as he thought of the golden retriever cub who was as hard to stop as soon as he was reckless as if the brakes were removed, oh no, it should be a poodle, Laike suddenly felt that the big pie that fell from the sky became not so delicious. Chapter 98 I don't think your choice is wise. Advertisement. Kagali Yura Ashar, as the head of Orb, the daughter of Uzumai, the head of Orb known as the Lion, is always frizzy and unilaterally takes things for granted, never thinking carefully. The shortcoming is that all the baskets are exaggerated. Every time Laike thinks of Kagali, she will feel helpless and her blood pressure will soar because of the reckless things Kagali is doing now and in the original book, but some wrong decisions she made during the original life period, such as joining the Earth Union, etc. The responsibility is pushed to Kagali. At that time, all the patriarchs of Orb's 5 major families accompanied Uzumai and blew themselves up to death, which meant that all the members of the Ashar family who had been in power for a long time were killed in that wave of explosions. And if Kagali, who does not have a team at hand and has no experience in governing, does not rely on the follow-up support from the Atlantic Federation to rise up, the Saren family who can influence politics in Oberoi, she will not even make the Ober government run smoothly. Less than. However, the bad thing is that the Saren family planned to seize the power of Orb from the very beginning. The father and son of the Saren family, Senate and Yulan, kept evading Kagali, and Kagali didn't know how to use the support of the army. 25 Chi forcibly knocked down the 2 father and son. This finally led to the farce in which Kagali had to marry Yalan even though she gradually understood that some things could not be based on ideals during the life-seeking period, and finally grew up completely in the second half of the story. Although this has a lot to do with Uzumai's doting on Kagali's protection, looking at TV, Uzumai may always look serious to Kagali, but in fact Kagali is protected. It can be seen from the fact that she is so naive at such an age, and she has handled affairs for the Sahak family with her too early, and she has been in contact with the Sahak brothers and sisters on the dark side of Orb. There is no one in Geo, and his domineering character is so stinky, how he doesn't think about it with his brain, just thinking that he is right, and he can't change Gina's dark side at least to Ob, knowing that Ob is not so glamorous. And Kagali spends her days in rich clothes, whatever she wants, and all she touches are those things on the bright side, and she doesn't touch the things she should be in touch with at all. Part of Uzumai's idealism. Instead of inheriting Uzumai's decisiveness, he is willing to give up those unrealistic ideals for the long-term interests of Orb after encountering major events, and instead choose the part of realistic choices. It's right or wrong, you are about the same age as Kagali, and you can see the situation better. I mean to let you be her teacher, but more just let you, the teacher, make mistakes when she makes mistakes most of the time. It's good to stop her when it's time. The reason why you're allowed to join Orb's army is that even if Kagali makes a wrong choice, she won't ruin the whole Orb's future. Advertisement. Uzumai stared at Laike with an indescribable gleam in his eyes. He is the leader of Orb, making this decision is definitely not impulsive, but after long-term consideration. When Laike was first introduced by Mentor Markio and asked him to help him become an Orb citizen, Uzumai only confessed to his subordinates that Laike would pay more attention to Laike because of what Mentor Markio said when he asked him to help. Care. It was not until the new technologies that Laike came up with out of nowhere that they began to attract Uzumai's attention. Those technologies were due to various reasons such as cost. It won't be able to be popularized and adopted by Orb for a while, but no one can deny the advanced nature of those technologies. Those technologies are now kept in the Shugwang Club, and sooner or later they will be really used by the Shugwang Club. With such a valuable technology, Laike can take it out without blinking an eye, which means that there are still many similar technologies hidden in their hands that they have never seen before. In addition, after long-term contact with Laike, his understanding of Laike in the matter of Gina and the Heresy project made Uzumai believe that Laike can see the situation clearly and act decisively at some critical moments. From any point of view, such a person is what Orb needs. Paying 2% of the shares seems to be a great price, and it may be possible to let Laike join, so this share is an appropriate investment. Just correct Cagali when she makes mistakes. Laike rubbed his chin and thought for a while. This condition is very attractive, and he has cooperated so much with the Dawn Society. If Uzumai does not send an invitation, Laike will eventually have to find a way to intervene in Orb in the future. After all, he has given so much technology and cooperated so many times. Seeing Cagali messing around like that, he was caught the influence of the Saren family. It is impossible for the most troublesome to get on the head of the Aurora Society. If you agree to Uzumai's conditions, then he will be able to intervene in a legitimate way in the future, and as a teacher, he only needs to correct it. He has corrected Cagali a little before. If he really wants to correct it, then there are many ways he can do it. Yes. Advertisement. Your conditions are so attractive that there is no room for people to refuse them. I agree. Very well, Laike, you are welcome to join. For the sake of convenience, what is my military rank after joining Orb? Colonel, if a war breaks out later, your rank will be promoted very quickly. Uzumai replied. After all, the only influence left by Lai Shu in the army is his driving skills and the advanced technology he transferred. Based on these current deeds, in order to take care of the emotions of the army and several other big families, it is most appropriate to let Laike be the colonel for the time being. The rank of colonel is enough for Laike to take over and be responsible for a large part of the wartime affairs after receiving his temporary appointment in the context of what is currently recognized as a member of the Asha family. I always think of Xiaoye. Laike, who thought of a man in a red triple-speed mask for no reason when he heard this rank, shook his head slightly. Representative Uzumai, there is one thing that I would like to talk to you about now. Just now we said that if Orb is attacked by the Atlantic Federation, transfer the property of the Dawn Society and evacuate civilians. May I ask when it will be true? What are your plans with the patriarchs of the other families? After hearing this, Uzumai was silent for a moment, and said in a firm voice, we will activate the button on the mass accelerator, and the remaining equipment that cannot be transferred will die together with the mass accelerator. So, please forgive me, I don't think this choice is wise, and it doesn't take into account what your daughter Cagali should do. Laike continued calmly as if he didn't notice the strange expression on Uzumai's face. Said, if you and several other patriarchs are dead, then Orb will undoubtedly surrender and reorganize the cabinet. After the war is over, the dragon will restore the country. If you lose the patriarchs of the other families, then the other big families will have no respect for Orb. The control power will weaken, leaving at most one Sahak family, but the Sahak family will not choose to stand up completely. Do you want Cagali to be the empty commander? Chapter 99. Let Cagali go to class. But if I and the patriarchs of the other big families do not die, the Atlantic Federation will not let us go even if it is worthless to attack because Orb lost the mass accelerator. You got one thing wrong. Laike looked at Uzumai. This may sound a bit harsh, but it has to be said. You are Orb's signboard. For the Atlantic Federation, you are the only one who must die. Advertisement. Think about Gina's private visit to the Atlantic Federation. Of course, this does not mean that the patriarchs of the other major families it's not going to attract the attention of the Atlantic Federation, but you just have to make it all your decision, and let them just disappear for a period of time. Uzumai's personal image not only infiltrated the hearts of ordinary Orb people, but also left a deep impression on the outside world. In addition, most of Orb's decrees can be decided by Uzumai himself. And Orb's internal affairs are complicated, and the Atlantic Federation has already known about the many things in the family, otherwise the cooperation between Gina and the Atlantic Federation would not be so smooth. Therefore, even if the patriarchs of several other families stand with Uzumai, as long as these people do not stand up in the next period of time, lower their heads to suppress their sense of existence, and hide behind the scenes, the Atlantic Federation will not do anything to them. The strong dragon can't overwhelm the local snake. On the surface, the Atlantic Federation has a reason to jump too high. If it is really interesting to hide behind the scenes, the Atlantic Federation has a reason to arrest it, and how to arrest it is a problem. Gina, thank you for reminding me, Laike, I almost made a wrong decision. Uzumai thanked. Because the Atlantic Federation has always been domineering, and the patriarchs of several other big families are on the side with him, Uzumai has ignored the fact that his personal influence is too strong, and he takes it for granted that the Atlantic Federation will not die. He won't stop, but in fact, as long as he dies alone at that time, it will be fine. The other patriarchs don't have as much influence as him, and they don't usually show up to the public too much, so there's no need to accompany him. Hiding behind the scenes to assist Cagali is the best. It's normal to think that way from your point of view. In the final analysis, you are thinking about Orb and Cagali. Speaking of which, Representative Uzumai, since I was asked to be Kagali's teacher, then I have one thing to do tomorrow. I just want to do it. I wonder if you can help me, so that Kagali can be free. The child is free all day long, and I will arrange it tomorrow. Thank you Representative Uzumai for your help. The next day. Advertisement. Laike, what are you doing? Kagali yelled. She was brought to the Shugwang Society by the people called by her father early in the morning, and she was wearing orb military uniform. Laike appeared in front of her, followed by Chisaka and Simons. The three of them brought her to this room full of books. By the way, you're a mercenary. Why did you wear orb's military uniform? Was it arranged by your father? What's going on? Why didn't anyone tell me? Kagali stared at Laike angrily, the anger of getting up early in the morning and the anger of being kept in the dark mixed together, making her feel like she was blown out. Kagali, pay attention to your attitude. I am the colonel of the Orb army now. Even if you are a princess, it is not appropriate to be so rude to me. You mean colonel? Kagali was shocked. Was she dreaming? Why did the world change so much this time of waking up? The mercenary she knew before, who made her so angry, suddenly became a colonel of Orb. You were a mercenary yesterday, why did you become a colonel early this morning? This is an appointment from yesterday, Kagali, everyone in the army knows about it, but you are the only one who doesn't know what's going on at the moment. Seeing this, Chisaka explained helplessly that the appointment was almost a day old. Yesterday, Kagali ran outside all day, but she didn't know anything about it when she went to the National Defense Building. Is it yesterday? Kagali suddenly went numb, and suddenly felt like she was the only one in the world who came back from the Mars internet. At 16:05 yesterday afternoon, Lord Uzumai personally issued an order. Simons explained with a smile, and helped to add the specific details of the time. It was the first time I saw Kagali appearing on this face with a confused look on her face. Expression. Simons, who has always been good at controlling her emotions, couldn't help but smile twice. Of course, she smiled very covertly, and Kagali didn't notice her. Then you already know about my joining the Orb army, Kagali, do you have anything else to say now? Lai Shu looked at Kagya who was still in a dazed state with great interest. When Kagali came back to her senses, she suddenly had the illusion that she was like a prisoner being interrogated. She subconsciously raised her voice and shouted, yes. Let me bring it here early in the morning, what the hell are you doing? What do you want to do? If there is nothing else, I will go, I still have things to do today. Advertisement. While speaking, Kagali wanted to leave the room, but Chisaka stopped her first. Kagali, Master Uzumi said, today, no, your task for a while is to stay in this room and study hard, and you don't need to take care of other things. Study well. Kagali, who wanted to be angry at first, suddenly felt a chill when she heard the word learning, and subconsciously looked at the books piled up in the room. The words printed on the book made Kagali's body chill even worse. Those books were the things she felt most difficult to understand and didn't want to read. Why did they appear here? Father, why do you want me to study all of a sudden? Didn't you learn what you should have learned a long time ago? Why do you have to learn it again? It's very simple. You should know when you see these books. You are too impulsive and unreasonable, so I talked to the representative of Uzumai and asked you to go back to class. Kagali, you have to read it here, finish these books. Lai Shu said with a smile, of Li Chu. It should have been a sunny smile, but the smile on Laike's face was like a devil in the depths of hell in the eyes of Orb Princess Kagali. Read, read. Kagali's face turned pale. Look at how happy you are. I'm telling you more happy news, Kagali. The representative of Uzumai will invite teachers to come over to supervise and give you lessons. Oh, there are exams and so on. When you are in class, if you perform well, the grades will be sent to Lord Uzumai, and if you do not perform well, you will have to read more books. Kagali. You don't have to think about being a princess Orb so you can fish and be lazy. In order to prevent you from thinking about it, the three of us who you know best will take turns to check on the situation. Even Yuzi's representative may come over. This kind of thing don't want it. For a moment, Kagali's eyes seemed to be filled with books and test papers. Chapter 100 The Inescapable Kagali and the Traitor. Zimi has already made up his mind after Laike's suggestion. In the past, he doted on Kagali so much that Kagali is still a fledgling. And although there is not much free time, it is also time for the chicks to grow up. Kagali used to be able to escape some things when Uzumai opened her eyes and closed her eyes. Gone forever. The construction site of Dawn Club. ABI was holding a notepad and directing a group of staff members to assemble new Gundam with hello, when he suddenly heard footsteps. In this noisy environment, ABI still knew who it was even though the source of the footsteps hadn't spoken yet. Coming. Laike, coming so early, has Kagali agreed to study, Advertisement. She has to agree if she doesn't agree. Laike laughed. Cagali was brought here this morning before she woke up. When she got there, she explained the matter to her. Unless Cagali wanted to make the representative of Uzumai unhappy, she would not run away. It's still so wicked. Abi knew that this was what Cagali should do, but out of sympathy, she mourned for Cagali's experience for 3 seconds in her heart. Are you here to see New Gundam today? Do you still need to ask? Of course I came to see it. Laike raised his head, past the people around New Gundam and Harrow, and looked up at the white and black steel giant from below. Most of the materials for the construction of New Gundam, including the telepathic frame, were provided by Abi. The engineering shortened a considerable amount of time, and then the parts were manufactured and assembled by the Harrows and these personnel. When he and Abi were away, the production speed of Hellos did not have at all. If you count the relevant data collected from him before to carry out the debugging work in the cockpit of the aircraft, the overall construction of New Gundam is now very fast. Almost done. The beam shield generating device manufactured in this world 2 years in advance by means of samples obtained from the wreckage of Hyperion has also been equipped. The remaining external armor and beam rifles, mega beam shields, flying wing floating guns and jetpacks have not yet been manufactured. Seeing that Laike hadn't spoken for a while, Abi turned his head away and saw that Laike's eyes were shining as brightly as when he saw the core, and the corners of his mouth were slightly pulled. Advertisement. Here we go again. Laike, you are fascinated by your new wife again. What new wife, Abi? This is Gundam. Yes, it's Gundam, it's Gundam. Abi's tone should be as perfunctory as possible. Anyway, Laike said he liked the question about this aspect, and she just agreed and it was over. The test of the body has been carried out before, Abi. How long will it take to build the weapons for the Gundam? Laike asked. In fact, the airframe itself does not need to be tested too much, because the cockpit is not much different from that of New Gundam, and the most distinctive flying wing floating cannon can be easily used by him who has experience in operating floating weapons. Follow up with a simple driving test. Abi scratched the noteboard twice. For weapons, if you use the equipment in the Shugwang Society and add our own materials to make flowers, it will take a few days to complete the manufacture, and it will catch up with the battle that will happen later. If you are in a hurry, it can also be built directly with the equipment in the battleship, but it will cost more money. It's just a weapon. It doesn't need to be made in a battleship. It's better to make it in the Aurora Society. Laike said, Orb is not going to be beaten by the Atlantic Federation tomorrow, so what's the use of making weapons in advance? And besides accompanying Kennard and Priya, 2 talented and inexperienced drivers for training and supervising Cagali in class, he really has nothing to do in a hurry. And when Laike, who was in Orb, helped Priya Kennard to train and supervised Cagali in class, the next day, which was May 10th. Patrick Serra, who became the speaker, officially declared Siegel Klein and his daughter Laike Klein as traitors on the grounds of the Stolen Freedom incident, and launched a hunt for the two. Mr. Laike, I heard that Miss Laike and the former Speaker of the House of Representatives Siegel are wanted. Nothing will happen to them, right? Kennard, Laike Priya, who had walked around the training ground after getting off the machine, he expressed concern to Laike. His impressions of the two and the plant were basically limited to the reports from TV and other places and Marchio's oral report, and it was clear that both the Klein faction and the Serra faction were plant people. Asking for flowers. Advertisement. Why did the two sides suddenly come to the point of killing each other? Priya, even though the Serra faction won the chairman of the Supreme Council and received the most popular support in the country, there are still a lot of people who support the Klein faction. Now Mr. Siegel and Laike are not the same. Something will happen. The Serra faction and the Klein faction, no matter how they turned their faces, they became incompatible. The gap between the supporters and their respective forces was not big enough to easily wipe out the other side. In the original book, Siegel was found and shot dead by Patrick's men after he escaped for a period of time. It took only a few days and nothing happened. 0. Now. Priya repeated these 2 words in doubt. If nothing happens now, what will happen in the future? However, Laike did not explain Priya's doubts. He basically had the answer to Siegel's matter after talking with Siegel. Now I can only hope in my heart that Siegel will not die. As a generation leader of the Klein faction, if Siegel can survive this war. Even if Siegel chooses to retire or something, having his influence and connections will make things much easier in the future. Let's talk about another thing, Kennard, Priya, the Archangel will arrive at Orb in a few days, will you go pick them up with me then? The Archangel is the legendary warship of the United Earth. If possible, I would like to go and see it. Priya agreed quite happily. Although the Atlantic Federation used the Archangel as an abandoned child, the fact that the Archangel has continuously defeated the pursuit forces along the way has made the Atlantic Federation use the Archangel quite a few times in propaganda. Priya heard about this battleship many times when he was traveling around, so he just followed Laike to see the true appearance of this battleship. I remember that Kira Yamato is also on it. Then I won't go. Conrad refused decisively. He has only started working with MS not long ago, although as a big brother he has already let go of those emotions that he shouldn't have, but it doesn't mean that he just admit defeat. Definitely more than Kira, big. Chapter 101 Cherish life and stay away from orthopedics. Conrad, are you not going? Laike asked, with a hint of helplessness in his eyes, and anyone could see what Conrad was thinking. There is no need to be in a hurry for the issue of becoming stronger, after all, Kira is a super adjuster, and Conrad is the failure of the super adjuster before. Although it is impossible for Nard to surpass Kira, now Nard only regards this as his motivation, which can stimulate his growth, and he also sees that Nard has other things. A reason. There's no need to pick him up. Conrad shook his head and said, to pick up someone? This makes the relationship between him and Kira seem so close now. He cared very much in his heart, but whether it was Kira or him, both of them knew that their so-called brothers could not get along like ordinary brothers. Advertisement. Therefore, it is better to sell training than to pick up people 3, 4, 3. If you don't want to, then I won't force you. Laike didn't say anything more, and after a short rest, he dragged Conrad and Praya up for training. A few days later, on May 15th, the Archangel, which had escaped from Alaska and headed straight for Orb, arrived again at the port that once accepted them when they were being pursued. In the hallway, Kira, UBD. Cagali, who was wearing an Orb military uniform, threw Kira down in the aisle, tears of excitement and joy in her eyes. Cagali. Compared with Cagali, Kira's eyes at this time are a bit complicated. He has a girlfriend, and he and Fleur met in the North African desert. The eyes of Cagali the next day, Kira, unless his head was kicked by a donkey, he could tell even now that he thought about it. This seemingly carefree and lively girl likes him. After Kira boarded the Archangel, Fleur also learned about Fla's transfer from Mew, Mario, and the others. Kira guessed from the previous conversation with her girlfriend that it was probably because George was on board the Archangel. The last person in the army, and Blue Cosmos, are also concerned about Fla's status as the only daughter of the foreign minister of the Atlantic Federation. If Fleur died here, a dignified dead diplomat, and this woman died on the Atlantic Federation's Cyclops system. After all, the Atlantic Federation would not be able to face it, so the Atlantic Federation would transfer Fleur away. The transfer away should have been a good thing for Fleur to escape the crisis, but now it made it impossible for the two of them to meet. Advertisement. But Kira had a feeling so vague that he couldn't explain it. He and Fleur would meet again sooner or later. Even if it was inconvenient now, he could find someone to contact Fleur after the war was over. The separation for a while does not mean that the relationship between him and Fleur is over. Therefore, no matter how he said he was a man with a girlfriend, no matter what, Cagali shouldn't be so close to a man like him all day long. Well, although I don't know why, Fleur would probably give him a beating if he said this. Kira also wanted to say that not only Cagali, but he also seemed to have a feeling for Cagali. Inexplicably made him want to feel close. If there was no Fleur on the Archangel back then, maybe he would have developed a relationship with Cagali. Oh, in broad daylight, the two hug each other in public. It's not bad, this picture is really good. What is this voice? Kira and Cagali suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis in their hearts, and the alarm bells in their hearts sounded, and they turned their heads at the same time with extremely synchronized efficiency. A smiling Laike holds a phone, the camera of which is pointed at them. That being said, the incident between the two of them was photographed just now. Hey, both of you, why are you looking at me so surprised? Keep going, don't stop. Oh, Cagali, why are you blushing? Didn't you jump on Kira just now? You. Kira, who was thrown down below, was still ashamed and at a loss, but Cagali was already furious and rushed towards Laike with a blushing face. Laike, delete the thing I filmed. Advertisement. The things I took, I took too many things, I can't remember clearly for a while, I don't know what you are talking about, Cagali, it is about you throwing Kira down, how about I immediately send it out to let everyone know the name is Princess Orb. Shut up. Cagali felt that her rational strings were about to break, and her hand movements quickened, but she still couldn't snatch the phone from Laike. It's a pity, with Cagali at your level, tens of thousands of years are not enough to win against me. Laike easily escaped Cagali's attack, and what he said made Cagali's anger rise again. You. Cagali, calm down, think about it, Laike was just teasing you just now, he won't post it. Kira also came back to his senses at this time, stood up and patted his clothes, and then said to Cagali. What, are you just kidding me? Seeing that Laike nodded, Cagali felt even more angry for a while, but after Kira told her to calm down, she also realized that it was not good for her to play around like before. She is Orb's princess after all. It's not good if you don't care about the image problem at all. After admiring the fight between Kira and Cagali, two siblings who haven't recognized each other yet, Laike took them away from the Archangel and came to Ash's mansion. Uzumai, who is the leader of Orb, is accompanied by Chisaka, telling everyone on the Archangel about the situation of the whole world since this time. Most of ZAFT's maneuvering forces on Earth have now been wiped out by the Cyclops system, and the Earth Alliance, which has greatly reduced its pressure, is launching a counterattack against ZAFT in various parts of the world. At the same time, the Earth Alliance is also putting pressure on the neutral countries to demand the neutral countries made a statement on whether to choose the Alliance or choose ZAFT. If you don't add 4.5 points, will you immediately entertain them with cannon fire? Mew asked with a smile, but there was no frivolity in his smile, only bitterness and helplessness. That's right, any country that doesn't join the Earth Alliance will regard it as an enemy. This is the current Earth Alliance. The United are urging Orb to make a statement. Earth United Army, has it become like this now? Bucky Lulu whispered to herself. She was in Alaska, and she witnessed with her own eyes that this army can keep soldiers in the dark without hesitation. The army who tricked the soldiers to die was disappointed, so now her state of mind is similar to a higher level of despair. The army she had always believed in turned out to be so strange, which made Bucky Lulu feel indescribable. Chapter 102 The Abandoned Archangel. Bucky Lulu. Mariu, who is also a woman, noticed the strangeness of Bucky Lulu. Among the 3 soldiers present, the one who felt the most uncomfortable was the one from a military family, and he had always believed in the unity of the earth. Bucky Lulu. Witnessing with my own eyes that the army that was shaped in the past is now broken into such a state, this kind of pain is beyond the imagination and experience of others. After Uzumai told everyone about the situation of the world, he asked everyone about ideas. Seeing that no one in the group could give an answer, and their faces were full of confusion, Uzumai said, "Please don't worry about it. Worry, even if you don't know what to do next, it doesn't matter, you are still young and have the freedom to choose your own path." Advertisement. Thank you very much for your help. Maru, Mew, Bucky Lulu, and the 3 of them all understood how much courage Orb needed to make this decision at this time. The Archangel had to leave the front line to avoid dying because it was abandoned by the Earth Alliance. But in the United Earth, the Archangel is a search for abandoned ships that fled before the battle, and all the establishments and the like are still kept in Alaska. In other words, if Orb takes in the Archangel, the Earth Alliance may use this as an excuse to threaten Orb in the future, but at this moment, Uzumai already knows that the Earth Alliance is very likely to attack Orb later, and the purpose is they are here for the mass accelerator Shugwang Society. It doesn't matter if the Archangel doesn't enter, it also can't avoid the attack of the Earth United, and after the Archangel comes in, the Archangel can be used as a force of Orb to fight in the future. After Uzumai said these words, he turned his head and set his eyes on Kagali who had just entered the bridge. His eyes flickered twice, and then he said, "Kagali, today's meeting is over, should you continue to go to class?" "Attend class?" In the bridge, except for Laike and Chisaka, everyone else is full of astonishment. "Orb's princess, does she still have to go to school at this age?" "Yes, I know, let's go now." After a few days of class, Kagali gave up struggling completely and glared at Laike bitterly. Although the things she learned were very useful to her, Kagali still felt very resentful towards Laike. "I've been stuffed with so many hidden things all day, I can't even be lazy." Advertisement. Then, I take my leave first. After driving Kagali to study, Uzumai and Chisaka also left first, and now only Laike and the Archangel are left in this room. Captain Malu, Major Mew, Second Lieutenant Bucky Lulu, Millie, Newman, and who else, everyone seems to be fine. Laike took a look around. Compared with the original, the people who came to Ashar Mansion today almost gave out all the people who showed their faces on the Archangel. "Hey, what's the name and who is there, Mr. Laike, you're too much." Thor rushed out first and complained Lay had just rapped the names of a bunch of people on the bridge. Just him, who was called directly. "This is too much." When Laike was on the Archangel, he didn't talk to the helmsman Newman. He, Kira's friend, always talked more than these people. It's okay to say that he can't remember his name. That's all, it's too much to call out who else. "Oh, Thor, aren't you a driver? I thought you weren't here." Jin-en was blown away, and the United Army didn't equip me with a new body. "Of course, I can only work on the bridge." Thor said, his driving skills were pretty good. At that time, after landing on the Earth, Mukin gave him the striker Jin-en to save his life. After arriving in Alaska, Thor thought that he could not get MS, at least it would not be a problem to get the king of the space. He changed his career to learn how to fly a fighter jet, and then the Earth United didn't even make up for the air fighter. If he didn't come to work on the bridge, he couldn't just stay on the sidelines and eat idle food. "Laike, you're actually wearing Orb's military uniform. Wait, are you already a colonel?" Mew has a good understanding of Orb's military rank system, so when he saw Laike suddenly became a captain, his voice inevitably carried surprised. The expressions on the faces of Maru and Bucky Lulu were not much better, so, after they separated, they suddenly became Orb's colonel. Before, they only knew that Laike had an unusual relationship with Uzumai, and that Uzumai brought him to meet him, and it might be someone related to Orb, but it stands to reason that you wouldn't be able to bring him so quickly. Is it possible that Orb's internal military rank is very casual? Advertisement. No, more likely like a pure backdoor. The three of them thought about Uzumai's attitude at that time, and felt that the latter one was more likely, and they could gain a relationship with the leader. If they really want to walk after this, it will naturally be quite smooth. Well, I'm Orb's colonel now, don't talk about me anymore. A few of you are now abandoned by the Earth Federation. Do you have any plans for the time being after coming to Orb? For now, not yet. Maru looked around at everyone on the bridge, except for Kira. The eyes of most people were confused, which is normal, except for Bucky Lulu. Everyone is like her and Mew generally. It is done well, and now I can't think of what to do with 957 after entering Orb. I was sold by United, and now I am taken in by Orb. What should I do after taking in? After all, they only have such a boatload of people, and now everyone doesn't know how to take the next road. Well, be happy, everyone has heard what Representative Uzumai said. It's okay if the road is not clear for now, we are still young. Tonight's trip to Ash's mansion. Presumably, you all have your own ideas, and you will figure it out one day in the future. Laike, sometimes you really don't look like a 22-year-old, and you feel older than that. Mew scratched his head and said, when he occasionally said these enlightening words, why does he feel that Laike's temperament is a bit like holding over 30? I'm so sorry, Uncle Mew, I'm not as old as you. BD, I've said it several times, I'm not that old yet. Who is the uncle? Mew, who hadn't heard the word uncle for a while, still couldn't help being angry when he heard these two words, and the uncontrollable laughter of Maru next to him was even more piercing in Mew's ears. Hey, I'm not joking. Seeing that Mew Bai seemed to be really angry this time, Laike also stopped. Director Simons asked me to tell you that 2nd Lieutenant Mew and Captain Maliu will come to the Shugwang Society tomorrow. The Shugwang Society has something for you to see.